So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 92 to Chapter 160. Originally, Jin Gang wanted to pretend that he didn't see anything and walked past Yang Ming. He didn't expect Yang Ming to speak first. Teacher Jin? So early? Early. Jin Gang said perfunctorily. He didn't want to talk too much with Yang Ming. Are you trying to curry favor again? Yang Ming said sarcastically. F***ck. Jin Gang held back his anger. He really wanted to beat up Yang Ming, but he didn't dare. Let's not talk about whether he was Yang Ming's opponent. Even if he beat Yang Ming, if he took the opportunity to complain to the principal, then he would suffer. Oh, don't forget my bicycle. I've been walking to school these days. After you buy it, you can directly send the key to my class. You don't have to be polite. Yang Ming said with a smile. Jin Gang's face was green with anger. Good, you're really good. You can be arrogant for a few more days. After a few days, when you're hospitalized, you won't be so cocky anymore. Yang Ming came to the class and saw that Chen Mingyan was already there. He smiled at her. Chen Mingyan also saw Yang Ming. Her face turned red, then she lowered her head and continued to read. Zhang Ben, what are you studying? Yang Ming patted Zhang Ben's shoulder, scaring him. Yang Ming, you scared me. I thought class leader Li was here. Zhang Ben saw that it was Yang Ming. He raised the thing in his hand and said, I brought a game console, NDSL. Why did you bring this? Yang Ming asked curiously. Aren't we watching a movie in the afternoon? It's not interesting, so I brought the game console. How about it? Sit with me. Let's play together. Zhang Ben said. If you want to watch a movie, just watch a movie. Why are you playing games? Yang Ming was puzzled. Hey. What kind of good movie can the school organize? It must be some old movies. Zhang Ben said with a look of disdain. Maybe it's a blockbuster. It's hard to say. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't believe that the free movie organized by the school would be good. I don't even watch blockbusters. I've seen all the recent blockbusters on the internet. Oh right, you should buy an NDSL too. We can play a lot of games online. Zhang Ben said. Forget it, I'm not interested in playing games, Yang Ming said. In the afternoon, the entire senior year of high school marched towards the Workers' Cultural Palace. There were no cars, so they could only walk. However, this place was not very far from number 4 high school. In order not to reveal anything, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan did not walk together on the way to the Cultural Palace. Chen Mingyan walked with a very nice girl, while Yang Ming walked with Zhang Ben. After entering the cinema, Yang Ming looked for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, sit here. It's close to the door. It's convenient to leave. Zhang Ben pointed to 2 empty seats. I'm not sitting here. I'm looking for someone. Yang Ming shook his head. Looking for someone? Zhang Ben was stunned. Suddenly, he showed an ambiguous smile. At this moment, Chen Mingyan was also searching for Yang Ming in the dark crowd. Mingyan, what are you looking at? Chen Mingyan's good friend, Li Changyuan asked. Looking for someone, Chen Mingyan replied. Looking for someone? Oh. Hee, I know. Li Changyuan also showed an ambiguous expression. At this time, Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan also saw Yang Ming. The two of them waved at each other and smiled at each other. Everything was in silence. Yang Ming squeezed toward Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan picked a 4-person seat and sat down. Chen Mingyan just sat down. A student from another class sat next to Chen Mingyan. This guy was called Lu Tao. He was one of the ruthless people in the school. He was involved in fights. He was one of the more powerful people in the school. Whether it was in a good school or a bad school, there were some more ruthless students. They were similar to the school boss. These people often didn't want to go to university. They just came to get a diploma. They didn't usually go to class. They often gathered together, smoking and fighting. If there was any conflict between classes, it was usually better to find them to solve it. both sides would give face. And Lu Tao was such a person. He also had some feelings for Chen Mingyan. It was just that he didn't have much contact with her. This time, there was a rare opportunity. Lu Tao naturally wouldn't let it go. There is someone here. Chen Mingyan frowned. Someone? Let him go sit aside. Lu Tao said indifferently. Before Chen Mingyan could speak, a thug grabbed Lu Tao's back collar and pulled him up. F***ck. Lu Tao just wanted to get angry. He turned around and saw that it was Yang Ming. His face changed immediately. Brother Yang, are you looking for me? You asked me to go aside. Do you think there is a problem? Yang Ming scolded in his heart. You look like a fat pig. You want to pick up Chen Mingyan? Dream on. This is Brother Yang's seat. I don't know. Then I will go. Lu Tao said quickly. If he was the ruthless person in the school, then Yang Ming was the ruthless person among the ruthless people. It was just that in the later part of high school, Yang Ming was much quieter. The position of the ruthless person was gradually replaced by Li Dagong. But Li Dagong was also Yang Ming's man. Lu Tao couldn't afford to offend any of these people. Don't harass my wife in the future. Or else, you will have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming looked at Lu Tao and said fiercely. Wife. After Chen Mingyan heard it, her face turned red. She didn't expect Yang Ming to say that. However, Chen Mingyan was a smart girl. She knew that she couldn't refute it this time. If she refuted, Yang Ming's face would be lost. So, Chen Mingyan kept silent. With her silence, Zhang Ben and Li Changyuan looked at each other. These two people really did have an affair. When Lu Tao heard it, the famous girl already had a master, and this master was Yang Ming. He immediately dispelled the idea of competing and left resentfully to find the next target. Helplessly, he was delayed here for a while. Most of the people were already seated. Yang Ming, what are you talking about? After Lu Tao left, Chen Mingyan complained with dissatisfaction. If I didn't say that, he would still pester you in the future. Yang Ming explained. But you can't talk nonsense. What if he tells others? Chen Mingyan was a little worried. He dares. Yang Ming said with disdain. Zhang Ben and Li Changyuan looked at the two of them ambiguously. You two are already together. Why are you afraid of others talking about it? What are you looking at? Chen Mingyan couldn't stand this wretched gaze. Nothing. I'm just curious. Both of you did a good job of keeping secrets. Li Changyuan looked at Yang Ming and said. Yeah, Yang Ming, you're wrong. Why did you hide it from your brother? Zhang Ben also looked at Chen Mingyan sneakily. We're not. Chen Mingyan just wanted to explain, but Yang Ming said, Mingyan hasn't promised me yet. Chen Mingyan sweated. With your explanation, it's over. Forget it. Anyway, the college entrance examination is coming. I'm not afraid of what others say. Chen Mingyan made up her mind and thought. Oh. I understand. Zhang Ben and Li Changyuan nodded at the same time, showing a look of realization. They thought that the relationship between the two of them was basically confirmed. Maybe it was just that Chen Mingyan didn't want to admit it because of her face. Eat, eat. Chen Mingyan couldn't stand these two guys. She took out the delicious food that she bought yesterday from her backpack. What did you bring? It's such a big bag. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's bag strangely. Did you bring the sanitary pads that you bought yesterday? And? Zhang Ben and Li Changyuan's sensitive ears were stunned at the same time. Sure enough, these two people still have secrets. Could it be that they are already living together? Or else, they bought sanitary pads together? Chen Mingyan was helpless. She stared at Yang Ming and whispered, Yang Ming, you did it deliberately, right? Are you afraid that others don't know about our relationship? Hee, sorry, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Yang Ming smiled. Slip of the tongue? Let me tell you, Yang Ming, do you know what it means to be in the opposite direction? If you want me to hate you, you can do it like this. Chen Mingyan said with some anger. Although she had a good impression of Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan was a person. with strong principles. If she didn't go to university, she was determined not to break the window paper. Even if the relationship between the two of them was close, everything had to wait until after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and was stunned. Indeed, he seemed to be a little carried away during this period of time. He naturally put Chen Mingyan in the position of his girlfriend. Especially after the scene on the bus and in the supermarket yesterday, the relationship between the two of them quickly became closer. It could be said that they were only one step away from confessing to each other. Therefore, Yang Ming was somewhat unscrupulous today. But Chen Mingyan's words made Yang Ming suddenly wake up. Yes, Chen Mingyan had already said that she had to go to university before thinking about the relationship. I was really anxious. Thinking of this, Yang Ming said with some depression, I'm sorry, Mingyan. I didn't mean it. I just couldn't help it. Okay, I understand. Chen Mingyan said faintly. Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan whispering in each other's ears. He couldn't help but laugh, huh? What are you whispering about? Why are you whispering so softly? You don't want me and Li Changyuan to hear? Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. And? Zhang Bin felt a bit strange. What happened to Yang Ming? But he didn't take it to heart. After that, Yang Ming's mood was a bit down. He sat there quietly and didn't say a word. Chen Mingyan also knew that her words seemed to be a bit harsh. Yang Ming wouldn't have any thoughts, right? Chen Mingyan was worried that Yang Ming's studies would be affected because of this, so she was a bit uneasy. Sure enough, as Zhang Bin expected, the cinema showed a very old film called Skater Dream Team. It was a youth film that inspired people's fighting spirit. However, Yang Ming had already seen it on TV. He was in his third year of high school and the National College Entrance Examination was coming soon. It was understandable to show such a film, but it was a bit too old. After a while, Zhang Bin picked up the game console and started playing. After a while, he was so engrossed that he didn't even see the potato chips that Yang Ming gave him. As for Li Changyuan, after watching the movie for a while, she felt that it was boring and fell asleep. The third year of high school was one of the most difficult days of life. Many students lacked sleep, so the entire cinema was filled with a drowsy atmosphere. At a glance, not many people were watching the movie seriously. In Yang Ming's row, only Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were staring at the screen with their own thoughts. It was unknown if they were really watching the movie. At least, Yang Ming was a bit absent-minded. Yang Ming, are you okay there? Chen Mingyan broke the silence and took the initiative to find a topic. Since he had touched Yang Ming, it was necessary to show some concern. Oh? Yang Ming stared blankly for a moment, then sighed, AI. What's wrong? Chen Mingyan was nervous when she saw Yang Ming like this. I really have to say goodbye to taking a plane in the future. Yang Ming said with a sad face. He had thought about it all night and came up with a very dirty idea. He was going to implement it during the movie today. Therefore, Yang Ming was waiting for Chen Mingyan's words. Ah? What's going on? Yang Ming, what happened to you? Chen Mingyan didn't really understand, but she was sure that the problem was very serious. Yesterday, Chen Mingyan deliberately found the women's anti-pervert teaching material to inquire about the consequences of a man being hit. It was clearly written in the book that if it was serious, it could cause a man's sexual dysfunction, such as impotence, premature ejaculation, inability to get an erection, and even loss of fertility. Chen Mingyan was shocked when she saw it. She regretted her actions during the day. AI. Yang Ming pretended to be in pain, but he was happy in his heart. It seemed that Chen Mingyan was going to take the bait soon. Yang Ming, don't scare me. Chen Mingyan was a little excited. Her voice was slightly louder. She was so scared that she quickly covered her mouth. She looked around. Fortunately, other than Zhang Ben who was engrossed in playing the NDSL game, the others were sleeping. Chen Mingyan's voice also pulled Yang Ming back to reality. He suddenly thought of what Chen Mingyan just said to him, when things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. The flame of desire in his heart was suddenly extinguished. Forget it. It's fine. Yang Ming shook his head. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's hesitant look. She felt that Yang Ming must have something. He must be hiding something from her. Chen Mingyan couldn't be assured. She quickly asked, Yang Ming, tell me. It's really fine. Yang Ming shook his head. He thought, Mingyan, don't tempt me again. I just calmed down. No, you must have something. You can't lie to me. Chen Mingyan said anxiously, Yang Ming, who are we? What is there to hide? Who are we? These words were too ambiguous. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. You forced me to say this, Mingyan. If you know the truth in the future, don't blame me. Yang Ming clenched his teeth and pretended to be very sad. He said, after I went home last night, it didn't hurt much, but I found another problem. What problem? Chen Mingyan asked quickly. After that, I watched an adult film for a while. Yang Ming was afraid that Chen Mingyan didn't understand, so he explained, it was that kind of film. But my lower part didn't have any reaction at all. Ah? Chen Mingyan wasn't a child. Of course, she knew what Yang Ming meant by no reaction. Could it be that it was like what the book Women's Protection Against Perverts said, that he was impotent? Ah? Really? Chen Mingyan's voice changed. No, reaction at all? It wasn't hard at all. Yang Ming nodded. Then what should we do? Chen Mingyan's voice had a hint of crying. Do you want me to accompany you to the hospital to check it out? AI, it's useless. Yang Ming shook his head. Unless, forget it, it's nothing. Unless what? Chen Mingyan said in a hurry, Yang Ming, tell me. Unless what? No, I'm just talking nonsense. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but he stopped. Yang Ming, you say it quickly. If you don't say it, I'll be angry. Chen Mingyan pretended to be angry. Actually, I read on the internet that the best way to treat a man's impotence is. Yang Ming paused. What? You say it quickly. I'm so anxious. Chen Mingyan asked with a frown. That is, let the woman he likes help him. Yang Ming whispered in Chen Mingyan's ear. Is it really okay? After Chen Mingyan heard it, her face turned red. She asked with some uncertainty. That's what the internet said, but forget it, it's not fair to you. Yang Ming had a righteous look. What's not fair? It's not fair to treat you. Chen Mingyan thought that she was the one who made Yang Ming like this. She wanted to do something for Yang Ming. You're not my girlfriend now. If you do this, it won't be good. If it gets out, how are you going to face others? Yang Ming said, how about this? Wait until you agree to be my girlfriend in the future, then we'll try again. But, won't that delay it? Chen Mingyan asked with some worry. It seems that Chen Mingyan's principle is too strong. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to use the words just now to provoke Chen Mingyan, then win her over and make her agree to be his girlfriend. He didn't expect that Chen Mingyan didn't agree. It shouldn't be, this illness isn't cancer. It doesn't matter if it's delayed, right? Yang Ming said deliberately. What he meant was that the longer it was delayed, the more serious it would be. Chen Mingyan certainly understood this. She clenched her teeth and said, only you and I know about this. If we don't say it, how would others know? No matter what, I've decided to try it. Really? Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to agree to him. Did happiness come too quickly, or did it come naturally? Chen Mingyan said with a red face, but I haven't done it before. I don't know how to do it. You have to help me. Okay. Yang Ming looked around. Zhang Ben was wearing headphones and playing The Legend of Zelda DS. He was holding a touch pen and dueling with the big boss. He turned a deaf ear to the things around him. Li Changyuan was sleeping like a log. Wait. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was about to take off his pants and said quickly. Let's forget about it. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan's words, he thought that she was going back on her. Words. Yang Ming also blamed himself. Was I too much? Although this way, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and myself was settled, if one day Chen Mingyan knew the truth, would she blame me? If Chen Mingyan had a knot in her heart because of this incident, then he would be guilty of a great sin. No. Chen Mingyan shook her head and said. She opened her school bag and pulled out a small windbreaker. She handed it to Yang Ming. Cover us with this. Don't let others see it later. So it was because of this. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mingyan was so thoughtful. Yang Ming took the small windbreaker and opened it. He covered himself and Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan tucked in the corner of the windbreaker so that there were no gaps. Then, she said to Yang Ming, okay, we will close our eyes and pretend to be asleep. Try to speak softly. As Chen Mingyan said this, she leaned her body toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming also leaned his body over. In this way, in the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were like a pair of sleeping couples snuggling together. The windbreaker was used as a blanket to block the wind. Chen Mingyan wasn't an irrational person. She could make this decision mainly because she cared too much about Yang Ming. Although she didn't admit it, her mind was occupied by Yang Ming. What's more, this incident was entirely caused by her. It was only right for her to contribute something. Moreover, Chen Mingyan was also very clear that if the two of them continued with their current relationship, they would definitely become a couple in university. Therefore, Chen Mingyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She was just a little shy. Are you done? Chen Mingyan looked around nervously. No one was paying attention to this side. Then. I'm starting. Chen Mingyan's nervous voice trembled. And, let's start. Yang Ming nodded excitedly. After 30 seconds, Chen Mingyan still didn't move. Although she had made up her mind, thinking and doing were two different things. No matter what, Chen Mingyan was a very pure girl. Suddenly, she had to use her hand to touch a man's private part. It made her somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Ming seemed to notice Chen Mingyan's awkwardness. He reached out and grabbed Chen Mingyan's little hand. Is this considered holding hands? In this case, Chen Mingyan didn't have time to think about it. She only felt that her hand was hot and touched a pillar-like thing. Chen Mingyan was shocked. She only felt that her face was so red that it could light up the dim cinema. She suddenly froze there. Her little hand immediately sweated. She touched Yang Ming's private part. She didn't dare to hold it, but she couldn't bear to leave. Although Yang Ming was no longer a virgin, because of the framing incident, he gave his first time to a girl named Lin Jiyun. However, because he was half awake and drunk, Yang Ming couldn't recall what it felt like at that time. Therefore, when Chen Mingyan's hand touched his body, Yang Ming was still excited and immediately had a reaction. Chen Mingyan also felt the change in Yang Ming, which made her recover. She said shyly, are you having a reaction? N. Yang Ming's desire was burning again, especially here in the cinema. He felt excited to let Chen Mingyan do this for him. Then, is it okay? Chen Mingyan said and wanted to withdraw her hand. Of course not. There must be a reason for what is written on the internet. If I don't finish, it may have the opposite effect, right? Helplessly, our poor female lead finally fell into Yang Ming's carefully woven trap under the lack of sexual knowledge. Of course, it wasn't very careful. If this person wasn't Chen Mingyan, maybe Yang Ming wouldn't be bothered to deceive her. But if it wasn't Chen Mingyan, who would be nervous about Yang Ming? In order to treat Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan had to continue to do mechanical exercises. Sure enough, it was much better than doing it by herself. In fact, this was entirely from Yang Ming's psychological effect. Chen Mingyan's technique was very unfamiliar. Obviously, she hadn't mastered the rhythm, but Yang Ming still felt very comfortable. This was because the person who helped him was Chen Mingyan. For a man, the mental stimulation was more intense than the physical stimulation. This was the reason why many men went out to find prostitutes when they had beautiful wives at home. If the feeling was the same when the lights were turned off, why would so many people go to nightclubs and bathing centers? This was the stimulation of the mind. The mental pleasure brought by different people was different, which directly led to the difference in the overall pleasure. At this moment, Yang Ming's hand couldn't help but press on Chen Mingyan's chest. Chen Mingyan was already very nervous. When Yang Ming touched her chest, her whole body was like being electrocuted. Yang Ming, what are you doing? But Yang Ming didn't hear Chen Mingyan's words at all. He just continued to say, Mingyan, continue. Chen Mingyan was anxious. She wanted to take Yang Ming's hand away from her chest, but she also knew that this was Yang Ming's instinct. Chen Mingyan's bottom line was once again swayed because of Yang Ming. In the end, the balance leaned toward Yang Ming's side. Chen Mingyan sighed helplessly and said to herself, forget it. This time, I will satisfy him. However, Yang Ming actually went overboard and started to pinch her. Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and endured it. Mingyan, hurry up. Yang Ming said while panting. Do you think I'm a robot? Chen Mingyan was very depressed. Her wrist was going numb, but she still tried her best to cooperate with Yang Ming. Mingyan. I love you. Yang Ming grabbed Chen Mingyan's chest and said, say you love me. I love you. Chen Mingyan was very excited when she saw Yang Ming's appearance. She didn't dare to ask. She had to say I love you according to Yang Ming's meaning. However, when she said this, Chen Mingyan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She just felt a little embarrassed. With a low roar, Yang Ming completed the final eruption. Chen Mingyan didn't know what happened to Yang Ming, but his hand was stained with a pile of paste. Chen Mingyan knew that it might be over. Is it over? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming, who had a lascivious expression and was very satisfied, and frowned. N. Yang Ming nodded in a low voice. If it's over, then take your hand away. Chen Mingyan said angrily. Ah? Oh. Yang Ming pretended to be suddenly enlightened. He reluctantly took his hand away from Chen Mingyan's chest. Open my bag and take out the tissue inside and give it to me. You messed with me. Why don't you have any eyesight? Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and picked up Chen Mingyan's bag. He found a pack of tissue inside. He opened it and handed it to Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan took it with her other hand and carefully wiped her hand. Seeing that Yang Ming was still sitting there, Chen Mingyan asked, aren't you going to wipe it yourself? You help me. Yang Ming said shamelessly. Chen Mingyan was silent for a moment. Then, she said, Yang Ming, don't push your luck. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. At the beginning, she had the attitude of treating Yang Ming. But later, when she saw Yang Ming's comfortable expression, it made her doubt whether Yang Ming deliberately asked her to help him. The association thought about Yang Ming's attitude before this. He didn't seem to be worried about his illness. Could it be that he already knew that there was nothing wrong and all this was just his conspiracy? So, in the end, Chen Mingyan really wanted to stop. But when she saw Yang Ming's comfortable expression, she couldn't bear it. So, she decided not to expose him and leave him some face. Just treat it as a reward for Yang Ming's academic progress during this period of time. But when she saw that Yang Ming still wanted to push his luck, Chen Mingyan naturally didn't care about him anymore. She just hinted to him that she already knew that he was narrow-minded. Everything should be done in moderation. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words. He was shocked. Did she notice it? Seeing that Chen Mingyan didn't have a particularly angry expression, Yang Ming was relieved. He quickly got a tissue and wiped himself. Hurry up. Don't get my windbreaker. Chen Mingyan didn't dare to throw the tissue on the chair. She had to wrap it up and put it in her pocket. She was going to throw it away when she went out later. It really got on my windbreaker. Chen Mingyan was a little angry, but she couldn't do anything. She rolled up the windbreaker and put it back into the school bag. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, the two kids who did bad things weren't discovered by others. Zhang Ben was still playing The Legend of Zelda, and Li Changyuan was still sleeping. Mingyan, do you think we? Yang Ming thought, is the relationship between the two of us now considered as settled? Then, can I often play similar games with Chen Mingyan in the future? Even if we can't really do it, it's very refreshing now. We what? Yang Ming, I'm telling you. Only this once. Don't do it again. Chen Mingyan said, today is a special situation. Ah? Yang Ming thought that after a girl's first time, there would be a second and third time. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan's answer to be so firm. All of a sudden, he had sealed off his path. This feeling wasn't good. After the first time, of course, he wanted a second time. It seemed that the days ahead would be tough. Yang Ming couldn't help but feel depressed. Sigh. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's depressed look. She sighed faintly and comforted him, at least before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination, don't even think about it. Chen Mingyan didn't know what she was thinking. Maybe she was just comforting Yang Ming. She didn't want this to affect his studies. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words. He knew that Chen Mingyan had agreed to be his girlfriend after the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Because if she wasn't his girlfriend, how could there be any intimate action? Yang Ming was very excited. He wanted to shout, but when he saw Chen Mingyan glaring at him, he smiled awkwardly. Ah. Finally. Zhang Bin cheered, after playing for a whole night, I finally passed the level today. Zhang Bin's voice shocked Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. They looked at each other and thought that it was a close call. If they were a little slower, Zhang Bin might have found out. Zhang Bin took off his headphones and looked at Yang Ming. How's the movie going? Is it fun? It's okay. Don't you want to watch? Yang Ming answered casually. In fact, he didn't watch much. Anne, do you want to play? Zhang Bin passed the game console to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took it and casually switched to Mario Kart to play. This was a racing game that was fun to frame others. It was not the same as the general racing game. Here, the entertainment value was relatively low. You could knock out different items to trap your opponents. Yang Ming, hit him with your turtle shell. You're so stupid. Chen Mingyan was also interested. She rarely played video games, but when she saw such a simple and interesting game, she naturally became interested. Do you want to play? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan was interested in something other than studying, so he passed the game to her and taught her how to use it. Yang Ming chose a gorilla, but Chen Mingyan naturally didn't like this image, so she changed it to Princess Peach. Perhaps all girls had a natural talent for driving. Other than the first few times where she was not used to it, Chen Mingyan actually got first place again and again. This made Yang Ming very shocked. What do you think? Awesome, right? Chen Mingyan said proudly. Yang Ming was speechless. What a ruthless person. Even Zhang Bin opened his mouth wide. You even ran out the hidden characters? When the movie ended, all the hidden characters were run out by Chen Mingyan. Zhang Bin was very happy and shouted, thank you, sister-in-law. Chen Mingyan didn't want to explain. The more she explained, the easier it would be for people to misunderstand. Because of the movie, school ended a little earlier. When she got home, Chen Mingyan was going to wash the clothes, but she felt a little sleepy, so she lay on the bed for a while. She didn't expect that she would fall asleep in a daze. In the evening, when Mother Chen came home from work, she saw Chen Mingyan's shoes at the door, so she shouted, Yonyan, you're back? Seeing that there was no movement, Mother Chen pushed open the door of Chen Mingyan's room and found that Chen Mingyan was already asleep, so she shook her head and sighed, Ai, go to sleep. The 12th grade is too tiring. Fortunately, there is only 1 month left. Just as she was about to leave the room, Mother Chen suddenly saw Chen Mingyan's windbreaker on the floor, so she walked over and picked it up. She said to herself, you're already a big child, but you still need your mother to help you wash the clothes. She also saw Chen Mingyan's jeans today and found that it was a little dirty, so she took it out of the house and went into the bathroom. Anne? What is this? Mother Chen looked at the little white spots on Chen Mingyan's windbreaker and was a little suspicious, but she wasn't sure because vegetable soup could also cause this effect. However, after having doubts, Mother Chen began to carefully check Chen Mingyan's jeans. There was nothing suspicious on it, but she found a ball of used toilet paper in the pocket. Originally, Mother Chen wanted to throw it away, but she was afraid that there was something like a neutral wire in it, so she opened it to take a look. She was immediately stunned. Mother Chen put the toilet paper in front of her nose and sniffed it, and her face immediately changed. As an experienced person, Mother Chen naturally knew what this smell was. Mother Chen picked up the windbreaker again, and her eyebrows gradually wrinkled. Chen Mingyan slept very well this time. Recently, because she was studying hard, she always slept very late. After a sleep, she felt much more energetic. When she opened her eyes, she found that the room was already dark. She looked at the colorful alarm clock on the bedside table. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mingyan stretched and got out of bed. She casually turned on the light in the room. Right, the clothes haven't been washed yet. Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered the business and quickly jumped out of bed. But, where are the clothes? Chen Mingyan stared blankly at the empty floor. I clearly remember that when I came home, I threw the windbreaker on the floor. Why is it suddenly gone? Could it be Mom? Chen Mingyan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She couldn't help but scream in her heart, Yang Ming. You are going to kill me. I'm finished. If Mom knows, what should I do? Chen Mingyan walked out of the room nervously. When she heard the sound of the washing machine working in the bathroom, she was slightly relieved. Yonyan, you are awake? Mother Chen was watching TV in the living room when she heard the sound from Chen Mingyan's room, so she turned around and asked. Mom, that is my windbreaker. Chen Mingyan asked carefully. Oh, you are talking about the windbreaker. I washed it for you. Mother Chen said lightly. She just weighed the pros and cons for a long time and decided not to ask her daughter about this matter. After all, her daughter would be 18 years old after her birthday. She would have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Since her daughter didn't want to say it, then she didn't need to be nosy. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination was coming. Mother Chen didn't want to affect Chen Mingyan's mood because of this matter. Oh. I washed it. Chen Mingyan saw that her mother didn't have any special expression and was relieved. What are we eating tonight? Today your dad has a task at work. Why don't we go out to eat? Although Mother Chen didn't want to pursue this matter, she decided to ask about her daughter's life in a roundabout way. Did she have a boyfriend? Okay. Chen Mingyan was also a bit hungry. She ate a stomach full of snacks in the afternoon, but they weren't enough. Especially the one that helped Yang Ming, it consumed a lot of energy. Aya, this is so embarrassing. Chen Mingyan's face turned red again. Mother Chen looked at her daughter strangely. How can she blush when going out to eat? Mother Chen shook her head and thought, maybe it's because she just woke up. The mother and daughter went downstairs to the California Beef Noodle King. Each of them ordered a bowl of noodles and a plate of cucumber side dishes. Yonyan, you're a big girl in the blink of an eye. Time really flies. Mother Chen looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile. Mom, no matter how big I am, I'm still your daughter. Chen Mingyan said coquettishly. Yeah, but in a few years, you're going to get married and become someone's daughter-in-law. Mother Chen laughed. Mom. What are you talking about? How old am I? Who's going to get married? However, in Chen Mingyan's mind, she didn't know why, but Yang Ming's daughter-in-law of the Yang family appeared. She couldn't help but blush. Mother Chen saw her daughter's expression and thought that there was indeed a problem. So, she said calmly, you're so old. If it was in the past, you would be a mother of a few children. How is it? Do you have a boyfriend? Ah? Boyfriend? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Does Yang Ming count? She immediately denied it. Mom, what boyfriend? I already said that I'll think about this problem after I go to university. Mom is just asking casually. Mother Chen thought that her daughter didn't want to tell her, so she didn't ask. She just said, my colleague's child is only in the first year of high school, but she already has a boyfriend. But I don't think it's a big deal as long as it doesn't affect your studies. Mother Chen said this deliberately to show that she was very open-minded in front of her daughter. Mom, what's wrong with you today? Do you want me to find a boyfriend now? Chen Mingyan was a bit confused. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's eat. Mother Chen saw that it was time to eat, so she stopped the topic. Yonyan, was the movie good today? Movie? Was it okay? Chen Mingyan didn't know whether the movie was good or not. She helped Yang Ming in the first half of the movie and played games in the second half. What was it? Tell me about it. Mother Chen didn't have any other intention. She just casually found a topic. Ah? Chen Mingyan didn't expect her mother to ask this. I was sleeping. I didn't pay much attention. Oh right. Mother Chen suddenly realized that her daughter must have done something with a boy when they were watching a movie in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Mother Chen sighed slightly. My daughter is really grown up. She doesn't tell me anything anymore. Hee, let's eat. The food will be cold soon. Mother Chen saw that her daughter wasn't in a good mood, so she ate the noodles. After the mother and daughter finished their meal, Mother Chen turned on the hot water and prepared to take a bath. Yonyan, come and take a bath with me. Ah? How do I take a bath together? Asked Chen Mingyan. Help me rub my back, said Mother Chen. Oh, okay. Chen Mingyan couldn't help it. She had to take off her clothes and follow her mother into the bathroom. After careful observation, Mother Chen was relieved that her daughter hadn't lost her virginity. It seemed that the two children just played some ambiguous games and didn't break through the last line of defense. Thinking of this, Mother Chen was relieved. It seemed that her daughter knew her limits. At night, Mother Chen told her husband that her daughter's windbreaker was stained with that thing. You are saying that Yonyan has already? Father Chen frowned. No, I specifically took a bath with her. After checking, Yonyan is still a virgin. Mother Chen said. Then what do you plan to do? Father Chen didn't have much of an emotional expression. Perhaps it was because of the nature of his work. It was common to see underage sex, not to mention that his daughter was already an adult. What else can we do? Yonyan isn't willing to say. We can't force her. Mother Chen said helplessly. Let's just leave it as it is. Don't mention it in the future. After the college entrance examination, I will talk to her. Father Chen said. That's the only way. Mother Chen sighed. Do you think we should teach our daughter about that? If something happens, the girl will be at a disadvantage. Mother Chen couldn't help it. Children nowadays matured early. Her colleague's son had a miscarriage with his girlfriend when he was in his first year of high school. After seeing so many things, it wasn't so resistant. This isn't necessary, right? Yan should know her limits. Papa Chen thought to himself, I might as well popularize it to Yan's boyfriend. This brat was really too much. He had to find an opportunity to give him a warning. And one of the parties involved in this matter, our number one beauty Chen Mingyan, couldn't sleep tonight. Maybe it was because she had slept last night, but now that she was lying on the bed, her mind kept thinking about what happened with Yang Ming in the afternoon. Before this, Chen Mingyan would never have thought that she would help a guy do that kind of thing. Thinking of her mother's hesitant expression, Chen Mingyan felt really annoyed. Yang Ming, you are so bad. Why does he have to appear in my life? Is that his true thoughts? Yang Ming said he loves me. Is that his true thoughts? In the blink of an eye, the sky outside the window turned bright. Chen Mingyan fell asleep in the midst of her dilemma. The other party, Yang Ming, had a good sleep. In his dream, Chen Mingyan became his girlfriend. The two of them hugged each other and took a walk by the beach. Watching movies was just a form of adjustment for the third year of high school. After a short rest, the intense study life came again. Monthly exam, second joint exam, district mock exam, city mock exam, all of them came one after another like a huge mountain. Yang Ming continued to use his X-ray vision and telescopic vision to cheat. However, this time, he held back a little. He didn't copy too much. He just kept himself in the second place of the class and in the top 10 of the year. He was just behind Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, why do I feel like you did it on purpose? Once or twice, it could be a coincidence. But every time, she was first and Yang Ming was second. Chen Mingyan was a little suspicious. How is that possible? It's easy to get first place on purpose. But have you ever seen someone get second place every time? Besides, I'm only a few points away from you every time. How can I possibly calculate so accurately? Yang Ming said with a smile. Chen Mingyan thought about it. Yang Ming didn't know her results before. How could he be so accurate? Maybe it was God's will? Girls always think of romantic things. Apart from that one unconventional breakthrough in their relationship, there were no other intimate actions between them. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't want to, but Chen Mingyan didn't give him any chance. Yang Ming also hinted to Chen Mingyan to let her come to his house or watch a movie together. Chen Mingyan flatly refused. Yang Ming's little tricks, such as waiting for an opportunity to touch Chen Mingyan's breasts, didn't succeed. In short, Chen Mingyan didn't give him any chance. Others were nervous, but Yang Ming was very relaxed. He didn't need to study and he could get good results. Perhaps, other than Yang Ming, no one else could do it. Yang Ming still went online every day. Occasionally, he would chat with I'm a Superstar and play Fight the Landlord with Wild Female Teacher. In the blink of an eye, it was the legendary Black June. Although the country's education system had been reformed many times, the number of universities was still too little compared to the current total number of students. Except for those who made special contributions to the country, most of the others still had to take the college entrance exam. A week before the college entrance exam, the school gave the candidates a holiday. Today was the last day in school. The teachers of each subject didn't teach anymore. They only told the students about the experience of the exam and things to take note of. Students, today is the last day of your high school career. You are about to enter one of the most important exam rooms in your life. I won't say anything else. There is only one sentence, which is to keep a calm mind. Don't be nervous. Restore everything you have learned on the college entrance exam. Don't leave any blank space. Write down what you know. If you don't know, you have to guess. Although as a teacher, it's not very appropriate for my students to guess the answers, but for your grades, I have to tell you that you have to do this. Okay, you have to have confidence. You can do it, you can do it. I will cheer for you. Teacher Lee concluded, finally, I wish all of you good luck. Keep it up. Originally, the atmosphere was still very tense, but Teacher Lee's last sentence made the students relax and laugh. It turned out that the teacher also knew how to use popular phrases. Among the laughing students, there was one person who was smiling evilly. This person was Wang Jitao. On the eve of the college entrance exam, he finally made his move. Chen Mingyan, I have something to say to you. Wang Jitao came to Chen Mingyan's table. Can you go to the corridor with me? What? Can't you say something here? Chen Mingyan obviously didn't want to go out with him alone. It's a very important thing. It's about Yang Ming. Wang Jitao said. Okay. Chen Mingyan hesitated, stood up and walked out with Wang Jitao. F***ck. Mother f***ker, as soon as I said it was about Yang Ming, you immediately came out. Wang Jitao was very angry, but Yang Ming was going to be kicked out soon. Wang Jitao, why are you looking for me? Chen Mingyan said faintly. Mingyan, your relationship with Yang Ming is good, right? Wang Jitao asked in a creepy way. Don't call me Mingyan. My relationship with Yang Ming is not something you need to worry about. Chen Mingyan was suddenly annoyed that Wang Jitao called her that. I have a stack of photos here. After you see it, you will know what kind of person Yang Ming is. Stay away from him in the future. Wang Jitao handed a bag of things to Chen Mingyan. What do you mean? What is this? Chen Mingyan didn't reach out. You will know when you see it. You don't want this matter to be known by everyone, right? Wang Jitao smiled. Chen Mingyan looked at Wang Jitao and took the things in his hand. When she opened it, she couldn't help but be shocked. This is Yang Ming? What do you think? Don't tell me you don't even recognize your classmates? Wang Jitao laughed. How did you get this photo? Chen Mingyan frowned. She didn't comment on Yang Ming, but she was suspicious of Wang Jitao's purpose. It's a coincidence. I got it from a website editor. That day, the police happened to be in time for an inspection. They caught a few prostitutes in Heavenly Earth. The editor took a few photos with a digital camera and wanted to expose it on the website. Wang Jitao explained, my family has shares in Heavenly Earth. You know that once this kind of thing is exposed, it will affect the business. If people know that we are not safe here, there will always be an inspection. Who would dare to come here? So the hotel gave the editor a sum of money to buy the photos. Then how do you know about this? Chen Mengyan asked coldly. This? Wang Jitao was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Mengyan to be able to remain calm in this situation. He thought that Chen Mengyan would be furious. However, Wang Jitao was still considered a young schemer. His mind worked quickly. That editor is still young, so my father couldn't make an appearance. Coincidentally, my father wanted to train me, so he sent me to contact that editor. So, I don't have any other intention. I just want to remind you that Yang Ming is not a very honest person. Chen Mengyan looked at the photo in her hand. For a moment, all the joys and sorrows in her heart surged. It's really Yang Ming. He was only wrapped in a bath towel, and he was taken out of the hotel by 2 police officers with a lewd expression. Even if Chen Mengyan didn't come into contact with this, she could guess why he was taken away by the police without wearing any clothes. Chen Mengyan was heartbroken. For the first time, she had the feeling of being betrayed by her lover. That feeling was like her heart was taken out by someone. She was helpless, hesitant, and at a loss. It was also a coincidence. The date on the photo had been changed by Wang Jitao with the computer. He changed it to a recent date. He was afraid that someone would associate the photo with that incident. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. But our smart male lead was a victim of his own cleverness. Although he temporarily fooled Chen Mengyan, he also caused a lot of trouble for himself because of this incident. The date of the photo was exactly 1 week after the movie. The clear scene came to Chen Mengyan's mind. Mengyan, there's no one at my house tomorrow night. How about you come to my house and help me with my homework? Yang Ming said lewdly and shamelessly. Can't homework be helped at school? Why do I have to go to your house? Chen Mengyan certainly knew what Yang Ming was thinking. She really regretted that she was soft-hearted at that time, which gave Yang Ming the opportunity to take advantage of her. This. After studying, we can do some things that we like to do. Yang Ming saw that he was exposed, so he didn't hide anything anymore. I don't like to do it. If you want to do it yourself. Chen Mengyan snorted. Study hard. Don't always think about useless things. But sometimes boys need to vent. Mengyan, if you don't help me, I will find someone else. Yang Ming deliberately said this. Who cares? You can find whoever you want. Chen Mengyan didn't care about Yang Ming's threats. Is it because I didn't agree to his request, he went to find a prostitute? Chen Mengyan really couldn't accept this fact. She even began to doubt Yang Ming's feelings for her. Did he approach her to satisfy his personal needs? A feeling of anger and being deceived made Chen Mengyan's tears linger in her eyes. She ignored Wang Jitao. Chen Mengyan stumbled back to the classroom. Her vision was blurred. Damn. Yang Ming, you are not simple. You actually made Chen Mengyan fall for you. Wang Jitao was very unhappy and scolded in his heart. But this time you are finished. Aren't your grades better than mine? What's the use of being good? Let's see if you still have the mood to take the college entrance exam. As long as you can't get into a university, you won't be competitive anymore. Chen Mengyan wouldn't be with an unemployed young man. Even if Chen Mengyan agreed, her family would strongly oppose it. In this way, he had an opportunity. Wang Jitao did this because he was gambling. He was gambling that Chen Mengyan wouldn't tell this to Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan's personality was that she was the kind of person who buried her thoughts in her heart. Therefore, Wang Jitao felt that Chen Mengyan wouldn't confront Yang Ming face to face because of these photos. Of course, at least not for the time being. When Chen Mengyan regained her senses and the National Higher Education entrance examination was over, it would be useless to confront him then. One had to admit that this move of Wang Jitao's was truly too insidious. At first, he made Yang Ming let his guard down, then at the crucial moment, he used a fatal blow. Wang Jitao really expected that Chen Mengyan didn't confront Yang Ming face to face. If it were other things, Chen Mingyan might not be as disappointed and irrational as she was now. But when it came to Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan was a little confused. Yang Ming didn't know what happened because today was the last day of school before the National Higher Education Entrance Examination. Yang Ming wanted to be with Chen Mingyan. After school, Yang Ming came to Chen Mingyan's desk. "Mingyan, how about going out for a walk?" At this moment, Chen Mingyan was lying on her desk. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red from crying as she glared at Yang Ming with disgust. She picked up her bag and walked out of the classroom without looking back. "Mingyan, what's wrong with you?" Yang Ming felt strange and quickly chased after her. "Don't follow me. I don't know you," Chen Mingyan said coldly to Yang Ming, who was following her. "Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Did I make you angry?" Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan's abnormal mood and was a little confused. "You know what you did behind my back," Chen Mingyan said with a hoarse voice. "Don't come to me in the future. I hate you." After she finished, she didn't wait for Yang Ming to speak and quickly ran to the end of the corridor. "What does this mean? It's inexplicable." Yang Ming was a little confused. "How did I provoke Chen Mingyan?" "Nothing." When he looked in front, Chen Mingyan had already disappeared. Yang Ming shook his head absent-mindedly. Chen Mingyan had never treated him with this kind of attitude. Even when he used to skip class and lie to her, Chen Mingyan only scolded him angrily. What's wrong with her today? He didn't know that at that time, Chen Mingyan only treated teaching Yang Ming as a class cadre's responsibility. But now it was different. Her relationship with Yang Ming was no longer an ordinary classmate relationship. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Wang Jitao looked for Chen Mingyan once. Could it be that this brat said something bad to Chen Mingyan? *CK his mother, I didn't do anything to him for the time being, and he's still angry? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. Yang Ming thought resentfully. It's just that no matter what Wang Jitao said, Chen Mingyan would believe it? The current situation was that Chen Mingyan believed Wang Jitao, but didn't believe him. This made Yang Ming very angry. Who is she close to? Forget it, just ignore me then. This kind of woman is not worth it. Although Yang Ming coaxed Chen Mingyan on small matters, he was a male chauvinist in his bones. Thinking that Chen Mingyan didn't even believe him, it meant that Chen Mingyan didn't believe him at all and didn't care about him. Poor Chen Mingyan, who was misunderstood by Yang Ming. How was it that she didn't care about Yang Ming? It was because she cared too much about Yang Ming that she had such an abnormal attitude. Wasn't there a saying that the deeper the love, the deeper the hurt? Now Chen Mingyan was like that. Do whatever you want, Yang Ming shook his head. He was actually dumped twice. The first time was Suya. This girl was separated from him. The day before she transferred to another school, she secretly gave him a letter saying that she would like him forever. But after that, there was no news from her. This time, it was Chen Mingyan. In the morning, she was still sweet-talking with him, but in the afternoon, she turned her back on him. It seems that a woman's words can't be trusted. Fickle animals. If you want to misunderstand, so be it. I don't care. Thus, a relationship that had not yet started had a crack in it due to the misunderstanding between the two. After some time, the two buried the hatchet and resolved the misunderstanding. Chen Mingyan regretted it very much. She regretted that she doubted Yang Ming at that time, which led to a perfect relationship to be shared with another woman. Was this considered a punishment from the heavens? Yang Ming, who was in a bad mood, slowly walked out of the campus. He was looking for a target that he could vent his anger on. Yang Ming wanted to meet a few hooligans like Zhang Yuliang who bullied the old and weak, so that he could be a good Samaritan. Jin Gang was unlucky. He chose to make a move on the same day as Wang Jitao. Yang Ming, you come with me. Jin Gang had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. All the students had left, but Yang Ming did not come out. He thought that he missed him. He didn't expect this guy to come out last. This made Jin Gang a little angry. Where's my bicycle? Yang Ming was in a bad mood, so he didn't have time to care about him. Bicycle? Jin Gang thought, you're good. You're about to die, and you're still thinking about the bicycle. In a while, I'll let you say goodbye to the bicycle. I said it last time. I can't see the bicycle, so I'll turn you into a bicycle. Do you think my words don't work, or do you have a memory problem? Yang Ming looked at Jean Gang and said disdainfully. Okay, you're good. You come with me. I'll find you a bicycle. Jean Gang said angrily. F***CKU, idiot. Yang Ming kicked Jean Gang and directly kicked this guy to the ground. Then, he kicked him fiercely and scolded, I'm in a good mood during this time, so I don't want to talk to you. How dare you jump on me? Yang Ming didn't know where to vent his anger. Now that someone came back to help him vent his anger, how could he let him go? Originally, Jean Gang was a sports player. He should be able to spar with Yang Ming. However, Jean Gang didn't expect Yang Ming to attack suddenly. He was lying on the ground before he could react. He lost his advantage and could only be beaten up. Today, Chao Liwa got the big cannon, Brother De, from the north of the city to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Moreover, he was afraid that Brother De couldn't handle Yang Ming, so he specially called a few hooligans. If Yang Ming really couldn't handle it, they would gang up on him. No matter how good Yang Ming was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the wheel tactic. Jean Gang didn't dare to beat up a student in front of the school gate. Last time, Jean Shisen had already warned him. Principal Li was very angry. If Jean Gang caused trouble at this critical moment, Jean Shisen wouldn't be able to say anything. Therefore, for his job, Jean Gang didn't dare to cause trouble. Chao Liwa waited for a long time, but Jean Gang didn't come back. It was just a matter of minutes to find a student. Why was he so slow? Xiao Chao, what's wrong with your friend? Why didn't he come back after such a long time? Brother De was a little impatient. Let me take a look. Chao Liwa felt strange too. Therefore, he walked to the entrance of the school from the alley. Before he reached the entrance, he saw Yang Ming kicking a person. The person who was kicked was Jean Gang. Chao Liwa was shocked and quickly reported to Brother De. What? This guy has guts. Bring me there. Brother De said angrily. Isn't this not giving me face? Yes, Brother De. You must teach that brat a lesson. Chao Liwa hurriedly said. Humph, he's dead meat. Brother De said arrogantly. Chao Liwa and Brother De walked quickly to the school gate. Brother De also saw Yang Ming, who was beating up Jean Gang. Why does this person look so familiar? Brother De shook his head. I don't know any of the students here. Stop. Brother De shouted in an imposing manner. It was like the appearance of the boss in a movie. Yang Ming was so angry that he didn't hear Brother De's call at all. He continued to kick Jean Gang. You mother****, didn't you want to trick me? You want your uncle to fire me? Why don't you fire him? A weakling like you dares to act tough in front of me? If I don't beat you into a ninja turtle, you won't know why it carries a hard shell all day long. When Brother De saw that the kid in front of him actually ignored him, he was furious. He went up and grabbed Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming was in the mood. Seeing that someone was interrupting him, of course he would not let it go. He turned around and looked. It's actually an old acquaintance. It's really a small world. Yang Ming slapped him directly. Yu Xianxia, have you forgotten the pain after your scar healed? Yu Xianxia was stunned too. Coupled with the slap from Yang Ming, he was stunned. It's actually the guy who beat me up in the detention center. Why aren't you talking? Yang Ming looked at Yu Xianxia and said sarcastically, you were hired by Jean Gang, right? Yu Xianxia was angry in his heart. Mother****, why do I have to meet this guy everywhere? What happened in the detention center was a great humiliation to Yu Xianxia. However, because he couldn't beat Yang Ming, he could only swallow his anger. He didn't expect to meet this guy again after he came out. However, no matter how angry Yu Xianxia was, he knew that he couldn't fight today. Yang Ming's ruthlessness was still fresh in Yu Xianxia's memory. This guy would hit anywhere that could be fatal. He was very ruthless. Last time, he almost paralyzed Yu Xianxia. How could Yu Xianxia not be scared? However, Yu Xianxia wasn't ready to let go of Yang Ming, but he had to endure it today. Brother Yang, you came out too? Nonsense, I came out earlier than you. Don't you know how to talk? Yang Ming wasn't in a good mood today. If it was a normal day, he would definitely consider the consequences. No matter how ruthless Yang Ming was, he was just a student. He was no longer at the bottom of the society. However, Xianxia was different. This guy was a professional gangster. If he really entangled with him, Yang Ming would be annoyed enough. Xianxia endured his anger. He thought, wait until I take care of Bao Sanli, then I will deal with you. I'm sorry, brother Yang. I was just passing by. Passing by? Passing by? Then you mean that you saw me hit someone, so you wanted to be a good Samaritan? Yang Ming said sarcastically. Oh, that's true. But if I knew that Brother Yang was here to teach someone a lesson, I wouldn't care about this. Brother Yang must have hit a bad guy. Xianxia was now in an irreconcilable situation with Bao Sanli. If he fought with Yang Ming because of impulsiveness, both sides would definitely suffer in the end. If Bao Sanli took this opportunity to annex his forces in one fell swoop, then the loss outweighed the gain. So, Xianxia continued to endure. Yang Ming beat up Jin Gang, and his mood was a lot better. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Seeing that Xianxia was polite to him, Yang Ming couldn't say anything more. Anyway, he had vented his anger. Yang Ming hummed a little tune and went home. Jin Gang was completely desperate this time. Yang Ming is really a ruthless person. I can forget about revenge in this life. Even Brother Da is respectful to him. I'm nothing. Besides, our pure female lead, Chen Mingyan, locked herself in her room after returning home. Yang Ming, you bastard. Chen Mingyan threw the photo on the ground and stomped on it. She wanted to stomp Yang Ming out of the photo. I'll stomp you to death. Chen Mingyan scolded Yang Ming fiercely as she jumped around on the floor, but tears flowed down unwillingly. Didn't I just reject his unreasonable request twice? But I also hinted to him that after the college entrance examination, I will be his girlfriend. Is he so unambitious? He can't even hold it in for a few days? He actually went behind my back to find a prostitute. It's so hateful. The more Chen Mingyan thought about it, the more upset she felt. She supported herself on the bed and cried. Thinking of the little things she had done with Yang Ming in the past 3 months, Chen Mingyan was even more sad. Is everything over? Looking at the hairpin Yang Ming bought for her on the bedside table, Chen Mingyan grabbed it and threw it out of the window. She cried until the sky turned dark until there was a knock on the door. Yonyan, it's time for dinner. Chen Mingyan couldn't eat anything. Even if it was delicacies, she had no appetite. Yonyan, what's wrong? Are you asleep? Mom went in? Mother Chen saw that there was no movement inside and was about to open the door. Ah. Mom, I'll be right out. Don't open the door first. I'm changing. Chen Mingyan suddenly came back to her senses and said in a panic. The photos on the ground hadn't been picked up yet. Chen Mingyan didn't dare to let her mother in. This child, what's wrong with changing clothes? Are you afraid that Mom will look at you? Mother Chen smiled and said, then hurry up. Your dad and I are waiting for you. Oh, okay. Chen Mingyan replied mechanically. She quickly picked up the photos on the ground and hid them in the drawer under the bed. The door opened. Chen Mingyan tried to make herself look normal, but her listless look and red eyes betrayed her. Yonyan, what's wrong with you? Father Chen noticed his daughter's abnormality first. What happened to your eyes? Eyes? Oh, nothing, sand got in. Chen Mingyan said in a hurry and lowered her head. Sand got in. Mom will take a look? Mother Chen said worriedly. No need, it's already fine. Chen Mingyan said quickly. Let's take a look. The National Higher Education Entrance Examination is coming. Don't let anything happen. Mother Chen was a little worried. Mother Chen pulled her wife. Because of the nature of work, he had a more acute observation than others. Experience told him that it was absolutely impossible for sand to get into his daughter's eyes. Seeing her husband pull her, Mother Chen was stunned. But when she saw the hint in Father Chen's eyes, she immediately understood and shut her mouth. Chen Mingyan ate a few mouthfuls perfunctorily and lost her appetite. She was afraid that her parents would notice that she couldn't control her emotions, so she said, "Mom, I will take a shower first." After that, she walked quickly to the bathroom. Just as she locked the door, tears slipped down again. Afraid that her parents would hear her sobbing, Chen Mingyan turned on the shower head and sat there blankly. The water from the shower head splashed on her face, mixed with her tears, and flowed to the floor. Until this moment, Chen Mingyan realized how important Yang Ming was to her. But, he made such a big mistake behind her back. Could she still forgive him? The most important thing was that he made a mistake, but he never confessed to her. Chen Mingyan was letting her imagination run wild in the bathroom. Father Chen and Mother Chen couldn't sleep and eat peacefully outside. "Old Chen, what do you think happened to Yonyan today?" Mother Chen looked suspiciously at the closed door of the bathroom and asked. "How would I know?" Father Chen shook his head. "Wasn't she fine when we went to school this morning? Why did she become like this when we came back?" "You are asking me." "Old Chen, you are the police. Why are you asking me?" Mother Chen complained. "Wife, the police aren't omnipotent. How can the police know everything?" Father Chen said with a bitter smile, "I just came back. How would I know?" "Then why don't you investigate and see what happened?" Mother Chen complained. "Alright, I will investigate." Father Chen walked to his daughter's room helplessly. When he entered the room, the first thing that caught Father Chen's eyes was the messy bedding. There was a big wet mark on it. Chen Mingyan was so old. Obviously, it was impossible for her to wet the bed. It was obvious that there were tear marks. Father Chen sighed. It seemed that his guess was right. His daughter just cried. Father Chen hesitated for a while about his daughter's things. It was illegal to touch other people's privacy. Not even his own daughter. Father Chen didn't want his daughter to look down on him. In the end, he walked out of the room. If his daughter was willing to say, she would have said it earlier. If she didn't want to say it, it meant that she didn't want him and Mother Chen to know. When he closed the door, Father Chen suddenly noticed a photo in the corner behind the door. He picked it up doubtfully. How did his daughter have this photo? However, Father Chen seemed to understand everything. He shook his head with a bitter smile. His daughter had grown up. There was actually a day when she was troubled by love. Father Chen felt that he should do his duty as a father. It wasn't a good idea to let his daughter be troubled like this. When Yang Ming returned home, he wasn't upset anymore. He had vented his anger. Although he was still depressed, he didn't show it. Therefore, Yang's father and mother Yang didn't notice anything unusual. When he returned to his room, Yang Ming turned on his computer and logged into QQ. "Hey, there are plenty of beauties." Yang Ming didn't think about Chen Mingyan's problem for the time being. "Wild female teacher, are you there? There's no true love in this world, yes, fight the landlord?" "Which room?" Yang Ming asked habitually. "Wild female teacher, I'm in a bad mood today. Can you chat with me for a while? There's no true love in this world, alright, I'm in a bad mood too. Let's talk some sense into each other." "Wild female teacher, what's wrong with you? There's no true love in this world, just like you." "Wild female teacher, like me? I'm heartbroken." "Don't tell me you're the same? There's no true love in this world, well, something like that." "Wild female teacher, your QQ profile clearly says there's no true love in this world." "There's no true love in this world, well, I just wrote it casually." "Why are you in a bad mood? Did he fall out of love again?" "Wild female teacher, I might never see that person again, so I'm very sad." "There's no true love in this world, what do you mean? He's dead?" "Wild female teacher, don't curse him, you are the one who is dead." "There's no true love in this world, then what's going on?" "Wild female teacher, he graduated." "There's no true love in this world, graduate? What do you mean? Aren't you a teacher? Isn't the person you like your colleague?" "Wild female teacher, he is my student." "There's no true love in this world, your student? It couldn't be, right? I couldn't tell that you are an old cow eating young grass." Not knowing why, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Zhao Ying. Sigh, I don't know if I can see her again in the future. It seems that this wild female teacher is in the same boat as me. Wild female teacher. I'm not that old. Why, you can't accept it? Are you looking down on me? There's no true love in this world, no. How could it be? I'm just surprised. Our experiences are similar. Wild female teacher, why, do you like your student too? Are you a teacher too? There's no true love in this world, heh. Yang Ming didn't explain. He felt a little annoyed. Zhao Chen Mengyan, who do I like more? In terms of intimacy, Chen Mengyan is closer to me. But in terms of spiritual communication, Zhao is closer to me. After several trials and tribulations together, their hearts are connected. Chen Mengyan will doubt me today because of Wang Jitao, but Zhao won't. For example, Zhao had never doubted that she had cheated in the exam results. However, Zhao Ying's attitude towards me that night in the association. Is it still possible between us? Chen Mengyan finally calmed down. Let's talk about the future later. If Yang Ming explains to me, will I forgive him? Chen Mengyan doesn't know. Maybe I will? A woman can easily forgive a man's infidelity. Chen Mengyan once read this sentence in a novel. At that time, she sneered at the author who wrote this sentence. But now, Chen Mengyan was a little shaken. She can't take it anymore. It's only been one night. It was hard for her to imagine if she would suffer from depression or something like that if this continued. Yonyan, do you have time? Talk to me for a while. Papa Chen said to his daughter who was drying her hair. Oh? I have to study. Chen Mengyan was not in a good mood and naturally didn't want to say anything more. You can study for a while. I'm usually busy with work and we don't have time to talk. Papa Chen said, don't be nervous. Just treat me as your friend, not your elder. Oh. Chen Mengyan nodded. Since her father said so, she couldn't insist. Yonyan, the last time we had a heart-to-heart talk was when you were in the first year of junior high, right? Papa Chen found a topic to talk about. Yes, right? Chen Mingyan's thoughts returned to that time and her gloomy mood improved slightly. She said a little embarrassedly, on the first day of junior high, a female classmate framed me for stealing her pencil sharpener. That's right. You cried in the room for the whole night. Hee, your mother and I were heartbroken. Papa Chen said. And the pencil sharpener that you bought for me was the same as hers, so she suspected me. Chen Mengyan nodded. Hee, I was still too young at that time and didn't know anything. It's not wrong to suspect. I, your father, often suspect others too. But that's just a suspicion. Do you remember what you said to the female classmate? Papa Chen laughed. I told her that there was no evidence. Why did she suspect me? Chen Mengyan laughed too. Didn't I learn from you since I was young? Everything must be based on evidence. Yeah, I remember that she told you that she heard it from someone else, right? Papa Chen asked. Yes, that's what she said, Chen Mengyan said. I told her that seeing is believing. That's right. What you hear is false, but what you see is true. But in many cases, what you see with your own eyes might not be the truth. Chen Fei laughed and shook his head. For example, your pencil sharpener. She obviously saw it too. You have the same pencil sharpener here, but what she saw might not be the truth, right? That's right, what we see may not be the truth. Chen Mengyan didn't understand why her father suddenly said this to her, but her mood suddenly became better. She had a feeling of being enlightened. Sometimes, when we see the existence of something, we will make a judgment based on our own wishful thinking and ignore the essence of the matter, Papa Chen continued. Dad, can you do me a favor? Chen Mengyan clenched her teeth and made a decision. Although this decision might arouse her father's suspicion, she couldn't stand it. Especially after listening to her father's words, she felt more restless. If she really misunderstood Yang Ming because of this, then help? Of course, you don't have to be so polite with your father. Papa Chen knew that his daughter had thought it through. What's the matter? Just say it. Can you keep it a secret for me? Chen Mengyan hesitated. You won't even tell your mother? Papa Chen asked. And I'm afraid that Mom will scold me. Chen Mingyan nodded. Alright, then you aren't afraid that I will scold you? Papa Chen smiled. You said it yourself just now. You are my friend now, not my father. Chen Mingyan retorted. Alright, then I will keep it a secret for you. Now, I am not your father, but your friend. Papa Chen promised. Dad, wait for me for a while. Chen Mingyan stood up and quickly ran back to her room. After a while, she came out with a stack of things. What is this? Papa Chen asked deliberately. Dad, I want you to help me find out. Did you have a mission today? If not, can you help me verify if these photos are photoshopped? Chen Mingyan handed the photos to her father. The novel had already said that the misunderstanding between little Mingyan and the protagonist was because of the appearance of the other female lead. Otherwise, little Mingyan wouldn't have tolerated the protagonist and other women if she didn't feel guilty. If this was considered as being depressed, then Olju had nothing to say. Different people have different views. What kind of photo is this? Papa Chen took the photo and pretended to look at it. Isn't this the photo of the police arresting someone? Where did you get it? Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Just tell me if you want to help or not. Chen Mingyan acted like a spoiled child. I definitely have to help, but since you treat me as a friend, shouldn't you tell me what happened to this photo? Papa Chen continued to act. Actually, the person in the photo is my classmate. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. What classmate? Boyfriend? Papa Chen laughed. Of course not. It's just that we have a good relationship. Chen Mingyan blushed and said, Today, another classmate in my class gave me a stack of photos. They are the ones in your hand. Oh, then you should at least tell me the name of your classmate and who gave you the photos? Where did he get these photos from? Papa Chen asked casually. His name is Yang Ming. The person who gave me the photos is Wang Jitao. He's our class monitor. He said that he got the photos from an editor on a website. Then, Chen Mingyan told her father about the so-called origin of the photos. Wang Jitao, you brat, you finally gave yourself away. A cold smile appeared on Father Chen's face. Even in your dreams, you would never have thought that I was Chen Mingyan's father, right? You dared to take out this photo and make my daughter cry because of it. Do you think I'll let you go just like that? Wang Jitao, who was fantasizing at home, suddenly sneezed. It's summer. Why would he sneeze? Wang Jitao was confused. Okay, Dad will investigate for you tomorrow. But Yongyan, let me tell you. If Yang Ming really went to find a prostitute and was arrested as a prostitute, we will definitely inform the school. The school will definitely punish him. If he didn't, then this matter might not be what you think. Papa Chen was afraid that Chen Mingyan wouldn't be able to focus on her studies, so he purposely gave her a hint. As expected, Chen Mingyan smiled after hearing it. It was a relaxed smile from the bottom of her heart. Dad, thank you. I will go back to my room to study. Go ahead. Once there is news, Dad will tell you immediately. Papa Chen nodded. It seemed that his daughter's knot was untied. At night, Yang Ming was he? Feelings, can I just stop thinking about it? Yang Ming turned over and turned on the table lamp. He took out the book that Chen Mingyan gave him, Latest Trends in the College Entrance Examination. Looking at the familiar notes, Yang Ming sighed. Maybe after a few days, Chen Mingyan would come around? I was too chauvinistic today. If I were to chase after Chen Mingyan today, would she give me a chance to explain myself? Forget it, let's not think about this for now. Wang Jitao, Yang Ming, will never let you go. I will ruin your reputation. Yang Ming thought fiercely. However, compared to Wang Jitao, there was still a huge gap. This strength referred to his economic strength and social status. Yang Ming could beat up Jin Gang on the streets, but he definitely wouldn't dare to beat up Wang Jitao. Jin Gang's biggest backer was his uncle, the school's political education director. However, Wang Jitao wasn't. If he beat him up, he would have plenty of opportunities to backstab him. Yang Ming didn't want his parents to be laid off because of him. Yang Ming believed that Wang Jitao had the ability to do so. As long as Father Wan gave Yang Father's factory some benefits, Yang Father's factory director would definitely be the first to lay off Yang Father. Money, in the end, it was still money. The only difference between him and Wang Jitao was money. As for social status, Yang Ming believed that as long as he had money, with his ability, it would be easy to make friends with some influential people. However, the most important thing now was to get into university. As long as he got into university, he would have enough time and reason to study how to make money. His parents wouldn't interfere with him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming fell into a deep sleep. Chen Mingyan, who knew the truth, also slept soundly. She had a dream, a very pleasant dream. She dreamt that the identification results of the photos were out. Her father told her that the photos were all computer-generated. Yang Ming came to find her the next day, and the two of them resolved the misunderstanding. Then, Chen Mingyan dreamt that she actually kissed Yang Ming. Until the alarm went off, Chen Mingyan was still smiling. In the dream, she didn't reject Yang Ming. How embarrassing. I believe that readers have already guessed that Father Chen was Chen Fei, the person in charge of Yang Ming's case. When he arrived at the police station, Chen Fei asked the technical department to collect the fingerprints on the photos. As for the authenticity of the photos, Chen Fei didn't think about it at all because these photos were definitely real. Captain Chen, is there any new progress in Wang Jitao's case? Xianxia just came to work in the morning and heard her colleagues talking about Wang Jitao's case. For people like Xianxia who just came out of the police academy, they always particularly hated evil, so they were particularly active in anything. And Wang Jitao took out a stack of photos. Chen Fei pointed to the things on the table and said, at least it can prove that Wang Jitao is an insider. So, he said what his daughter told him yesterday. Wang Jitao is obviously lying. This isn't a police inspection at all. With this, we have reason to suspect that Wang Jitao is related to this matter. Xianxia said, Captain Chen, let me take people to arrest Wang Jitao now. Xianxia, don't mess around. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't studied it in a meeting yet. Besides, the fingerprint record from the technical department hasn't come out yet. Chen Fei shook his head and said. That night, when Chen Fei got off work, Chen Mingyan couldn't wait to ask him about the photos. Chen Fei didn't know how to explain Yang Ming's case. He hadn't decided whether to tell his daughter the truth of the matter. So, he just said perfunctorily, Yonian, what can be determined now is that on the date of the photos, we didn't conduct an inspection of the earthly paradise. I also checked the case record, and there wasn't a prostitute named Yang Ming. So, we can preliminarily judge that Yang Ming didn't go to the prostitute. Really? Chen Mingyan was surprised and happy at the same time. It turned out that she really misunderstood Yang Ming. Really? As for the authenticity of the photos, this is not easy to identify. It requires very professional knowledge. Chen Fei said. So troublesome? Asked Chen Mingyan. But, she didn't care about the authenticity of the photos. Last night, she had already figured it out. When two people are together, the most important thing is to trust each other. Of course, you look at the newspaper. The photo of the South China tiger has been identified for so long, but the results were still divided into two groups. Chen Fei smiled. That's true. Chen Mingyan nodded and ran back to the room to study happily. Right, the hair clip. Chen Mingyan suddenly remembered the hair clip that she threw downstairs yesterday. She quickly put on her shoes and ran downstairs. Yonian, where are you going? Chen Fei was a little inexplicable. Are you going out? No, I'm going downstairs to pick up something. I'll be back soon. Chen Mingyan came downstairs and looked under her room window. Why is it gone? Chen Mingyan frowned. She was anxious. This was the first gift that Yang Ming gave her. I can only blame myself for being too impulsive yesterday. I actually threw such a meaningful thing downstairs. But, the grass under the window was empty. There was no shadow of the hair clip. Logically, this kind of thing with a diamond should reflect light and be easy to find. Was it picked up by someone else? Chen Mingyan was a little depressed. But, she was unwilling. Our little Mengyan classmate never thought that she would care so much about something. Love is harmful. Sister Yan, what are you looking for? A little girl who was playing downstairs ran to Chen Mengyan and asked. Chen Mengyan looked up and found that it was the child of her father's colleague. Sister is looking for a hair clip. Can you help me find it? Chen Mengyan smiled. Hair clip? Is it pink with a little butterfly pattern? The little girl suddenly asked. NN. Chen Mengyan heard and nodded excitedly. Yes, yes. Did you see it? Yes, I picked it up and gave it to the guard of the community. I'll take you to get it. The little girl nodded. Chen Mengyan and the little girl came to the security room of the community. It was easy to get the hair clip from yesterday. Chen Mengyan looked left and right and found that it wasn't broken. Then, she was relieved. It seems that God is looking after me. Chen Mengyan thought so. But, why didn't Yang Ming call me? He should at least call and ask me, right? After waiting for 2 days, Yang Ming still didn't call her. Chen Mengyan was very depressed. I'm a girl. Can't you take the initiative? In TV, when a girl makes a mistake, it's the boy who takes the initiative to apologize. Can't you allow me to throw a tantrum? Even if I misunderstood, you have to call and explain. As for Yang Ming, how could he not think about Chen Mengyan? It was just that he felt that Chen Mengyan actually believed Wang Jitao's slanderous words and didn't believe him. This made Yang Ming feel very uncomfortable. It's really embarrassing for my own woman to believe others. In this way, both of them who misunderstood each other were waiting for the other to call first. On Chen Fei's side, there was no breakthrough progress, but the current things were enough to summon Wang Jitao to come over to assist in the investigation. Therefore, on the day before the college entrance examination, poor student Wang Jitao was brought to the police station's interrogation room by a group of young people led by Xianxia who abhorred evil. It had to be said that Wang Jitao's mouth was still quite tight. He refused to admit that he was involved in Yang Ming's framing incident. However, he also admitted that he lied. These photos weren't sold to him by a website editor, but from the waiter who confessed. But lying isn't a crime, right? After questioning for a night, they didn't get any useful information. Wang Jitao's father had already used his social connections to pressure Chen Fei. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Wang Jitao was released. However, Wang Jitao, who was illuminated by the light bulb for a night, had a blank mind. Although it didn't delay the college entrance examination, the papers were a mess. Wang Jitao, who could have gone to a first-grade college, might not even be able to go to a third-grade college now. But who could be blamed for this? June 7th. This was a day that made the examinees in the country excited, nervous, and excited. Those who were willing, unwilling, prepared, and unprepared, would all enter the most important stage of their life on this day, the college entrance exam. However, compared to the examinees, the ones who were more nervous were their parents. Who didn't want their children to have a good future? Yang Ming had arrived at the examination hall very early. His purpose was to observe the terrain. If his position was too strange, he would be able to take countermeasures in advance. Of course, this didn't happen. Yang Ming's seat wasn't at the end. He was at the third last table. Yang Ming placed his bag on the side of the podium. This was necessary because the desks were reversed and there was no place for personal belongings. Only stationery, drinks, towels for wiping sweat or facial tissues are allowed on the table. This position was quite good for Yang Ming. First of all, there were many people's papers in front of him that he could copy. On the right side of Yang Ming, there was a wall. On the other side of the wall was an aisle corridor. The other side of the corridor was also the examination hall. In other words, Yang Ming could refer to more people's answers. The first subject was Chinese. This was considered a weakness for Yang Ming because many of the answers were inductive and summative. There were also 2 essays. These couldn't be copied. However, other basic knowledge could be borrowed from others. Therefore, when the paper came out, Yang Ming began to focus on the essay. The content of the essay was to write an 800-word essay based on a paragraph of text. This paragraph of text was about a tourist, an eagle, and a sea turtle. This kind of nonsensical essay was the best for Yang Ming. After a series of fabrications to explain his point of view, he made an inductive conclusion and an essay was written. The other questions were easy to deal with. He just had to follow the synthesis and induction written by others. It was estimated that the score of this paper wouldn't be low. The other subjects were also done in this way. Yang Ming estimated that there wouldn't be any problem to be admitted to Songjiang Industry University. But what could he do even if he was admitted? When he thought of Chen Mengyan, Yang Ming's mood began to be depressed again. Forget it. I will just treat it as winning glory for my parents. Yang Ming thought in his heart. In fact, although this matter affected Yang Ming's mood, it couldn't affect Yang Ming's results. Yang Ming's results came from his special ability. It had nothing to do with his exam mood. Even if his mood was bad, as long as his special ability was still in his body, Yang Ming could still get good results. The pitiful thing was that Wang Jitao wanted to harm Yang Ming, but he shot himself in the foot. On the first day of the exam, Wang Jitao couldn't use the word bad to describe it. The Chinese essay was turned into a fantasy novel. The essay topic was reborn as a tortoise. This wasn't the end of it. The H-plot appeared n times. He would be grateful if he didn't get his marks deducted. Wang Jitao didn't want to do this, but his brain was dizzy. He didn't know what he was writing. When his spirit was a little better the next day, he thought of the stupid essay he wrote on the first day. He knew that he had no hope in the college entrance examination. His mood was very low, and he didn't perform well in the following subjects. After the college entrance examination, the first thing Yang Ming wanted to do was to study how he could make money. Yang Ming first thought was to buy a lottery ticket, but at this time, Songjiang didn't have such lottery tickets. So, he had to think of another way. After the college entrance examination, Yang Ming received a call from Zhang Bin. Yang Ming, how was the exam? Is it okay to go to Songjiang Industry University? It's okay. How about you? Yang Ming knew that Zhang Bin's grades weren't good. With his standard, it was good to go to college. Me? You know my standard. But my dad said that as long as it's not too bad, we can find someone to go to XX College and Songjiang Industry University. Zhang Bin said, we still go to school together. It's just that my graduation certificate is different from yours. But it doesn't matter. My dad has arranged a way for me. After graduation, I will sell jewelry with him. It's better to have a good father than to learn mathematics and physics. This sentence was right. Yang Ming was a little speechless. Zhang Bin's grades were very bad, but he could inherit the family business in the future. Zhang Bin's father was in the jewelry business. Although it wasn't as good as Wang Jitao's family's Xianxia group, it was still a rich man. So, Zhang Bin didn't need to worry about money. In my opinion, you don't even need to go to college. You can just help your dad directly. Yang Ming smiled. How can that be? I still want to play for 2 more years. Besides, I want to study business management in the future. My dad also agrees. After all, the management experience of the older generation isn't very suitable in the future. Zhang Bin said. That's right. Right, why are you looking for me? Asked Yang Ming. How about going out for a walk? You are so bored at home. Zhang Bin suggested. In the class, he had a good relationship with Yang Ming. Both of them sat at the same table. They were both bad students, so their relationship was relatively close. After that, Yang Ming suddenly became a force to be reckoned with, but he didn't despise Zhang Bin because of this. This made Zhang Bin feel very happy. He made a real friend. Okay, I have nothing to do. Where do you want to go? Asked Yang Ming. Come to my house, said Zhang Bin. D***MN, where is your house? I haven't been there before, said Yang Ming. Huashang District. You can take a taxi here. Hurry up. I will reimburse you. Zhang Bin knew the situation of Yang Ming's family, so he said directly. Okay, this is what you said. I will go around Songjiang. You have to reimburse me. Yang Ming wasn't polite. Okay, I am looking at the watch. If you don't arrive in 15 minutes, it will be invalid, said Zhang Bin immediately. No problem. Yang Ming hung up the phone, put on his shoes and went downstairs. Out of the community, he directly stopped a taxi and went straight to Zhang Bin's house. After the college entrance examination, Chen Mingyan had nothing to do. She sat next to the computer and looked at the web page in boredom. Damn Yang Ming, why haven't you called me yet? Chen Mingyan raised her small fist and said angrily. However, at noon, Chen Mingyan couldn't help it. She picked up the phone and called Yang Ming. I don't care if I am reserved or not. I am going all out. However, after the phone was connected, no one answered for a long time. This Yang Ming, he didn't stay at home after the exam. Where did he go? Chen Mingyan hung up the phone with some frustration. She wanted to call again later, but Chen Mingyan couldn't find the courage just now. She wanted to reach out a few times, but she retracted her hand. At this moment, Yang Ming just went out of the house. Thus, the fate of the two people once again brushed past each other. Yang Ming. When Yang Ming got out of the car, Zhang Bin ran over. It seemed that he had been waiting here for a long time. Yang Ming wanted to pay the fare, but Zhang Bin directly handed the driver a 10 yuan bill. From Yang Ming's house to here, it was 9 yuan. Plus 1 yuan of fuel surcharge, it was exactly 10 yuan. Yang Ming didn't argue with him. He knew that Zhang Bin's family was rich, so he didn't care about this. What Yang Ming lacked most now was money. Sit anywhere. You're welcome. Yang Ming, what do you want to eat? There are fruits on the coffee table. Help yourself. Zhang Bin opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of drinks. He handed one to Yang Ming. Wang Laoji? Okay, I've been heaty these 2 days. Yang Ming took it and didn't hold back. He opened it and poured it into his mouth. What's there to be heaty about? You're proud of your relationship and exam. Zhang Bin sat beside Yang Ming. Relationship? Hee. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I don't know how Chen Mingyan is doing. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law? Zhang Bin asked. I guess so. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yang Ming shook his head. Yang Ming, let me tell you. Girls need to be coaxed. You're a man. You have to take the initiative. Zhang Bin said, don't blame me for not reminding you. Chen Mingyan is such an outstanding girl. She has a lot of pursuers. Don't let them take advantage of you. Okay. I know. I know what I'm doing. Yang Ming was in a dilemma. From a relationship point of view, he was reluctant. But from the perspective of things, he felt that he couldn't take the initiative to be friendly with Chen Mingyan. When he saw Wang Jitao looking for Chen Mingyan, he didn't think much about it. Because he knew that his girlfriend wasn't monitored every day. He had to give her enough trust. Even if Wang Jitao looked for Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming didn't think that Chen Mingyan would do anything to hurt him. So, he gave Chen Mingyan trust and privacy. But on the contrary, Chen Mingyan listened to some of Wang Jitao's slanderous words and doubted him. This made Yang Ming feel very disappointed. Then I won't say anything else. That's all. By the way, let's go to my dad's company later. He just got a new batch of jade pendants. You can pick one and give it to sister-in-law. She will be fine the next day. Zhang Bin said. How can that be? How embarrassing. Yang Ming quickly refused. Jewelry was very expensive. Yang Ming didn't dare to accept it casually. Hey. A broken jade pendant wasn't anything valuable. It only cost around 100 yuan. When I go to university, my dad said that he will prepare 20 to 30 of them for me to carry with me. If I see any girl, I will give them to her. I will cast a wide net and focus on nurturing her. Zhang Bin said with a lewd smile. Alright, let's talk about it when the time comes. Yang Ming heard Zhang Bin's words and knew that these things were really nothing to their family. After playing the Wii and Xbox 360 at Zhang Bin's house for a while, Yang Ming couldn't help but be amazed. There was actually such a fun game console? When I have the money, I will buy one too. In the afternoon, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin came to the jewelry market at Chongjiang Road. Zhang Bin's family company was here. Of course, there were many stores and other shopping malls. Dad, this is my good brother, Yang Ming. He is the top student in our class. He is also preparing to enter Songjiang Industry University. Zhang Ben introduced him to a middle-aged man with a square face who was around 40 years old. Aya, welcome, welcome. Once Zhang Jiefeng heard that his son was the top student in his class, he immediately smiled. Especially when he knew that Yang Ming was going to enter Songjiang Industry University, he was very enthusiastic. Who wouldn't want their child to play with a good student? Yang Ming, take care of Zhang Ben in school in the future. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming and I are good brothers. Yang Ming said with a smile. It seemed that Zhang Ben's father was quite approachable. No wonder Zhang Ben was never worried when he messed up in his exams. Dad, I brought Yang Ming here to pick a few pieces of jewelry for sister-in-law. Oh, I mean. Yang Ming's girlfriend. Zhang Ben said directly. Ah? Zhang Ben. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he heard that. How could he say such things in front of his parents? This Zhang Ben, isn't he looking for trouble? An? Girlfriend? Zhang Jiefeng was stunned and immediately scolded, Zhang Ben, look at Yang Ming. Not only is he good in his studies, but he also has a girlfriend before entering university. When are you going to bring one back for me? Don't play those erotic videos all day long. You should learn from Yang Ming. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. He sweated profusely. There are actually such parents. Yes, yes. Wait until I enter university. I will definitely bring one back for you. Zhang Ben said to Yang Ming quietly and said to Zhang Jiefeng. This is what you said. Zhang Jiefeng nodded and then said to Yang Ming, you should help Zhang Ben with his matters. You should also help me check on him. Okay. Yang Ming sweated again. Dad, where's the new batch of jade pendants? Zhang Ben asked. Oh, you are talking about the batch from last week. I sorted out a portion and sold it at the store. There are still some left in the warehouse. Zhang Jiefeng said, the quality of these jade pendants isn't very good. They are substandard goods. You should bring Yang Ming to pick a better one. It's too cold to give away those jade pendants. Then, should I bring Yang Ming to pick some gold and silver jewelry? Zhang Ben asked. Sure, you can decide for those that are less than 1,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng said straightforwardly. Uncle Zhang, it doesn't have to be so expensive. Just pick a jade pendant. Gifts don't have to be too good. It's just a thought. When Yang Ming heard that it was 1,000 yuan, he quickly declined. Then it's up to you. Zhang Ben, you take care of Yang Ming. I still have something to do. Zhang Jiefeng said. Dad, you do what you need to do. Zhang Ben nodded casually. Yang Ming didn't know much about jade pendants. He just casually picked one that looked good and held it in his hand. Yang Ming, you should pick more. After all, they are all my dad's. This guy is rich. Let's just treat it as killing the rich to help the poor. Zhang Ben suggested. Zhang Ben, if your dad heard this, wouldn't he be pissed to death? You also said that the pendant is your dad's. If it's yours, I won't hold back. Yang Ming laughed. That's true. Wait until I inherit the family business. You can take whatever you want. Zhang Ben nodded after listening. I'll drive a truck here. Yang Ming shook his head. Sure. You can even drive a tank here. Zhang Ben said after listening. At night, after Zhang Jiefeng finished his work, he invited Zhang Ben and Yang Ming out for a meal. Zhang Ben's mother was in charge of the store. She got off work late, so she didn't come over. Zhang Jiefeng's car was a Chrysler 300C. It was black in color and looked very stylish. Uncle Zhang, this car isn't bad. Yang Ming praised. It's a business car. It's not expensive. It's only around 300,000. Zhang Jiefeng laughed. I like this car style. It's very manly when you drive it. Indeed, the Chrysler 300C had a very expressive American design style and excellent German technology. This vintage luxury business car was favored by many businessmen. Yang Ming also liked this car. However, 300,000 was still an astronomical figure for him. Zhang Jiefeng drove the car to a high-end seafood restaurant near the labor park. After he got out of the car, he passed the key to the parking lot security guard and asked him to park the car for him. Then, he brought Zhang Ben and Yang Ming into the hotel. Yang Ming had the experience of going to earthly paradise. He didn't feel strange coming to such a high-end hotel. He calmly followed the waiter to a booth. Zhang Jiefeng didn't hesitate. He ordered 4 to 5 dishes in one go. He only put down the menu when Yang Ming stopped him and said that he couldn't eat anymore. Zhang Ben, in a few days, I'm going to Yunnan for a business deal. Do you want to go with me? Zhang Jiefeng poured himself a glass of beer. Follow you to Yunnan? It's meaningless for me to be left behind when you have to do your business. Zhang Ben shook his head. Why is it only you? Isn't there still Yang Ming? You two can have fun by yourselves. I'll just give you the money. Zhang Jiefeng continued, since the National Higher Education Entrance Examination has ended. You can relax a little. Great. I'll go. Zhang Ben heard that he could go with Yang Ming, so he immediately shouted happily. Previously, he went with Zhang Jiefeng before. However, he was a kid and a group of 40 to 50 years old people. He couldn't have fun. I'll go? That's not good, right? Yang Ming was a little moved. Since he was young, he hadn't been to other places because of his family condition. With such a good opportunity in front of him, Yang Ming was naturally happy. However, he was afraid that it would bring trouble to Zhang Jiefeng. What's not good about it? Logically speaking, I'm the one begging you to go with Zhang Ben. Zhang Jiefeng said, if you don't go, Zhang Ben definitely won't go. Take it as Uncle begging you. Uncle Zhang, please don't say that. I'll go. Since Yang Ming saw that Zhang Jiefeng said so, he couldn't say anything else. He quickly agreed, but he didn't insist. Uncle Zhang, I still have to go back home and discuss with my parents. That's easy. If they don't agree, you can give Uncle Zhang a call. I'll help you talk to them. Zhang Jiefeng said. A meal cost more than 1,000 yuan. However, Zhang Jiefeng didn't care. He seemed to think that this was a very common thing. Yang Ming sighed. He couldn't even reach the well-off level of Zhang Ben's family. How could he compete with Wang Jitao's family? It seemed that he had to find a way to get rich quickly with his special ability. At night, Yang Ming told his parents about the idea of going to Yunnan with Zhang Ben. Yang's father and mother Yang agreed, but they were worried. Big Ming, it's not good for you to eat and live in other people's houses. Tomorrow, Dad will withdraw some money for you. We still have a lot of money from the lottery. Dad, I still have some money on hand. I haven't spent the prize money from the heroic deed. Yang Ming's account had 20,000 yuan. It seemed like he could use it to do something. Oh yeah, speaking of heroic deeds, I have to remind you that it's best to think twice before you act. When you're outside, you have to be careful at all times. Don't get into unnecessary trouble. If you encounter any difficulties, let the adults help you. You and Zhang Ben shouldn't decide on your own. Yang Dehai reminded him. Dad, I know. Don't worry. I won't take the initiative to get into trouble. Yang Ming nodded and promised. In fact, even if his parents didn't say anything, Yang Ming would still be careful. Yunnan was at the border. It was connected to Myanmar and the Golden Triangle. There were a lot of drug dealers. These were all international criminal organizations. They were different from Xianxia. Yang Ming couldn't afford to offend them. Then I won't say much. Don't bring too much cash with you. Deposit it in your bank card and withdraw it when you need it. Oh yeah, the son of Aunt Wang, who works with your mom in the community, is from XX Bank. Ask him to help you apply for a gold card. The withdrawal fee can be reduced by half. Yang Dehai thought about it and said. Okay, that's great. Although the withdrawal fee was reduced by half, it was better to save as much as possible. Besides, applying for a gold card wasn't a problem. The college entrance exam results would be out around June 25th, so it wouldn't delay anything if he went out. On June 11th at 5 a.m., Zhang Jiefeng's Chrysler appeared on time at Yang Ming's house. Today, Zhang Jiefeng's driver was driving. Zhang Jiefeng sat in the front passenger seat. Zhang Bin sat in the back seat. When he saw Yang Ming coming, he quickly opened the door and took over Yang Ming's luggage. "Why did you bring so many things? Didn't I tell you? You don't have to bring anything with you when you go out to play. Just bring someone with you. If you lack anything, just spend money to buy it. I only brought a few sets of clothes. I didn't bring anything else." In fact, Yang Ming's bag was stuffed with a lot of daily necessities by Mother Yang, such as soap, towels, and toothbrushes. Yang Ming was really helpless, but he couldn't refuse. Yang Ming knew that these things were definitely available in big hotels. For a boss like Zhang Jiefeng, he definitely wouldn't stay in a small hotel on the street. "You don't have to bring clothes either. Look at me, I didn't bring anything. We can just buy some local clothes." Zhang Bin complained as he threw Yang Ming's travel bag into the trunk of the car. Perhaps because it was too early, there were not many cars on the road. It only took them half an hour to reach the airport. Zhang Jiefeng's driver sent the three of them to the security checkpoint before he left. "Sir, please open your luggage," a staff member said to Yang Ming. "What's wrong?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "I don't seem to have brought any dangerous items, right? There is a fruit knife in your bag." "Knives are not allowed on the plane," the staff member said. "Knives are not allowed?" Yang Ming was stunned. He had never been on a plane before, so of course, he didn't know. This fruit knife was put in by Mother Yang. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't have the tools to peel the fruit when he ate it. Yang Ming was a bit confused. Is there such a rule? Luckily, he was going through a separate security checkpoint. He didn't have to go through the same passage as Zhang Jiefeng and Zhang Bin. If not, it would be a bit embarrassing. Yang Ming had no choice but to take out the fruit knife and pass it to the staff member. Yang Ming didn't have many people queuing in the passage, so he was done quickly. However, Zhang Jiefeng and Zhang Bin were still waiting. Since he was bored, Yang Ming casually looked at the businessmen who passed by with big and small bags. His curiosity made him want to see what other people brought when they went out. In front of him was a young woman who was carrying a small box. Yang Ming casually glanced at it. There was a pile of cosmetics and underwear. "And, what is that? Damn, it's actually a fake penis? Is it a self-comforter? I really didn't expect that she would have such a thing in her bag when she looked so decent." Yang Ming shook his head and began to search for the next target. Yang Ming suddenly felt that it was quite fun to peek at other people's luggage. Wait. What is that? A large knife. Damn, Yang Ming was so angry. I wasn't even allowed to bring a fruit knife. The man in sunglasses in front of me actually let me in with a large knife? Yang Ming said to the staff member with dissatisfaction, "Hey. I only brought a fruit knife and you confiscated it. The person in front of me had a knife that was much longer than mine. Why didn't you confiscate his?" "And?" The staff member was stunned and then asked Yang Ming calmly, "How did you know that he had a knife in his bag?" "Don't worry about how I know." "Why? Are you feeling guilty? Are you in cahoots with him?" Yang Ming suddenly thought, could it be that the staff member and the man in sunglasses were together, so they let him in? This wasn't Yang Ming looking for trouble. He was just bored waiting for Zhang Bin and his son. When he saw that his things were confiscated and the person in front of him was fine, he was a little unhappy. "Are you sure that he has a knife in his bag?" The staff member asked. "You know, lying at the airport may be subject to legal liability." "I'm sure." Yang Ming nodded. The staff member gave a look to the person on the side. The person immediately walked to the side of the man in sunglasses. "Sorry, sir. Please cooperate with us to do another security check." "Do it again? Why? Didn't you do it already?" "What do you mean?" the man in sunglasses said with some dissatisfaction. "Cooperating with the security staff is the responsibility and obligation of every passenger. Please abide by it," the staff member said. "Damn. Is there a mistake?" The man in sunglasses reluctantly followed the staff member back to the security desk. Because of Yang Ming's report, the security staff carefully checked the luggage of the man in sunglasses. As a result, they found a lead umbrella at the bottom. There was a knife in the umbrella. Yang Ming shook his head. It turned out that the X-ray couldn't penetrate lead items, and the umbrella was at the bottom of the luggage, so it was possible that it wasn't found during the inspection. Nowadays, airport security in many places had been replaced with the latest X-ray machine. It could penetrate metal, and the inspection was very strict. However, because of the plot of the novel, it was set that the X-ray machine in Songjiang Airport couldn't penetrate lead items. However, at this moment, Yang Ming already regretted it. Although in a sense, I did a good thing. This guy who took a knife on the plane definitely wanted to do something, but what if someone noticed me and asked me how I knew that this guy had a knife in his bag? Yang Ming didn't want to expose his ability. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took advantage of the chaos at this moment and quickly walked in the direction of the departure hall in front. Yang Ming, why are you walking so fast? Zhang Bin just passed the security check and saw Yang Ming walking in front, so he quickly shouted. Seeing that Zhang Bin caught up with him, Yang Ming hesitated and said, I just found a knife at the security check. I was afraid that there would be an accident, so I left first. Ah? So that's it. Zhang Bin shook his head. There are too many crazy people in this world. Fortunately, until the plane took off, no one came to find Yang Ming. Probably because the two security staff were more serious, they didn't care about Yang Ming, the informant. And the matter was as Yang Ming expected. The two staff almost lost their jobs because of a moment of negligence. How would they have the mind to care about Yang Ming? Here. Zhang Bin took out 2 game consoles from his backpack and handed one to Yang Ming. NDSL. You bought 2? Yang Ming looked at the silver machine in his hand and looked at the white machine in Zhang Bin's hand and asked, You didn't buy another one because of me, right? Yeah, your one is a domestic limited edition platinum. I just bought it yesterday. Zhang Bin said, I found that Mario Kart can be played online by 2 people, so I bought one for you. Let's play together. But I am still used to the original old one, so I gave you the new one. This thing is more than 1,000 yuan, right? Yang Ming was speechless. He is really rich. Yang Ming now knew what a rich person is. And it seems that Zhang Bin isn't the kind of person who is particularly rich. Fortunately, Chen Mingyan isn't the kind of girl who despises the poor and favors the rich. Otherwise, I would have lost to Wang Jitao before I could compete. At around 2:00 in the afternoon, the 3 of them arrived at Yunnan. Zhang Jiefeng's business partner was there to meet them. Once they got off the plane, the other party welcomed them warmly. Boss Zhang, how have you been? The other party shook hands with Zhang Jiefeng. Boss Wu, you even changed your car to a Hummer. It seems like you earned quite a bit this year. Zhang Jiefeng laughed. You flatter me. It's all thanks to you guys who took care of me. Wu Fatsai said. Wu Fatsai's name was interesting. When he was young, his family was poor. His parents hoped that he would be rich in the future, so they gave him the name Wu Fatsai. His surname was Wu, so it sounded like he wasn't rich. But Wu Fatsai had made a lot of money in the past few years. From a few thousand yuan at the beginning, he had earned hundreds of millions. Why? How's the goods this time? You know that I'm not an expert, so I rarely play this game. I only play when the goods have a high quality. Zhang Jiefeng said. Boss Zhang, don't worry. The stones from Myanmar are definitely good. If it wasn't because we were drinking at the table, I wouldn't have thought of helping you. Wu Fatsai said. How's the price? This was the question that Zhang Jiefeng was most concerned about. A goods. The price is about the same as B goods. 500 yuan per piece. Wu Fatsai said. 500. So expensive? Wasn't it 200 the last time I was here? Zhang Jiefeng asked exaggeratedly. My boss Zhang, you are in this business. How could you not know? The last time it was B goods, and the stones weren't as big as this one. Wu Fatsai said, you will know when you see the goods tomorrow. Wu Faozai had already arranged a place for them to stay. It was a 3-star hotel. The environment wasn't bad. Since it was arranged by others, Zhang Jiefeng couldn't be picky. Moreover, this place was really good. After placing the luggage, Wu Faozai arranged a table for Zhang Jiefeng to welcome him. Zhang Jiefeng saw this and knew that even if tomorrow's goods weren't ideal, he had to take a few 100,000 yuan as a gesture. But in the business field, it was a matter of face. Although the benefits came first, under the situation of not harming both parties' benefits, face had to be taken care of. When they returned to the hotel at night, Zhang Jiefeng gave Zhang Bin 10,000 yuan and said, "The two of you can go and play by yourselves tomorrow. If you don't have enough money, call me again." "No problem." Zhang Bin quickly took the money. Usually, Zhang Jiefeng would give him a few hundred yuan as pocket money. This was the first time he was so generous. "By the way, Uncle Zhang, what were you and Uncle Wu talking about today?" Yang Ming was a little curious. Just now, when he was at the table, he was confused. A broken stone could be sold for 500 yuan? How could there be such a profitable thing in this world? Yang Ming really couldn't understand how Wu Faozai could earn a net worth of hundreds of millions just by reselling stones for 3 years. What kind of speed was this? If he could find a similar line of work, it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed Wang Jitao. "Oh, you are talking about the jadeite stone." Zhang Jiefeng drank a little too much. He wanted to show off in front of the younger generation. If it was a normal day, Zhang Jiefeng could still maintain the dignity of an elder. Now, he was like Yang Ming's buddy. He sat on the bed of the hotel and started to talk. "Yang Ming, you know that Uncle Zhang is in the jewelry business. Other than gold, jade is also one of my most important business projects. Real jade has 2 types, soft and hard. Usually, jade refers to nephrite. Hard jade has another popular name, jadeite. The stones that we talked about with your Uncle Wu today were unopened jadeite stones. In other words, we don't know if they are jadeite stones. Because jadeite has a few grades, the best ones are the ones that we are talking about. Those that are behind are the inferior ones. Jadeite stones look like stones, so we usually call them stones in the industry. The trade of jadeite stones is the most mysterious trade in the jewelry industry. Its mystery lies in the word gambling. Therefore, the buyer is also known as gambling on jadeite and stone. The surface of the jadeite stone usually has a layer of skin. Due to oxidation, the skin has become maroon, or various other colors. Generally, from the surface, you can't tell its true appearance at first glance. Even today, with the advancement of science, there is no instrument that can quickly determine whether the jadeite stone is jadeite or broken jade. At your uncle's level, I only play around occasionally. This kind of thing requires a lot of luck. Moreover, people don't even allow you to bring equipment to gamble on jadeite stones. It was the first time that Yang Ming heard of such a trade in this world. Isn't this almost the same as buying lottery tickets? Lottery, wait, Yang Ming seemed to have grasped something. "Uncle Zhang, I want to go to the stone gambling place with you tomorrow. Can I?" "Of course, why not? If you are interested, Uncle can give you a few pieces. You and Zhang Ben can play with them by hand." Zhang Jiefeng said. "Yang Ming, let's not go. What's there to see? Why don't we go around and play?" Zhang Ben obviously wasn't interested in this. "Zhang Ben, I haven't seen him before. I'm curious. It won't take up much time, so let's go and have a look," Yang Ming suggested. "Yeah, Zhang Ben, what's wrong with you, kid? Yang Ming is the guest, and you are the host. It's natural for the host to accompany the guest. Alright, if you aren't willing, I won't give you pocket money in the future." Of course, Zhang Jiefeng wanted to let Zhang Bin come into contact with this industry. Because of his huge family business, Zhang Ben would definitely inherit it in the future. If Zhang Ben had more contact, it wouldn't do any harm to him in the future. "Ah? Alright then. I'll go." When Zhang Ben heard that he wasn't going to give money, he immediately became listless. Yang Ming smiled. How could he not understand Zhang Jiefeng's meaning? But he didn't expose it. It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. When he returned to the room at night, Zhang Ben was dissatisfied. He asked bitterly, Yang Ming, why are you interested in these things? It's so boring. Hee, I'm just curious. Yang Ming explained. Big brother, can't you be curious about something useful? I was still hoping to get a girl. Zhang Ben complained. Get a girl? Forget about Yunnan. Haven't you read a novel by Wesley? It's about a person who had a one-night stand here. In the end, the one-night stand was a virgin. She wanted to force the person to marry her. Of course, the person didn't agree, so he ran away. In the end, the girl was angry and poisoned him. In the end, the person almost exploded and died. Yang Ming said. Damn, big brother, don't scare me. Why is what you said so pseudoscientific? Zhang Bin couldn't help but feel a chill. Science? Yang Ming laughed. But in this world, there were a lot of things that couldn't be explained by science. Just like my special ability. Is it science or pseudoscience? You said it was science, right? With the current level of technology, it couldn't be explained. If you said it was pseudoscience, then how could you explain the phenomenon on Yang Ming's body? Therefore, things that couldn't be explained by science couldn't be explained by pseudoscience. What I said was true. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Ming decided to tease him. Ah? Damn, if I knew this, I wouldn't have come to this damn place. Damn, I'm so unlucky. Zhang Ben fell on the bed dejectedly. I'm just scaring you. In fact, there are very few people who know how to use voodoo. In Yunnan, only the Miao people know how to use voodoo. Of course, not all of the Miao people know how to use voodoo. Only a small number of people know how to use voodoo, and this small number of people usually live in isolated villages. They don't interact with others. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin's appearance and couldn't help but find it funny. Besides, these people have a rule in their tribe. They are not allowed to use voodoo on unrelated people. Damn, I still feel that this is mysterious enough. No, I've decided. Zhang Bin suddenly shouted. You've decided? What did you decide? Yang Ming thought that he decided not to pick up girls here. I've decided. Before I pick up a girl, I have to check her ID card to see if she's from a minority ethnic group. Zhang Ben said. Yang Ming was speechless. Is it that exaggerated? I'm just applying what I just learned. It's just a casual remark. This night, Yang Ming slept very well. Although the environment changed, Yang Ming's heart was very stable. This was because he finally found a place where he could use his strength. Even if he wasn't sure, he could at least try. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Jiefeng gave Wu Fatsai a call. Then, he brought Zhang Ben and Yang Ming to Yunnan's Tingchong. This was one of the main distribution centers of jadeite in the country. However, this was only a small matter. This was because the jewelry merchants who had connections didn't pick up their goods in Tingchong anymore. Instead, they went directly to Yangon to pick up their goods. For example, Wu Fatsai would pick up his goods in Yangon and sell them back in China. Tingchong County was only 80 kilometers away from the world's only source of raw jade, Myanmar. In the 70s, the country introduced a policy to develop foreign trade. Tingchong's raw jade business started to prosper again. In the decades after that, Tingchong played an important role in the global jade trade center. That was the spring of Tingchong's jade industry. In 1996, the Myanmar government announced that private trading of raw jade was not allowed. They blocked the smuggling route of Myanmar merchants. Most of the jade trade returned to Myanmar. That was the beginning of the winter of Tingchong's jade trade. Powerful merchants went directly to Myanmar's Hua City or Yangon to get their goods. Tingchong became a place for small and medium merchants. Jewelry merchants like Zhang Jiefeng could only go to Tingchong to get their goods. He had enough money to go to Myanmar, but he didn't have the experience. For example, the raw jade auction in Yangon was sold in piles. A pile of stones could be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. People like Zhang Jiefeng who didn't have the experience only had two options. One was to get a jade and his value would skyrocket to hundreds of millions. The other was to go bankrupt and buy a pile of junk. Therefore, Zhang Jiefeng would rather buy a normal raw jade for 500 yuan a kilogram than gamble in Yangon. Wu Fazai had already rushed back to Tingchong last night. Because Zhang Jiefeng had just arrived in Yunnan, he rested in Kunming for a night. There was no flight from Kunming to Tingchong. They could only take a bus. They left at 8 a.m. and arrived at 8 p.m. Because Yang Ming and the rest followed, the hotel in Kunming was cancelled. On the bus, Yang Ming tried his best to ask Zhang Jiefeng about jade. Uncle Zhang, 500 yuan for a kilogram of stone, can you get your money back? That's hard to say. If you are lucky, you can earn a lot. If you are unlucky, you can break even. Of course, there are times when you lose money. You can only get junk jade. That's a small probability. If you buy a few thousand stones, you can at least get some good jade, right? Zhang Jiefeng smiled. Look at the jade pendants sold on the streets. They are actually jade, but there are too many impurities. They are considered bad jade. Usually, when I get this kind of stone, I will sell it to the small craftsmen. They will process it and sell it. I keep my own goods are A grade or B grade goods. In fact, sometimes one stone can earn back all the cost. Can't you see the quality of the stone from the outside? Asked Yang Ming. Of course you can't see it. Not to mention looking from the outside, even with an X-ray from the inside, it was not easy to determine the quality of the jade. They could only open it up and see. Of course, if anyone had X-ray vision, they would be able to see it directly. Haha, just kidding. Zhang Jiefeng laughed. If someone had such a special ability, he wouldn't be here to open the jade. Why not? Why? Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat when the speaker spoke without any intention of the listener. Until yesterday, he was determined to study jade gambling rules of S. Wang's. Until yesterday, he made a decision. Until yesterday's is come. Now that he heard Zhang Jiefeng's words, there was a better business than jade gambling, so Yang Ming was curious. What's so strange about that? Think about it. If you have this ability, why would you need to open jade? Just go to the Pacific Ocean or deep in the mountains. With your X-ray vision, you can find any treasure. This is much better than jade gambling. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. Yang Ming broke into a cold sweat. Although the money that Zhang Jiefeng mentioned was quick, why did it feel unrealistic? Let Yang Ming go to the Pacific Ocean to find treasures? Let's not talk about whether he could find them. Even the initial investment wasn't a small amount. First of all, he had to have his own boat. He had to hire a lot of people. Then, fishing was a problem. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. At least, Yang Ming couldn't do it now. Going to the deep mountains to find treasures? Wouldn't that require the help of digging equipment? Also, it was another matter if the local government would allow him to dig. That's true. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Also, for example, go to Africa. There's also stone gambling, but the gambling is diamond ores. It's more difficult, but more exciting. If you buy a bunch of ores, you can become rich overnight or even become a beggar overnight. Zhang Jiefeng continued. Well, the pole sent me to Africa again. Yang Ming shook his head. The jade gambling in front of him was much more realistic. Also, the price was acceptable to him. If it was more expensive, Yang Ming didn't have the capital. Because he chatted with Zhang Ben until late into the night, both of them slept on the bus. Zhang Jiefeng was full of energy. He was watching a Hong Kong movie from the 90s with great interest. At night, the three of them arrived at Tingchong. Wu Fazai kindly arranged a meal and a place to stay. They also agreed to go to the warehouse early in the morning to select some stones. Because Yang Ming and Zhang Ben slept in the afternoon, they were full of energy after the meal. Zhang Jiefeng drank too much, so he went back to the hotel to sleep. Yang Ming, how about we go out for a walk? Zhang Ben wasn't willing to stay in the hotel so early. It was only 9 o'clock. Tingchong had a tropical monsoon climate. The average temperature was 14.8 degrees Celsius. There was no cold in winter and no heat in summer, so the climate was refreshing. Yang Ming looked at the bustling night scene and couldn't help but sigh. This county is actually so bustling. The night market here mostly sold small things like jade. Zhang Bin's family was in this business, so naturally, he didn't care about these things. Because the things here couldn't possibly be good. Two handsome guys, do you want to have some fun? A prostitute stood in front of the two of them. No. Yang Ming opened his mouth. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhang Bin and the pimp talking. How much is it per time? Zhang Bin asked. 1 hour is 400, the whole night is 800. Full service. The pimp saw that someone was hooked, so he quickly said. 1 hour is 400? Do you think I'm a fool? Zhang Bin said, 200 yuan, the national price. 200 is 200, but you have to wear a condom. The pimp saw that the person in front of him was a veteran, so he said helplessly. Damn, I wouldn't dare to do such a dangerous thing. Who knows if it would be a lousy chick? Zhang Bin nodded and said, lead the way. Zhang Bin. Yang Ming quickly pulled Zhang Bin's sleeve. Are you serious? Are you coming out to play? I just want to have some fun. Why, Yang Ming, don't tell me you're still a virgin? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Of course not. Yang Ming was embarrassed. In today's world, women are most afraid of others saying that they are not a virgin, but men are most afraid of others saying that they are a virgin. It sounds a bit contradictory, huh? But in fact, it is like this. Oh. I understand. Zhang Bin said with an I understand look. Don't worry, I won't tell Ming Yan's sister-in-law. This is our little secret. Yang Ming was helpless. He was not a casual person. Although sometimes he was not a person when he was casual, that was with the girl he liked. He was still somewhat resistant to a union without feelings. Seeing that Zhang Bin was in high spirits, Yang Ming was helpless. He had to follow Zhang Bin to a bath center. For example, the woman who solicited customers just now generally had an agreement with the bath center. She received a commission. Her income was linked to Yang Ming's consumption. Zhang Bin skillfully picked a beautiful lady and hugged her in his arms. It could be seen that he often visited this kind of place. Yang Ming, who was a veteran, was now embarrassed. What's wrong, Yang Ming? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming, who was standing there motionless, and whispered in his ear, Dude, are you really a virgin? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. From a physiological point of view, he was no longer a virgin. He had a relationship with a little girl named Lin Jiyun, but he couldn't remember the feeling at that time. So from a psychological point of view, Yang Ming was still a virgin. Zhang Bin was more experienced in this regard than Yang Ming. When he saw Yang Ming's appearance, he guessed it in his heart. Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied. Before Yang Ming could speak, Zhang Bin let go of the lady next to him and walked to the lobby manager, who was actually the procuress. Sir, is there a problem? The lobby manager saw it when the two came in. Zhang Bin was a veteran, and Yang Ming was a novice, so she didn't dare to fool Zhang Bin. My buddy came to this kind of place for the first time. Is there any cleaner goods? Asked Zhang Bin. We do have this, but the price isn't 200 anymore. The lobby manager hesitated and said. I know this. Give me a price. Zhang Bin said. 3,000, it's a virgin. The lobby manager said softly. Virgin? Nothing bad will happen, right? Zhang Bin asked suspiciously. Her dad sent her here personally. He took 2,000 from me, so I added 1,000. It's reasonable. The lobby manager explained. Zhang Bin nodded. Money wasn't a problem. He had more than 10,000 in his pocket. When he was outside, he was most afraid of getting into unnecessary trouble. In Songjiang, Zhang Jiefeng was considered a boss. He had a lot of authority, but it was different here. Once something happened, it wouldn't be easy to settle it. As for how much the lobby manager earned, Zhang Bin didn't care. Whether it was 1,000 or 2,000, it had nothing to do with him. My uncle is in the stone business here. Don't lie to me. To be on the safe side, Zhang Bin warned the lobby manager. In Tingchong, those who were in the stone business were usually rich and ruthless people. It was more than enough to deal with a bathing center. How can that be? Don't worry. The lobby manager said with a smile. I'll say this first. If there isn't any blood, I won't give you the 3,000. Xianben said. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee that your brother will be satisfied. I guarantee a virgin's body and a slut's passion. The lobby manager smiled. After a few words, the lobby manager went to arrange it. Xianben smiled at Yang Ming lecherously. Don't worry, brother. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Men carry guns together, go through windows together, and visit prostitutes together. We have 2 of them. Gaga. Xianben, what did you say to the lobby manager just now? Yang Ming asked, even though he already knew. When he saw the lobby manager and Xianben's lips, he already knew what they were talking about. Yang Ming's heart was struggling fiercely. Although he felt that going to prostitution was a little too much, men were animals who thought with the lower half of their body. It was fine to indulge once in a while, right? Was it necessary for her to protect her chastity? For whom? For Chen Mingyan? In the past few days, Yang Ming also understood that Wang Jitao and Chen Mingyan's words were nothing more than him betraying her. It was very likely that they were talking about Lin Jian's incident. Since Chen Mingyan didn't trust him, why should he care so much about these things? Therefore, when Yang Ming saw the lobby manager say that there were clean chicks, Yang Ming's heart started to itch again. Yang Ming didn't think that he was a lecher, but he wasn't a loyal person either. Therefore, it also caused him to want Chen Mingyan and even Zhaoying after sleeping with Lin Jiyun. Looking for a prostitute was actually similar to a one-night stand. The difference was that one spent money and the other didn't. Now that someone was spending money for him, and the other party was a clean girl, Yang Ming didn't mind doing something with her. If it were before, Yang Ming might still hesitate, but now there was no Chen Mingyan's burden. Yang Ming didn't have to do anything for anyone. Since Zhang Bing had put it this way, if he still refused, it would be a little disrespectful to his brother. Zhang Ben might not say anything on the surface, but there would definitely be some unnaturalness between the 2 of them in the future. Therefore, Yang Ming gritted his teeth. It was better to talk to the sister first. If they hit it off, they would naturally go to bed. If they didn't hit it off, he had to pretend. At least, he had to wait until Zhang Ben was done. Hey, I found you a clean one. I heard that she is a virgin. Yang Ming, you are so good. I haven't slept with a virgin yet. Zhang Ben said with an exaggerated expression, I'm telling you. Pay attention to see if there are any drops of blood. If there aren't, I won't give them a penny. Yang Ming was speechless. This is too straightforward. Usually in school, I only knew that this kid was very erotic. He always did sex videos and one-night stands. I didn't expect him to be such a pervert. There was money to be made. The lobby manager was naturally happy. He said to the 2 waiters next to him, what about the little girl that was sent in the morning? She fell asleep after messing around for a while, said the waiters. Give her a bowl of medicine and send it to the private room upstairs, ordered the lobby manager. Give her medicine? That's not very good, right? Asked the waiters. What's not good about it? Her father doesn't want her anymore. The lobby manager glared at the waiters and said, you hurry up and do it. The customer already said that if you don't serve her well, you won't get a penny. I know. The waiters saw that the lobby manager was angry. They didn't dare to say anything and immediately did as they were told. After arranging all of this, the lobby manager took Yang Ming and Zhang Ben to the private room upstairs. Of course, it was 2 private rooms. Otherwise, no one would feel good. Every minute of the spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Yang Ming, you have to feel good for a while. There aren't many chances. Zhang Ben said with a lewd smile. In this way, Yang Ming entered the private room half-heartedly. The door was closed with a bang. As soon as he entered the room, Yang Ming felt a hot body leaning toward him. Damn? Yang Ming's first thought was that he was cheated. Is this a pure girl? Listening to Zhang Ben's words, this girl should be a virgin. But, is there a virgin who takes the initiative? Before Yang Ming could react, 2 red lips were on Yang Ming's mouth. She sucked on Yang Ming's lips. Her mouth made some vague and strange sounds. Isn't this too passionate? Yang Ming had some doubts. However, the sweet and fresh smell in the girl's mouth made Yang Ming very infatuated. She shouldn't be too bad, right? Yang Ming comforted himself. Yang Ming just realized that he hadn't kissed before. In this aspect, he was a complete novice. But, if he hadn't kissed before, he would have watched an adult film. Yang Ming followed suit and began to suck on the sweet spring in the girl's mouth. It seemed that this girl was also a novice. Her small tongue was randomly exploring Yang Ming's mouth without any pattern. When she met Yang Ming, who was about the same, the two people turned into a tongue game of hide and seek. Want me? When the girl opened her mouth to breathe, she vaguely moaned. However, this vague moan made Yang Ming's blood boil. Damn, this is too seductive. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but the girl's body began to rub against Yang Ming's body. At this time, Yang Ming had a chance to see the beauty in his arms. The girl was about 15 or 16 years old. Her delicate little face had become flushed. The girl closed her eyes tightly. Her small mouth opened and closed. She exhaled hot air on Yang Ming's face, making Yang Ming even more restless. Want me? The girl whispered again. Her hands began to tear Yang Ming's clothes. Damn, are virgins now so proactive? If I don't do it, then won't I be despised? Yang Ming found a reason for himself in his heart. Yes, if I don't do it, I will definitely be despised. Thinking of this, Yang Ming picked up the girl and threw himself on the bed. She quickly took off her clothes, and the young girl's clothes were torn to shreds by her own hands. Ah! The young girl let out a painful groan, her brows furrowed. She was really a virgin. Yang Ming felt a clear sense of barrier. However, the girl only paused for a moment before she began to twist her body actively. Yang Ming looked at the sleeping girl and had a headache. After calming down, he had the time to carefully observe the girl's appearance. Curved eyebrows, long eyelashes, delicate little mouth slightly tilted up, revealing a satisfied smile. Coupled with a head of half-length hair, she looked exactly like a little elf. Strictly speaking, the girl's figure was not very good, but it was very well proportioned. Her chest was not big, but it was very tall and straight. Her smooth skin with a reddish hue after climax was sparkling and translucent. In particular, the girl's madness just now made Yang Ming very fascinated. It was hard to imagine that this cute doll-like girl could be so wild when she did it. Could it be that I have a lolicon? A network noun appeared in Yang Ming's mind. One-night stands, the most taboo thing is to have feelings, and looking for a prostitute is even more so. But Yang Ming seemed to like this little loli. At least he liked to make love with her. Yang Ming was a little distressed. From an objective point of view, he had no feelings for the girl. From a physical point of view, he was very infatuated with this crazy feeling. Moreover, reason told him that this was just a one-night stand. He should pat his butt and leave. Moreover, this little loli might not be an adult yet. Who knows if there would be trouble if he did it with her. Yang Ming was not stupid. From the girl's performance just now, it was obvious that she had been drugged. Just like last time in Earthly Paradise, sex with people was completely out of an instinct to vent. When she woke up, would she cry and make a fuss? Yang Ming regretted it again. How could this be so messed up? If it was Zhang Ben, he might have already left. In fact, it was so. Zhang Ben had finished his pleasure, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't move, he went back to the room and found a lady to help him loosen his bones. Yang Ming's heart was really contradictory. Subconsciously, he told him to leave quickly. You'll be finished when the girl wakes up. But another deep voice said to himself, she is already your woman. Do you have the heart to leave her here? If you want to be a successful leader, you can't even protect your own woman. How can you fight with Wang Jitao? Forget it, I'm not a local. It's impossible to take her back. At most, I can reason with her and ask her not to do this kind of thing in the future. Don't I still have 20,000 yuan in savings? Take out 10,000 yuan and give it to her. Yang Ming shook his head, put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Zhang Ben just came out of the shower. When he saw Yang Ming, he immediately smiled weirdly. Yang Ming, how was it? Was it good? Yang Ming suddenly met Zhang Ben. He was a little embarrassed, but he nodded. Right, if I take her away, the lobby manager won't say anything, right? No, generally, a virgin is a one-time deal. They only earn the difference. It's not a fixed lady here. Even if she doesn't want to do it, the old maid can't interfere. Zhang Ben said, why, bro? Don't tell me you like her? We'll talk about this later. Help me ask the lobby manager for a box of emergency contraceptive pills. Yang Ming whispered. Damn, you're awesome. You're awesome. Zhang Ben gave a thumbs up. It's the first time I see a whoremonger like you. After sex, you buy contraceptive pills for the lady. She's not a lady. You know, she has no choice. Yang Ming shook his head. It's sold downstairs. I'll accompany you to buy it. Zhang Ben said. Sure enough, on the side of the hall downstairs, there was a counter selling condoms, contraceptive pills, sex toys, and everything. Yang Ming bought a box of Yuding. He was a little embarrassed at first, but he saw a man beside him directly spend money to buy an electric dick. He even picked it up and studied it with a woman beside him. Yang Ming's face instantly became big. How do I use this medicine? Eat the first piece within 72 hours, then eat the second piece after 12 hours. The seller explained. Oh, I know. Yang Ming nodded. At this time, Zhang Bing had finished negotiating with the lobby manager. Sure enough, the young girl had nothing to do with the bath center. It was better that the customer was willing to take her away. It saved the bath center the trouble of cleaning up the aftermath. But Zhang Bin bid 3,500 yuan. Originally, 3,200 yuan would have been enough, but he gave an extra 300 yuan as a tip. The lobby manager was so happy that his face bloomed. He kept praising Zhang Bin's coolness. The lobby manager did not lie. He counted out 2,000 yuan from the middle and put it in an envelope. He said to the cashier at the front desk, give this to the girl surnamed Lan later. Yang Ming knew that the girl's surname was Lan. Feeling the lobby manager's ambiguous eyes behind him, Yang Ming felt a little unnatural. In the room, Lan Ling had already woken up. After Yang Ming went out, she opened her eyes and stared at the closed door. She said faintly, Mom was right. Sure enough, there are no good men. You patted your butt and left, so don't blame me. Originally, Lan Ling thought that Yang Ming was a dead man when the door opened with a click. Lan Ling saw that the man who had just ravaged her was back. It was not appropriate to say that he had ravaged her. Although Lan Ling was forced to take the aphrodisiac, she was still conscious. It seemed that she took more initiative. So Lan Ling made a decision. If this man treated her better afterwards, she would tell him a secret. After all, she was also responsible for this matter. But if he patted his butt and left, then she would let him fend for himself. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Lan Ling subconsciously covered herself with the quilt, leaving only the part of her eyes exposed. She looked at Yang Ming nervously. You're awake? Yang Ming asked awkwardly. Lan Ling did not speak. This is the medicine I bought for you, take it. Yang Ming put the box of birth control pills in front of the bed, and then opened the bottle of mineral water in his hand. You don't want to get pregnant. Lan Ling looked at the birth control pills in front of her, and then looked at Yang Ming. You came back to give me the pills? Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. He nodded and then shook his head. Lan Ling frowned. If this is the case, you can go. I don't need to take the pills. I will deal with it myself. I am actually. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. Damn, isn't it just persuading people? Can you not do this in the future? Then what should I do? Lan Ling asked faintly. But there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Girls were very concerned about their first time, especially girls like Lan Ling who had received traditional education since childhood. Therefore, in her heart, she was more inclined to think that Yang Ming would be good to her, instead of leaving her here and running away. Because the quilt completely covered Lan Ling's face, Yang Ming couldn't see her expression. He didn't know if she was happy or angry. But since it was decided, Yang Ming said to himself, you should still be in school at this age, right? Although your father doesn't want you, you can earn your own living. I have 10,000 yuan here. You can use it first. As Yang Ming said this, He took out a stack of money from his pocket and put it beside the bed. Fortunately, there was an ATM downstairs. Otherwise, he really didn't know where to get the money at this time. You don't want me? Lan Ling frowned slightly. Is this man good to me or bad to me? Yang Ming was helpless. Why wouldn't he want it? But what should he do after taking it? Bring Lan Ling back to Songjiang? What about Chen Mingyan? I'm not a local. Yang Ming explained. I can go with you. Lan Ling decided to give this man one last chance. If he didn't cherish it, then forget it. Yang Ming hesitated. A girl taking the initiative to let you take her away. This is such a big temptation. But I don't have economic strength and social status. If I take her back, I won't be able to get past my parents first. You don't have to say it. Lan Ling shook her head. It seemed that the man in front of her didn't want to take her away. I didn't mean that. In fact, you can follow me, but I mean that my feelings for you now only stop at liking your body. I don't understand you at all. Yang Ming was anxious and said what was in his heart. This was indeed what he thought. Oh, that's enough. You will slowly fall in love with me. Lan Ling smiled. Her eyes turned into a crescent moon. Why did you come out to sell yourself? I heard that your father doesn't want you anymore. Yang Ming sighed and sat on the bed. Do you think I want to? I was drugged. Lan Ling pulled down the quilt on her face, revealing her charming face with a bit of playfulness. Oh yeah, how old are you? Are you underage? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important question. 16 years old. I just became an adult. Don't worry. The police won't arrest you. Lan Ling was a little proud. It turns out that this guy isn't so calm. Hee. I didn't mean that. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when his thoughts were exposed. I mean that underage sex is not good for the growth of the body. Lan Ling didn't argue with him. Then why did you use so much force just now? Aren't you afraid of killing me? Ugh, it was you who was particularly crazy, right? Yang Ming laughed. Do you still want it? Lan Ling suddenly looked at Yang Ming very charmingly. Her blurred eyes directly ignited Yang Ming's desire again. There was no need for words. The two people's bodies intertwined together again. Lan Ling, who didn't have the aphrodisiac effect, was actually crazier than before. This time, her eyes were full of seductive charm. You still say that you don't like me? Then what is this time? After doing it, Lan Ling asked very mischievously. Yang Ming was speechless. If he said that he didn't like her now, then his behavior just now would be a hooligan. Hee, it's useless if you don't say it. I can feel what you are thinking in your heart. Lan Ling laid on Yang Ming's body and listened to his heartbeat. Yang Ming was really tempted. The beauty in front of him was enough to tempt any normal man. Her face was as pure as a fairy's, but on the bed, it was strangely wild. The charm and the innocence was one of the highest realms of the best women. How do you know what I am thinking? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. Because you are under my voodoo. Lan Ling said slowly, I can feel your love for me. Damn? What? Yang Ming suddenly jumped up from the bed. Did I hit the jackpot? I'm poisoned with voodoo? Yang Ming jumped up from the bed. Isn't this too unbelievable? I just talked to Zhang Ben about this yesterday, and now it's happening to me. The probability of this happening is even lower than winning the lottery, but I actually got caught up in it. What did you say? I'm poisoned by your voodoo? You harmed me? Yang Ming looked at the girl beside him angrily. You don't have to do this even if you want to restrain your man. Although Yang Ming felt that the man who was poisoned with voodoo deserved it when he read Wesley's novel, it was different when it happened to him. I didn't harm you. It's my mother. Lan Ling said slowly, when I was young, my mother put a voodoo in me. She told me that the voodoo would be transferred to any man who got my body. If the man had a change of heart, he would die, and he would die miserably. Are you serious? Don't lie to me. Yang Ming was surprised. He felt that this was unbelievable. How can I be so unlucky? I didn't lie to you. I'm an authentic meow person. My mother is a master of voodoo. Lan Ling smiled and said, look at my ID card if you don't believe me. Forget it. How can you remove the voodoo in me? This was the question that Yang Ming was most concerned about. If the voodoo isn't removed, what will happen to Chen Mingyan? I can't remove it. Only my mother can remove it. Lan Ling shook her head and said proudly. Then let's go find your mother. Yang Ming suggested. My mother is already dead. Lan Ling suddenly said very dejectedly, our family was originally very happy, but... Seeing Lan Ling's disappointed look, Yang Ming didn't continue to ask about the voodoo. Lan Ling talked about her experience. My mother passed away when I was 6 years old. She was killed by my father. My father likes to gamble. He gambled everything in our family and lost everything. After that, he lost everything and wanted to use my mother to pay off the debt. He made my mother sleep with one of his gambling friends. Just like that, my mother was humiliated by that person and committed suicide. Doesn't your mother know voodoo? Yang Ming was a little curious. How could such a person be insulted? Yes, my mother warned that person, but that person didn't listen. In the end, that person also died. He was killed by my mother. Lan Ling sighed. But mother. Lan Ling's voice was choked with sobs. The dead can't be brought back to life. Don't be sad, Yang Ming quickly consoled. He didn't expect that this fairy-like girl had such a sad past behind her. I'm not sad. Before my mother died, she told me that there are no good men in this world. She was afraid that I would be bullied by a heartless man in the future, so she planted a heart voodoo on me. Lan Ling shook her head. Heh, are you still going to leave me? Of course not. Yang Ming said firmly. This time, there was no hesitation. Indeed, he agreed to let Lan Ling stay with him because of his guilt and fear of the heart voodoo. But now, Yang Ming had an impulse to pity this girl for the rest of her life. She was too pitiful. Both mother and daughter were betrayed by their father. Originally, Yang Ming thought that Lan Ling's mother was just a psychopath who had nothing better to do. Now, he understood why Lan Ling's mother did this. That man wasn't human. Yang Ming hugged Lan Ling tightly in his arms. At this moment, he knew that he really liked this girl in his arms. Forget it, I'll take one step at a time. Yang Ming was a little helpless. If this heart voodoo wasn't solved, then wouldn't his relationship with Chen Mingyan be better? You're thinking about another woman. Lan Ling suddenly said faintly. Yang Ming didn't expect Lan Ling to notice this. He was just thinking about Chen Mingyan. You have a girl that you like? Lan Ling asked. Yes, I don't want to lie to you. Yang Ming hesitated and said seriously, I admit that I like you a little now, but it doesn't mean that I can forget about others. I already have someone that I liked before, and my feelings for her are much deeper than yours. Then what do you want to do? Lan Ling asked back. Her expression was very cute as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Your mother knows how to use voodoo. You should know a little too, right? Can you help me to solve this heart voodoo? Yang Ming clenched his teeth and asked. I know a little, but this voodoo is very mysterious. Only the person who used the voodoo can solve the voodoo. Lan Ling said, not to mention that I only know a little. Yang Ming didn't expect her to solve the voodoo. He would think of a way in the future. So he changed the topic, what's your name? Lan Ling said, what about you? My name is Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled and said, nice to meet you. Lan Ling was speechless. This guy is really shameless. He did this to me, and then hugged me and said nice to meet me. What is this? I'm just kidding. It's a nice name. Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's expression and knew what she was thinking. Really? I followed my mother's surname. Lan Ling shook her head. But it wasn't easy for your father to raise you to this age before selling you. Yang Ming felt that this matter was very strange. Do you think he wanted to? Lan Ling said angrily, wasn't it because I could help him gamble? You helped him gamble? What's going on? Yang Ming asked. I have a strange ability since I was young. It can be said to be intuition. Lan Ling thought about it and said, for example, when I was in school, you gave me a multiple-choice test paper. I didn't look at the questions at all and answered the questions based on my intuition. The accuracy rate could reach more than 90%. It was because of this intuition that my father didn't sell me. He took me to help him gamble. Yang Ming was stunned. He knew that many people had the innate ability to foresee. It was known as the sixth sense. This feeling could predict the ominous luck of some things. He didn't expect Lan Ling to be such a person. Yang Ming suddenly felt that encountering Lan Ling wasn't so unlucky. Did I pick up a treasure? If I had Lan Ling's keen intuition and my own ability, it would be difficult to not become rich in the future. But the problem was Lan Ling's sixth sense really accurate? But if this was the case, wouldn't your father become rich? Why did he keep losing money? Yang Ming couldn't understand. It was accurate at the beginning. But as time went by, I needed to rest. Then, there would be a deviation. But my father gambled for a day and a night. In the end, I couldn't feel anything at all. Lan Ling said with self-deprecation. Yang Ming nodded. A person like her father could be regarded as the best among gamblers. Most people would quit while they were ahead. It was rare to see someone like her father, who could lose so much that he sold his money tree. Maybe he thought that it didn't matter if his daughter was F***ed. She could still help him gamble in the future. Yang Ming and Lan Ling lingered for a while before they got up. After putting on her clothes, Lan Ling returned to her petite and cute appearance. He couldn't imagine her seductive appearance on the bed at all. Zhang Ben was already done. He was sitting in the lobby downstairs and joking with the lady. When he saw Yang Ming coming down, especially when he saw Lan Ling beside Yang Ming, he couldn't help but be stunned. Bro, you F***ed a loli? What loli? My name is Lan Ling. Lan Ling immediately corrected him. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Didn't Lan Ling hear the word loli? She thought that the loli in Zhang Bin's mouth was an incorrect pronunciation. Lan Ling oh. Hello. Zhang Bin was also sweating. How is this possible? The cashier at the front desk handed an envelope with 2,000 yuan to Lan Ling. Lan Ling didn't look at it and pushed it back. She said to the cashier, my father is here. You can give this money to him. Just say that I'm gone. I have nothing to do with him from now on. After that, she pulled Yang Ming out of the bath center. Although Lan Ling's mouth had a faint smile, Yang Ming knew that she was actually very sad. She was betrayed by her father for 2 yuan. Her feelings were imaginable. Yang Ming patted Lan Ling's shoulder. Lan Ling smiled at him and shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Zhang Ben at the side didn't know the story, but he was envious. Damn, bro, you're so awesome. You're already flirting? F***ck off. Yang Ming said in a bad mood, it's all because of you. Damn it, how am I going to explain to Chen Mengyan when I go back? I'll keep it a secret for you. Zhang Ben quickly patted his chest and said. Keep it a secret? Is it useful to keep it a secret? The key question is, what about the voodoo? When they came out, there were 2 of them. When they went back, there were 3 of them. 2 grown men with a little girl, especially Lan Ling, who was too young, made the taxi driver look at them with suspicion. It was no wonder. 2 men bringing a little loli to a hotel. Anyone would be suspicious of this. Since Lan Ling joined them, Yang Ming couldn't stay in the same room as Zhang Ben. Therefore, they agreed that Zhang Ben would stay in Zhang Jiefeng's room. Yang Ming and Lan Ling would stay in their original room. However, when Zhang Ben asked the waiter to help him open Zhang Jiefeng's room door, the waiter was suspicious. Who are you to him? I'm his son. Didn't you know that during the registration? Zhang Ben said with dissatisfaction. Are you sure you want to go in? The waiter asked with suspicion. If I don't go in, where am I going to sleep? Zhang Ben wasn't happy. You better listen to the door before you decide. The waiter reminded him with good intentions. What do you mean? Zhang Ben was confused, but he still put his ear to the door. Use more force. Faster. It was a perverted female voice. You're so flirtatious. It was Zhang Jiefeng's voice. Damn. Zhang Ben scolded, didn't you drink too much? Yang Ming was laughing at the side. This father and son are so alike. Lan Ling heard it too. She was laughing too. This little girl looks so pure, but her heart is. Are you saying she's a pervert? That's not right either. I can only say that she's more focused when she's doing it. Zhang Bin couldn't just go in and disturb his father, right? If that's the case, his future pocket money would be gone. Wait, maybe my pocket money will increase because of this. Zhang Bin's face suddenly showed an evil smile. Yang Ming, do you think my father will increase my pocket money in the future since I caught him? Damn. You're so cruel. You even tricked your own father. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Huh. If we don't scheme against him, who else would we scheme against? Zhang Bin said matter-of-factly. Let's get another room. Unfortunately, there were no vacant rooms here. These 2 rooms were reserved by Wu Fatsai in advance. What to do? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a bitter expression. There's no other way. Let's share a room with 3 people. Lan Ling and I will share a bed. Yang Ming said helplessly. He couldn't possibly kick out the master, Zhang Bin, right? Lan Ling was a little unhappy. If the 3 of them were together, she wouldn't be able to be intimate with Yang Ming. She pouted as if Zhang Bin owed her money. Zhang Bin also saw that Lan Ling was unhappy. He said shamelessly, you and Yang Ming can do whatever you want at night. Just pretend that I'm not here. Damn, you still want to watch an erotic reality show? Yang Ming said disdainfully, if you have the ability, go to your father's room and watch. That's a good idea. But with my father's body shape, I'm not interested. Zhang Ben sighed. After Lan Ling took a shower, she got into Yang Ming's bed. Only her small head was exposed outside. She kept winking at Yang Ming. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming asked strangely. Aya, come here. Lan Ling said. Yang Ming went to bed puzzledly. Lan Ling whispered, I miss you. What should I do? At night, Yang Ming was sleeping. He felt Lan Ling's petite hot body climbing onto his body. Lan Ling's underwear was gone. This girl was taking off Yang Ming's underwear. What are you going to do? Yang Ming suddenly became sober. Shoo. Lan Ling made a shushing gesture. Then she slowly sat on Yang Ming's body. Hiss. Yang Ming felt so comfortable that he almost shouted, you don't want to live anymore. Zhang Ben is over there. Don't make a sound. Lan Ling said. She bit her lip and moved her body up and down. It was obvious that this girl also wanted to make a sound, but she was holding it in. Yang Ming suddenly felt a different kind of excitement. Damn, it seems that I really have the potential to have an affair. Last time, it was Chen Mengyan who helped me take the plane. Zhang Ben was sitting next to me. This time it was with Lan Ling. Zhang Ben was also on the side. Slow down. Yang Ming couldn't stand Lan Ling's craziness. He was afraid that the movement was too loud and would wake Zhang Ben up. No. Lan Ling said as she sped up her movement. Lan Ling couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Yang Ming was scared and quickly kissed her, woo-woo. Although Lan Ling's mouth made a woo-woo sound, her movements didn't slow down. Suddenly, Lan Ling shivered and collapsed on Yang Ming's body. What is it? You got all wet on me. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Sorry. I couldn't help but pee. Lan Ling was a little embarrassed. Yang Ming had watched adult movies before. Naturally, he knew what was going on. He didn't expect Lan Ling to be such a jerk. Don't move. Don't take it out. Just sleep like this. Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was about to move and immediately stopped him. But I have to wipe my body. How can I sleep when it's wet? Yang Ming was a little helpless. So be it. I don't even dislike it. Lan Ling said seriously. Yang Ming was speechless. No one said that they didn't mind. It was just a little uncomfortable. The next morning, while Zhang Ben was not up, Lan Ling repeated the same trick again. Even Yang Ming couldn't. Take it. Lan Ling's obsession with sex could be described as crazy. Yang Ming wrapped Lan Ling in a quilt and carried her into the bathroom. The two people took a shower and got dressed. Looking back at the mess on the bed sheet, Lan Ling quickly covered it with the quilt. Don't worry about it. The service staff will change the room in a while. Zhang Ben suddenly said. Ah? Lan Ling was shocked and her face immediately turned red. Yang Ming thought, it's not that she doesn't know how to be shy. She's just more casual with me. You saw it? Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. I didn't see it, but you were so loud. Do you think I'm dead? Zhang Ben complained, you made me angry. I can't take it anymore. I have to take a cold shower. After Zhang Ben went into the bathroom, Lan Ling stuck her tongue out at Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Fortunately, he wrapped Lan Ling in a quilt when he carried her, or else she would be exposed. During breakfast, Yang Ming and Zhang Jiefeng were refreshed. Only Zhang Ben had 2 dark circles. Zhang Jiefeng was puzzled by Lan Ling's sudden appearance. Yang Ming had to explain that she was his girlfriend. She was worried about him, so she came to find him. Zhang Jiefeng heard and started to scold Zhang Ben, look at Yang Ming. It's good to have a girlfriend. What about you? Mother ***, if he's not doing a one-night stand, then he's going out to look for prostitutes. Can't you do something more serious? I want to do something serious. Yesterday, I wanted to show my style and give the room to Yang Ming. But when I walked to your room door, I was scared back. Zhang Ben said indifferently. You came to my room. What? Zhang Jiefeng was stunned. His face changed, and he immediately changed the topic. Zhang Ben, it's rare that Yang Ming's girlfriend came. Later, Dad will give you 20,000 yuan. You have to treat her well. Okay. No problem, but 20,000 yuan isn't enough, right? Later, we have to give Yang Ming and the others another room. Zhang Ben said. Okay, how much do you want from this card? But the limit is 20,000 a day. Zhang Jiefeng was helpless. He gave Zhang Ben another card, the password is your mom's birthday. Hey, Dad, are you so afraid of Mom? Even the password of the card is set to her birthday? Zhang Ben didn't forget to provoke Zhang Jiefeng. When you go home, don't tell your mom that I didn't take you to play. Zhang Jiefeng hinted. What kind of son is this? He only knows how to bully his dad. No problem. Hee hee. Zhang Ben held back his laughter and nodded. After breakfast, Zhang Ben told the front desk that if someone checked out, leave a room for him. Then, clean up yesterday's room. Zhang Ben wasn't interested in jade gambling at all. He was dragged along by Yang Ming and Zhang Jiefeng. According to this kid's intention, you guys go, I'll go back to my room to sleep. But how could Zhang Jiefeng let go of this opportunity for his son to learn? Not only did he drag him along, but Zhang Jiefeng also talked about jade on the way to Wu Fatsai's warehouse. Zhang Ben wasn't interested at all. Instead, Yang Ming listened attentively and asked a few questions. While Zhang Jiefeng was explaining to him, he couldn't help but scold his son. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Wu Fatsai shook hands with Zhang Jiefeng enthusiastically. Zhang Jiefeng looked at his son's sneaky smile and laughed dryly, not bad, not bad. The weather here is neither too hot nor too cold. I was worried that you wouldn't be used to it. Wu Fatsai laughed, it seems that your complexion is good. How about we find a place to have some fun tonight? Ugh, the kids are here. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Jiefeng's worst fears came true. Let the kids play by themselves. Let's go massage them. Wu Fatsai obviously didn't take Zhang Ben seriously. Zhang Jiefeng tried to signal Wu Fatsai with his eyes. Wu Fatsai then understood and whispered to Zhang Jiefeng, are you a henpecked husband? Hee hee, hee hee. Zhang Jiefeng laughed dryly. Let's pick the stones first. Wu Fatsai knew that this topic couldn't be continued, so he quickly got down to business. Let's go. Boss Wu, can you lower the price a little? Zhang Jiefeng said as he walked, isn't 500 a little too expensive? It's not expensive. Wu Fatsai smiled bitterly and said, currently, the raw stones that come to Tingchong are all directly transported from the mines in Myanmar through private connections. It's considered smuggling in Myanmar. When they are transported to China, they have to declare to the customs and be registered as legal imports. Therefore, the transportation price is very high. The transportation cost of a kilogram of uncut stones has increased from a few yuan to 200 yuan now. Including the transportation cost and the 33% tariff, do you think 500 is expensive? The cost isn't more than 300 yuan. Isn't your profit too high? Zhang Jiefeng laughed. How about 400 yuan? 400 won't do. We are old friends. How about this? 450 yuan. How about that? Wu Fatsai said with difficulty. Okay. 450 yuan it is. Let's pick the stones. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. You want to gamble on stones too? Lan Ling didn't speak along the way. She was like a well-behaved child. Zhang Jiefeng even suspected that Yang Ming had a girlfriend who was underage. But after Zhang Bin's explanation, he believed that Lan Ling was an adult. Yang Ming had the same thought. Lan Ling was too cute. No one would treat her as a 16-year-old girl at first glance. When Zhang Jiefeng walked in front of her, Lan Ling asked softly. Why do you say that? Yang Ming was curious about Lan Ling's thoughts. You asked so many questions in the car. Could it be that you were just curious? Lan Ling smiled. I heard that you can get rich overnight. I don't really understand. Let's take a look first. There was no need for Yang Ming to hide anything from Lan Ling. I can help you try. However, I can't give you too much. If I give you too much, it won't be accurate, Lan Ling whispered. You? Yang Ming suddenly remembered Lan Ling's ability, the strange sixth sense. Although it couldn't be compared to his own special ability, it was still much stronger than an ordinary person's. Lan Ling nodded proudly as if she was showing off something. Right, I forgot about your ability. Yang Ming nodded too. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said softly, Lan Ling, don't tell others about your ability. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Besides my father, only you know about it. Lan Ling rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Do you think I'm a fool? I can tell others about it. I'm afraid that some people with ulterior motives would harm you, Yang Ming said worriedly. So, you're worried about me? Lan Ling seemed to be very happy after hearing Yang Ming's words. Yes. Of course, I'm worried about you. If you died, what would happen to the voodoo in my body? Wouldn't I be a bachelor for the rest of my life? Yang Ming smiled. Idiot. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming and said coquettishly. Idiot? How am I an idiot? Yang Ming was confused. I'm not telling you. Lan Ling smiled mischievously. Yang Ming didn't know what Lan Ling meant. However, since she wasn't willing to say, Yang Ming didn't ask further. Yang Ming's feelings towards Lan Ling were very strange. It could be said that it was sex before love. Of course, it was more of a pity. Lan Ling's appearance was too cute. Anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Do you want ice? Yang Ming and a few others just arrived at the distribution center of the warehouse. A few locals surrounded them. Eyes? Yang Ming was stunned. What eyes? Hee, jargon. Wu Fatsai, who wasn't far away, explained, the so-called eyes are people who identify jades. They are more experienced and earn commission. Zhang Jiefeng hired a person to be an eye. However, this kind of thing was just for psychological comfort. The eyes judged based on their feelings. If they were accurate, they would have done it themselves. Why would they need to be someone else's eye? In Wu Fatsai's company, there were a few warehouses that were the size of a classroom. Basically, the uncut stones were piled up on the floor. Beside each pile of uncut stones was a basin of water and a table lamp. According to Zhang Jiefeng, these were used to identify the stones for the customers. Next to the wall of the warehouse, there was a row of iron filing cabinets. The cabinets were also used to store raw stones. The quality of the raw stones inside were slightly better. Besides Zhang Jiefeng, there was a group of people who were selecting raw stones. This group of people had their own eyes. At this moment, they had already selected about 70 to 80 raw stones. Zhang Jiefeng didn't hold back. He pulled the newly hired eyes and started to work. Lan Ling wanted to take action, but she was stopped by Yang Ming. He shook his head slightly at her. Lan Ling immediately understood. Yang Ming was worried that she would be in the limelight. When we leave later, just pick up 1 or 2 pieces. Don't attract attention. Yang Ming didn't mind being in the limelight, but he was afraid that his woman would attract unnecessary trouble. Lan Ling nodded. She looked at Yang Ming with eyes full of love. In this world, there was finally someone who cared about her sincerely. Lan Ling was very happy. It seemed that Yang Ming already had her in his heart. This made Lan Ling very happy. Lan Ling had an impulse to tell Yang Ming the truth, but she was afraid that if she told him, Yang Ming wouldn't like her anymore. AI, this is so contradictory. Ah. Jade. It's the heart of a jade. Another group of people who were gambling on jade suddenly shouted, "We're rich. We're rich." Zhang Jiefeng immediately looked at them with envy. Gambling on jade was like this. If you were lucky, you could get a few million in an instant. But it was useless to be envious. You couldn't snatch it back from someone else. Wu Fatsai had seen this kind of thing many times. He didn't put it in his heart. He had an indifferent expression. He earned a steady amount of money. He wasn't envious of these people gambling on jade. If he was envious, he could just gamble on his own. Why would he sell the uncut stones? Is jade very valuable? Yang Ming looked at the other party's excited expression and asked a very simple question. Yes, of course it's valuable. Zhang Jiefeng said with envy, his piece could be sold for more than 2 million. With this piece of stone, not only did he get his capital back, but he could also make a lot of money. This is the price without polishing it. If he further processed it, he could at least make a pair of bracelets and 2 jade pendants. The price could go up to 5 million. Yang Ming listened and took a deep breath. A piece of broken stone could be sold for 5 million. What kind of concept was this? Marx had a famous saying, if a capitalist had 50% profit, he would take risks. If he had 100% profit, he would dare to trample all the laws of the world. If he had a 300% profit, he would dare to risk the gallows. But comparing 500 pieces to 5 million, it was a 10,000% profit. No wonder so many people were interested in gambling on stones. Then isn't this line of business very profitable? Yang Ming was surprised. Yes, but in this pile of stones, it would be good if there was a piece of jade. Wu Fatsai laughed, if jade was so easy to come out, I would just throw the stones away and keep them for myself. Yang Ming nodded. He remembered the general appearance of the jade and the difference between it and other jade. He started to scan the pile of uncut stones. Wu Fatsai was right. Jade was very rare. Among these uncut stones, there was a lot of pure jade. But Yang Ming didn't know much about this line of business. At this moment, he had made up his mind to go to the bookstore to buy some related books. He would study it at night. Suddenly, Yang Ming saw a piece of jade in the pile of uncut stones. Yes, it was jade. But this piece of jade wasn't as big as the one just now. It was only 1/3 of the size. Also, the quality wasn't as good. But even so, Yang Ming was satisfied. Such a small piece, even if it wasn't as valuable as the big one, but according to what Zhang Jiefeng said, it could be made into 1 or 2 jade pendants. It was worth at least a few 100,000. Thinking about this, Yang Ming was excited. In his life, this was the first time he felt that wealth was so close to him. Everything seemed to be at his fingertips. Yang Ming pretended to be calm and went to the pile of waste that had been picked up by people. Uncle Wu, what's with these materials? Yang Ming asked casually. Oh, those are the leftovers from other people. There's almost nothing good left. In the end, they were sold to the night market stalls. A pile of stones can be sold for a few 100 yuan. Wu Fatsai explained. Then can I buy a few pieces from them? Yang Ming pretended to be casual. I don't know about this. I just want to carve something myself. Yang Ming, pick whatever you want. Uncle Zhang will pay you how much you want later. Zhang Jiefeng didn't care about the 3 pieces of 500 yuan. Hi. Boss Zhang, look at what you're saying. How can I ask you for money for a pile of trash? Wu Faocai shook his head. A piece of trash can't even be worth a few yuan. You're giving me money. Young man, pick whatever you want. Uncle Wu will give it to you to play with. Hee, thank you Uncle Wu. Yang Ming said with a smile. Bro, if you want to pick, you should pick from the good ones. How can these leftovers be good? Zhang Bin quickly signaled to Yang Ming with his eyes. It meant that he shouldn't be soft-hearted when killing the rich to help the poor. Yang Ming nodded to Zhang Bin and said, it doesn't matter. I just want to take 2 pieces back to play with. Okay, then I will pick 2 pieces too. Let's see whose is better tonight. Zhang Bin was also interested. Then he said, Dad, can I pick a few pieces? Zhang Jiefeng couldn't wait for Zhang Bin to be interested in these things. He quickly replied, okay, if you can pick something good, Dad will reward you. What's the reward? Zhang Bin felt that empty words couldn't be guaranteed. He had to be more specific. Aren't you going to university soon? I will buy you a car. Zhang Jiefeng said. In fact, he already had this plan. After Zhang Bin went to university, he was going to let him handle the company's affairs. It was inconvenient without a car. How could it work? Okay. I want 100,000 and above. Don't try to fool me with a cheap one. Zhang Bin said. Even if you want a cheaper one, I wouldn't dare to buy it for you. I'm worried about the safety. Zhang Jiefeng said. Although Zhang Bin didn't put much effort into his studies, he wasn't stupid since he was able to hang out with Yang Ming. He wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, he observed how the people hired by Zhang Jiefeng picked the stones. Sometimes, he would look at the other group of people. But how could this kind of thing be understood just by looking at it? After a while, Zhang Bin gave up. Because there was no pattern to it at all. However, Yang Ming seemed to have grasped the knack of it. Those that were called good jade were generally very green and very transparent. While others were learning how to judge the quality of jade from its appearance, Yang Ming was still learning the difference between good and bad jade. Lan Ling originally wanted to ask Yang Ming why he was so fond of these waste stones. But when she saw Yang Ming casually pick up a stone, she couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, she felt that the stone in Yang Ming's hand was very good. As for how good it was, Lan Ling didn't know. It was just a feeling. It was a feeling that this stone was better than the other stones. Lan Ling saw Yang Ming's satisfied expression. He seemed to want to put the stone back. She was so anxious that she quickly pulled Yang Ming's sleeve. I want this one. Yang Ming whispered in Lan Ling's ear, don't make a sound. Just watch. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming with suspicion. She didn't know what he meant. She already told him that she had this kind of sensing ability. Why didn't he ask for her help? But when Lan Ling saw Yang Ming pick up a very bad stone, she couldn't help but say, Yang Ming, this one isn't good. I know. Yang Ming said faintly, what would others think if they picked up a good stone? Picking up one is lucky. Picking up 2 is a coincidence. People will be suspicious. Ah. Lan Ling was stunned. Then, she immediately understood what Yang Ming meant. However, she was a bit puzzled. How could Yang Ming distinguish a good stone from a bad one? Listening to his question in the car just now, he didn't know anything about this. I'll take these 2 pieces. Yang Ming said casually. No problem. Take it. Wu Faocai glanced at it and said, do you want to throw it away now or go back and polish it slowly? Yang Ming didn't want to attract too much attention here, so he said, let's talk about it when we go back. I will polish it myself. Yang Ming, you finished picking? Zhang Bin found it strange that Yang Ming finished so quickly. Yeah, I just picked it up casually. I don't know much about it, so I couldn't pick it out. I might as well try my luck. Yang Ming smiled. Hee, then I will just pick up 2 pieces. Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming was like that, so he also picked up 2 bigger pieces. Yang Ming glanced at it casually. The 2 pieces that Zhang Bin picked up weren't good, but after throwing them away, it wasn't a problem to make a profit or loss. In the morning, Zhang Jiefeng found people to pick out about 3,000 stones. Every businessman put the stones that they picked into their own pile. Another group of businessmen had finished picking and were opening up the stones. They only picked the good ones and sold the bad ones to the local craftsmen. They would sell as much as they could. That piece of imperial jade had earned him a lot of money. In the afternoon, Wu Faocai arranged to treat Zhang Jiefeng and another group of businessmen for lunch. However, that group of people was immersed in the joy of opening a piece of imperial jade. They didn't even want to eat. They only asked for a few boxes of lunch and continued to open up the stones. Wu Faocai knew the temperament of these people, so he didn't force them. He asked his subordinates to look after the warehouse and went out to eat with Zhang Jiefeng. Zhang Jiefeng only played occasionally. He didn't reach the level of obsession. What he valued was profit, not the thrill of gambling, so he was still a relatively rational person. Jade was just a type of jewelry. It wasn't everything. There was also the business of gold, silver, and diamond. Zhang Jiefeng didn't have a special interest in them. Yang Ming put the 2 stones on his body. They didn't take up much space, so the 2 stones he picked were relatively small. Why are you bringing these things? They won't be lost if you leave them here. Zhang Ben asked. What if someone took them away if I leave them here? I still want to win against you tonight. Yang Ming smiled ambiguously. Damn. I despise you. Who would steal these broken stones? Although Zhang Ben said so, he still brought his 2 stones with him. Zhang Jiefeng and Wu Faocai didn't care. They thought that Yang Ming and Zhang Ben were just kids. They didn't think that Yang Ming was afraid of losing his things. There were plenty of broken stones. Wu Faocai wouldn't feel the pinch even if he lost 10 pieces. Lunch wasn't as luxurious as yesterday's. It was just a normal work lunch. Everyone didn't drink because they still had things to do in the afternoon. Although the dishes weren't as luxurious as yesterday's, they were dishes that went well with rice. The few of them ate with relish. In the afternoon, Yang Ming suggested that they go out for a walk. They didn't want to go back to the warehouse to gamble. Zhang Ben agreed with both hands. Zhang Jiefeng didn't have any objections. Since Zhang Ben had already experienced it, there was no point for him to stay there. Zhang Ben, Yang Ming, and Lan Ling took a taxi back to the hotel. Coincidentally, someone was checking out of the room. Yang Ming booked the room directly. The room that the guest checked out of is a couple room. Is that okay? The front desk lady asked. That's the one. Before Yang Ming could say anything, Lan Ling said it first. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Can't this little girl be more reserved? Aren't you afraid of others pointing fingers behind your back? As expected, the front desk lady and Zhang Ben were stunned. Usually, the man would take the initiative to stay in this kind of room. It was the first time that the woman took the initiative. But when the front desk lady saw Lan Ling's childish appearance, she was a little suspicious. Could she be underage? If there was an inspection, the hotel would be in trouble. Thinking of this, the front desk lady quickly asked, "Give me your ID card to register." Seeing that Lan Ling was going to be 17 soon, the front desk lady was relieved. She didn't want to get the hotel fired because of this. Yang Ming's eyesight was unusually good. With a casual glance, he could see the information on Lan Ling's ID card clearly. She was from the Miao tribe. It seemed that she didn't lie to me. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to see her birthday so that he could give her a surprise. Although they had sex before love, the more sex there was, the more love there was. Yang Ming had only known Lan Ling for a day, but he really liked this little girl. Although she was sometimes a little clingy, this kind of girl who looked pure on the outside and flirtatious on the inside was indeed the best choice for a wife. Of course, this was only limited to flirting with Yang Ming. After registering the ID card, Yang Ming and Lan Ling moved their luggage over. A staff member was cleaning the room. When she saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling coming in, she said, "Wait a moment. It will be done soon." The waiter swiftly changed the bedsheets, blankets, pillowcases, and other things on the bed. After wiping the table, he put down some daily necessities. Then he put a small plastic thing on the bedside table. The waiter looked up and saw Yang Ming. He hesitated for a moment, put another one on the table, and left the room. What is this? Lan Ling curiously studied the two small plastic pieces in her hand. Yang Ming couldn't help sweating when he took a look. It turned out to be 2 condoms. Damn, Yang Ming recalled the last look in the waiter's eyes. This guy thought that 1 condom might not be enough. Am I such a pervert? But this couldn't be blamed on the waiter. When he saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling, a young couple, he naturally thought that young people's needs must be stronger. So he put 2 in the room. Ah? After Lan Ling understood the purpose of the thing, she exclaimed, "Dear, this thing says that it can add to the fun. Why don't we try it?" Yang Ming had never used it before. He didn't know what it felt like to wear a condom, so he nodded, "Okay, let's try it tonight." "No. Now." Lan Ling acted coquettishly. "But it's daytime now. Zhang Ben is still waiting for us in the room." Yang Ming was a little embarrassed, but his desire was almost aroused by Lan Ling. "No, this girl is too tempting. She can make me have thoughts just by saying a few words." After Lan Ling heard Yang Ming's words, she ran to the windowsill and closed the curtains. Then she jumped on the bed, half knelt on it, raised her head, and looked at Yang Ming with sparkling eyes. "It's dark now, right? This position." Yang Ming finally couldn't stand it. "I want to pee again." "Hold it in." "Damn, didn't I ask you to hold it in? You made me all over again. I can't hold it in anymore." Zhang Ben really wasn't in a hurry. This guy was currently polishing the 2 pieces of jade he had bet with a piece of broken sandpaper. Yang Ming and Lan Ling took a bath and changed their clothes before heading to Zhang Ben's room. "You're done so quickly?" Zhang Ben looked up and asked. "Fast?" Yang Ming and Lan Ling looked at each other. The 2 of them went crazy for more than half an hour. It seemed that Zhang Ben had completely immersed himself in the work of polishing the jade. "Shall we go out for a walk?" Yang Ming suggested. "You guys go ahead. I'll take a nap after I'm done with this stone. You guys had a good time last night, but I suffered." Zhang Ben complained. "Why? Are you interested in stones?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "A car." Zhang Ben was almost drooling. "A car in university. How many girls would it attract? If your dad knew that you bought a car to pick up girls." Yang Ming said halfway and suddenly remembered Zhang Jiefeng's character. He quickly changed his words. "He would probably buy you a sports car directly." "That's a good idea. I'll discuss it with him at night." Zhang Ben agreed. "Then I'll go out with Lan Ling. You can continue to study your stones." Yang Ming said. "Okay, call me if there's anything." After Zhang Ben's college entrance exam ended, Zhang Jiefeng gave him a phone. Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked out of the hotel. Yang Ming was also thinking, "Should I buy a phone?" "What are you thinking about?" Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming, who was deep in thought. "I'm thinking if I should buy a phone." Yang Ming said. "Then buy one. If not, it'll be inconvenient." Lan Ling said, "Didn't you withdraw 10,000 yuan yesterday? Wasn't that for you?" Yang Ming smiled. "For me? What use do I have for money? Moreover, I'm all yours now. Are you thinking of abandoning me?" Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming pitifully. "How would I dare to abandon you?" Yang Ming thought, "If I abandon you, I don't know how I'll die." "Oh yeah, Lan Ling, do you like me?" "I like you." Lan Ling felt strange. "Why do you ask? We don't seem to have any feelings for each other." Yang Ming shook his head. "But I like you. My mother said that a girl can only love one man and sleep with one man in her life. If I don't love you, who will I love?" Lan Ling said it as a matter of fact. Yang Ming sighed. Maybe it was because of this preconceived idea that Lan Ling only had him in her heart. Therefore, she naturally had feelings for him when she thought more. "What about me?" Yang Ming realized that he didn't know when he had fallen in love with Lan Ling. Yes, it was love. It was a wonderful feeling. Lan Ling's sentence, "Are you thinking of abandoning me?" made Yang Ming feel a lot of emotions. Although Yang Ming replied, "How would I dare to not want you?" However, he was suddenly very reluctant in his heart. Yang Ming hypothesized in his heart. If there wasn't the voodoo relationship, could he abandon Lan Ling? However, just thinking about it made Yang Ming feel heartache. It seemed that he was serious about Lan Ling. But what about Chen Mingyan? Yang Ming still thought about Chen Mingyan every day. Yang Ming didn't deny that he had fallen in love with Lan Ling, but in his heart, Chen Mingyan still occupied a very important position. In addition to Chen Mingyan, there was also Zhao Suya, and Lin Jiyun whose innocence was ruined by him. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had a headache. He didn't think that he was a fickle person because he wasn't the kind of person who liked the new and hated the old. It could only be said that he was a little sentimental. However, Lan Ling's voodoo. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. The voodoo had a wonderful effect. That was that the person who cast the voodoo and the person who cast it would have a certain telepathy. For example, the voodoo in Yang Ming was related to feelings. Therefore, when Yang Ming thought of other girls, Lan Ling would feel it. If Yang Ming had a change of heart, Lan Ling would also feel it. When Lan Ling saw Yang Ming's painful expression, she really wanted to persuade him. However, the selfish mentality of a girl made her hold it back. Only when she was really sure of Yang Ming's feelings for her, she would tell this secret. In fact, it couldn't be considered a secret. It was just Yang Ming himself who misunderstood. "I didn't deliberately lie to you. You thought too much." Lan Ling comforted herself. The current mobile phone was very cheap. Yang Ming didn't hesitate too much. He went to a mobile phone store with Lan Ling. Now that Yang Ming had determined his direction of earning money, he didn't care about this small amount of money. Things like mobile phones were upgraded relatively quickly. Yang Ming didn't need any navigation, camera, MP3, or MP4 functions at all. As for those with diamonds, Yang Ming felt that they were even more useless. Isn't it just a call or a text message? It's fine as long as the signal is good and the standby time is long. Therefore, Yang Ming went directly to the low-cost area. The salesperson learned of Yang Ming's request and saw that he was dressed like a student. He directly recommended a low-end Nokia phone. This Nokia 1200 is selling well. The price is low but the quality isn't bad. A lot of students buy this. The salesperson introduced, the signal of the Nokia is excellent. The standby time of the battery is about 5 days. The functions also meet the requirements of the average student. What do you think? Yang Ming asked for Lan Ling's opinion. It's pretty good. Lan Ling nodded, I think it's good. Can it be cheaper if I buy 2? Asked Yang Ming. We are a legitimate store. We don't bargain. Moreover, this kind of low-end mobile phone usually doesn't have much profit. 299 yuan is the promotional price. How about this? If you buy 2, I can give you 3 gift packs. The battery in the gift pack is at least 20 yuan. The salesperson thought for a while and said. She didn't expect to be able to sell 2. It was not bad. The salesperson's salary was related to their performance. The more they sold, the higher the bonus. Can you give us 4 gift packs? What do you think, sister? Yang Ming was just about to agree when Lan Ling suddenly said in a sweet voice. So it's like this. The salesperson looked at the cute Lan Ling's expectant expression. She hesitated and agreed, okay, but don't tell anyone. If everyone wants 2 gift bags, we'll be at a loss. The lethality of the loli didn't only work on men. Yang Ming sighed. Just 1 sentence and she asked for an extra battery. The number of gift packs for a mobile phone was usually just right. However, if there was a malfunction, the gift pack wouldn't be returned when returning to the company. Therefore, there would be some left over. Yang Ming asked for a white and a black one. The salesperson tested the 2 phones. After confirming that there was no malfunction, she wrote the bill. Yang Ming went to pay. Do you have a SIM card? When Yang Ming came back, the salesperson habitually asked. Usually, people who buy mobile phones need to buy a SIM card. This way, they can earn a profit of a few dozen yuan. Not yet. Is there a cheaper card for temporary use? Yang Ming asked. We might not be able to stay here for long. Then let's get the Shenzhou Express card. It's anonymous and doesn't cost a month. You can use it by topping it up. The salesperson introduced. It's 20 cents to make a call. It's free to pick up the phone. Long-distance calls are 30 cents for 12593. Oldju didn't know the local rates, so he said it randomly. Okay, I'll take this one. Yang Ming nodded. He felt that it was a good deal. The card number is 30. The top-up card is 100. The total is 130 yuan. The salesperson said, this is the number list. You can choose your number. As long as it doesn't have asterisks or triangles, it's fine. The ones with asterisks are lucky numbers. You have to pay extra. But if you're using it temporarily, it's not necessary. Yang Ming randomly chose a card that was easier to say. The ending was 3401. Lan Ling's was 3402. There was no need to wait for the Shenzhou Express card. It could be used immediately after topping up. After testing it, it could be used to make calls. Yang Ming paid directly. Because the SIM card didn't have any problems with the 3 guarantees, there was no need to issue a receipt. He could just pay directly. Yang Ming took out the warranty card and accessories and put them into Lan Ling's bag. He threw away the box directly. Although these things could be sold as second-hand in the future, Yang Ming didn't expect to sell a phone that cost more than 200 yuan. After leaving, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin. Hello? Who is this? Zhang Bin looked at the unfamiliar number and asked curiously. Hello, this is Hong Kong's Bin Group. Your phone number won the second prize. Yang Ming said seriously. F***ck off, I don't believe it. If you call again, I'll call the police. N? Yang Ming? Zhang Bin suddenly felt that the other party's voice was familiar. F***ck, why is it you? Huh, I didn't expect you to have such a big reaction. Could it be that you've been fooled before? Yang Ming laughed. Only a fool would be fooled. Zhang Bin said, since I got my phone, I've received more than 10 of these harassing calls. This is my phone number. I just bought it. Call me if you need anything. Yang Ming said. Okay, where are you? Zhang Bin. I'm going to the bookstore. Yang Ming said, why? Is there anything wrong? Nothing. Zhang Bin's order. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming asked Lan Ling, do you know where the nearest bookstore is? Yes, I want to buy a few books about jade. Yang Ming didn't hide anything from Lan Ling. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, you haven't told me what happened this morning. When I got back to the hotel, I was so focused on doing it with you that I forgot to ask. Who asked you to have a mind full of dirty thoughts? You're a little horny woman. Yang Ming patted Lan Ling's butt and said. I'm just thinking about it. If you don't want to, I can't do anything about it. If you don't get hard, I can't do anything to you even if I die of exhaustion. Lan Ling whispered in Yang Ming's ear. Damn. Isn't this seduction? Lan Ling found out Yang Ming's inappropriateness easily. She said, look, I don't know who's the one with a mind full of dirty thoughts. They were thinking about it on the street. See how I'm going to punish you tonight. Yang Ming glared at Lan Ling. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Lan Ling jumped up and down like a child. She had a happy expression. Yang Ming was helpless. He had to change the topic. What happened this morning? When you were gambling in the morning, how did you know the quality of the jade inside the stone? This should be the first time you encountered it, right? Lan Ling asked curiously. Do you have the same intuition as me? No, I'm a lucky person. Yang Ming hadn't decided whether to tell Lan Ling about his ability. After all, this wasn't a small matter. Forget it if you don't want to tell me. Lan Ling pouted. She didn't look happy. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but my situation is special. It's not easy to describe. Yang Ming found an excuse for himself. What happened to Yang Ming was weird, but it wasn't indescribable. It was just more troublesome to explain. All right. Lan Ling let go of Yang Ming. However, she didn't take it to heart. After a while, she forgot about it. Because of Tingchong's geographical location and trade, Xinhua bookstore had a lot of books about jade. Here, jade was like a culture. As a citizen of Tingchong, if he didn't know anything about jade, he would be ashamed. According to the sign at the door, Yang Ming and Lan Ling easily found the counter for jade books. There were a few readers standing here. One of them looked like a scholar. He was about 50 years old. Looking at the dazzling array of books, Yang Ming had a headache. He had this feeling when he bought the lip-reading materials. Now that the living standards of the people were high, and the spiritual culture was rich. But correspondingly, there were more cultural products to make up the numbers. If it was a prose, novel, comic, or children's book, it wouldn't matter if you bragged a little. But if it was an academic book, it would be wrong to make up nonsense. Now, there were a lot of professional books. If it was a book that was pieced together, it wouldn't matter. You couldn't learn anything after reading it, but you couldn't learn anything bad. He was afraid that those who pretended to know nonsense would write books full of fallacies. Wouldn't that lead people astray? Yang Ming was confused after flipping through a few books. Every person had a different point of view. Every author had a different understanding of jade. It could be said that they were poles apart. How could they read this book? Lan Ling's ability to recognize jade was based on her feelings. She didn't know anything about jade. What's wrong, young man? Why are you frowning? The old man who stood beside Yang Ming suddenly asked. Old man, I want to study jade, but I don't know what kind of books to read. Yang Ming saw that he had been looking for books for a long time. He wanted to give it a try. But I realized that many books have different points of view. I don't know what to do. Hee hee. So it's because of this. The old man laughed. What's there to worry about? What you're talking about are mostly appreciation books. Many of these books are written by collectors. Everyone has different interests, hobbies, and tastes. Naturally, the views written by them will be different. But the value of jade, isn't it up to the collectors to decide? Yang Ming was confused. Not entirely. To a certain extent, their words can be used as a reference to evaluate the value of a piece of jade. But it's not entirely the case. As he spoke, the old man took out a book titled Hatian Jade Appreciation from the bookshelf. He flipped to a page and pointed at the picture. Take these two jade bracelets for example. Look carefully. The materials used for these two bracelets are almost the same. Look here, there is a quality evaluation report. Yang Ming took a look. Sure enough, the quality of the two bracelets was almost the same. But the evaluation price differed by more than 2 million. Do you see? Do you want to know why this connoisseur praised one bracelet but didn't mention the other? The old man asked. Yang Ming shook his head. How would he know? If he knew, he wouldn't be troubled. Hee hee, young man, the quality of the jade is important, but the person who carved it is also important. These two jade bracelets have different carving techniques. Look carefully. The one that is highly evaluated is very delicate, but the other is very rough. The old man explained. Ah. So that's why. Yang Ming was enlightened. Just now, he only paid attention to the difference in the quality of the jade. He didn't pay attention to the carving technique. I was wondering why the price difference between the same quality of jade was so big. Yes, the carver of this bracelet might be a novice. To put it bluntly, this piece of jade was blinded by him. The old man shook his head regretfully. I understand now. Yang Ming nodded. Then, old man, what book do you think a novice like me should read? If you are interested in jade, you can start learning from the quality of the jade. For example, this book is more suitable for you. The old man took out a book with an ugly cover from the corner of the bookshelf and passed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming quickly took it. Analysis of Jade Knowledge. He looked at the publication date. The first edition in 1988, the second edition in 1997, and the 36th printing in 2007. This book was even older than his own age. Yang Ming was born in the 90s. This book is older than Yang Ming by 2 years. Hee, are you surprised that this book is a bit old? The old man looked at Yang Ming and laughed. Yes. This book is older than me by 2 years. Is it outdated? Yang Ming expressed his doubts. Outdated? How can knowledge be outdated? The old man shook his head and said, when you young people buy books, you always like to buy the latest ones. Yes, it's right for you to buy new fashion books, but it's not necessarily the same for knowledge books. For example, the most commonly used arithmetic of addition and subtraction in our life. This is knowledge invented by our ancestors thousands of years ago. Can you say that it's outdated? Another example is the Tang and Song poems that we read. Are these outdated? Knowledge isn't outdated. Take this book for example. You see, it's already the 36th printing. This proves its value. Yang Ming nodded. Yes, he did benefit a lot. Not only did he learn a lot about the value of jade from the old man, but he also found a suitable teaching material for himself. Yang Ming was very happy. Old man, thank you. I understand. I will work hard to learn the knowledge in this book. I wanted to tell you more, but I still have something to do today. I have to go first. This is my business card. If you don't understand anything, just call me. It's rare that there are young people who like to learn so much. The old man took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed by the old man's words. I don't like to learn. I want to learn to earn money. But he still respectfully took the business card from the old man with both hands. The business card was very simple. There was only a name and a phone number. There was no job title. It was obvious that this was a personal business card. The people who gave out such business cards to others were generally the leading figures of certain industries. They no longer cared about fame and fortune. Lu Weishan, Yang Ming had never heard of this name. But he reckoned that this old Mr. Lu must be an expert in the jade industry. After bidding farewell to Lu Weishan, Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked around the bookstore for a while. Yang Ming casually browsed through books about Qigong and special abilities. The content was very superficial. There was nothing related to X-ray vision. Lan Ling's sixth sense was mentioned in many books, but the explanation was very vague. Aristotle, an ancient Greek scientist and philosopher, believed long ago that people have 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste and touch. However, in life, many people believed in the existence of intuition or sixth sense, especially women. Does the sixth sense even exist? Scientists haven't been able to give us a definite answer yet. Damn, what kind of explanation is this? Yang Ming was a little depressed after seeing this. He put the book back. It seemed that these things were better understood by looking for a specialized website. The books in the bookstore weren't very professional. Lan Ling Yang Ming turned around and found that Lan Ling was gone. This little girl, where did she go? It was very difficult to find someone in the bookstore because the bookshelves blocked people's sight. It was impossible to see the person behind the bookshelf. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. This kind of blocking was useless for Yang Ming. Yang Ming's eyes were like a telescope. Who could compare to this? Yang Ming directly used his special ability and immediately found Lan Ling, who was standing behind a bookshelf not far away. She was reading a book with full concentration. Yang Ming immediately walked over. It seemed that Lan Ling was very engrossed in reading. She didn't even notice that Yang Ming appeared behind her. Lan Ling, what are you reading? You are so engrossed. Yang Ming patted her little butt. Ah. Lan Ling was shocked. She realized that it was Yang Ming and then she was relieved. You scared me. Huh? Yang Ming saw the book in Lan Ling's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Life knowledge for newlyweds. Damn, this little girl is really shameless. Yang Ming, look at the few positions and postures in this book. We haven't tested them yet. How about we try it tonight? Lan Ling pointed at the hand-drawn illustrations in the book. Yang Ming listened and quickly looked around. Fortunately, there was no one. Lan Ling, can't you be quieter? It's not good if other people hear it. Yang Ming reminded her. What's wrong with this? don't they do this at home? Besides, isn't this book for people to read? Lan Ling asked curiously. Yang Ming was speechless. This little girl really doesn't understand, or is she doing it on purpose? She is too innocent. These are the privacy between two people. It's not good to let others know. Yang Ming explained. Oh, then I won't say it. Lan Ling nodded. How about we buy this book back? Buy? Yang Ming didn't want to see the weird look from the cashier. He shook his head and said, forget it. It's just theoretical knowledge. There's nothing for reference. Why don't we go back and watch a live-action movie? Live-action movie? Okay. Are we going to watch it tonight? Lan Ling asked. Let's talk about it when we go back. Yang Ming thought, is there a place to download it? Out of the bookstore, Yang Ming and Lan Ling found a snack bar. Before they left, the two of them were busy in the hotel. They digested the lunch they had. In addition to that, they were already hungry after spending half a day in the bookstore. Crossing the bridge rice noodles was one of the most famous snacks in Yunnan. If they didn't taste the crossing the bridge rice noodles when they arrived in Yunnan, it would be a wasted trip. Yang Ming hadn't eaten the rice noodles before, so naturally, he wanted to try it. Lan Ling didn't care. She was a typical local. She ate it often, but she loved it. The two of them ordered a large portion. This was the benefit of having a meal together as a couple. A large portion was cheaper than two small portions. Plus, there was one more meat and two more vegetables. The small portion only had 1 meat and 3 vegetables, while the large portion had 3 meat and 5 vegetables. If Yang Ming and Zhang Ben were to eat together, they wouldn't eat a pot of rice noodles. But it was different with Lan Ling. They had kissed and made love. Yang Ming didn't even dislike Lan Ling's urine, let alone her saliva. It was delicious when the two of them fought to eat. Lan Ling had big eyes and a small stomach. Before she ate, she said that she could eat half of it. But after a few bites, she was full. Yang Ming was responsible for the rest. The rice noodles were authentic. The chili was delicious, so Yang Ming didn't force himself to eat. Eat slowly. Lan Ling smiled and handed a napkin to Yang Ming. Wipe your sweat. Yang Ming took the napkin. He looked up and saw Lan Ling's eyes that were full of tenderness and love. He was very happy. It turned out that this was the feeling of two people being together. Although Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were often together before, there was still a layer of window paper between the two of them. Therefore, both of them were a little secretive and reserved. That was another kind of feeling. Thinking about Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming began to feel sad again. Lan Ling, I can't abandon her no matter what. This fairy-like girl, Yang Ming couldn't wait to love her. How could he not want her? But the key question was what to do with Chen Mingyan? Not to mention whether she could accept Lan Ling. This voodoo problem was troublesome enough. Yang Ming shook his head and tried not to think about these unpleasant things. He always believed that there would be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and he would take one step at a time. But how to say it, maybe the god of luck was on his side. Yang Ming's luck was extraordinarily good. Murloc said, it's natural for the protagonist to have good luck. If the supporting character has good luck, wouldn't that be usurping the throne? Lan Ling, why do you think this bridge crossing rice noodles is called bridge crossing rice noodles? Yang Ming put the remaining half of the meat sauce into the rice noodles pot and prepared to clean up together. Hee, I asked my grandmother this question when I was young. She told me this. Legend has it that there was a scholar who studied hard in a small house by the lake in order to obtain scholarly honors in the imperial examinations. His wife delivered food to the scholar every day, but every time the food reached the scholar's hands, it would be cold. Then, the clever wife thought of a way. Every day, she cooked chicken soup rice noodles and delivered them to the scholar. Because the thick chicken oil had the effect of keeping the food warm, the scholar could eat hot food. After that, it gradually spread. Because the wife had to cross the bridge to deliver food every day, it was called bridge crossing rice noodles. Lan Ling finished speaking and looked at the rice noodles in front of her. Her eyes seemed to be blurred. Yang Ming wanted to show off, so he said, first is the color. The color is the color. Green jade is the best. Red and purple jade is only 1/5 of the value of green jade. If the jade contains red, purple, green, and white, it is called Fu Lu Shou Shi. If it only contains red, green, and white, it is called Fu Lu Shou. Dark and slightly yellow jade is the lower grade. If it is a single color jade, it is better to have a uniform color. As for your jade, I am not belittling it, but look at its black color and slightly yellow color. It is definitely the lower grade. The so-called transparent jade means that the jade must be transparent like glass without any stains, chafing, or astringent. Translucent and opaque jade are called middle-grade jade and normal jade. In the Qing dynasty and before the Qing dynasty, jade with 3 colors of red, green, and white was called jadeite. In modern times, jade generally refers to transparent jade. Currently, jade is mostly transparent and green. Your jade is not only not green, but it is also not transparent. This is the second point. The third point is uniform, which means that the color of the jade is uniform. Although it contains white and green, but the color is not uniform, the value is very low. You are not related to this. Your yellow jade is okay. As for shape, it means that the shape of the jade can be processed into different styles according to different aesthetic requirements. There is no special standard. Generally speaking, the bigger the jade, the better. Yours is quite big. Can't you say that I am reborn? Yang Ming was very unhappy with Zhang Bin's contempt. What's wrong? Yang Ming saw that Lan Ling's expression was a bit strange, so he quickly asked. Oh? Yours? Yang Ming took a look. When he was in the taxi, he briefly flipped through the book that he just bought. He had a general understanding of jade. So he applied what he learned. There are 6 standards to appraise the quality of jade. They are color, transparency, uniformity, shape, brightness. Where is your grandmother? Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling's mother was dead, but her grandmother should still be alive. When he returned to the hotel, he was surprised to find that Zhang Bin hadn't slept yet. He was still fiddling with the 2 pieces of jade. It seemed that Zhang Jiefeng was going to be so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It was natural for the son to inherit his father's business, but he was afraid that the son would not do his job properly. Yang Ming also vaguely guessed Zhang Bin's intention, but he didn't say it out loud. Perhaps only Zhang Bin was confused. You're really something. You even bought a book. Why? Are you interested in this line of work? Zhang Bin took the book and flipped through it. Lan Ling shook her head. I miss Grandma and Mom. Of course it's referring to the jade in Zhang Bin's hand that's pretty big. Lan Ling blinked her big innocent eyes and said innocently, could it be that it's referring to something else? Why didn't I know about it? It's a bit of an interest. Yang Ming smiled. I'm also preparing to gamble some jade to earn some money. That's true. But if my dad knew that you like this line of work, he would definitely be happy. Zhang Bin smiled. If you were to do this in the future, my dad wouldn't be afraid that I wouldn't do it. Gambling jade was only one way to earn money. It wasn't the only way. Let's not talk about those that were far away. Let's talk about those that were near. If you could gamble jade, you could gamble diamonds. Even like what Zhang Jiefeng said, you could go treasure hunting. Yang Ming passed 2 pieces to Zhang Bin. This guy threw the piece of jade that Yang Ming criticized to be worthless to the side and started to polish another piece of jade. I don't know where she went. Lan Ling was absent-minded. She was poisoned by her enemy. It was a very powerful poison. Then she disappeared. I miss her a lot. When I was young, my grandmother always made rice noodles for me, and told me good stories. There are plenty on the table. Take whatever you want. Zhang Bin pointed at the desk beside the TV and said, give me 2 more pieces. Yang Ming took a look. Zhang Bin's second piece of jade was of good quality. It was much better than the first piece. So he encouraged, this piece looks good. I hope it's a good piece of jade. How much money can you earn? Why don't I talk to my dad and ask him to guide you? Zhang Bin felt that if his good buddy was also in this line of work, then he would have someone to take care of him when he took over the job. Are you still listening? If I say that you have a problem in your thinking, then there is a problem. Why don't other people think in that direction? After Yang Ming finished speaking, he asked Lan Ling, "Little Lan Ling, what do you think I meant when I said pretty big?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Bin was confused. "Seduction? Blackmail? What do you think of my jade?" Zhang Bin took a piece of jade that was basically polished and asked. "Hee, didn't I mishear?" Zhang Bin said embarrassedly, "You came up with so many technical terms. How can I understand? Can't you at least be more specific?" Besides, Yang Ming's intuition told him that after the glasses merged with him, there would be more special abilities. Telescopic vision and X-ray vision were easier to develop. It could be said that they were easy to operate. But for example, the ability to see other people's thoughts, Yang Ming didn't know how to use it. So, it could be said that there was still a part of his special ability that hadn't been explored yet. Look at it yourself. Yang Ming took out the book Analysis of Jade Knowledge from behind and handed it to Zhang Bin. "Damn, you two adulterers. You two are singing the same tune. I'm defeated by you." Zhang Bin sweated. "Okay, I'll take it that my thinking isn't good enough. You continue to talk about blackmail. What is it?" "Hee, give me a few pieces of sandpaper. I'll go back and see how my jade is." Yang Ming laughed. "Once my channels are stable or my social connections are established, I can set up my own company. Of course, this is just a preliminary idea. If my special ability is only used to gamble on jade, wouldn't it be a waste?" Yang Ming sighed. "In that case, Lan Ling is really too pitiful." Before Yang Ming finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Bin. "What do you mean by pretty big? Your words are ambiguous. Sister-in-law is still here. Can't you be more civilized?" After hurriedly finishing the rice noodles, Yang Ming and Lan Ling paid the bill. When they were about to leave, the shop owner suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, the money is wrong." "I was just about to ask," Zhang Bin said without giving face. "There are so many theories?" "Yang Ming, who did you hear this from?" After Zhang Bin listened to Yang Ming's theory, he was surprised. "You were still a novice in the morning. How did you become an expert in the afternoon? Don't tell me you met with a miracle. For example, you were possessed by the spirit of a jade expert?" "Damn," Yang Ming said with disdain, "it doesn't matter if your brain is empty. Just don't get it in the water. Seduction and blackmail. I don't know how you association. It's seduction and blackmail." "Sure, but I'm just fooling around. After all, this is just a side job. We should focus on the university." Yang Ming nodded. This matter couldn't be hidden from Zhang Jiefeng. Otherwise, as a newcomer, even if he got a priceless jade, he wouldn't have a sales channel. But Zhang Jiefeng was different. Not only did he have his own processing plant, but he also had his own sales channel. "It's 25 yuan, but you gave me 35 yuan. Here are 2 10 yuan notes." The shop owner returned 10 yuan to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that he was too cautious. He was fooled by the news of tourists being cheated. He thought that he had to be careful when he was outside. Looking at this small restaurant that was as busy as a marketplace, how could it be a shady restaurant? There were so many locals eating here. If it was a black shop, who would come here? Therefore, if he wanted to earn money through jade gambling, the only way was to let Zhang Jiefeng help him. Otherwise, even if he had a priceless jade, he wouldn't be able to sell it for a good price. "It's blackmail. I realized that you have the potential to be a hooligan." Yang Ming continued to explain, "Blackmail means that there are often cracks and lines in the jade. It's not easy to notice. If you use a metal rod to knock or throw the jade on the table, you can distinguish the existence of cracks from the sound. The clearer the sound, the better. As for your piece, you don't need to knock. It's obvious that there is a horizontal line. As for blackmail, it means that there are black spots and flaws in the jade that aren't easy to notice with the naked eye. As long as you use a magnifying glass to look at it, you can see it clearly. The quality of jade can be divided into 10 grades. Each grade can be further divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Among them, white jade, no matter how good or bad its color or transparency, its value is the lowest. Your piece of jade has a lot of black spots and flaws. This step is omitted. Zhongbin's products must be the best. Zhongbin's current appearance was really like gambling on jade. Yang Ming didn't bother with him and returned to the room with Lan Ling. After the two of them put the do not disturb on the door, they lay on the bed. Yang Ming and Lan Ling were both tired. Lan Ling wanted to do something that she loved, but she didn't have the energy. So the two of them fell asleep while hugging each other. In a daze, Yang Ming suddenly heard a strange sound. This sound was very familiar to Yang Ming. Lan Ling would make this sound many times every day. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked up. He found out that the TV was playing a super adult movie. Lan Ling had already woken up. She was sitting in front of the TV and watching it attentively. Sometimes she would nod her head with a thoughtful look. Lan Ling, how did you tune it out? Yang Ming asked curiously. Yang Ming, is this the live-action movie you were talking about? The demonstration is much better than the book. Lan Ling said, do you want to watch it together? I'm not watching it. I'm already past the age of watching it. Yang Ming sighed. Unknowingly, he had matured. He still remembered the days when Suya had just left. Yang Ming, Su Peng, and Li Dagong spent every day in the internet cafe, video hall, and billiard room. Watching movies was a common occurrence. Now, those days seemed to be very far away. Yang Ming's memory was blurred. Now, Yang Ming had a new life, a new path, and Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan waited at home for a few days, but Yang Ming didn't call her. Chen Mingyan was really angry. This Yang Ming, he kept saying that he liked her and wanted her to be his girlfriend. Why was there no news from him now? Previously, when she was busy with her studies, this guy kept asking her out. Now that the college entrance examination was over and everyone was free, why didn't this guy ask her out anymore? Chen Mingyan felt very wronged. Wasn't it just because she gave him a hard time that day? But what's wrong with a girl throwing a tantrum? Chen Mingyan felt that she was a girl. If he couldn't tolerate her, how could they get along in the future? But after a while, Chen Mingyan felt that she was also wrong. She actually believed Wang Jitao's words. Yes, she believed Wang Jitao, but suspected Yang Ming instead. If it were her, she would also be angry. With the courage to make the first call, Chen Mingyan called Yang Ming again. This time, he chose to do it at night, so Yang Ming should be at home. Sure enough, the phone rang twice before someone picked it up. Hello, hello. Listening to the voice, it should be Yang Ming's mother. Hello auntie, I want to look for Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan said nervously. When Yang Ming was sick, Chen Mingyan also called him once. It was also Yang Ming's mother who picked it up. But that time, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming were just good friends, so she didn't feel anything. But this time was different. Now, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was very subtle. Chen Mingyan felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Oh, you are? Mother Yang asked. I am Yang Ming's classmate. My name is Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan said. Oh, it's you. Yang Ming often talks about you. He said that his grades have improved because of you. When Mother Yang heard that the girl was Chen Mingyan, she immediately became enthusiastic. Auntie, you are overpraising. Yang Ming himself is also very smart. He often tests in front of me. Chen Mingyan said quickly. Hee, come to my house to play when you are free. Auntie will treat you well. Mother Yang laughed. Okay, Auntie, that Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan saw that Mother Yang didn't mention anything about helping her call Yang Ming, so she reminded her. Oh, you are looking for Yang Ming. Yang Ming went out. Mother Yang said, he went out. Went out? When did he go? Where did he go? Chen Mingyan was a bit puzzled. He went to Yunnan with his classmate. He left the day before yesterday. Mother Yang said. With his classmate? Who did he go with? Chen Mingyan asked subconsciously. Don't worry. He is a male classmate. His name is Zhang Bin. Mother Yang smiled ambiguously. It could be heard that this girl was very concerned about Yang Ming. Auntie, I didn't mean that. Chen Mingyan was embarrassed. In fact, she really did mean that for a moment. I just said it casually. Don't take it to heart. Mother Yang smiled. What's the matter? I will tell him when he comes back. I don't have anything. Just tell him that I called him. Some things couldn't be passed on, so Chen Mingyan couldn't say it. Okay, I will tell him. Mother Yang said. Okay, Auntie, I am fine. I will hang up first. Chen Mingyan said carefully. Well, come and play when you are free. Mother Yang didn't forget to say. Okay, I will. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was a bit annoyed. This Yang Ming didn't tell her that he was going out to play. He made her worry for so many days. After Chen Mingyan learned that Yang Ming wasn't in the local area, she was relieved. She felt that Yang Ming would contact her when he came back, so she began to do what she needed to do. Yang Ming looked at the channel that Lan Ling was changing. It turned out to be a closed-circuit channel. When the association mentioned the nature of his room, Yang Ming was relieved. Many hotels would provide an adult channel in the couple's room. Because it was a private screening, and this was the unspoken rule of many hotels, so generally, if someone didn't report it, the management wouldn't specifically investigate this. Yang Ming, let's try it now. I have learned a few moves. Lan Ling said excitedly, okay. Alright. Once again, Yang Ming couldn't resist Lan Ling's temptation. What are you doing? Yang Ming saw Lan Ling's head moving towards his lower body and quickly asked. The woman in the TV did this. As Lan Ling said this, she used her mouth to hold little Yang Ming. See? This little vixen. Yang Ming even suspected that he would die from excessive ejaculation. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Jiefeng came back. He called Yang Ming to come out for dinner. Wu Fatsai didn't have any plans for tonight. After all, he couldn't accompany a client every day. He still had other clients to accompany. When Yang Ming came to Zhang Bin's room, Zhang Bin was holding his polished stone and talking to Zhang Jiefeng excitedly. How to identify the quality of this jade? There are 6 criteria, which are color, transparency, uniformity, shape, striking, illumination. Zhang Bin repeated what Yang Ming told him in the afternoon to Zhang Jiefeng. Good job, son. Zhang Jiefeng listened with a face full of smiles. I didn't expect you to know so much. Although the 2 pieces of jade you bet on aren't good, Dad is still very happy. As long as you study our family business properly, don't talk about buying a car, we can even buy you a house near your school. Hee, I also learned it from Yang Ming in the afternoon. Zhang Bin was a little embarrassed. After all, he plagiarized. Oh? Zhang Jiefeng was surprised to see Yang Ming, who just entered the room. Yang Ming, you seem to be very interested in jade? Yes, Uncle Zhang. I also want to gamble a few pieces of jade to earn some tuition fees. Yang Ming nodded with a smile. Gambling on jade isn't a problem, but you might not be able to earn enough tuition fees. This is completely dependent on luck. Just like the businessman we saw today, he suddenly opened a piece of jade, but the probability is very small. Zhang Jiefeng said, if you like it, you can play, but if you want to earn tuition fees, it's a bit difficult. I know, so I don't plan to do too much. I'm prepared to gamble a few thousand pieces of jade. Yang Ming said. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't have enough money. The key was that Wu Fatsai's batch of jade was limited. Spending more money was the same thing. Okay, if you have anything you don't understand, just ask me directly. Zhang Jiefeng didn't mind, but he was curious how Yang Ming suddenly knew so much about jade. Where did you learn all this from? Hi. I just bought a book and read it blindly. Zhang Bin, where's the book? Yang Ming asked. Zhang Bin quickly took the book Analysis of Jade Knowledge from the bed and passed it to his father. Zhang Jiefeng flipped a few pages with interest and said, not bad, it's very basic. You are quite good at choosing books. This book is most suitable for beginners like you. Uncle Zhang, you must be joking. How would I know? Luckily, I met an old gentleman in the bookstore who was quite knowledgeable in this field. He recommended it to me. Yang Ming smiled. So that's the case. It seems like that person is also an expert. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Zhang Jiefeng was in this business. He might have heard of old Mr. Lu's name, so he tried to ask, Uncle Zhang, have you heard of Lu Weishan? Yeah, there are a lot of customers here, but there aren't many people from the northeast. Most of the people who come to Tingchong are from the south. The restaurant owner said, are you guys in the jade business? Did you lose confidence in your 2 pieces of junk after seeing how awesome my stones were? Zhang Ben boasted. Zhang Jiefeng nodded after listening. He was probably invited by Wu Fatsai like that. Actually, it was understandable. He didn't come here often to gamble. When the goods arrived, they would definitely give it to the regular customers first. Zhang Jiefeng ordered a few Northeast special smoked sauces. The few of them started to eat heartily. As for Lan Ling, she couldn't eat much. She ate a few mouthfuls of each dish and was full. Lu Weishan? The old man you were talking about is Lu Weishan? Zhang Jiefeng was surprised after listening. Who knows, we might even get a piece of jade. Yang Ming smiled and said ambiguously. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, how are your 2 stones? Don't tell me you are too embarrassed to take them out because you threw out a piece of junk? Zhang Ben suddenly remembered the agreement between the 2 of them. Are the few of you from the northeast? The restaurant owner had nothing to do, so he sat at a table and started a conversation with Yang Ming. In other words, if we gamble on stones, we might be able to get a piece of jade. Zhang Ben was surprised. Of course. I'm a pure northeast man. My wife is a chef, so she's also from the northeast. Her skills are definitely authentic. The restaurant owner boasted. Who did you get the goods from? The restaurant owner asked. It's Liang Jinda. Because his 2 front teeth are gold, everyone calls him Liang Jinya. The restaurant owner smiled. If you want it, you have to hurry up. Don't spread this around. The first few days when the goods arrive, there will be a lot of people watching. Only after the last few days, when the goods are almost done, the owner of the goods will announce that he is looking for buyers. Don't underestimate the initiation. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. In other words, the first step was the most important step. As long as one was able to enter the door, they would be able to improve themselves in the future. Zhang Ben, it's easy to confuse the concepts of jadeite and jade. In fact, jadeite is indeed jade, but on the other hand, jade isn't necessarily jadeite. Zhang Jiefeng listened to his son and explained, jade is the collective name of natural jadeite. There were many types of natural jades, and they had different shapes and sizes depending on their chemical composition, density, hardness, and refractive index. Therefore, natural jade was divided into jadeite and nephrite. Jadeite was jade, and it was produced in Myanmar. Because of its unique composition and excellent quality, jadeite became the king of jades and was deeply loved by people. Nephrite was a natural jade that was harder than jadeite. At present, the natural jade produced in our country is basically nephrite. The most representative jade is the Hetian jade produced in Xinjiang, which is one of the best jades in China. Of course, Lu Weishan is a master in the jade stone carving world. He himself is also a titan in the jade stone appraisal world. He is an honorary consultant for many jewelry companies. Zhang Jiefeng said, my company has invited him a few times, but he didn't agree. You know, as long as there is a jade that he appraises, the value will increase by a lot. Yeah, I didn't expect to be able to eat such authentic northeastern cuisine here. Zhang Jiefeng exclaimed. Shredded pork with garlic sauce, double fried pork, spicy tofu, fried potato, and rice. This was the way of the Northeasterners. The Northeasterners weren't willing to eat noodles. Almost every meal was without rice. That's amazing. Yang Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet such an expert today. Uncle Zhang, Elder Lu left me a name card so that I can ask him if I don't understand. Do you think I should give him a call? Then why are you still gambling here? Zhang Ben was a little confused. More or less. Wu Fatsai's batch of goods arrived last month, and they were picked a few times. You guys are just here to pick up the leftovers. I heard from the customers that Xianxia from the goods yard will be getting a batch of good goods these few days. If you guys are interested, you can go and take a look. If you are early, you can pick the good stuff. The restaurant owner said. Hee, gambling on jade is just a hobby. It's okay to play occasionally. It's just like buying lottery tickets. If you spend a few hundred yuan every month, it's okay. But if you want to buy a few hundred yuan, it's a little inappropriate. Zhang Jiefeng said, this time, the main reason for coming is to let you experience it and get in touch with it. But since Liang Jinya was here, Zhang Jiefeng still wanted to take a look. But he was just here to join in the fun. He wasn't an expert in this field. It wouldn't be useful even if he went early. But looking at the situation, Zhang Ben had unknowingly learned a lot about this field. It could be said that he was a beginner. Zhang Jiefeng was very happy. He felt that this trip wasn't in vain. Also, he was glad that he brought Yang Ming along. Because of Yang Ming's interest, Zhang Ben was interested. Zhang Ben didn't eat anything in the afternoon. He was already hungry, so he was very active. On the other hand, Yang Ming and Lan Ling weren't that hungry. In fact, Zhang Jiefeng had his own plans. If Yang Ming really had a relationship with Lu Weishan, it would be very beneficial for his jewelry company. Why? Is this Lu Weishan very famous? Yang Ming wasn't in this industry, so naturally, he hadn't heard of him. Then we are from the same hometown. We are from Songjiang City, the 3 northeastern provinces. That means that the 3 northeastern provinces are a family. Zhang Jiefeng was a businessman. His character was more forthright, so he could talk to anyone. I haven't polished it yet. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He was so focused on the couple's game with Lan Ling that he didn't even think about the stone. I got it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming didn't have this intention to be Elder Lu's disciple. He couldn't rely on jade gambling for a living. Now, it was just a way to make money. So, it didn't matter if he knew how to carve. What was important was that he could pick out the good material from the rough stones. As for who would be the one to process it and how it would turn out, Yang Ming didn't want to be involved. Of course, you have to call. Elder Lu rarely takes the initiative to give his contact number to others. Moreover, he doesn't like to be polite. If he asked you to call him, he would be willing. Otherwise, he wouldn't give you his business card. Zhang Jiefeng immediately said, Yang Ming, this is a good opportunity. If you can be Elder Lu's disciple, you will become a new figure in the jewelry industry. Yes, there are a lot of jewelry businessmen in Guangdong and Hong Kong who became rich overnight. They all relied on jade gambling to make a fortune. Zhang Jiefeng said, but in the first few years, the probability of getting jade gambling was higher. At that time, the stones were cheaper. It didn't cost much to buy a bunch of them. After that, the businessmen who resell the rough stones became smarter. The price increased a few times. If you buy a bunch of jade stones, even if you get jade, you won't earn much money. Liang Jinya? Zhang Jiefeng didn't come here often. Naturally, he didn't know the names of the other businessmen. Zhang Jiefeng saw that Yang Ming didn't seem to have this intention, so he couldn't force him. He only advised, you should think about it. This is a rare opportunity. A lot of people want to be his disciple, but they can't find the right way. If that was the case, the biggest problem would be the sales. What reason should I come up with to not make Zhang Jiefeng suspicious? Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Maybe Elder Lu just thought of me as a young man who is eager to learn. Maybe he didn't have the intention to accept me as his disciple. Yang Ming smiled. If he didn't even know the right way, how could he talk about improvement? That's true. But if he took the initiative to ask, you should consider it. Zhang Jiefeng said, let's go. Let's go eat something. Jade? Oh yeah, what does jade mean? Isn't it also jade? Zhang Ben couldn't figure out the difference between the two. Wu Fatsai, what's wrong? Zhang Jiefeng smiled and said, you know about this too? I'm in the jewelry business. I'm also in the jade business. It's just a small business. I can't be compared to the big boss in the south. Zhang Jiefeng was telling the truth. His scale wasn't enough. But Yang Ming was different. After listening to the restaurant owner, Yang Ming's heart moved. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity to make money. Because of his current identity, he couldn't come to Yunnan often. So, he might as well take this opportunity to make more. When they returned to the hotel at night, under Zhang Bin's strong request, Yang Ming brought the 2 stones that he gambled during the day to Zhang Jiefeng's room. He wanted to let him appraise which one was more valuable. "It's definitely mine." Zhang Bin pointed at his polished stone and said, "Mine is twice the size of yours." "You can't say that. If it's a jade, a palm-sized piece would be worth millions." Zhang Jiefeng waved his hand. "Which one is more valuable between a piece of gold and a piece of silver that's twice the size?" "That's the logic. How is it possible to get a jade?" Zhang Bin was disdainful. "Nothing is impossible. Luck is hard to predict." Zhang Jiefeng shook his head. "Let's talk about me. Among the people who went to sea with me, I was the only one who made it big. The others are still working hard in small businesses." Zhang Bin didn't dare to say anything. He knew that his father was superstitious, so he said, "Yeah, my luck isn't good." "Son, you don't need luck. You have an advantage over others. You have a good father. Even though I'm not a billionaire, my net worth is in the tens of millions. As long as you don't go bankrupt and manage your business well, you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. I don't expect you to expand your business. You just need to protect your family business." Zhang Jiefeng said. "Dad, you make it sound like I'm a rich second generation." Zhang Bin was embarrassed. "If there is Yang Ming in the future, we can take care of each other. We will definitely make your family business great." "And, I was waiting for you to say that." Zhang Jiefeng laughed. What he said just now was so that Zhang Bin wouldn't feel burdened. But who didn't want their son to be successful? Yang Ming polished the broken jade a few times quietly to reveal the original color of the jade. Then he pretended to be disappointed and sighed. "It's not even as good as your broken one." Zhang Jiefeng took a look and shook his head. "This piece of jade can only be sold for 10 yuan at the artisan workshop. But it's okay. Isn't there another one? Maybe it is a piece of jade." Zhang Jiefeng comforted him. "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Zhang." Yang Ming smiled. He purposely brought up this topic. He wanted to shift the topic to luck. He didn't expect Zhang Jiefeng to bring it up first. It saved him the trouble of thinking and talking. Yes, luck was a wonderful thing. There were even scientists from many countries who started to study luck as a science. Although this sounded a bit ridiculous, you had to admit that luck really did exist in the unseen world. For example, when people buy lottery tickets, some people win the lottery time and time again, while others don't win even once. And the person who won the lottery didn't even know why they won the lottery. It was the same at the poker table. Often, there would be a winner whose cards were especially smooth. Their luck was so good that there was nothing to say about it. These were all things that science could not explain. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to start from this aspect and attribute his superpower to luck. This way, no one could do anything to him. "Hee, Yang Ming, how is it? You lost, right? I told you, how could you pick anything good out of that pile of junk? So many experts picked it. How could it be your turn?" Zhang Bin said sarcastically. "I despise you. Are you afraid that I would pick up a piece of jade and ruin your car?" Yang Ming gave him a look of disdain. "And? Why is it so green?" Yang Ming pretended to be confused. He pointed at the corner of the jade in his hand. "Let me see." Zhang Jiefeng was stunned. He quickly took the jade in Yang Ming's hand. After looking at it, his face was full of excitement. "Yang Ming, do you know that this is jade? You actually picked up a piece of jade." "What? Jade?" Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and stood up. "Uncle Zhang, did you see wrongly?" "No, how could I see wrongly? Although your Uncle Zhang isn't an expert in this field, I am still an expert in this field. I can still distinguish between jade and jade. This is definitely a piece of jade without a doubt. Yang Ming, I really didn't expect your luck to be so good." Today, the group of businessmen picked up a piece of jade. I thought it was very lucky. I didn't expect you to pick up a piece of jade just like that. Zhang Jiefeng took over the sandpaper in Yang Ming's hand and helped him to sand it. Dad, is this really jade? Zhang Ben also felt that it was unbelievable. Go away. Why would your dad lie to you? Zhang Jiefeng was a little unhappy. Let me tell you. This time Yang Ming won. Your car is ruined. Ah? Don't, Dad. Aren't you asking me to ride a roller coaster? It was still in the sky just now. In the blink of an eye, it fell down. Zhang Ben was a little depressed. But since you are interested in jade, I will reward you with a car. Zhang Jiefeng said leisurely, but Zhang Ben was sweating profusely. Dad, are you trying to scare me? Zhang Ben let out a sigh of relief. Yang Ming, this piece of jade isn't as good as the one from the group of businessmen today. It isn't as big as that one, but it is still considered a mid-grade jade. This stone can be sold for about 200,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng said, how do you want to deal with it? I don't really understand the market. Uncle Zhang, what do you think? Yang Ming thought for a while. He still had 20,000 yuan in his savings. This money was enough for gambling. It didn't matter if this piece of jade was sold or not. I don't really recommend you to sell it directly. Uncle Zhang is now advising you as your elder. Of course, I am a businessman. From a businessman's point of view, I am naturally willing to let you sell it to me. Zhang Jiefeng said, but Uncle Zhang can't do that. You are Zhang Bin's good friend. Even if I want to earn money, I can't earn it from you. What I mean is, you can give the jade to me. Then I will let the people in the factory process it into jewelry and sell it in the shop. Then, it can be sold for about 800,000 yuan. Then it is all up to Uncle Zhang. You can just give me half of the money you earn. Yang Ming wasn't greedy for money. He still needed Zhang Jiefeng's channel in the future, so he couldn't be stingy. Hee, you are the younger generation. How can I, Zhang Jiefeng, take your money? Zhang Jiefeng laughed, if you really want to give it to me, you can follow the standard of other people. Give me a 10% commission fee. But, when you process it, don't you need a commission fee? Yang Ming felt that Zhang Jiefeng wasn't a person who only cared about profits. So, he didn't worry about giving the jade to him. Besides, this jadeite was nothing to Yang Ming. As long as Yang Ming wanted, he could find a lot of jadeite from thousands of stones. That's just a small amount of money. It's only a few hundred yuan. Zhang Jiefeng waved his hand. Normally, only people who didn't have a channel would sell their jade. If not, who would be so stupid? They wouldn't earn money. Then I will have to trouble Uncle Zhang. Yang Ming thanked him. Zhang Jiefeng already knew about Yang Ming's family background from Zhang Bin. He knew that his parents were workers, so he wanted to use this opportunity to help Yang Ming. If not, he wouldn't be working for nothing. But since Yang Ming was willing to pay the commission fee, it didn't matter. Zhang Jiefeng also considered Yang Ming's luck to be able to obtain a piece of jadeite. Even if he was an expert for decades, he couldn't guarantee that one of the two stones he took out would be a piece of jadeite. If Zhang Jiefeng knew that Yang Ming had such a magical ability, he would hesitate. Even if his son was Yang Ming's good friend, he couldn't always help him with this kind of work. Uncle Zhang, can you give me a piece of the completed jade pendant? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Of course, this was originally yours. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. What kind of design do you want? I just need to instruct them. Yang Ming nodded. He decided to give Lan Ling a gift. He had already XO her many times, but he didn't give her a gift. Wasn't that too stingy? Wow, Yang Ming. You just bent down and picked up 800,000 yuan. Zhang Ben was full of envy. Do you have a secret? The secret is that no matter how strong the net is, there will always be a fish that escapes the net. Yang Ming smiled. This is a probability, hee. What? Zhang Ben was stunned. Yang Ming's words make sense, but not entirely. In fact, this could be because Yang Ming was lucky. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. What do you mean? Zhang Ben still didn't understand. In fact, Uncle Zhang also said that these so-called eyes of stone gambling are mostly based on their intuition and experience. There is no difference between a good jade and a bad jade from the outside. If someone could really tell the quality of the jade from the outside, who would sell the raw stones? It would be better to just pick the jade out directly. Those who mine all day long can't tell the difference, let alone these stone gambling people. So, I feel that there must be some missing jade in the pile that was picked out. Yang Ming explained, most people think that the raw stones won't have a good jade, but it doesn't mean that there won't be a good jade. I understand now. Zhang Ben nodded. What you mean is that the raw stones that weren't picked out and the raw stones that were picked out have the same probability of finding a good jade. That's about it. Yang Ming was just spouting nonsense. He couldn't tell Zhang Ben that he saw the jadeite in the stone, right? That's right. Yang Ming is right. Zhang Jiefeng actually nodded. But I still feel that Yang Ming, your luck is extraordinarily good. Hehe, it's just a coincidence. Yang Ming said, when I took the stone, it felt like someone wanted me to do so. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. If Boss Wu knew that I took his jadeite for free, he would be heartbroken. He wouldn't. At most, he would be envious. People who want to do business for a long time wouldn't ruin their reputation because of a small profit. Of course, this isn't a small profit, but Wu Fatsai doesn't need to ruin his reputation because of this. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head and explained, especially in the jadeite gambling business. If other customers knew that Wu Fatsai went back on his words after seeing the jadeite, then his stone business would be over. After Yang Ming heard it, he felt that Zhang Jiefeng was right, so he didn't care. Originally, this jadeite stone was casually thrown on the table in Yang Ming's room. But now, since Zhang Jiefeng knew that it was a jadeite, he couldn't let Yang Ming casually put it in the room. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant. Who could guarantee that this hotel was 100% safe? The staff were all hired temporary workers. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't be tempted by the money? The people in Tingchong more or less understood the value of jadeite. If something worth a few 100,000 was casually placed in the room, it was hard to guarantee that no one would be tempted. So, Zhang Jiefeng directly put the jadeite in a bag and put it in his own password-protected luggage. At night, Yang Ming used his new phone to call his family. He had been out for 3 days. Yang Ming didn't contact his parents. He was afraid that his parents would be worried. Sure enough, Yang Ming's mother picked up the phone and heard Yang Ming's voice. She asked worriedly, "Big Ming, how are you? Are you used to living and eating there? Are you sick?" "Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. He's staying in a 3-star hotel, and the bathroom is even more luxurious than ours." Yang Ming comforted her, "I ate well and slept well. There are many snacks here, but I couldn't bring some for you and Dad to try." "What's there to bring? Mom is already so old. What haven't I eaten before? Do I still care about those snacks?" Although Mother Yang said this, she was very happy in her heart. It was enough that her son had such filial piety. "Hehe, I'll see if there are any plastic-sealed ones. I'll bring some back when I leave." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Are you and Dad doing well?" "We are all fine. By the way, Big Ming, your classmate just called home looking for you." Mother Yang said. "Classmate? Who is it?" Yang Ming's breathing became rapid. He vaguely felt that the person on the phone should be Chen Mingyan. "Sure enough," Mother Yang said, "it's Chen Mingyan. She asked you to call her when you come back." Yang Ming glanced at the direction of the bathroom, and Lan Ling was taking a shower inside. He sighed helplessly and said, "I got it. This girl is very good. When you come back, invite her to our house as a guest and let her know the house." Yang Ming's college entrance examination was over, so Mother Yang didn't stop Yang Ming from dating. "Let's talk about it later, Mom. How can a girl casually come to other people's house as a guest?" Yang Ming said with some irritation. "Why can't she come? I have already talked to Chen Mingyan to let her come to our house as a guest, and she has already agreed." Mother Yang was obviously very satisfied with Chen Mingyan, so she wanted to matchmake her and Yang Ming. "Mom, why are you? Forget it, let's talk about this when I go back." Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. If it was a few days ago, Yang Ming didn't know how happy he would be, but now? Yang Ming felt that he couldn't face Chen Mingyan. Getting both the fish and the bear's paw was his dream, but reality wasn't easy to implement. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Yang Ming, what are you thinking about? Lan Ling hugged Yang Ming from behind. Her two soft and bulging breasts were stuck to Yang Ming's back. She wasn't wearing any clothes. Yang Ming forced a smile and gently pushed Lan Ling away. My body is full of sweat. You just took a shower. Won't you get dirty? It's okay. I like the smell of your body. Lan Ling didn't notice Yang Ming's bitterness. I am going to take a shower first. Yang Ming stood up and walked to the bathroom. Lan Ling looked at Yang Ming's back and sighed faintly. Just now, she had already heard the content of Yang Ming's phone call, but she pretended not to know. Should she tell him or not? When Lan Ling met Yang Ming, her identity wasn't very glamorous. However, no matter how glamorous it was, Lan Ling was still a girl. She was jealous. She couldn't give up her right to like Yang Ming just because she sold her first time to Yang Ming, right? Because he was thinking about Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming only hugged Lan Ling to sleep that night. He didn't do anything else. Lan Ling was also surprisingly well behaved. She didn't tease Yang Ming. The next day, there wasn't anything special. Yang Ming and Lan Ling slept until very late. Originally, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed when he came to Zhang Bin's room. He didn't expect that this guy had just woken up and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Yang Ming, after I go to university, I'm going to eat you, the rich guy. Zhang Bin said vaguely with a mouth full of toothpaste bubbles. Come on. If I'm a rich guy, you're an old rich guy. Yang Ming said with a smile, I still need to save my money for when I get married in the future. Why do you need to get married? Chen Mingyan is already your sister-in-law. Zhang Bin said halfway and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lan Ling was still standing beside Yang Ming, so he said awkwardly, you already have Lan Ling. Why do you still need to save money? Lan Ling deliberately pretended that she didn't understand. She still had that cute expression on her face, but she bit her lips imperceptibly. Yang Ming laughed and didn't want to continue this topic. Where's Uncle Zhang? What's the plan today? My dad? I don't know. I just woke up. I'll wake him up later. Of course, it would be better if I caught him in bed. Yesterday, I was wondering if I should ask my dad to buy me a BMW. Zhang Bin said with a sneaky smile. This kind of thing can only be understood but not explained. I reckon that if you really shed all pretense of cordiality, you won't have a good ending. At most, your dad will be yelled at by your mom and die from kneeling on the washboard. As for your consequences, you should think about it yourself. Yang Ming said faintly. Zhang Bin laughed twice. He was just saying it casually. He didn't have the guts to catch me in bed. After Zhang Bin finished packing, the three of them came to Zhang Jiefeng's door. After knocking for a long time, Zhang Jiefeng opened the door with sleepy eyes. Zhang Bin, what's the matter? Dad, you're not awake yet? Zhang Bin knew that his father must have been woken up by him. I didn't sleep well last night. You guys go and play. I want to sleep again. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. Dad, you slept early yesterday. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Why are you still sleepy? Zhang Bin felt strange. But in an instant, his face showed an ambiguous expression. Could it be? Little brat, don't talk nonsense. Your dad is just thinking about business. Zhang Jiefeng waved his hand impatiently. I'm so sleepy. I'll call you when I wake up. As Zhang Jiefeng was about to close the door, a lazy female voice suddenly came from the room. Boss, who is it? It's so early. I can't sleep because of the noise. Huh? Zhang Bin and Yang Ming looked at each other. What we just said was so effective. Zhang Jiefeng was also embarrassed. I forgot to turn off the TV. I'll turn it off. You guys go and play. Dad, Zhang Bin still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Zhang Jiefeng. Don't bother me. Otherwise, the car will be ruined. Zhang Jiefeng said and closed the door. See, I was right. Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder sympathetically. My condolences. Bro, don't scare me. My car. Zhang Bin was shocked. You reap what you sow. Uncle Zhang already said that the TV wasn't switched off. Why didn't you give him some face? Yang Ming sighed. Just give him a way out. Didn't I want more benefits at that time? Zhang Bing muttered softly. More? You really want more? Then I can't do anything. Yang Ming shook his head. Don't, bro, think about it. If I have a car, doesn't that mean you have a car too? Then you can drive Lan Ling for a ride. Zhang Bin tempted him. Yang Ming thought to himself, if I have the ability to see Jade, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to buy a car? However, he didn't want to be too flamboyant at the beginning. Besides, he was still a newbie. A newbie's car would be useless. He could use Zhang Bin's car to practice. So he said, actually, you just need to pretend that you don't know anything. At most, I can talk to you and say that we have to go to his shop to study Jade. It's inconvenient if we don't have a car. Yeah, it takes an hour to get from school to my dad's company. That's how it is. Zhang Bin nodded. Besides, he just earned 80,000 yuan from you. He should have bought it for me. However, this matter wasn't up to Zhang Bin anymore. Then, the matter of Zhang Jiefeng looking for prostitutes was put on the table. In the afternoon, 2 police officers came to Zhang Jiefeng's hotel room. Of course, they weren't there to catch a prostitute. It was Zhang Jiefeng who called the police. Yang Ming's jade was missing. A jade worth 200,000 yuan was missing. The leader of the police station was very concerned. Tingchong was a jade trading city. The government was very concerned about the safety of the merchants. Hence, not long after Zhang Jiefeng reported the case, 2 police officers came to investigate. After Yang Ming and Zhang Bin received the news, they immediately rushed back to the hotel. When they arrived at Zhang Jiefeng's room, the police were busy investigating the crime scene and taking notes. When did you find out that the jade was missing? When was the last time you saw the jade? The police officer asked. When I got up at noon, I opened the box and found that the jade was gone. Zhang Jiefeng answered, the last time I saw the imperial jade was when I put it in my bag last night. Who saw it when you put it in your bag? The officer asked. My son's classmate, and his classmate's girlfriend are beside him. Zhang Jiefeng said. Honestly. Who is your son's classmate? How is your relationship with your son? The officer asked. Police comrade, are you suspecting my son's classmate? That's impossible. This piece of imperial jade belongs to him. Zhang Jiefeng quickly explained. So he was the owner of jadeite? Where is he? The officer asked. I am here. I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded to the officer and walked over. I am the owner of jadeite. The officer nodded and temporarily excluded Yang Ming. He didn't have any motive to commit the crime. He didn't need to steal his own things. In other words, the people who saw the jade were your own people? The officer asked. Yes. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. After they returned to their rooms, did anyone else come to your room? The officer asked. Zhang Jiefeng's face turned red. I called a prostitute. Where did you call her from? Do you know her name? Do you have her contact information? The officer didn't have the mood to reprimand Zhang Jiefeng's behavior. Losing a jade worth 200,000 yuan was much more serious than prostitution. If the case wasn't solved quickly, it would inevitably bring negative effects to other merchants. I contacted her according to this business card. According to the prostitute, her name was Xiaoli. Zhang Jiefeng didn't dare to hide. He took a business card from the bedside table and passed it to the officer. Yang Ming glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. The business card said, Fragrance Pavilion Private Escort, Female Student, White Collar, Model, Door-to-Door Service, Official Invoice. Contact number, 139x×x×x. Contact, Guiyuan. Guiyuan? F***ck, did this guy disguise himself as a Japanese? Or is he a pimp? He can even provide official invoices? I wonder why. Yang Ming wasn't worried about the jade that he lost. Maybe it was too easy, so Yang Ming didn't put it in his heart. Xiao Wang, can you check who this phone number belongs to? The officer passed the business card to another officer who just finished investigating the scene. Xiao Wang took off his white gloves, took the business card and left the hotel room. Did the prostitute bring anything with her when she left? For example, a bag? Also, when did she leave? The officer continued to ask. She left around 11 in the afternoon. She only brought a small handbag. Zhang Jiefeng said if the handbag didn't contain anything else, it would be enough to contain the jade. But I didn't expect her to steal the jade, so I didn't pay much attention. Such a big boss, why don't you just bring a secretary out to do business? Why do you need a prostitute? The officer mocked Zhang Jiefeng. Now, you lost 200,000 yuan worth of goods. Officer, I was wrong. I won't look for a prostitute anymore. Zhang Jiefeng was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring a secretary, but bringing a female secretary out with his son, this influence. Alright, what's the point of saying this now? What was the point of saying this earlier? The officer asked a few more questions about the jade's appearance. Zhang Jiefeng answered them one by one. Deputy Director Li, I asked the informant. This fragrance pavilion private escort was set up by Bebe Bath's Feng Laolu. What do you think? At this moment, Xiao Wang came back and told the officer. I got it. The officer who was called Deputy Director Li took out his phone and dialed the number on the business card. After the call was connected, there was a sweet female voice. Hello, this is Fragrance Pavilion Private Escort Company. How can I help you? Help me find Feng Laolu. Deputy Director Li said. You are looking for Manager Feng? Please hold on. The female voice asked. After a while, the phone changed to a man's voice. Hello, who is looking for me? Feng Laolu, I am Li Xiaoyang. Deputy Director Li said. It's Deputy Director Li. Why are you looking for me? Feng Laolu's voice immediately became warm. Feng Laolu, let me ask you. Is this Fragrance Pavilion Private Escort Company set up by you? Deputy Director Li asked. Deputy Director Li, this is a legitimate company. You are. Feng Laolu was shocked and quickly smiled apologetically. I don't care if you are a legitimate company or not. That is the Industry and Commerce Bureau's problem. Let me ask you a question now. Last night, there was a lady called Xiaoli who went to XX Hotel's XX room. Do you have her contact information? Deputy Director Li asked. Deputy Director Li, what do you mean? This is a legitimate company. How can there be a lady? Feng Laolu said with a bitter face. Feng Laolu, don't pretend to be confused. I am telling you. I have a case that involves that lady called Xiaoli. This has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to get involved? Deputy Director Li was a little angry. Feng Laolu understood when he heard this. His heart was a lot more at ease. It seemed that he was not here for him. So he quickly said, yes. I will find the address for you. Xiaoli's real name is Li Moli. She lives at XX Road, XX Room, Unit 4, 601. Is she at home? Deputy Director Li asked. I am not sure, but she should be here. The lady's job is to work at night. Feng Laolu said. Okay, I got it. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Or else, you will have to bear the consequences. Deputy Director Li said, also, you better be honest with me. If you cause any trouble, the first one I will deal with will be you. Yes, Deputy Director Li. I am a legitimate businessman. Feng Laolu said quickly. You are a legitimate businessman? Deputy Director Li shook his head. He asked Zhang Jiefeng a few more questions. Then, he told him not to go out and to wait for news in the hotel. Yang Ming, I am sorry. I lost your imperial jade. Zhang Jiefeng said with a little shame. It's okay, Uncle Zhang. Didn't you report it to the police? I believe there will be a result soon. Yang Ming smiled and comforted him. Don't worry. If you can't find it, Uncle Zhang will compensate you for the imperial jade. Don't be angry. Zhang Jiefeng said. Uncle Zhang, look at what you are saying. It's okay. At most, I will go and gamble for another piece of imperial jade tomorrow. Yang Ming shook his head and said indifferently. Zhang Jiefeng didn't say anything after he heard it. He knew that Yang Ming was comforting him. Was imperial jade something that could be obtained by gambling? Of course, he didn't know about Yang Ming's ability. If he knew about Yang Ming's ability, he would understand that anything was possible for Yang Ming. After the police left, Zhang Ban and his son didn't mention anything about finding a prostitute. However, Zhang Jiefeng was still embarrassed. He felt that he had wronged Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt that the atmosphere in the room wasn't good, so he pulled Lan Ling back to his room. Yang Ming, I feel that this is weird. Lan Ling said as soon as they returned to the room. He had to say, this girl's serious appearance was a bit awkward. What do you mean? Yang Ming asked. It's weird that the jade was lost. Although I have only been a prostitute for a day, I heard that a prostitute wouldn't rummage through the guests' luggage when I was chatting with others. Even a greedy prostitute would only take the money in the guest's pocket because everyone knows that a normal person wouldn't put valuable things in the luggage. Lan Ling analyzed, if that's the case, it's weird. You mean that Uncle Zhang stole it? Yang Ming shook his head. He also suspected Zhang Jiefeng just now. Although Zhang Jiefeng seemed like a good person, he still had to be cautious. A few 100,000 wasn't a small amount. Therefore, Yang Ming scanned the entire room with his X-ray vision. He didn't find any trace of the jade. In other words, it wasn't Zhang Jiefeng who hid the jade. That's not it. You know it. Let me tell you. My intuition is very accurate. I don't think Uncle Zhang did anything wrong. Lan Ling shook her head. It's a pity that the jade was lost. I wanted to make a jade pendant for you. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Give it to me? Lan Ling was stunned. She suddenly remembered that Yang Ming said that he wanted to keep a piece of jade. It was for her. Lan Ling couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. It's okay. I'm happy that you have such intentions. Don't worry, Lan Ling. Even if I can't find the jade, I will find another one for you. Yang Ming felt that this wasn't a difficult thing to do. Other people who lost things were very anxious. Yang Ming lost 200,000 yuan worth of jade and even 800,000 yuan worth of jade. He still lay on the bed with a clear conscience and continued to study the brief analysis of jade stone knowledge. Lan Ling continued to study the live-action movie. Because the program was different every day. Today's movie was a Japanese one. It was much more subtle than yesterday's American blockbuster. However, it had a lot more variety. Lan Ling watched it with great interest. From time to time, she would ask Yang Ming some questions. She was like a good student who studied seriously. Yang Ming, look at what this is. Lan Ling pointed at the screen and asked. Oh? This is a vibrating egg. Yang Ming glanced at it and then continued to study the book in his hand. Vibrating egg? What is it for? Lan Ling asked again. What's the use of it? Can't you watch TV yourself? Yang Ming said unhappily. This Lan Ling, isn't she doing this on purpose? Hee hee. Lan Ling smiled slyly, I don't need this kind of thing. Lan Ling. Yang Ming was so angry that he glared at her. If you don't want to use it, then don't. Why did you have to tell me? My dear, do you want me? Lan Ling climbed onto the bed happily beside Yang Ming. Therefore, since Yang Ming couldn't bear it anymore, he didn't have to bear it anymore. At night, Deputy Chief Li from the nearby police station called and asked Zhang Jiefeng to come to the police station. Jasmine Li was found. In the police station's interrogation room, Yang Ming saw Jasmine Li, a woman who was dressed very flirtatiously. Yang Ming really doubted Zhang Jiefeng's taste. Isn't it too bad? Jasmine Li was obviously nervous. After all, this was a case that involved 200,000 yuan. She was just a prostitute. How could she not be nervous? I didn't take any jade at all. Is this dead fatty trying to frame me? Suddenly, a voice entered Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming was stunned. He saw that the person beside him didn't have any reaction. He knew that he saw someone else's thoughts. This thought was obviously Jasmine Li's. Although Yang Ming didn't know how his special ability appeared suddenly, he still believed in his own ability. Since Jasmine Li had such thoughts, then she definitely wasn't the person who stole the jade. The dead fatty that she was thinking of was probably Zhang Jiefeng. As expected, Deputy Chief Li shook his head apologetically to Zhang Jiefeng. According to our investigation, this Jasmine Li is basically ruled out. We have seen the handbag that she used. Although it looked big on the outside, the space inside was very small. It wasn't enough to hold a piece of jade. Moreover, the most important thing is that if the person who took the jade was her, then she wouldn't go back to her original place to sleep. When we reached her house, Jasmine Li was putting on makeup and preparing to accompany a guest at night. This way, her suspicion would be reduced even more. Especially a prostitute like her who belongs to an organization. It's different from a prostitute who works alone. As long as we find the boss behind the scenes, we can find them. People like her who steal things rarely do. Zhang Jiefeng nodded with disappointment. He knew that Deputy Chief Li made sense. The case has been reported to the branch office. Tomorrow, the branch office will send someone over. Boss Zhang, they might ask you for more information. It's best that you don't touch the things in the hotel, especially your luggage. Deputy Chief Li instructed. No problem, I understand. Zhang Jiefeng nodded. Yang Ming had already expected this result, so he didn't do anything special. However, Zhang Jiefeng was very disappointed. He thought that once Jasmine Li was arrested, the jade would be found. He didn't expect to be happy for nothing. Zhang Jiefeng was a straightforward person. After leaving the police station, he wanted to bring Yang Ming to the bank. No matter what, he had to transfer 200,000 yuan to him. Uncle Zhang, what are you doing? The police haven't solved the case yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Ming quickly rejected. Yang Ming, your Uncle Zhang doesn't lack this money. I don't feel at ease. I have been thinking about this for the whole afternoon. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to sleep at night. Zhang Jiefeng shook his head and hesitated. Yang Ming, you don't think that Uncle Zhang is embezzling, right? Of course not, Uncle Zhang. Why would you think so? Yang Ming quickly waved his hand. If this jade was made into a finished product, it could be sold for 800,000 yuan. Do you think that Uncle Zhang is greedy for your money? Zhang Jiefeng still felt uneasy. How is that possible? Uncle Zhang, if you want to lie to me, you can just say that this jade isn't valuable and buy it at a low price. Why do you have to spend so much effort? I have never doubted you. Yang Ming said. If you say so, then I am relieved. Zhang Jiefeng nodded and said, but you don't have to worry. If we can't find it, then I will compensate you for your loss. Yang Ming could only nod. Although the jade was lost, the business still had to be done. The most important thing was to find a way to make up for the loss. On the second day, Zhang Jiefeng brought Yang Ming and Zhang Ben to Liang Jinya's Jadestone Company. Liang Jinya saw that they were unfamiliar, so he asked, Boss, how did you know that I have a new batch of raw stones? One of my business friends told me. He is one of your customers, but he didn't come this time. Zhang Jiefeng told the reason that he had thought of earlier. Who is your friend? Liang Jinya asked. Sun Lauer. Zhang Jiefeng said, I'm not sure about his real name. You know that people who do business don't like to show off. There's no need to get to the bottom of it. Liang Jinya nodded. He also understood that most of the customers who came here to get their goods used fake names for safety reasons. Since Zhang Jiefeng was introduced by a customer, then he couldn't reject him. So he said, Boss, since it's your first time here, let me tell you the rules. You have to get the new batch of goods. Each batch is at least 100,000 yuan. No problem. Zhang Jiefeng didn't mind and nodded. 100,000 yuan was nothing to him. Liang Jinya gave Zhang Jiefeng a few big woven bags. After he wrote a number on them, he signaled for him to pick the stones from the warehouse and weigh them. Boss Liang, I want to gamble a few stones, but I can't get 100,000. Is that okay? Yang Ming asked. You guys are together, so it doesn't matter. I'll give you another bag. You can pick by yourself. The reason why Liang Jinya set the requirement of 100,000 was because he was afraid that there would be customers who didn't get enough goods. But Yang Ming didn't need to follow the rules since he came together. Why, Yang Ming, do you still want to gamble? Zhang Jiefeng was surprised. Yeah, I'm interested in this business. I want to try my luck. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. Sure, uncle will pay for you. Zhang Jiefeng smiled. It's okay. I have my own money. Yang Ming didn't want to have any property disputes in the future. This kind of thing happened too often on TV and the internet. For example, two friends went out to buy. A wanted to buy a lottery ticket, but he didn't have any change. It was B who spent the money. When the lottery ticket was won, B wasn't happy. He went to court to sue A because he spent the money. So, he felt that the prize money should belong to him. Although Zhang Jiefeng was a forthright person, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be tempted by money. 1 or 2 pieces of jade was fine, but a big sack, what kind of concept was that? Yang Ming didn't want to turn against Zhang Ben because of money. Hence, there was a saying, brothers should settle their accounts clearly. This way, it wouldn't cause any unnecessary trouble in the future. Why would I let you spend money when I'm out with Uncle Zhang? Zhang Jiefeng patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Why? Do you have a problem with Uncle Zhang? No, Uncle Zhang. You misunderstood. I just want to earn some money by gambling on stones. Only when the capital is yours, will there be a sense of achievement when you earn money in the future. Yang Ming said a seemingly reasonable reason. That's right. You will cherish your own money. Zhang Jiefeng nodded and actually agreed. When he saw the pile of stones in the warehouse, Yang Ming was stunned. He was hoping to pick a sack of jade, but now it seemed like it would be difficult. Although Yang Ming could use his X-ray vision to find the stones that contained jade, most of the stones were underneath. He couldn't just move all the stones aside and only pick the one in the middle. If he did that, it would be strange if he didn't attract suspicion. There were already a few groups of merchants in the warehouse. They were surrounding the pile of stones and picking. They were whispering from time to time. This time, Zhang Jiefeng didn't bring his eyes. Because at Wu Fatsai's place, the stones picked by his eyes weren't very good. It was like a win-win situation. It was hard work but no reward. Hence, Zhang Jiefeng decided to try his luck this time. The middle-aged Zhang Jiefeng believed in luck. If not, why would people with the same experience have such different lives? Some were already at the top of society, while others were struggling to survive. The difference between people's IQ was the difference between a genius and a retard. Most people's IQ was about the same, and Zhang Jiefeng didn't think that he was smarter than others. Hence, his current success could only be attributed to luck. Back then, he and another laid-off worker went to the south to start an accessory business. Both of them casually brought some goods back to sell. While Zhang Jiefeng's goods were selling like hotcakes, that person's goods were piled up on the stall with no one interested. In the end, he had to sell them at a loss. With this failure, the man bought a tricycle and went to work as a coolie. As for Zhang Jiefeng, he just casually picked the goods, but they were still selling well. If this wasn't luck, then what was it? Zhang Jiefeng and Zhang Ben were together. Yang Ming and Lan Ling were together. The two groups of people started their own stone gambling. Yang Ming scanned the exposed stones in a large circle. There was only one piece of jadeite. The rest were basically nephrite. However, there were many pieces of good quality jade. Through the conversation just now, Yang Ming already knew that the price of new jade was 500 yuan per caddy. He estimated that 10,000 yuan could buy 20 caddies of jade. Even if there wasn't that much jade, he could still make a lot of money by filling a bag with good quality jade. Thinking of this, Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. There was only one piece of jadeite on the surface. Yang Ming, of course, wouldn't let it go. However, there was a group of people near the location of the jadeite stone. Yang Ming purposely squeezed through. Why did it feel like stealing someone's rice bowl? In fact, Yang Ming thought too much. In the stone gambling industry, it was all about snatching food. If you saw a stone, you had to quickly take it in your hands. Otherwise, if someone else took it first, you could only look at it. As long as the stone wasn't in the hands of others, anyone could take it. Yang Ming didn't know the rules. He was afraid that it wasn't polite. Hence, he wanted to wait for the group of people to leave before he went over. However, just as Yang Ming was hesitating, that piece of jadeite was taken by one of the group of people. Yang Ming's heart tightened. He regretted it in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have cared about his face. This piece of jadeite was bigger than the one he lost. Lan Ling saw Yang Ming's regretful expression. She was puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Money. Yang Ming seemed to see the money grow wings and fly away. Lan Ling was far away. She couldn't feel whether the stone was good or bad. Intuition also had a distance. If it was too far away, it would be ineffective. Hence, she didn't know that Yang Ming had missed a good opportunity to make money. And? Yang Ming was suddenly stunned. The person who took the jadeite didn't put it in the bag. Instead, he just threw it at his feet. It seemed that this person had excluded it. Yang Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that this guy was also an idiot. After missing the opportunity once, Yang Ming didn't care about manners this time. He directly squeezed through. Yang Ming's figure was very swift and fierce. He easily squeezed the people on the side to the side. Why are you squeezing? There are so many places. Why do you have to come here to join in the fun? The person who was squeezed complained. Yang Ming didn't have time to care about him. He was afraid that the stone would be picked up by someone else. He directly bent down and grabbed the jadeite in his hand. Only then did he feel relieved and put it into his bag like a treasure. Ha, a few 100,000 yuan is in my hands. Making money is so easy. Thinking of the Qidian internet YY novels that he read before, Yang Ming was very proud. Using special ability to make money is more awesome than others. Seeing Yang Ming pick up a stone from under his feet, the boss who was squeezed couldn't help but say sarcastically, someone actually picked up a stone that was eliminated by Master Wang. He really doesn't mind having more money. How could Yang Ming not understand the boss's words? He was indirectly scolding him for not having good taste. The person who eliminated the jadeite was probably the Master Wang that the boss was talking about. Yang Ming couldn't help but curse in his heart. Idiot. What is an optimist? This guy is a typical example. He casually threw away a few 100,000 yuan item and still pretended to be cool. Yang Ming couldn't bear to attack this idiot, so he pretended that he didn't understand and left. Lan Ling and Yang Ming went together. Naturally, she also heard the boss's words. However, she also knew that Yang Ming picked up a good stone. She couldn't help but laugh, that boss is really stupid. And, he is just average. I have seen people who are stupider than him. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming walked around the stone pile a few times and picked up the better quality jadeite. Of course, he also put in some trash. Otherwise, it would be too fake. After picking out a small sack, there was about half good jade and half bad jade. After sealing the mouth, he weighed it. 23 kilograms, 11,500 yuan. Yang Ming paid the money directly. Seeing that Zhang Ben and the others hadn't finished picking, Yang Ming decided to help them. He picked up a few jadeite pieces and threw them into Zhang Ben's sack. Of course, it was only a few pieces. He didn't want to overdo it. Zhang Jiafeng didn't specialize in this. 200 kilograms of jadeite was enough. He didn't make any extra movements. He sealed the mouth, weighed the money, and left. Yang Ming, what about your sack of stones? Do you want to throw it away here or go back first? Zhang Jiafeng asked. Uncle Zhang, what about you? Yang Ming didn't know how to handle it. I am going to transport it all back to Songjiang. Zhang Jiafeng said, I have my own processing plant. It is more convenient to go back. Then, I will transport my sack back too. Yang Ming nodded and said. Yang Ming didn't want to make the same mistake twice. Before the jadeite was polished, it was no different from other stones. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about losing it during the transport. For safety reasons, it was better to go back to Songjiang first. After all, Yang Ming put in a lot of money this time. Of course, if other people in the jadeite business heard this, they would be shocked. 10,000 yuan worth of jadeite was considered a lot of money? The previous jadeite seemed to have disappeared. The police couldn't find anything. The hotel staff also investigated, but there was still no result. Although it took some time to solve the case, Zhang Jiefeng and Yang Ming had stayed here for almost a week. They hadn't explored the other places in Yunnan yet. After Zhang Jiefeng asked for Yang Ming's opinion, they decided not to wait any longer. The next day, they checked out of the hotel and headed to Lijiang. Lijiang City was located at the junction between the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. It was more than 240 meters above sea level. Sichuan Langzhong, Shanxi Pingyao, and Anhui Shixian were the 4 best preserved ancient cities. If they didn't go to Lijiang for a trip to Yunnan, it would be a wasted trip. Although Zhang Jiefeng was already past his middle age, his interest in traveling didn't diminish. The 4 of them toured Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, Lijiang Ancient City, Lashi Sea, Spruce Field, Baishui River, Ganhaizi, Jade Peak Temple, Baisha Murals, Tiger Leaping Gorge, Yangtze River's First Bay, Lugu Lake, Yak Field, Laojun Mountain, and Ice Tower Forest. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a corner. Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. With such an explanation, the middle-aged woman's idea was confirmed. Along the way, she looked at Yang Ming and Lan Ling with suspicion. She even suspected that Lan Ling's ID was fake. She didn't look like she was 17 years old. In the afternoon, Yang Ming brought Lan Ling and Zhang Ben to a real estate agency. There are 3 that meet your requirements. The houses were built after the year 2000. One of them is at the back door of Songjiang Industry University, Huafu District. The other 2 are the staff residential buildings of Songjiang Industry University. The middle-aged woman said, Huafu District is more expensive. The house was built last year. The area is bigger, 88 square meters. The staff residential buildings were built in 1999 and 2002 respectively. The area is about the same, 34 square meters. The one in 1999 was renovated, but the one in 2002 wasn't. Originally, Yang Ming's parents wanted to come to the airport to pick them up. Because Lan Ling was there, it was hard to explain. Therefore, Yang Ming told his parents not to come. Zhang Jiefeng's driver would send them back. AI, don't go. The middle-aged woman had nothing to do. Of course, she had to do business. Do you have an ID? She wanted to confirm that these 3 kids weren't here to cause trouble. It seemed that he could only find a house for Lan Ling first. He would think of a way to convince his parents later. Can the rent be cheap? Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben discussed for a while and asked for Lan Ling's opinion. They both felt that the staff residential building was a good choice. After all, most of the people living there were teachers. There weren't any people from the society. It was safer. How much is the rent? Yang Ming felt that the staff residential building was a good choice. Coincidentally, Zhang Ben and the others also came out. The 4 of them checked out. A waiter came to check the facilities in the room. Yang Ming carefully looked at the waiter who came to clean his room. He memorized his appearance in his heart. One of the owners went out. Now, we only have the renovated one from 1999. Is that okay? After putting down the phone, the middle-aged woman asked. As for Yang Ming, he was very surprised when he saw Professor Lu come down from the car. This person was Lu Weishan, whom he had met in Tingchong a while ago. Yang Ming was stunned. It turned out that Lu Weishan didn't recognize him just now. He couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. However, he immediately thought about how Lu Weishan was so famous. He would definitely come into contact with many people every day. It was normal for him to not remember someone he had only met once. Just a reminder, you are not allowed to have any private contact with the house owner later. The middle-aged woman said, just to be safe, you have to give me a deposit of 50 yuan first. Otherwise, how am I going to make money if you bypass me? Catch a flight? Although she usually woke up earlier than Yang Ming, it was only 3 in the morning, the time when she was most sleepy. Can't you sleep a little longer? Today was the day to return to Songjiang by plane. Yang Ming got up very early. He looked at Lan Ling, who was sleeping like a kitten. He patted her back and said, "Lan Ling, get up quickly. We have to catch the plane today." "Right. I remember now. You are the young man I met in Tingchong Xinhua bookstore." Lu Weishan touched his forehead and suddenly said. Songjiang Industry University's residential area was in the campus. After Yang Ming stayed in the campus, it would be very convenient for him to find Lan Ling. Because it was built by the university for its own employees, the environment here was very good. There was a professional cleaning staff, and entry and exit required a pass. If there were people who came to visit friends, the security room would call the owner to verify. Therefore, people who were not authorized to enter couldn't enter. We can talk about Huafu District. The price for the residential area is the lowest. The middle-aged woman said, "If you think it is suitable, I will contact the house owner to look at the house." Yang Ming found it funny. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Sleep on the plane. What is the relationship between the two of you?" The middle-aged woman liked to be a busybody. "Let's look at the residential area," Yang Ming said. The residential area's rental is 800 yuan per month. The residential area's rental is 1,500 yuan per month. The middle-aged woman said. "Okay, when do we look at the house?" Yang Ming didn't care if the house was renovated well. "Okay, let's go look at the house now." "Huh?" When Professor Lu saw Yang Ming, he couldn't help but be stunned. Zhang Bin didn't know what the middle-aged woman was thinking, so he explained, "My dad's car is from the company. It's not ours. It's hers." Yang Ming pointed at Lan Ling, "Sometimes I also live there." In order to arrange for Lan Ling, Yang Ming called his parents after he arrived in Songjiang. He told them that he would go to Zhang Bin's house first and go back at night. Anyway, Yang's father and mother Yang had to go to work, so they didn't care. 10% was 80 yuan. It was quite reasonable. Yang Ming nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Ming thought that it was true. He looked at the business license on the wall again. He felt that this person shouldn't be a scammer, so he took out 50 yuan and gave it to the middle-aged woman. However, she immediately stopped talking. She probably subconsciously thought that Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were rich young masters. Lan Ling was Yang Ming's mistress behind his family's back. "Okay, I'll tell you the intermediary fee first. Once you decide to rent, you and the owner will pay me 10% of the monthly rental as the intermediary fee," the middle-aged woman said. "Okay, you can fly back by yourself. I'll go first." Yang Ming smiled. When the middle-aged woman heard that it was a student, she immediately felt relieved. She was afraid that it would be rented to a social worker. When the time came, the owner would come and find her. Who rents the house? Songjiang's housing agencies hadn't formed a chain business model yet. They were all small private businesses. The operators were mostly middle-aged women. The middle-aged woman in front of them looked at the intimate man and woman in front of her with suspicion. "You can rent it now," the middle-aged woman said. "The owner is a professor from Songjiang Industry University. The house is assigned by the university, but he still has another one. This one is empty." "Elder Lu, how come it's you?" Yang Ming said happily. Zhang Jiefeng had already told Yang Ming about Lu Weishan's identity, so Yang Ming was very respectful to him. "Boyfriend and girlfriend," Yang Ming answered. After about 10 minutes, a Volkswagen Golf stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. An old man in his 50s came down from the car. The middle-aged woman quickly greeted him, "Professor Lu, I brought the person to look at the house." Seeing Zhang Bin's Chrysler 300C, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but ask, "You're sitting in such a good car and you still want to rent a house?" "1 or 2 houses are fine. It's best if it's a house from 2,000 years ago. It doesn't matter if it's renovated or not, as long as the environment is good." Yang Ming didn't know much about this. He just told his request to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman gave him a deposit receipt and contacted the owner of the house. The middle-aged woman was a small business. she operated alone. She directly locked the door and brought Yang Ming to look at the house. Now, Yang Ming couldn't enter. They stood at the entrance of the family area and waited for the owner to pick them up. After Lan Ling tidied herself up, Yang Ming went to wash his face and brush his teeth. After everything was ready, Yang Ming carried his luggage and left the room with Lan Ling. Zhang Ben and Zhang Jiefeng were staying in the same room this time. With the previous lesson, Zhang Jiefeng wouldn't find a prostitute even if he was beaten to death. Oh, okay. Lan Ling didn't wear clothes when she slept. Therefore, she walked to the bathroom with her butt naked. In front of Yang Ming, there was nothing to hide. Are you here to check the household registration? Zhang Ben at the side was a little impatient. Are you doing business or not? If not, we will go to someone else's house. You are. Lu Weishan felt that Yang Ming looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Yang Ming had the urge to carry Lan Ling back to the bed and ravage her, but time was tight. He could only think about it. Yes. Yang Ming didn't want to waste time with her, so he explained, we are students from Songjiang University. My girlfriend's family is not from here. She wants to rent a house nearby to accompany me. Can you help me to see if there is a suitable one? Wait, let me check for you. The middle-aged woman took out an old booklet and checked. What standard do you want? How much? I'm up. Lan Ling sat up quickly and rubbed her eyes. They didn't talk along the way, but Lan Ling's residence in Songjiang was a problem. He couldn't just take her home and leave, right? Although he and her were already husband and wife, things had to be done step by step. He had to let his parents accept it bit by bit. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Are you adults? The middle-aged woman curled her lips. After simply packing the luggage, Yang Ming used his X-ray vision to scan the entire room. He was afraid that he would miss something in the corner. Elder Lu, you still remember me? Yang Ming was very happy that Lu Weishan recognized him. I remember. I went to Tingchong for a private matter. I didn't interact with many people, so I remember you. Lu Weishan smiled. Young man, why did you come to Songjiang? Hehe, I am originally from Songjiang. I just finished the college entrance exam and was preparing to apply for Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming smiled. You are the one who rented the house? Lu Weishan asked. Yes, me and my girlfriend. Yang Ming pointed at Lan Ling and said. Good, not bad. This little girl looks quite lively. Lu Weishan praised. Let's go. Let's sit in my house first. I will get the keys. I say, are you still renting this house? The middle-aged woman was unhappy that Yang Ming knew the owner of the house. She guessed that this business couldn't be done anymore. Thank you. I know him, so I won't trouble you. Lu Weishan said apologetically to the middle-aged woman. Then I will say this first. I won't return the 50 yuan deposit that you paid just now. The middle-aged woman didn't want to lose out. Yang Ming knew that it was reasonable for him to know Lu Weishan, but it wasn't fair for the middle-aged woman. Therefore, he didn't argue with her. He nodded and said, okay, I won't return it. You have been busy for half a day. After the middle-aged woman heard this, she left with satisfaction. It would cost 1 yuan to take the bus back from here. Elder Lu is a professor at Songjiang Industry University? Yang Ming heard about this from the middle-aged woman. Yes, I am a professor here. Lu Weishan said, are you going to Tingchong for a holiday? Not really. My friend, Zhang Ben, is him. Yang Ming pointed at Zhang Ben and said, his father is in the jewelry business. He went to Tingchong to gamble on jade. I followed him to join in the fun. Hehe, so that's the case. Lu Weishan said, I thought you wanted to do this business. To tell you the truth, I was planning to do the same. Yang Ming didn't hide it. If he could get Lu Weishan's support, he believed that his business could be built up quickly. I'm preparing to go to school while earning some tuition fees. Not bad, this is a good idea. Lu Weishan nodded, I have done some research on jades. If you have any questions, you can find me. They followed Lu Weishan to his residence. Lu Weishan invited them into the house and instructed his wife to make tea. Yang Ming carefully sized up Lu Weishan's residence. The house was about 150 square meters, and the decorations were exquisite. It had an antique feel to it. Which major are you going to apply for? Lu Weishan took a sip of tea and started to chat. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to discuss it with my family, Yang Ming replied. I teach history. For my profession, you can do it if you want to be an academic, but it won't be easy for you to find a job. Lu Weishan said, it's right to research with your parents. How about you, young man? Lu Weishan asked Zhang Ben. I'm preparing to study business administration. My family does business. After I graduate, I can help my family. Zhang Ben didn't have a good choice. Zhang Jiefeng had already decided for him. Songjiang Industry University's business administration major isn't bad. Lu Weishan nodded, let's go. Let's take a look at the house. Lu Weishan took the key and brought Yang Ming downstairs to the opposite unit. It's so close. Yang Ming was a little surprised. Opposite unit, sigh. Lu Weishan couldn't help but sigh. This made Yang Ming a little confused. When they reached the third floor, Elder Lu opened the door on the left. What surprised Yang Ming was that the interior decoration was very exquisite. Although the style was a little old, the furniture was very new. It seemed like no one had lived here before. It's so new. This house hasn't been lived here before? Yang Ming was a little curious. Sigh, this house was prepared for my son's wedding, but... Lu Weishan said until here and shook his head, forget it. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Yang Ming naturally didn't understand what Elder Lu meant. Prepared for his son's wedding? What about his son? Could it be that there was a better house than this? However, Yang Ming saw that Elder Lu wasn't willing to talk about it, so he didn't ask further. There's a stove, a water heater, and furniture. Lu Weishan introduced, because this is a schoolhouse, there's no property management fee and heating fee. You have to pay for the water, electricity, and gas by yourself. If you want to go online, you can apply for the school's broadband. It's 80 yuan a month. This place is not bad. I'm very satisfied. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Elder Lu, shall we sign the contract? Lu Weishan smiled and waved his hand, why sign a contract? Forget it. You can stay here first. Just treat it as helping me take care of this house. Otherwise, I would have to hire a worker to clean it regularly. Elder Lu, do you mean that you don't want to pay the rent? Yang Ming was stunned. How can that be? Just give me a copy of your ID card. I'll get a community pass for you. Lu Weishan said, forget about the money. Do you think I'm someone who cares about 800 yuan? Renting out the house is just to find a reliable person to take care of it for me. This? Yang Ming was a little confused. He had only met Elder Lu once. How could he let him stay in the house for free today? Hee, you don't have to think too much. I don't mean anything else. Lu Weishan saw Yang Ming's hesitation and immediately understood his thoughts. I just want to find a reliable person to not let this house become dilapidated. But let's say the ugly words first. If you mess up the house, I will kick you out. This is the benefit of not signing a contract. I can exercise my rights as the owner of the house at any time. Elder Lu, don't worry. I guarantee that the house won't change its original appearance. Yang Ming was relieved after hearing and nodded. Lu Weishan was a very famous person. He shouldn't have other intentions towards Yang Ming. Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked around the house. The more they looked, the more satisfied they felt. This was just like a newly decorated house. There was a television, a washing machine, an air conditioner, a refrigerator, and other household appliances. While feeling satisfied, Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Why didn't Lu Weishan's son live here? In the bedroom, a big wedding photo attracted Yang Ming's attention. A young man who looked similar to Lu Weishan was hugging a girl who wasn't very beautiful but was very virtuous. Both of them were smiling very sweetly. Yang Ming guessed that this could be Lu Weishan's son and daughter-in-law. But Yang Ming was even more puzzled. If the wedding photo was hung here, why didn't they live here? While he was thinking, Lu Weishan and Zhang Bin walked in. Lu Weishan saw Yang Ming looking at the photo on the wall and sighed, "Take down the photo. Don't hang it up. I don't know if they will come back." Yang Ming didn't reply because Lu Weishan was vague. Yang Ming didn't really understand. He just said, "Okay, I will take it down later and keep it well." "Okay, I am not feeling very well. I will go back first. I will leave the key to you. Come visit me when you are free." Lu Weishan's expression wasn't very good. "The community pass will take 2 days to get done. In these 2 days, just tell the guard that you are looking for me." "Okay, Elder Lu. Are you okay?" Yang Ming asked with concern. "I am fine. I am old. Thinking about the past is a little sad. I will go first." Lu Weishan waved his hand and walked out of the house. After Lu Weishan left, Zhang Bin whispered, "Why is this Elder Lu so mysterious? Doesn't this house cost money?" Yang Ming shook his head. Maybe it was like what he said. He didn't care about the rent. This is understandable. But Elder Lu's expression was a little weird today. And I think so too. Especially when he talked about his son. Zhang Bin agreed. Could it be that Elder Lu and his son had a conflict or generation gap, so his son didn't live in front of him? Yang Ming guessed. It is also possible. Maybe he went abroad? Who knows? Zhang Bin said, "I don't care. But you really earned a lot today. You didn't spend a single cent to rent such a good house. I am so envious." "Damn, didn't I spend 50 yuan as a middleman?" Yang Ming said. "I despise you. But if you feel wronged, take the receipt from the middleman and ask her for the money." Zhang Bin said. "Forget it. She will scold me again." Yang Ming shook his head. "Oh yeah, Lan Ling, what do you think of this place?" "N? Lan Ling? Why aren't you talking?" At this moment, Lan Ling was staring at the big picture on the wall in a daze. "Lan Ling, what happened to you? Why are you in a daze?" Yang Ming was a little confused. "I seem to have seen these two people before." Lan Ling frowned and said thoughtfully. "You've seen them before?" Yang Ming was a little stunned after listening. "I think they look familiar, but I can't remember." Lan Ling shook her head and smiled faintly. She returned to her original cute expression. "Forget it. Let's not think about it. Put the photos away." Yang Ming nodded. There were many people in the world who looked similar and felt familiar. There was no need to get to the bottom of it. Finding a chair, he and Zhang Bin took off the photos and put them in the cabinet. Lan Ling was a person who was obsessed with cleanliness. She first wiped the dust in the house, then carefully brushed the toilet and shower in the bathroom. Yang Ming had to go home at night. He couldn't stay here, so he told Lan Ling to be careful. If there was anything, they could contact each other via text. Because both of their cards were brought back from Yunnan, if they called here, there would be a high roaming fee. Out of the entrance of the community, Zhang Bin couldn't help but laugh. "Yang Ming, is this considered keeping a mistress in a golden house?" "Damn, why? Are you envious?" "If you are envious, you can also find a girlfriend. I think Uncle Zhang Bin will buy you a house here if he is happy." Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin with contempt. This kid knows how to be hypocritical. Sure enough, when Zhang Bin heard this, he immediately said with a bitter face, "Forget it. You also know that I'm a person who doesn't have a fixed character. Which girl can be with me? I still like the one-night stand in the video. It's so exciting. Forget it. I don't like the woman I have slept with to sleep with someone else. I don't have such good psychological quality." Yang Ming was more traditional in this regard. Although Yang Ming also had a virgin complex, it wasn't that he couldn't accept a virgin. The most important thing was to be with her. This was what Yang Ming wanted. "Right, speaking of which, how do you want to deal with Chen Mingyin's problem?" Zhang Bing thought of the key point of the problem. "Don't tell me you want to have a foot in both camps? Don't mention it. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders. "This is all because of you. You dragged me out to look for a prostitute. Now, I've found a wife. What's wrong with looking for a prostitute? There are so many people looking for a prostitute, but I don't see anyone bringing her home. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a smile that was not a smile. You're the first one I've seen. That's because you didn't realize that many of the boss's wives came from brothels. Yang Ming recalled the web novel he had read before. The point is, you're not the big boss. Zhang Bin shook his head. I don't know what you're thinking. Although this Lan Ling is cute, we don't know her background. You brought her back. Forget it, I won't say more. You decide for yourself. Why should I decide? You're the one who brought up the topic. Don't tell Chen Mingyan about this. I'll think about it again. Yang Ming said. Am I the kind of person who talks nonsense? Don't worry. I'll help you keep it a secret. Zhang Bin patted his chest. When he returned home, it was already 6 o'clock. Yang Ming's parents had gotten off work. They were very happy to see Yang Ming come back. Big Ming, you're tanned. Yang Dehai patted his son's shoulder. How was it? Did you have fun? It was fun. When I make money in the future, I'll bring both of you there. The scenery there is really good. Yang Ming smiled and put the luggage on the ground. Good, good. My son has grown up. With your words, I'm satisfied. Yang Dehai listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately smiled. And, just as Big Ming starts working, we'll retire. It'll be our turn to enjoy life. Mother Yang was also very happy. Which parent didn't like to hear such words? Child's mother, you really want to ask for your son's salary. Yang Dehai gave Mother Yang a look. It's so difficult for college students to find a job now. Many of them are unemployed at home. Even if they find a job, the salary at the beginning of the internship is very low. Hee, I'm just saying. Our son will have a girlfriend at that time. The cost will be even higher. How can we ask for our son's money? Mother Yang naturally understood the truth. We have to subsidize our son a little every month. That's of course. If you want to have a grandson as soon as possible, how can you not put in some money? Nowadays, which girl will be with you if you don't have money? Yang Dehai also nodded. Dad, Mom. What are you talking about? I can make money in a few days. You don't have to work so hard. You can eat what you want to eat and wear what you want to wear. I think it won't be a problem to earn a tuition fee. Yang Ming thought about it and decided to simply tell his parents what he wanted to do. Of course, he couldn't tell them everything. After all, his special ability was too strange. He was afraid that it would scare his parents. You can make money in a few days? What's going on? Mother Yang asked curiously. Yang Dehai was also surprised. This is the case. I decided to work during the holidays. Work while studying. Yang Ming said. Work while studying? Work while studying? Mother Yang was stunned, then she asked worriedly, is that okay? What kind of work? I'm not sure. I often read in the newspaper that some black-hearted bosses deduct the wages of workers. Many people who worked for a few months didn't get a penny in the end. You can't be fooled. That's right, Big Ming. Don't be fooled by others. There are a lot of scammers in society now. Yang Dehai was also very worried. It is said that there are a lot of illegal businesses. You have to be careful. Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry. It's not as scary as you said. Yang Ming smiled and said, there are so many people who come out to work and they are fine. You are different from others. You don't have any social experience. You are still young. Yang Dehai immediately said. Dad, listen to me first. The place I am going to work is Uncle Zhang's company, Zhang Bin's father. Yang Ming explained, I have already told him that I will work there. Zhang Bin's father's company? Isn't it in jewelry? What can you do there? Mother Yang was a bit puzzled. Do they want a male salesperson? Mom. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. Can your son only be a salesperson? Can't he do something with technical content? Technical content? You don't understand jewelry. What can you do? Mother Yang asked puzzledly. When I traveled to Yunnan this time, I found that I am more talented in jade. I will do this. Yang Ming said. Even Uncle Zhang said that I have a good eye. Yang Ming's half-truth made Yang's father and mother Yang feel relieved. After all, it was his classmates' company. There shouldn't be any messy things. That's fine. You study hard and work hard. Take how much money they give you. Don't be unsatisfied. Yang Dehai said. I know. Yang Ming could only think of this excuse for the time being. After all, he couldn't say that he used his special ability to make money. In the evening, after the family had dinner, Yang Ming opened the travel bag and took out the gifts he brought back from Yunnan. Dad, Mom, this is for you. Aya, it's good that you are back. You don't have to buy gifts. Although Mother Yang said so, the smile on her face was very bright. These are some of Yunnan's specialties and small handicrafts. They aren't worth much. You can take them as gifts. It's just a token of my heart. Yang Ming said, try the 2 packets of plastic-sealed rice noodles. The taste is good. Okay, I will try it with your dad tomorrow morning. Mother Yang smiled. In the evening, Yang Ming turned on the computer and opened QQ. He received several messages. Wild female teacher, are you there? Play fight the landlord with me. Wild female teacher, speak. Wild female teacher, not there? There were more than 10 messages from wild female teacher, and the content was similar. There were also a few messages left by I am a big star. They were all meaningless words like are you there, and so on. Yang Ming closed them directly. What made Yang Ming excited was that Xiao Yan, which was Chen Mingyan's QQ, left him a message. Xiao Yan, Yang Ming, I am Ming Yan. I heard that you went to Yunnan to play. Remember to bring me a gift. After reading Chen Mingyan's message, Yang Ming didn't know if he should be happy or sad. Chen Mingyan called herself Mingyan in front of Yang Ming for the first time. What did this mean? It meant that Chen Mingyan didn't treat Yang Ming as an outsider. Moreover, Chen Mingyan didn't mention anything about the previous incident. In other words, Chen Mingyan might have gone back on her words. Moreover, the slightly playful "bring me a gift" was a completely coquettish tone. This made Yang Ming didn't know what to do. If it was a few days ago, Yang Ming might be ecstatic. But now? Now that he had Lan Ling, everything was different. Although he still liked Chen Mingyan very much, he couldn't be with her anymore. Yang Ming wanted to return the call to Chen Mingyan, but he couldn't. Although Yang Ming didn't take the previous misunderstanding seriously, a new problem arose. Let's not talk about the voodoo problem. Even if there was no voodoo, would Chen Mingyan accept Lan Ling? Would Lan Ling accept Chen Mingyan? Could it be that they were going to sleep together like what was described in web novels? It was fine to fantasize about it, but it wasn't feasible to do it. Girls these days were all extremely devious. Who would share a husband with another girl? The next morning, Yang Ming visited Fang Tian first and brought him some local specialties from Yunnan. Yang Ming felt that Fang Tian had no children and his wife betrayed him. He was very pitiful. Yang Ming had only been to Fang Tian's house once, but his memory was better, so he could still find it. After opening the door, Fang Tian saw Yang Ming and welcomed him in with enthusiasm. How come you have time to visit an old man like me today? Uncle Fang, I just came back from Yunnan. I brought you some local specialties. Yang Ming smiled and put the bag in his hand in the house. What are you bringing? An old man like me can't eat it. Fang Tian shook his head and smiled. You still thought of me. Thank you, young man. Uncle Fang, you don't have any children. I have nothing to do, so I came to visit you. Yang Ming's nature was not bad. On the contrary, he was a very kind-hearted person. When he went out to be a small punk, it was also because of Suya's matter that he gave up on himself. In the final analysis, he did not like that kind of life. Hee, that's great. You can come more often in the future. Fang Tian said, as for the things, don't buy any more. I still have some retirement money. You don't have any source of income. Okay, then I will come to visit you alone next time. Yang Ming didn't refuse. Although he was going to become a millionaire soon, it was just soon. He hadn't become one yet, right? Yang Ming, you. Fang Tian hesitated and said ambiguously, have you seen Bao Sanli? Fang Tian was hesitating because he didn't know Yang Ming very well. He just felt that his character was good, so he didn't say it in the end. Bao Sanli? Have they been released? Yang Ming was a little surprised. In the detention center, he had the best relationship with Bao Sanli. If he was released, he should really find him. Well, not long after you left, Bao Sanli went to court. Because both parties were responsible, Bao Sanli was only sentenced to compensate the other party a sum of money. There was no sentence. Although Fang Tian still looked dispirited, his thoughts were clear when he spoke. It was hard to imagine that he was the crazy old man in the detention center who sang in the middle of the night and was delirious. Hee, I really miss them. Yang Ming said with a smile, right, Uncle Fang, have your previous assets been returned to you? Previous assets? Hee, they are all confiscated. Fang Tian smiled indifferently. You have been acquitted. Shouldn't your previous assets be returned to you? You can apply for it. Yang Ming suggested. Return them to me? Forget it. It's my fault that I didn't know their true nature. I transferred the assets under my name to that woman's name. Fang Tian shook his head. Tell me, can they still return them to me? Yang Ming nodded after listening. You are right. Forget it. I won't think about it. Yeah, I won't think about it now. The country gave me a subsidy, which is enough for me to retire. Fang Tian smiled. At this time, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhang Bin calling. Yang Ming made an apologetic gesture to Fang Tian and picked up the phone. Hello, why are you looking for me? Yang Ming, where are you? Didn't you say that you will come to my house to find me today? The stones from Yunnan have arrived. Let's go to my dad's company together. Zhang Bin shouted on the other end of the phone. Okay, I got it. I am at a friend's house now. I will be there in a while. Yang Ming remembered that they had made an appointment before they parted yesterday. Okay, I will wait for you. Hurry up. Zhang Bin hung up the phone. A friend is looking for you? Then you should go. Yang Ming's phone was very loud, so Fang Tian could clearly hear the content of Yang Ming's call. Hee, a good buddy. Yang Ming nodded. You went to Yunnan to gamble on stones? Fang Tian asked suddenly. Just for fun. Yang Ming nodded. You should be careful. Recently, someone is watching the stone gambling business. Forget it. You are just fooling around. No one will pay attention to you. Fang Tian said to himself. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Yang Ming immediately asked, Uncle Fang, what did you say? Someone is watching? What do you mean? Nothing. I heard that some people specialize in stealing jade. You don't have anything good in your hands. Don't worry. Fang Tian simply said a sentence. Obviously, he didn't want to say too much. However, Yang Ming had some doubts. Why did Fang Tian suddenly mention this to me? As a matter of fact, I just lost a piece of jade. Could it be that Fang Tian knows? This idea was immediately rejected by Yang Ming. Fang Tian was just released from prison and stayed at home all day. How could he know? Maybe it was mentioned in the news on TV. Yang Ming didn't continue to ask. He said goodbye to Fang Tian and went out. Fang Tian's house was basically in the suburbs, but Zhang Bin's house was in the city center. There was no direct bus here. Fortunately, there was a subway. Yang Ming bought a subway ticket for half a trip. He stood behind the safety line and waited for the subway. The subway was more punctual than the bus. It didn't take long for one to arrive. Yang Ming got on the subway. There weren't many people on the subway, but there were no seats. There were only a few people standing around. Yang Ming found a comfortable armrest and stood still. Soon, the subway arrived at the next station. Not far in front of Yang Ming, a person who looked like a student stood up and wanted to get off. After Yang Ming saw it, he immediately prepared to sit down. After all, it took more than half an hour to get to Zhang Bin's house. Although Yang Ming's body was great, who was willing to stand there stupidly? However, not far away, a girl carrying a thermos flask also saw that seat. She came to the side of the seat almost at the same time as Yang Ming. If it were a man or a delinquent girl, Yang Ming would unceremoniously push the person away and sit on the seat himself. Yang Ming wasn't a person who was overflowing with sympathy. The cruelty of society had made him far away from the era of 5 disciplines and 4 beauties. But now it was different. Now, standing opposite him was a very beautiful girl. A girl who looked very quiet. Her delicate cheeks had a bit of fatigue. This kind of girl was the easiest to make people feel pity for her. They couldn't help but want to pity her and love her. Yang Ming had a lot of excellent girls around him. Lan Ling's aura, Chen Mingyan's vigor, Zhao Ying's delicate aura could hardly be seen on this girl. On her, there was only helplessness in life, but not disappointment. Although she was tired, she showed her strength. You, sit. Yang Ming looked at the girl and said with a smile. However, why is this girl so familiar? Have I seen her before? But in Yang Ming's impression, there shouldn't be such an excellent beauty. Lin Jiyun saw the man in front of her. She was slightly stunned, and her face immediately blushed. Why is it him? I actually met him again. Lin Jiyun was very nervous, but looking at Yang Ming's appearance, he didn't seem to recognize her. Lin Jiyun was slightly relieved, but she didn't know why, but there was a faint sense of loss in her heart. In fact, it was no wonder that Yang Ming didn't recognize her. That day, she wanted to sell herself to Yang Ming on the street. At that time, the light was relatively dim. Yang Ming didn't see very clearly. Besides, Yang Ming didn't connect the two of them together. I will stand for a while. It's almost my stop. Lin Jiyun whispered. You sit down. I'm exercising. Once I sit down, it won't be effective. As Yang Ming said, he deliberately bent his arm, revealing the muscles on his arm. Hee, thank you. Lin Jiyun couldn't help but smile slightly. The man in front of me is quite humorous. Seeing Lin Jiyun smile, Yang Ming was suddenly a little stunned. Originally, Lin Jiyun's delicate face had made Yang Ming a little moved, but he didn't expect her smile to be so beautiful. It really had the charm of a beauty's smile. Ugh. At this moment, the subway stopped again. Yang Ming's posture was like a gymnastics coach. His hands didn't hold the handrail. The inertia of the subway made him directly fall forward. In front of Yang Ming, it was Lin Jiyun who had just sat down. Pung! With a sound, Yang Ming directly lay in Lin Jiyun's arms, and his head directly fell into her chest. For a moment, Lin Jiyun was stunned. What is he going to do? Isn't this too sudden? Did he recognize me? However, Lin Jiyun understood the current situation in an instant. Yang Ming was sticking to her because of inertia. You. Although Lin Jiyun was a little shy when she thought of herself and him. So, she didn't yell. She just reminded him with an unnatural voice. Ugh. Yang Ming actually reacted a long time ago, but it was really cool to bury his head in the arms of a beauty. However, when he thought of the last time Chen Mingyan used her knee to hit his little brother, he immediately sobered up. He didn't dare to continue. He quickly stood up awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't hold the handrail when the bus stopped. It's okay. Lin Jiyun shook her head and said faintly. From her expression, Yang Ming couldn't see whether she was angry, so he didn't dare to talk again. He stood aside honestly. Lin Jiyun was a girl who didn't express her feelings. In fact, she didn't feel that Yang Ming's behavior was taking advantage of her. Of course, this was only for Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun didn't want Yang Ming to recognize her, so she simply lowered her head and pretended to be very shy. Yang Ming also knew that his behavior was too reckless, so he was embarrassed to say anything. But Yang Ming felt that the girl in front of him was familiar. And she was very familiar. I must have seen her before, but where is she? Yang Ming didn't have any impression of her. The vague face alternated in Yang Ming's mind, but he couldn't remember. Did I see her in a dream? Then, is she considered as a dream lover? Yang Ming was a little speechless. Finally, Yang Ming decided to ask the girl's name. Maybe he could remember something. You. Just as Yang Ming opened his mouth to say you, the girls stood up at the same time. I'm here. You sit down. Thank you. Lin Jiyun stood up with the thermos flask. That's fine. Yang Ming couldn't ask any more and could only shake his head helplessly. This stop is the city hospital. When the Yang Ming Association saw the thermos flask in the girl's hand, he couldn't help but think, is her family member sick in the hospital? Was she here to deliver food to her family? Well, if that's the case, then she's really a filial girl. Yang Ming sighed. As he was about to sit down, a yellow-haired man quickly squeezed in. When he saw the seat in front of Yang Ming, he wanted to sit on it. There is still a seat here. Huang Mao was so eager to sit down that he squeezed Lin Jiyun. He quickly used his hand to protect the thermos flask. When Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun wasn't standing steadily, he quickly reached out to support her. Thank you. Lin Jiyun nodded. She got rid of Yang Ming's arm without a trace and got off the subway. F***ck, this D***mn Huang Mao. Not only did he take my seat, but he also hit my dream girl. Do you want to die? Yang Ming was annoyed. He pointed at Huang Mao and scolded, you F***king stand up for me. Are you an idiot? Why should I stand up? Is your brain okay? Huang Mao had a mocking face. First, you took my seat. Second, you hit the girl, but you didn't even fart. Don't you know how to say sorry? Yang Ming stared at Huang Mao arrogantly. What does it have to do with you that I hit her? Why are you pretending? She already got off the train. You're king hero. Huang Mao said sarcastically, but he didn't mean to get up. Yang Ming didn't talk nonsense with him anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed Huang Mao's t-shirt, pulled him up and threw him aside. Then, he sat down calmly. You. Huang Mao wanted to be angry, but he hesitated. He thought that the other person could lift him up with one hand. It wouldn't be good to fight with him. He had to stand aside and think about how to retaliate against Yang Ming. Yang Ming no longer cared about Huang Mao. He thought about the girl just now. Suddenly, Yang Ming was shocked. What happened to me? I have Lan Ling, and the problem with Chen Mingyan hasn't been solved yet. Why am I thinking about another girl? Yang Ming quickly dispelled his thoughts. He took out his mobile phone and played the built-in game. Huang Mao saw that Yang Ming was so leisurely and actually played a mobile game. He was angry. However, he obviously couldn't beat this burly man in front of him. He could only think of a way to trick him. Thinking about this, Huang Mao made up his mind. He took out the wallet in his pocket and shook it in his hand. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Huang Mao was usually a hooligan. He stole and got into fights. His hands and feet were very nimble. Taking advantage of the inertia of stopping the car, Huang Mao successfully stuffed the wallet into Yang Ming's coat pocket. Although Yang Ming was playing the gluttonous snake on his mobile phone, he was very clear about Huang Mao's little movements. Yang Ming had been a hooligan since he was young. He knew the psychology of this kind of person very well. He definitely wanted to take revenge, so Yang Ming had been paying attention to Huang Mao's movements. He also had a pretty good idea of what Yellow Hair was going to do. Yang Ming casually used his X-ray vision to look at the wallet in his pocket. Hey, this Huang Mao is really willing to spend a lot of money. There is a total of 2,348 yuan in the wallet and a Jelongpo KTV voucher. You want to trick me? Let's see who is the unlucky one. Yang Ming was still very interested in getting a few thousand yuan for himself. Therefore, Yang Ming pretended not to notice and continued to play with the Nokia phone in his hand. He even deliberately played with it. After about a minute, Huang Mao began to act up. Where is my wallet? Why is my wallet gone? Huang Mao's shout immediately attracted the attention of all the subway passengers. Who stole my wallet? No, I have to call the police. Huang Mao shouted. Yang Ming acted like he didn't hear it. He was still playing with the mobile phone game, but the corner of his eyes was staring at Huang Mao, who was acting. He sneered in his heart. Huang Mao saw that Yang Ming didn't look at him, so he was even angrier. He had an idea. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted, "I think you stole my wallet." "Yes, yes, it must be you." Yang Ming lazily raised his eyelids and looked at Huang Mao. "Are you an idiot?" After that, he continued to play with the mobile phone game. Huang Mao was angered by Yang Ming. He thought, "You are arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you are later. Then why is it that when I lost my wallet, others are watching, but you are lowering your head? You obviously have a guilty conscience." "I don't want to argue with a retard. If you think so, I can't do anything." Yang Ming looked at Huang Mao and said faintly, "There are a lot of crazy people in this world. How can there be so much fun to watch?" "Humph, I think it is you. Do you dare to let me search you?" Huang Mao pointed at Yang Ming and shouted. "Search? Did your head get kicked by a donkey? What right do you have to search others?" Yang Ming sneered. "If you don't do anything wrong, you are not afraid of ghosts. If you are innocent, let me search you." Huang Mao said unrelentingly. "Oh. According to what you said, you have to search everyone in this carriage?" Yang Ming asked. You are the closest to me. Of course, I will search you first. If the wallet isn't on you, I will naturally search other people." Huang Mao was sure that the wallet was on Yang Ming, so he dared to speak confidently. However, the other passengers in the subway didn't know the inside story. When they heard that Huang Mao was going to search them, they were immediately unwilling. Originally, all the passengers were indifferent and didn't care about it. But now that it was related to their interests, some people didn't want to do it. "Call the police." "Call the police?" "Yeah, let the police search us." "What are you doing?" the other passengers complained. At this time, someone pressed the alarm bell in the subway. Huang Mao didn't stop it. Anyway, he had full confidence. It was better to alarm the police. Maybe they could arrest this guy, Yang Ming. Not long after, 2 subway police came to the carriage where Yang Ming and Huang Mao were. "What happened? Who pressed the alarm bell?" an older subway police asked. "It's like this." Huang Mao immediately said, "I lost my wallet. I suspect that the person next to me stole it." Huang Mao pointed at Yang Ming and said, "Oh?" The older subway police was stunned. "He was sitting." "How? Could he steal your wallet?" "It must be him. I am sure. He was the only one who touched my body." So, Huang Mao repeated the conflict with Yang Ming. Anyway, it wasn't against the law to steal a seat on the train. At most, it was a little embarrassing. Sure enough, after the young subway policeman heard this, he looked at the blonde with some disdain. However, according to Huang Mao, Yang Ming was indeed very suspicious. "Is what he said true?" the young subway policeman asked Yang Ming. "Yes, it's basically true, but I didn't steal his wallet," Yang Ming said faintly. "Then why did he insist that you stole it?" the young subway policeman asked. "How would I know? I'm not him. Maybe it's because he was dissatisfied with my behavior and wanted to frame me." Yang Ming shook his head and said slowly, "No, he stole my wallet. If you don't believe me, you can search him." Huang Mao shouted. "I'm sorry, sir. I want to check the items on your body. Please cooperate." The older subway policeman winked at the young subway policeman and then said to Yang Ming, "Okay, no problem. I'm also annoyed by him. Please clear my name as soon as possible." Yang Ming said, "If you don't find his wallet, please ask him to apologize to me." The older subway policeman was a little embarrassed. It wasn't a problem to ask them to apologize, but to ask Huang Mao to apologize, this wasn't something they could force. "No problem. If you didn't steal it, I will apologize," Huang Mao said in a hurry. "Really?" Yang Ming looked at Huang Mao. "Really, I can even call you grandfather." Huang Mao was excited and was a little smug. The young subway policeman frowned after listening, but other people were willing to be a grandson. What did it have to do with him? So he began to check Yang Ming's body. When he took out the wallet in Yang Ming's jacket pocket, Huang Mao pointed at the wallet and shouted, "This is my wallet." "This is it. Police comrade, he is a thief. You have to catch him. What's going on? The young subway policeman looked at Yang Ming suspiciously and asked. He just looked at the young man's appearance. He was very calm. He didn't have the nervousness of other criminal suspects, so he almost didn't think that he stole Huang Mao's wallet. He didn't expect to find it. This is my wallet. Just because he says it's his, it's his? Yang Ming said with some amusement, then can I just point at other people's things and say they are mine? What evidence do you have to prove that this wallet is yours? He asked Huang Mao. What's mine is mine. Why don't you ask him what evidence he has? Huang Mao asked deliberately. I'm asking you now. The wallet is with him. You said it's yours, so naturally, you have to prove it. The young subway policeman was a little unhappy. Oh, there's 2,348 yuan in there, and a voucher for the Jalongpo KTV. Huang Mao said as if he was familiar with the items. This was something that he had decided beforehand. Originally, it was 2,500 yuan. Yesterday, he spent 150 yuan to buy a set of clothes. Just now, he spent 2 yuan on the subway, so he was left with 2,348 yuan. The voucher was given for free when he went to karaoke a few days ago. You said, what's in your wallet? The young subway policeman was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Mao to be able to say the amount and things in there. He felt that Huang Mao didn't seem to be lying. After all, this kind of thing was clear when it was opened. So, he began to suspect Yang Ming, so he asked the same question to Yang Ming. There's also 2,348 yuan in my wallet, and a voucher for the Jalongpo KTV. Yang Ming said faintly. You learned it from me. Huang Mao was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, Comrade policeman, he said that because I said so. Don't believe him. This? The young subway policeman was stunned. He didn't know who to believe. The older subway policeman was more experienced. He waved his hand to the young subway policeman and said, open the wallet first and look at the things inside. The young subway policeman nodded. He opened the wallet and counted the money inside. After a while, the counting result came out. It surprised him. There was really 2,348 yuan and a voucher for the Jalongpo KTV. What should we do? The young subway policeman looked at the older subway policeman with some difficulty. Although you said so, you said it after him, so you still have a lot of suspicion. The older subway policeman said to Yang Ming. Why am I a suspect? The wallet was originally mine. You asked him first. Why am I a suspect? Yang Ming deliberately frowned as if he was very upset that he was wronged. But he was right about the things inside. The young subway policeman said. Maybe he saw me when I took the money? Oh yeah, when I bought the subway ticket at the door, I counted the money in the wallet. Maybe he remembered it? Yang Ming started to make up a story. But he wasn't afraid. He had the ability to lie for himself. What? Huang Mao was furious. Bullsh*T. You are a big liar. Don't be angry. The young subway policeman glared at Huang Mao and then said to Yang Ming, if this is the case, this matter is difficult. Both of you come with us to the subway station's security room. We can slowly investigate there. Okay. Huang Mao hesitated and nodded. Anyway, the wallet was obviously his. He wasn't afraid of anything. But I still have something to do. Yang Ming said. The young subway policeman and the older subway policeman looked at each other. There is a way. Generally, a real thief wouldn't be willing to be taken back for interrogation. So they thought that Yang Ming was very suspicious. No, you have to figure out the truth of the matter. You have to go back with us. The older subway policeman said seriously. This? Oh yeah. Yang Ming suddenly said with a look of realization, I can prove that the wallet is mine. And? The older subway policeman was stunned and asked, how do you prove it? There is a 10 yuan bill in the wallet. There are a few words written on it. It was given to me by the street vendor when I bought a drink. At that time, I wanted to exchange it with the vendor because there were words on the bill. But he said it was okay and that he could spend it. Yang Ming said. What? The young subway policeman took out the 10 yuan bill. Sure enough, there was a word written on it. So he asked, what is written on it? Tell me about it. You ask him if he knows about this matter? Yang Ming pointed at Huang Mao and said. Do you know? The older subway policeman asked Huang Mao. Of course, I know. Huang Mao pretended to be smart and said, but I can't say it this time. If I say it, he will learn from me. Heh, that's good. How about we tell the two policemen the content on it in a whisper? Yang Ming smiled. This? Huang Mao hesitated. He didn't know that there were words on the money. But how did Yang Ming know? Is he scaring people? Okay, let's do it. The older subway policeman nodded and then pulled Yang Ming to the other side of the carriage. He asked, can you say it this time? The words on it said, Brother Debut, I love you. Because I thought it was too disgusting, so I remembered it more clearly. Yang Ming explained. The older subway policeman nodded and walked back. Huang Mao didn't know that there were words on the money at all. He stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't say why. He had no choice but to say that he couldn't remember if there were words. Who would study the words on the money for no reason? Although the words of the yellow-haired man were very reasonable under normal circumstances, now that Yang Ming had shown the words on the money, the two police officers immediately knew what was going on. Right, I also know the expiration date of the KTV voucher. Yang Ming pretended to think of something and said, it says that it will expire on July 16th. The older subway policeman took out the voucher and looked at it. He didn't have any doubts anymore. He returned the wallet to Yang Ming and said, excuse me. Yang Ming smiled and took the wallet. He looked at Huang Mao with sympathy. Grandson, call me grandpa. At this moment, Huang Mao was completely stunned. How is this possible? It's impossible? Is that wallet really not mine? Am I having hallucinations? No, it's obviously mine. But how does he know something that I don't know? Yang Ming got off the train. Huang Mao was in trouble. He was taken to the police station of the subway station by the two policemen. Huang Mao, who calmed down, had to admit helplessly that he secretly remembered the amount of money in Yang Ming's wallet. Because Yang Ming took his seat, he hated him and wanted to ruin him. It wasn't a big deal. Huang Mao's attitude was good. He was let go after being criticized and educated. But Huang Mao couldn't figure it out. Isn't today's matter a bit too strange? However, when he saw Yang Ming for the second time, there were more strange things that happened. Of course, this is a story for another time. Things in the world were often like this. Some people were happy and some were sad. Some people were happy and some were in pain. A lot of happiness was often based on other people's pain. At least Yang Ming and Huang Mao were now. Yang Ming's pocket suddenly had 2,000 yuan. Yang Ming felt that it was very interesting. Although he already had a powerful ability in his body, his recent income was all obtained by robbing others. The first time, he got a few thousand yuan from Ji Shuixing. The second time, he got a few hundred yuan from the gambling stall in front of the school. This time, it was this unlucky Huang Mao. Yang Ming didn't care much about this kind of money. So the first time, he easily gave it to a little girl who sold herself. He didn't even know who she was. The second time, he threw half of it to Li Dagong. This time, Yang Ming just casually put it in his pocket. Yang Ming wasn't a stingy person. People who did big things couldn't be stingy. Yang Ming was very consistent with this feature. When he arrived at Zhang Bin's house, Zhang Bin immediately complained, "Why are you so slow? It's only 10 minutes from your house. It's been more than 40 minutes. Even if you walked, it wouldn't be so slow. I went to a friend's house first. Didn't I tell you? Besides, I took the subway, not a taxi." Yang Ming said. Damn, you're also a person with hundreds of thousands of yuan. You still take the subway. How can you be so stingy? Zhang Bin said sarcastically. Stingy? Yang Ming never thought that he was stingy. Yang Ming never saved where he should spend money. Only when there was some unnecessary money, Yang Ming would save. This wasn't stingy. If he didn't save, then he was an idiot. First, I couldn't get a taxi from my friend's house. Second, even if I could get a taxi, it might not be faster than the subway. The last time my uncle drove me there, it took more than half an hour. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Third, where do I get hundreds of thousands of yuan? Your imperial jade. Zhang Bin was stunned. Then he remembered that the imperial jade was lost. He immediately felt embarrassed. Just ask my dad to compensate you. Besides, didn't you bet so many stones? There should be some valuable ones, right? After being reminded by Zhang Bin, Yang Ming remembered that he still had so many stones in Wang Jitao's company. These were all money. Without money, without his own power, how could he fight with Wang Jitao? And, when are we going to your dad's company? After being reminded, Yang Ming was eager to know how much his stones were worth. In the afternoon, there's no rush. Oh yeah, I met a female online friend. She promised me that she would perform an erotic video for me this afternoon. How about it? Let's watch it together later. Zhang Bin smiled lecherously. Yang Ming was an experienced person. Besides, he had a little vixen by his side. He didn't have much interest in erotic videos. However, men were animals that liked to hunt for novelties. So when Zhang Bin said that, Yang Ming's heart immediately itched. Erotic video, huh? It's not that satisfying. Since there's nothing, let's go watch it. Yang Ming put on a sanctimonious look. Don't pretend to be like this. We both know each other well. Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with disdain. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. That's right. When they were in high school, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin definitely talked about sex a lot. Zhang Bin's computer was newly equipped after the college entrance exam. Yang Ming looked at the 22-inch large LCD screen and was envious. When he looked at the configuration, he was even more envious. Core Q6600 quad-core CPU, 4G RAM, HD 4850 graphics card, 500G hard disk, and a set of Logitech's wireless mouse. Yang Ming was even more envious. It seems that after I get the money for the Jade Stone, I should buy a high-end computer. Oh yeah, I can put it at Lan Ling's place after I buy it. This way, Lan Ling won't be lonely and I can use it at night. Boss, I haven't opened QQ yet. Why are you drooling like a pig? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming, who was in a daze and felt strange. Now, your computer is more attractive to me than the erotic video. Yang Ming pointed at Zhang Bin's computer and said. Didn't you just buy a laptop? Zhang Bin asked. Mine is enough for studying and surfing the net, but the configuration is much worse than yours. Yang Ming said enviously. You don't play games much. What's the use of having such a good configuration? Zhang Bin shook his head. Actually, all the computer hardware in the market can meet our daily needs for studying and living. You have to look at what you are doing. The requirements for 3D design may be higher. For example, surfing the net and chatting. No matter how fast your computer is, even if it has an 8-core CPU and 8G RAM, it won't be faster. My previous computer was close to a 4-core, but it wasn't much slower than this. So, for our own use, if we don't play 3D online games, there's no need to buy a good configuration. That's true. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't have much research in this area. After listening to Zhang Bin's words, he felt that it was indeed the case. Even if Yang Ming played games, he would only play Counter-Strike. His computer configuration was enough. Zhang Bin turned on QQ. As soon as he went online, the messages kept coming in with DDD. When Zhang Bin opened it, there were as many as 70 to 80 messages. Yang Ming took a few glances and suddenly sweated. 90% of Zhang Bin's contacts on QQ were women. And what were these names? XX little slut, flirtatious sweetheart, erotic baby, big-breasted girl, mature woman is a bit perverted. Zhang Bin replied to a few messages with ease and closed the rest of them. Then, he only kept a message named Charming Baby and started chatting with him. My little baby, Big Brother Ben is here. Zhang Bin's online name was Big Brother Ben. Big Brother Ben, you're late. Charming baby began to flirt. Let's start. Let me see your. Zhangbin tapped on the keyboard impatiently. Aya, why are you so anxious? Don't be anxious. Charming baby said. How can I not be anxious? Big brother Ben, I'm already burning with desire. Zhangbin sent a video call invitation. That's not good. Although Charming baby said so, she still accepted Zhangbin's invitation. After a while, the connection was established. A girl's chest appeared on Zhangbin's computer screen. Of course, it was wearing clothes. Hurry up, big brother can't take it anymore. Zhangbin urged. Charming baby didn't type this time. She said directly into the microphone, why don't you turn on the video call? My camera is broken. I'm going to buy another one tomorrow. Zhangbin typed. That's not fair. Let me see your XX. Charming baby said without blushing. Yangming heard it and felt a chill. This charming baby is too strong. She can even say something like that. It made Yangming, a big man, blush for her. Zhangbin was probably used to it. He typed directly, didn't you see it last time? How about this? I'll definitely show you tomorrow. You showed it to her? Yangming looked at Zhangbin in disbelief. No, I just gave her a picture of a foreign D***ck yesterday. Zhangbin laughed. Then what are you going to do tomorrow? Yangming asked. Tomorrow? If she wants to see it, I'll ask her out. If she doesn't want to come out, I'll just blacklist her. Zhangbin said indifferently, I don't have a habit of exposing myself online. F***ck, you are such a wretched guy. Yangming raised his middle finger. Wretched? If you're not wretched, then don't look at it. Zhangbin snorted. Apparently, he was dismissive of Yangming's words. Then it's a promise. Tomorrow is a must. As Charming baby said this, she began to take off her top, followed by her skirt. However, her bra and underwear were taken off after a long time. Nude chat was relatively popular on the internet today. To be honest, this kind of thing was still relatively harmful to teenagers. However, from a legal point of view, it was difficult to convict the non-profitable nude chat. Although it was immoral, it couldn't be banned. Yangming wasn't a moralist. This kind of thing naturally didn't need him to worry about, so he enjoyed it with Zhangbin. Zhangbin typed some suggestive words from time to time. At the same time, he turned on the video function, saying that he could slowly enjoy it later. Finally, the charming baby was completely naked. Then, she began to move her hands back and forth between her legs, and some moans came out of her mouth. When charming baby's body naturally leaned back, her face also appeared on the screen. Ah! When Yangming saw charming baby's appearance, he immediately froze on the spot. Why is it her? Yangming was like he was struck by lightning. He stared at charming baby on the screen. Yangming was so familiar with this face that he could still remember it until today. The girl was very beautiful, but Yangming's eyes were filled with anger. There was also a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, Yangming also felt that it was incredible. How could she do this kind of thing? He was like a completely different person from the person in his memory. The girl in Yangming's memory was definitely not so cheap, but the charming baby on the screen was unscrupulously touching herself in front of the camera. Yangming grabbed the mouse in Zhangbin's hand and clicked on charming baby's information. When he saw that the graduation school on the information was Songjiang Red Flag High School, Yangming knew that there was no mistake. It was definitely her. When Yangming saw the word Jia in the real name, he was even more sure of his thoughts. Zhou Jiejia. You also have a day like this. Yangming had a kind of joy of ridicule at the same time, and a burst of sadness came into his heart. His thoughts seemed to return to the autumn afternoon on the second day of Chinese New Year. He and Suya were called to Wu Qiren's office. The person behind all of this was the girl named Zhou Jiejia in front of him. Later, Yangming learned the truth of the matter from the mouth of others. Zhou Jiejia was Yangming's junior high school class member at that time, but her grades were always behind Yangming and Suya. So, she was jealous of Yangming and Suya. Gradually, the jealousy escalated to hatred. When she saw Yang Ming and Suya talking and laughing together at the school gate, a vicious idea was born in her mind. That was to accuse Yang Ming and Suya of dating in front of Wu Qiren. Puppy love was a sensitive topic in a key junior high school like Red Flag High School. Furthermore, Zhou Jieji was a class cadre. When she exaggerated the story of Yang Ming and Suya, Wu Qiren believed it. At that time, if Yang Ming had met a good teacher like Li Huifeng or Zhao Ying, the result might have been different. However, Wu Qiren was the scum of the teachers with low moral character. Just like his name, Wu Qiren, he was a shameless person in real life. Wu Qiren's first thought was to use the excuse of puppy love to scare the parents of the two families so that they would take the initiative to give him some gifts. Otherwise, he would inform the school. Of course, his wish didn't come true. Suya, whose father was a tycoon, directly transferred her daughter to another school. Yang Ming, who was from a working family, didn't have the money to give gifts at all. Later, Yang Ming questioned Zhou Jieji why she complained. Zhou Jieji snorted strangely, "I just can't stand you dating so early and studying so well." At that time, Yang Ming was about to explode. He really wanted to slap her twice on the spot. However, it was inappropriate for a man to hit a woman, especially in school. So, Yang Ming endured. However, enduring didn't mean that he wouldn't retaliate against Zhou Jieji. One day after school a month later, Zhou Jieji was surrounded by 3 delinquent girls. They slapped her face until both sides of her face were like steamed buns. A living calabash was born. These 3 delinquent girls were naturally found by Yang Ming. At that time, Yang Ming was already famous for fighting. It was easy to find a few delinquent girls. Even so, Yang Ming still hated Zhou Jieji very much. Now that he thought about it, Suya was his first love. She was ruined by the woman in front of him. How could Yang Ming not be angry? However, Zhou Jieji was such a principled woman in the past. How did she become a slut now? He remembered that there were several students in the other class who pursued Zhou Jieji. Not only did Zhou Jieji ignore them, but she also reported them to the teacher. However, in any case, Yang Ming's heart finally vented his anger. His heart was still very refreshed. "Zhou Jieji, you also have such a day." It was just that Zhou Jieji's face only appeared on the screen for a moment. However, because of the network delay, it was enough for Yang Ming to recognize her. Zhou Jieji, who was on the other side of the computer, quickly moved her body upward after realizing that her face was being photographed. This moment was just the speed of a spark, so Zhou Jieji didn't realize that she had been recognized. F***ck, if I were to release this video of yours, would you feel good? Yang Ming thought fiercely. However, Yang Ming didn't want to do such a dirty and wretched thing. He disdained to use this trick to deal with a woman. Zhang Ben was very engrossed in watching. Naturally, he didn't notice that Yang Ming's expression had changed 180 times. Knowing that the person in front of him was Zhou Jieji, Yang Ming was also interested. It was indeed a very refreshing thing to watch a passionate video of someone he knew, and it was a woman he hated. The strong sense of ridicule and revenge made Yang Ming feel very good. However, at the same time, Suya's shadow kept wandering in his mind. Do I really like Suya? Have I not forgotten her? Yang Ming sighed. That's right, first love was the most unforgettable thing in the world. When Yang Ming's thoughts came back, Zhou Jieji had already ended the video chat. After turning off the video, Zhang Ben asked with a smile, "How was it? Was it cool?" "It was better than watching a blockbuster, right?" "It was okay." Yang Ming's thoughts weren't here, so he simply said a few words. "Damn, are you a man? How can it be okay to be so passionate?" Zhang Ben looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. "Oh, yes, I forgot about Lan Ling. That girl is really good. You have her, so naturally, you won't be interested in others." Zhang Ben's knowing look made Yang Ming feel very funny. He didn't understand his real thoughts at all. "Okay, stop guessing." "Right, why did you record it?" "I just recorded it casually. I am going to watch it when I have nothing to do." Zhang Ben said, "Forget it, delete it. My dad often plays on my computer. If he finds out, he will say that I have nothing to do." "Okay, I will help you delete it. I will use your computer to surf the internet for a while." Yang Ming hesitated. Although he knew that it wasn't right to do so, the hatred in his memory still made him hold back. Then you play. I will order something to eat. It's already 12 o'clock. If it wasn't to watch this video, I would have already eaten. Zhang Bin complained, what do you want to eat? Shredded pork with garlic sauce, spicy tofu, a big bowl of rice, and the rest is up to you. Yang Ming said. Okay, I got it. Zhang Bin said as he went to the living room to make a call. Yang Ming quickly found the video that was just recorded. Then, he used RAR encryption to cut it into compressed volumes and send it to several mailboxes that he applied for abroad. Then, he used the 360 file shredder to shred the original file. This was the method that Yang Ming learned from the internet after the porn incident. Yang Ming didn't need this thing for the time being, but there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be used in the future, so Yang Ming stored it away. After doing all this, Zhang Bin's voice came from outside the door, Yang Ming, the food is here. Come out and eat. Yang Ming quickly closed the mailbox, went out of Zhang Bin's room, and came to the living room. Zhang Bin was really extravagant. The two of them actually ordered 4 dishes for a meal. One was shredded pork with garlic sauce, one was spicy tofu, one was sliced pork, and one was alfalfa persimmon. Zhang Bin didn't want to eat rice. This guy had a very special hobby. He was willing to eat porridge. It was to the point that he would panic if he didn't eat it for 3 days. Porridge was a northern saying. It was actually a corn stubble. For the current people, it was okay to eat coarse grains once in a while, but not many people could bear to eat it every day. Zhang Bin was an exception. The two of them ate very happily. The 4 plates of vegetables were almost finished under the sudden attack of the 2 young men. After the meal, the two of them rested for a while. They played Zhang Bin's new PS3 for a while. Yang Ming looked down on them for a while, saying that he worshipped Japanese products. Zhang Bin had a bitter face, there's no domestic game console. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiefeng's driver came to Zhang Bin's house to pick up Yang Ming and the others to go to Zhang Jiefeng's company. Zhang Bin turned off the computer, tidied up, and went out with Yang Ming. When they saw Zhang Jiefeng, he was obviously drunk. He was talking to a client with a red face. When he saw Yang Ming and Zhang Bin, he nodded and signaled them to sit in the office for a while. Zhang Bin understood and brought Yang Ming to the general manager's office. The last time when Yang Ming came, he didn't come here. This time, he had the chance to carefully look at Zhang Jiefeng's office. Zhang Jiefeng's office was very simple. It wasn't as luxurious as the legendary CEO's office. Maybe Zhang Jiefeng's business wasn't big enough, but he was already a big boss that Yang Ming had seen before. At this time, the office door was pushed open. A very beautiful woman walked in. It was undeniable that the person who came was a very elegant woman. She was beautiful and dignified, exuding a mature aura. Zhang Bin couldn't help but frown. It wasn't a pleasant thing to see a beautiful woman in his father's office. Yang Ming saw the person and was stunned. The woman saw Yang Ming and was stunned. Both of them were wondering why the other person would appear here. Yes, this woman was Xiaoqing. She was the woman who Yang Ming saw her underwear in the bookstore and then met again on the bus. Is President Zhang here? Although Xiaoqing was puzzled, she still asked. President Zhang? Why are you looking for him? Zhang Bin looked at the woman with some dissatisfaction. Obviously, he thought Xiaoqing was the woman beside his father. I had an appointment with him this afternoon. I didn't see anyone outside, so I came in by myself. Xiaoqing explained. No one outside? That's not right. My dad is meeting a client outside. Zhang Bin thought the woman's words were an excuse. Oh, it's young Master Zhang. There really isn't anyone outside. Xiaoqing shook her head and had some doubts. She also saw that Zhang Bin was hostile to her. Could it be that he knew about the grudge between Yang Ming and me? But that wasn't a grudge. It had been resolved a long time ago. No one? Although Zhang Bin didn't believe it, he still walked to the door of the office and looked outside. Sure enough, as Xiaoqing said, there was no one in the reception room outside the company. Zhang Bin felt a bit strange. After he came back, he called his father. Dad, where are you? Someone in the office is looking for you. Looking for me? Who? A woman. Who knows who she is? Is she your lover? Zhang Ben whispered. Last time, Zhang Ben was looking for a prostitute, which led to the loss of Yang Ming's imperial jade. This made Zhang Ben very upset. Since Zhang Ben was young, Yang Ming was his only close friend. So, he didn't want to hurt their relationship because of this. Although Yang Ming didn't say anything, Zhang Ben didn't feel good. When he saw Xiaoqing this time, he thought that she was his father's lover. Seeing that his father didn't learn his lesson, he was a little annoyed. Although Zhang Ben's voice was low, it was still heard by Xiaoqing and Yang Ming. Xiaoqing was stunned, and so was Yang Ming. Their gazes collided, and Xiaoqing blushed. Xiaoqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I look like a mistress? However, the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. He might as well pretend that he didn't hear anything. Zhang Jiefeng would understand when he arrived. Zhang Ben. Yang Ming saw that Xiaoqing was embarrassed, so he whispered a reminder to Zhang Ben. What's wrong? Zhang Ben asked. I know her. She shouldn't be your dad's. Yang Ming explained in a low voice. It was fine if he didn't explain. Once he did, Xiaoqing's face became redder. When Zhang Ben was talking on the phone, she could pretend that she didn't hear anything. Now there were only 3 of them left in the office, and their voices were clear. Xiaoqing couldn't pretend that she didn't hear anything. Yang Ming, why are you here? Xiaoqing had to change the topic and greeted Yang Ming. Sister Qing, I am Zhang Ben's classmate. Oh, he's Uncle Zhang's son. Yang Ming said with a smile, Sister Qing, why are you here? Of course, I'm here to buy something, hee. Xiaoqing paused as she said this. She meant to point out that her purpose of coming here wasn't what Zhang Ben thought. Right, you said that you were going to participate in a competition. Are you back? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, I just came back 2 days ago. My father's birthday is coming soon. I'm here to choose a birthday gift for my father. Xiaoqing said with a smile. So that's how it is. Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Ben listened to the conversation between Xiaoqing and Yang Ming and realized that he had misunderstood. He smiled embarrassedly. Miss Xiao. At this time, Zhang Jiefeng pushed the door and came in. It's you. Sorry, I just brought a customer to the warehouse. I didn't expect you to come to the company. Hello, President Zhang. Xiaoqing nodded to the person who came in. How is the thing I mentioned last time? This? Miss Xiao, I'm really sorry. There was a piece of imperial jade that could meet your requirements, but... Zhang Jiefeng glanced at Yang Ming and shook his head. But there was an accident. Accident? What happened? Xiaoqing frowned. President Zhang didn't find a superior imperial jade in Yunnan this time? There was one, but there was an accident. Zhang Jiefeng sighed. The imperial jade was stolen. If that's the case, then forget it. Xiaoqing was a little disappointed. My old man likes to play with this thing when he has nothing to do. I just wanted to show my sincerity. In fact, my old man doesn't lack this piece of imperial jade. I'm really sorry, Miss Xiao. Right, I just received a batch of jade. Do you want to take a look? Zhang Jiefeng had no choice. He originally planned to sell Yang Ming's imperial jade to Xiaoqing, but there was an accident later. This wasn't what he expected. Then forget it. Let's talk about it next time. Xiaoqing shook her head. Jade was too common. It wasn't as rare as imperial jade. It didn't make sense to use it as a birthday gift. My old man went to Yunnan a few days ago, but he didn't get any imperial jade. So Xiaoqing knew my old man's hobby, so she found Zhang Jiefeng's jewelry company. She wanted to get an imperial jade through his connections. If it was a carved imperial jade, it could be bought in Songjiang. But it wasn't easy to find uncarved stones. My old man liked to do it himself, so Xiaoqing was so disappointed. Xiaoqing still had things to do, so she greeted Yang Ming. Then, she asked Zhang Jiefeng to contact her if he had any imperial jade. Then, she left Zhang Jiefeng's company. Uncle Zhang, what does Sister Qing do? Why does she buy such an expensive thing? Yang Ming was a little confused. According to Xiaoqing, she was a teacher. But how could a teacher buy an imperial jade that was worth a few 100,000 yuan? How would I know? Didn't you call her Sister Qing? If you don't know, how would I know? Zhang Jiefeng smiled bitterly. If you didn't lose your imperial jade, you could have made a lot of money by selling it to her. Forget it, Uncle Zhang. I'll take it as I didn't do it. Yang Ming comforted him. How can that be? What's yours is yours. Wait a little longer. If there's still no news from Yunnan, then I will give you the money for the imperial jade first. Zhang Jiefeng said quickly. Okay, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Yang Ming knew Zhang Jiefeng's character, so he said it perfunctorily. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing weren't familiar with each other. If they were good friends, he would have stopped Xiaoqing just now because there was an imperial jade in the batch of stones that he gambled. The current situation was that he didn't know Xiaoqing well. Out of caution, he didn't say it on the spot. After all, he had to learn from Tingcheng's lesson. Yang Ming, your bag of stones has arrived. How is it? Do you want me to ask the factory to polish it for you, or do you want to see it yourself? Zhang Jiefeng asked. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and said, let me go with you. It's a very exciting feeling to see my own stone come out. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't excited at all. The reason why he wanted to go was that this batch of stones was too valuable. He believed that Zhang Jiefeng wouldn't lie to him, but who could guarantee that Zhang Jiefeng's men wouldn't do something to it? Imperial jade, such a valuable thing. If it was stolen by a greedy person, then it would be over. So, Yang Ming wanted to go personally. At least, he had to see them open the imperial jade first. That's right. I like this feeling too. It's like the moment before the lottery. It makes people excited and look forward to it. Zhang Jiefeng said with a smile, even I will go to the factory if I have nothing to do. Then let's go quickly. I don't have any reason to stay here. Zhang Bin also interrupted. The misunderstanding just now made Zhang Bin feel awkward. Although Zhang Jiefeng didn't mention it, Zhang Bin still felt uncomfortable. So, he wanted to leave the office as soon as possible for a change of environment. Zhang Jiefeng called the company's assistant and asked him to come over from the warehouse. Then, he drove Yang Ming and Zhang Bin to the jewelry processing factory that he built in the suburbs. The scale of the factory was very small. It wasn't much bigger than a family workshop, but there were a lot of employees. They were all busy with their own things. It seemed that the security and anti-theft measures here were good. At the entrance, there were 6 security guards that Zhang Jiefeng hired from the security company. Inside the factory, there was a security door that required a card to be swiped. Also, at night, there was a lock with a key. Zhang Jiefeng found a worker and brought Yang Ming to a safe in the basement of the factory. He pointed at a bag of stones and asked the worker to help him carry it out. Yang Ming roughly scanned the bag in front of him. He noticed that the imperial jade was still there, and the seal wasn't touched. Only then did he feel relieved. Nowadays, some transportation companies weren't trustworthy. They often stole their clients' goods. But for this bag of stones, they probably didn't have Yang Ming's ability. Even if they stole it, it wouldn't be useful. After the bag of stones was moved up, Zhang Jiefeng found 2 workers to polish the stones. I will polish them myself. Yang Ming smiled. Of course, that's what makes it fun. Zhang Jiefeng asked the workers to find a set of tools for Yang Ming. At this time, the bag of stones was poured out. Yang Ming pretended to be casual and picked up the stone with the imperial jade. I will help you too. Zhang Bin picked up a stone and held it in his hand. He didn't have anything to do anyway. Zhang Jiefeng chuckled and found a chair to sit at the side. He chatted with the 2 of them. Zhang Bin, you still don't know how to drive. After 2 days, you and Yang Ming should find a driving school and learn. Dad, can't you teach me? Why should I register for a driving school? Zhang Bin asked. Tisk, I'm so busy. How can I have time to teach you? Besides, I didn't graduate from a professional class, and I didn't learn systematically. Driving an automatic car isn't a problem, but manual transmission is. How can I teach you? Zhang Jiefeng rejected directly. Besides, a driving school is great. You still have Yang Ming to accompany you. Okay, then you will buy me a car after I finish learning? Zhang Ben nodded. Once you get the book, I will bring you to buy one. Zhang Jiefeng wasn't perfunctory. He had decided to buy a car for Zhang Ben. Then it's a promise. Zhang Ben said happily, Yang Ming, let's go register tomorrow? Tomorrow? Okay. Yang Ming thought about it. It was only a matter of time before he bought a car. So why not take the driving test together with Zhang Ben? Yang Ming, in your hand. Zhang Jiefeng glanced at the stone in Yang Ming's hand. Imperial jade. Yang Ming, you got another piece of imperial jade? Ah? This is imperial jade? Yang Ming pretended not to know. He was so shocked that the sandpaper in his hand fell to the floor. Imperial jade. Moreover, the quality is better than the previous one. Zhang Jiefeng widened his eyes and said with his mouth wide open. Damn, bro. Are you for real? Zhang Bing was shocked too. Could it be that you got a ring that can increase your luck? How can you have such good luck? How would I know? Yang Ming smiled innocently. How could there be such a good thing? Zhang Jiefeng took the imperial jade in Yang Ming's hand and checked it carefully. He said, based on my estimation, the value of this imperial jade is around 2 million. It's much better than your previous one. In fact, Yang Ming already had an idea in his heart, so he wasn't surprised. However, he still had to put on a show. So, he said with surprise, really? I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. If that's the case, then the previous imperial jade is nothing. Even so, Uncle Zhang will still compensate you for the imperial jade. Zhang Jiefeng said. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. After going around in circles, he came back to the original topic. He said that to make Zhang Jiefeng feel at ease. He didn't expect Zhang Jiefeng to raise this issue again. This time, Zhang Jiefeng was more careful. After knowing that Yang Ming had an imperial jade in his hand, he quickly took out a password box and put it in. Then, he personally drove Yang Ming and Zhang Ben to the bank's safe box to handle the deposit procedures. Currently, the bank was still the safest place in terms of the security system. As for the other stones in the sack, they were simply polished. There were no more imperial jades. However, there were quite a lot of good jades. This made Zhang Jiefeng amazed. When they went to gamble on stones together, the value of Yang Ming's sack of stones was almost comparable to the total value of all his jades. Zhang Jiefeng estimated the value of these jades. They were worth around 300,000. If they were made into handicrafts and accessories, the value would be even higher. These things were worth a lot of money when added together, but they weren't worth much on their own. So, they were directly stored in Zhang Jiefeng's underground vault. Zhang Ben wasn't interested in the jewelry industry initially. However, when he saw Yang Ming's 10,000 turned into 2,300,000, he was deeply shocked by the huge profits in this industry. Compared to Yang Ming's stones, Zhang Jiefeng was more willing to see his son like this. Only when you have an interest in an industry can you manage it well. After leaving Zhang Jiefeng's company, Yang Ming's net worth increased by 2 million. However, these were all fixed assets now. They hadn't been converted into money yet. So, Yang Ming was still a poor man. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ben, Yang Ming took a taxi to Lan Ling's place. Because he didn't have a pass, Yang Ming told the security guard that he was looking for Lu Weishan. After confirming, Yang Ming was allowed to enter the neighborhood. This kind of management made Yang Ming feel relieved. The current society was very complicated. Lan Ling was a little girl living here alone. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be targeted by people with bad intentions. Now that the neighborhood security was so tight, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about Lan Ling meeting bad people. To be honest, other than the voodoo incident, Yang Ming was still very fond of Lan Ling from an emotional point of view. Most men were more or less lolicons and older sisters. After having a girlfriend who was around the same age as them, deep in their hearts, they would still want to meet a younger or more mature woman. Yang Ming was this kind of person. Ever since Suyao left, Yang Ming's concept of love had changed. As long as he liked it and was happy, it had nothing to do with others. It could be said that Wu Qiren and Zhou Jiejie made Yang Ming a maverick in terms of relationships. He felt that having a few girlfriends at the same time wasn't shameful or shameful. That was his ability. There was no point in being envious. Of course, this was just his imagination. Yang Ming didn't like normal girls. Yang Ming believed that his feelings for Lan Ling were real, but he didn't want Lan Ling to bind him to her side. The voodoo made him very unhappy. As he was thinking, Yang Ming suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Dad, do you think Professor Li can help me get into the school?" It was Wang Jitao's voice. Yang Ming was standing near the entrance of the residential area. Because of the wall, Yang Ming couldn't see the people on the other side. However, Yang Ming had a special ability and could easily see the other side of the wall. On the other side, Wang Jitao was frowning and talking to a very dignified middle-aged man with a square face. "It should be about the same. Professor Li was my and your mom's teacher. He also saw your school's exam results. This time, it could be said that you didn't perform well." The middle-aged man said, "Professor Li still has a lot of prestige in the school. Even if your grades are low, he can still let you study at the joint school XX Academy. But the graduation certificate of XX Academy is different from the formal one." Wang Jitao was a bit unwilling. "Be content. You only scored 200 points. The cutoff score of XX Academy is 350 points. The middle-aged man said, "If it wasn't for Professor Li, you probably wouldn't even be able to get into XX Academy. Don't think that your dad can call the shots in the business world. I can't even get involved in the admission of universities. Also, your grades are too low. You didn't even reach the cutoff score for family members. This result is already very good. Besides, aren't you going to take over my job after you graduate? You just need to learn some real knowledge in university. When you graduate, you will be the general manager of the company. Who cares about your qualifications?" After Wang Jitao heard this, he smiled. He thought that his father was right. Why would his family's company care about his qualifications? Study hard after you go to university. Try not to cause any more trouble. You should learn from this incident. Don't be so reckless in the future. You have to plan before you act. For example, if you want to mess with your classmate, you should think of a perfect plan. Look at the rubbish idea that you and Zhang Biao came up with. Not only did you get into trouble, but you also delayed the college entrance exam." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "In the future, when you go into business, it will be even more so. Either you hide and don't act, or you strike a fatal blow." Yang Ming heard the conversation between the two clearly. Mother *Ker, Wang Jitao's father is even more sinister. It seems that I have to be careful in the future. Yang Ming was preparing to leave when he saw a Mercedes-Benz sedan beside him. It was the same car that belonged to Wang Jitao's family. The reason why Yang Ming could recognize it was because Zhang Biao drove this car to and from school several times to pick up Wang Jitao. The car plate was easy to remember. The last digit was 888. "Hee, didn't you want to trick me? I'll let you two have a good time." Yang Ming laughed twice and made up his mind. Yang Ming walked to the back of the Mercedes-Benz and deflated the right rear tire. He used to do this kind of thing when he was a hooligan, so Yang Ming was basically familiar with it. Then, he casually picked up a scrap paper card from the trash can and inserted it into the metal frame of the back of the Mercedes-Benz, covering the last 2 eighths. After that, he quickly left the place in another direction. Yang Ming did this just to create some trouble for Wang Jitao and his son. Yang Ming didn't have the ability to fight head-on, but he could still hurt you behind your back. Yang Ming felt that he had been too lenient with Wang Jitao in the past. That was why Wang Jitao had the chance to take advantage of him. Therefore, Yang Ming decided not to let go of any chance to mess with Wang Jitao. "Although I can't do anything to you now, I can create some trouble to disgust you." This was enough to annoy Wang Jitao. The reason why Yang Ming decided to take the initiative instead of being passive was because Fang Tian's matter had touched him. This was a society where the strong preyed on the weak. If you don't eat others, you have to wait for others to eat you. Yang Ming wasn't a good-tempered person, and he wasn't a gentleman either. He was afraid that Wang Jitao would use his family's connections to make his parents lose their jobs. But now, he wasn't afraid anymore. He had mastered a way to make money quickly. It could be said that he could pick a piece of jade and it was equivalent to half of his parents' annual salary. Speaking of which, Wang Jitao's school problem was solved. The father and son of the Wang family happily drove away from the community. Some luxury cars and off-road vehicles had special tires. After deflating, it couldn't be felt at that time. The tires would only flatten after a few hundred to 1,000 meters. Therefore, when the father and son of the Wang family drove away from the community and reached the main road, they felt that something was wrong and quickly stopped the car. However, this improper position immediately attracted the attention of the traffic police. When a traffic police walked over, he saw the paper card that was blocking the license plate of the Mercedes-Benz. When he asked Father Wang what was going on, Father Wang was confused and didn't know what was going on. Therefore, the traffic police directly copied Father Wang's license plate and issued a fine for blocking the license plate number. The fine was 200 yuan and 6 points were deducted. Father Wang was wronged. He thought, I can't wait to put such an awesome license plate in a conspicuous position. Why would I block it? This is a lucky number. But it was useless to say it, the traffic police wouldn't believe it. He could only admit that he was unlucky. The originally happy atmosphere was also destroyed by this incident. The father and son of the Wang family were very depressed. Wang Jitao turned on his computer. Other than the bad results of the college entrance examination, Wang Jitao was in a good mood these few days. He met a little girl through the internet and saw her picture through QQ space. He was immediately shocked. How could he be so stupid and give the evidence to others? Although he didn't do anything to him afterward, it delayed his college entrance exam. Therefore, although Wang Jitao still didn't give up on Chen Mingyan, he didn't dare to do anything too overboard. These 2 days, he was chatting on the internet when he had nothing to do. He met a girl called Charming Baby in a local dating group. She was the one who was mentioned before. Wang Jitao immediately began to pursue her fiercely. But this Charming Baby was too pure, or she pretended to be pure. Anyway, Wang Jitao tried his best, but the Charming Baby didn't take the bait. Wang Jitao was ready to continue his attack on her today. Yang Ming came to Lan Ling's residence. Lan Ling was watching TV. The room had been cleaned and was shining brightly. This made Yang Ming feel very gratified. How many girls in this era knew how to do housework? He didn't know how good Lan Ling's cooking skills were. Otherwise, she would be the best in the kitchen and the bed. Lan Ling saw Yang Ming and ran out happily. She rushed into Yang Ming's arms. Master, you're back. Master? Yang Ming was baffled by what he heard. Yes. Lan Ling nodded, that's what they call me on TV. Yang Ming looked up at the TV in the living room. It was playing a Qing dynasty drama. 7 or 8 women were surrounding an old man and shouting Master. He couldn't help but sweat. People in this era were not used to hearing this name. Master usually has 3 wives and 4 concubines. Do you want me to find a few more Lan Lings? Yang Ming said with a smile. If Master likes it, Lan Ling will of course agree. Lan Ling looked very wronged. Forget it. If the voodoo acts up, I'll be dead. Yang Ming shook his head and carried Lan Ling to sit on the sofa. How is it? Have you gotten used to living here? Seeing the sun when one dies means dying. Some people also call it seeing the sun when one dies. It's a saying from the Northeast. Most people in the 70s and 80s should have heard of this saying, but very few people use it nowadays. For some reason, Old Fish suddenly typed this saying and thought of some things from his childhood. Hee hee. Lan Ling wanted to say something, but seeing that Yang Ming took the initiative to change the topic, she didn't say anything else. When she heard Yang Ming's question, she pouted and said, without you, I couldn't sleep well. Also, I kept hearing strange noises on the roof. It scared me. Do you think there's a ghost? There are people living up there. People will definitely make noises when they wake up in the middle of the night. If it's a ghost, it won't make any noises. Besides, where would the ghost come from? Yang Ming smiled and comforted her, don't think too much. Yang Ming, can you sleep with me tonight? Lan Ling begged. I can't. If I don't go back, my mom will go crazy. I'll just stay on campus in a few days. Yang Ming wanted to stay here too, but he couldn't explain it to his parents. How about I leave after you fall asleep? Hee, don't worry. I'm just joking with you. When we, the Miao people, study voodoo, we often deal with dead people. Why would we be afraid of ghosts? Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, so she quickly said. Okay. You little rascal, how dare you lie to me? See how I deal with you. Yang Ming thought that Lan Ling was right. Why would she be afraid of ghosts? Even without the voodoo, her father always went out to gamble day and night, leaving her alone at home. If she was afraid, she would have been scared to death. Okay. Quickly deal with me. Lan Ling said excitedly, then I'll take off my clothes. As she spoke, she started to take off her little dress. As she took it off, she ran towards the bedroom. I'll wait for you on the bed. Yang Ming was speechless. This Lan Ling, why doesn't she know how to be more reserved? But Yang Ming liked this side of Lan Ling. A girl with this kind of character could easily arouse a man's desire and make him conquer her. But Yang Ming felt that if he went to the bed, wouldn't Lan Ling's plan succeed? No, I have to deal with her. Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming really followed her to the bed, and she was very proud. But she didn't notice the smirk on Yang Ming's face. Yang Ming, quickly come and deal with me. Lan Ling said seductively with her eyes closed. Yang Ming originally came to deal with Lan Ling. He felt that Lan Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. This wasn't a good sign. If this continued, not to mention the voodoo, even without the voodoo, he would still be firmly in her hands. Once Lan Ling seduced him, he would be hooked. This won't do. Men don't live for XX. So, Yang Ming changed his usual behavior. He started to learn from the male lead in adult movies and started to touch Lan Ling's body. This was all thanks to Yang Ming watching the teaching film of a guy named Taka Kato. So, it worked on Lan Ling very quickly. At that time, Yang Ming's purpose of learning this was very simple. He was afraid that one day he would be like his girlfriend. If there wasn't enough foreplay, it would lead to a bad first time. So, he learned very carefully. He studied the entire film more than 10 times. Yang Ming was now teasing every inch of Lan Ling's sensitive body. An appropriate amount of foreplay could make a woman fall in love quickly and enter the state quickly. But, if there was too much foreplay, it wouldn't be so comfortable. At this moment, Yang Ming had been teasing for more than half an hour, but he didn't get to the point. Yang Ming. Dear. Husband. Lan Ling only called Yang Ming husband when they were in bed. Yang Ming was also happy with this, because it was not very comfortable to be called husband all the time in normal life. Hey, Yang Ming realized that Lan Ling was already sufficiently aroused at this moment. Lan Ling's entire body glowed with a sparkling red color. Her body kept squirming, and from her throat came a kind of enticing moan. Hurry up. Come in. Lan Ling couldn't stand it anymore, so she moaned softly. Didn't you want me to teach you a lesson? Yang Ming smiled evilly. He couldn't hold it in anymore, but in order to conquer Lan Ling, this little seductress, Yang Ming was holding it in. I admit defeat. Lan Ling begged for mercy. When Yang Ming heard Lan Ling begging for mercy, he got on top of her. Both of them had been holding back their desire for half an hour. Soon, they merged into one body and crazily took each other. Yang Ming, don't do this next time. I beg you. After doing it, Lan Ling leaned into Yang Ming's arms. No, I think you're more passionate this time. I was planning to extend the foreplay time next time. Yang Ming said. Extend? Lan Ling exclaimed, don't. I was about to die just now. It's more like you want to die, right? Yang Ming laughed. What? You're so annoying. But now that she thought about it, the feeling was really different. It was really uncomfortable to hold it in. The two of them lingered on the bed for a long time. Yang Ming looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. His parents were about to get off work and go home. Yang Ming also had to go back. Yang Ming took out the wallet of Huang Mao that he cheated today. He took out more than half of the banknotes and gave it to Lan Ling without counting. There are a lot of small stores around here. There are also a lot of snacks. You should buy something yourself. I'm sorry, little Ling Ling. I can't accompany you. It's okay. If you have something to do, you can go first. I haven't finished the food I bought yesterday. Lan Ling said, you don't need to spend so much money, right? Anyway, it's not mine. Just take the flowers. Yang Ming thought of the unlucky Huang Mao again and couldn't help but secretly laugh. Yang Ming walked out of the corridor. He hesitated for a moment before he turned around and walked towards Lu Weishan's house. Lu Weishan was writing an invitation when he saw that it was Yang Ming. He happily invited him to sit down. After his son went missing 6 years ago, Lu Weishan liked to invite young people over to his house to make up for his son's absence. Elder Lu, I'm going to Lan Ling's place, so I came to visit you. Yang Ming sat down on the sofa and said. Okay, old woman, go and pack up the invitations. I'll talk to little Yang for a while. Lu Weishan instructed his wife. Lu Weishan's wife nodded and went to work. Elder Lu, why did you write an invitation? What's the good news? Yang Ming felt a little strange. Could it be that your son is back? Sigh. It's good that he's back. Lu Weishan shook his head. I won't hide it from you. My son suddenly disappeared with his bride on the eve of his wedding 6 years ago. Disappeared? Yang Ming was shocked. He originally thought that the old man's son had a quarrel and went to another city or another country. He didn't expect him to disappear. Yeah, disappeared. There's no news at all. The two of them just disappeared into thin air. Lu Weishan shook his head. I'm sorry, Elder Lu. I brought up your sad story. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. It's okay. It's been so long. The sadness has passed. Life still has to go on, right? Lu Weishan smiled bitterly. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. He didn't expect that as a famous person in the country, he had such a sad past. Yang Ming didn't ask about why he didn't look for them. Because with Elder Lu's identity, he must have used a lot of social connections to look for them. In the end, he couldn't find them. As for the invitation, my birthday is next month. I didn't want to do it, but some friends and students insisted. I had no choice but to write an invitation. Lu Weishan pointed at the invitation on the table and said, if you're free, you should come. There are many professors in our school. It's good for you to know them. It's not good for a young person like me to go, right? Yang Ming was a little hesitant, but this was a good idea. If he was familiar with the people in the school, it would be easier for him to find people to help him if he failed a class. It's not a big deal. My goddaughter will come too. There are also some students. They're all young people. Lu Weishan waved his hand and said, it's settled. I'll call you when the time comes. Then I'll accept your invitation. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. He was secretly thinking about what kind of birthday gift to give Lu Weishan. Yang Ming felt that Lu Weishan was a good person. Not only did he give him some advice when he was learning about jade, but he also didn't ask for his money when he rented a house. This made Yang Ming feel very grateful. Yang Ming would remember whoever was good to Yang Ming. When the time comes, you can just bring people here. You don't have to buy any gifts. I don't lack anything. It's fine as long as you have the intention. Lu Weishan seemed to have seen through Yang Ming's thoughts and directly blocked his way. I know. Yang Ming smiled. At night, Lu Weishan's wife asked Yang Ming to stay for dinner. Yang Ming refused because he was in a hurry to go home. Lu Weishan seemed to feel sorry for him and asked Yang Ming to come often when he was free. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Before he left, Lu Weishan gave Yang Ming 2 community passes and a Songjiang Industry University meal card. Lu Weishan was afraid that it would be inconvenient for Lan Ling to eat, so he helped her get a meal card. Yang Ming quickly thanked him and felt very touched. When he reached home, Yang's father and mother Yang had just reached home. They were cooking in the kitchen. When they saw Yang Ming, they asked with concern, "Big Ming, are you tired from work?" "Work?" Yang Ming immediately reacted. Yesterday, he told them that he was going to work at Zhang Jiefeng's company. So he quickly changed his words, "Work is good. I like it." "That's good. Uncle Zhang didn't say that you were a troublemaker, right?" Mother Yang was a little worried. "How could that be? I'm doing better than those people." Yang Ming said, "Maybe I'll get a bonus at the end of the month." "Hee, is that so? That's great." Mother Yang saw that her son was successful and was very happy. "Big Ming, how much can you earn in a month? Is it enough for you to spend?" Yang Dehai asked. "Why? Are you still thinking about our son's money?" Mother Yang was a little unhappy. "Even if it's enough, we can't take it." "That's not what I meant. Look at you. Why are you in such a hurry?" "What I meant was, if it's not enough, we can give our son some extra money." Yang Dehai said awkwardly. "Dad, Mom, I think it's enough. A month's basic salary is 3,000 and there's a bonus." Yang Ming thought for a while and said a figure. 3,000. Even so, Yang Dehai still took a deep breath. He had worked in the factory for half of his life and his salary was only 2,000 yuan. His wife worked in the community and her salary was only 800 yuan a month. Their combined salary was only enough to cover his son's monthly salary. Moreover, his son had just entered university. "Big Ming, why is it so much? You can't just ask for a random price and make things difficult for your Uncle Zhang." Mother Yang was surprised. "Mom, how can it be? Many people can earn 4 to 5,000 yuan a month." Yang Ming was telling the truth. Those who were involved in jade carving and polishing had a high business commission. It was easy to earn 4 to 5,000 yuan a month. But you just started. They are already familiar with it. Mother Yang said. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to worry about it. Uncle Zhang is also a businessman. He won't appoint people by favoritism. Even if I have a good relationship with Zhang Ben, he won't do things that harm the company's interests." Yang Ming explained, "It was he who asked me to be there." "Really? That's good." Yang Dehai didn't understand the situation. He was relieved after listening to Yang Ming's explanation. Because Yang Ming was working and earning money, the family was very happy at night. Yang Dehai opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Yang Ming. He was very clear about Yang Ming's history, so he was very familiar with his drinking capacity. "How can you let your son drink?" Mother Yang saw Yang Dehai giving Yang Ming a bottle of beer and couldn't help but frown. "Big Ming can drink more than me. You know about the past." Yang Dehai waved his hand. "Well, let's not talk about the past. Big Ming is going to be a college student soon. I heard that it's normal for college students to drink together. We don't need to restrict him." "Right, how could I forget that Big Ming is already an adult?" Mother Yang nodded. A bottle of beer was absolutely a small case for Yang Ming. After drinking it, his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. After the family finished eating, Yang Ming went back to his room and turned on the computer. He found that there was a missed call and a few new messages on the phone on the desk. The call was from Lan Ling, Zhang Ben. The message was from Lan Ling. The content was that she missed him. Yang Ming replied to Lan Ling's message and told her that he was home and missed her. Zhang Ben's call was ignored. Yang Ming was a typical example of what it means to value a lover over a friend. Yang Ming was sure that Zhang Ben would call again in a while, so he simply ignored him. Sure enough, after half an hour, Zhang Ben called again. "Yang Ming, why didn't you answer the phone just now? Are you with Lan Ling?" "Damn, what are you thinking?" "I'm at home. I was eating just now. I didn't hear it." Yang Ming scolded, "Why are you looking for me? Come to my house tomorrow. We'll go to the driving school together. Don't forget." Zhang Ben reminded him. "I won't forget." "Oh yeah, you tell Uncle Zhang. I told my parents that I would work in Uncle Zhang's company every day with a monthly salary of 3,000. Don't expose it." Yang Ming suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Zhang Ben about his work. If Zhang Bin came to his house and his parents asked, then it would be exposed. This matter, no problem. Zhang Bin nodded after listening. It's a small matter. I will tell my dad in a while. Oh yeah, Yang Ming, what car do you think I should buy? Big brother. You haven't gotten your driver's license yet. Why are you thinking about this so early? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm excited. Zhang Bin said, I'm looking at the form of car home. I have a few car models that I like. Tomorrow, you can help me to give some advice. Okay. Yang Ming didn't want to dispel his enthusiasm, so he had to say it perfunctorily. Yang Ming had already classified Zhang Bin's call as a harassment call. He was just bored. Yang Ming went on QQ. Suddenly, he saw that Xiaoyan, Chen Mingyan, was online. He quickly changed his status to invisible. But this moment was still seen by Chen Mingyan. Xiaoyan, Yang Ming, are you here? Yang Ming looked at the flashing avatar on QQ and didn't know what to do for a moment. Logically speaking, if Chen Mingyan took the initiative to contact him, Yang Ming should be very happy. But now, Yang Ming felt a little scared. It was the feeling of facing your lover after having an affair. Yang Ming didn't know if he was cheating, but he did like Chen Mingyan first. No, this kind of life is too *ket up, right? He was a man, yet he had become so overcautious. It seemed that he had to find Lan Ling and get rid of this voodoo as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not be able to live a normal life, let alone have multiple wives. Yang Ming turned off the computer in annoyance. He didn't want to play anymore and went straight to bed. The next morning, before Yang Ming woke up, Zhang Bin called. You're rushing me. Yang Ming looked at the caller and said in a bad mood. It's already 8 o'clock. Why are you still sleeping? Come over quickly. Let's talk about the driving school. Zhang Bin urged. Okay, you wait for me. Yang Ming turned off the phone directly and went back to sleep. Last night, Yang Ming couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because he was thinking about his messy love life. To be honest, if it was possible, Yang Ming was very willing to get back together with Chen Mingyan. As for Lan Ling, of course, he couldn't abandon her. It would be best if they could coexist peacefully. If they couldn't coexist, it would be good to sneak around. But then again, this was only Yang Ming's dream. The reality was very cruel. Around 10 o'clock, Yang Ming woke up and went to the bathroom in a daze. After washing his face, he turned on his phone. 2 minutes after the phone was switched on, Zhang Bing's call came in again. Yang Ming, you are too shameless. You actually turned off your phone. Zhang Bin's roaring voice came out. Yang Ming subconsciously moved away from the receiver. The 1200 didn't look like much, but the call quality was quite good. Yang Ming quickly lowered the volume. It's out of battery. It turned off automatically. Yang Ming sweated. Isn't this too punctual? I just turned it on, and the call came in. I just charged it, and your call came in. Hey. I call once every 5 minutes. Zhang Bin said proudly. Yang Ming was completely speechless. This guy really has perseverance. If he had this kind of spirit in learning, Zhang Bin wouldn't have to pay for XX college. Wait for me, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Yang Ming also felt a little embarrassed, so he went out and took a taxi, and went straight to Zhang Bin's house. Zhang Bin had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Yang Ming pressed the doorbell of the security door downstairs, Zhang Bin immediately opened the door. The speed was almost as fast as the automatic. If people didn't know, they would think that Yang Ming pressed the button to open the door. Yang Ming went upstairs. Zhang Bin had already opened the door and waited. I despise you, it's already 10 o'clock. Do you know how I spent the past 2 hours? Zhang Bing's face was full of resentment. Don't, I will misunderstand what bad habits you have. Yang Ming felt a chill. Come on, don't pretend. Zhang Bin found a pair of slippers for Yang Ming. I have a few cars in mind, you can help me. Is there a need to be so anxious? Although Yang Ming said so, he also understood Zhang Bin's behavior. Of course. Zhang Bin pulled Yang Ming to the computer and pointed at the cars on the screen. Look, Beijing Hyundai Elantra Yudong, Mazda 6, Volkswagen Polo. Damn, I don't understand. You let me look at the appearance. You have to go to the forum to ask about the performance. Yang Ming looked at the cars that Zhang Bin pointed at and said. That's true. Let's go to the driving school first. Zhang Bin said. The driving school doesn't matter. You have a car at home. What are you afraid of? You can ask your dad's driver to practice with you for 2 days. Then you can be on the road. Yang Ming said indifferently. I checked on the internet. The internet said that the Flying Fish driving school has a good reputation, and it's not far from here. Let's go in the afternoon? Zhang Bin suggested. Okay, then it's settled. Zhang Bin nodded. Let's go out for lunch. Forget it. Let's order. It's so hot today. Let's go out in the afternoon when it's cooler. Yang Ming was deeply affected when he just left home. Now, the sweat on his body hadn't dried yet. That's fine. How about the restaurant from last time? Zhang Bin asked. Anything is fine. Yang Ming wasn't picky. Then you play on the computer yourself. I'll call to order the food and ask my dad's driver if he's free to pick us up in the afternoon. Zhang Bin said. Zhang Bin turned and went to the living room. Yang Ming played with Zhang Bin's computer idly. After closing all the web pages, Yang Ming found that Zhang Bin's QQ was still open. So, he curiously looked at Zhang Bin's netizen. The charming baby from yesterday was still online. Yang Ming opened her QQ space. The design of the space was quite beautiful. Yang Ming looked at her diary. She wrote some girly articles. Yang Ming didn't like it very much. So, he clicked on the photo album. Seeing the refreshed photo, Yang Ming was sure that this person was Zhou Jiejie. It was undeniable that Zhou Jiejie was a beauty. The photos in the album were also unusually pure. It was difficult to associate it with the debauched video from yesterday. Yang Ming clicked on a few photo albums with interest and looked at them. There were photos of life and celebrities. But no matter which one, it was very eye-catching. What Yang Ming didn't understand was that such a beautiful woman, did she need to make a passionate video? In reality, she could just find a man and he would fall under her skirt with a little trick. But this had nothing to do with him. This hateful woman could do whatever she wanted. Even if she was a prostitute, Yang Ming wouldn't feel anything wrong with it. Closing the album, Yang Ming opened the chat history of the charming baby. He wanted to see how Zhang Bin hooked up with her. Obviously, Zhang Bin knew her from an alumni association website. Zhang Bin also graduated from Red Flag High School, but he wasn't in the same class as Yang Ming. So, he saw that Zhou Jiejie was beautiful in the alumni association and added her as a friend. At first, charming baby, Zhou Jiejie didn't care much about Zhang Bin. But after knowing that Zhang Bin was also from Red Flag High School, Zhou Jiejie became a little enthusiastic about Zhang Bin. But in the first few days, the two talked about some indifferent things. It was nothing more than the teachers of Red Flag High School, the snacks at the school gate, and a hated teaching director. Later, Zhou Jiejie asked which class Zhang Bin was in. Zhang Bin actually said that he was in class 4. Class 4 was Yang Ming's class, and it was also Zhou Jiejie's class. Yang Ming cursed. Wouldn't this lie be exposed immediately? Sure enough, Zhou Jiejie immediately asked Zhang Bin what his real name was. Yang Ming found it funny, so he continued to scroll down the chat. When he saw what Zhang Bin said, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yang Ming looked at the chat history on the screen in front of him with a strange expression. He slapped his thigh and scolded, Zhang Bin. Your uncle. Zhang Bin shamelessly told Zhou Jiejie that his name was Yang Ming. Yang Ming was completely enraged. Zhang Bin, aren't you harming me? How could Zhou Jiejie not know Yang Ming? Yang Ming's forehead was sweating as he continued to look at the chat history. Zhang Bin continued to ask Zhou Jiejie for her real name. Zhou Jiejie actually said that her name was Suya. But unfortunately, Zhang Bin didn't know Suya at all, and Yang Ming didn't mention it to him. So, Zhang Bin praised, good name. After that, Zhou Jiejie's attitude towards Zhang Bin was obviously different. She was much more enthusiastic than before. When Zhang Bin asked for the sex video, Zhou Jiejie didn't refuse. Yang Ming was a little confused about what Zhou Jiejie was planning. She wouldn't forget who Yang Ming was, right? From her answer, Suya, she didn't forget. But what made Yang Ming puzzled was that Zhou Jiejie knew that he hated her, yet she still wanted to play the sex video with him. Wasn't she afraid that he would spoil her? Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he knew that he was Yang Ming. Yang Ming was a little confused. Zhang Bin's online name was Big Ben. It was reasonable for her to call him Big Brother Ben that day, but she still called him Big Brother Ben when she knew that he was Yang Ming. Wasn't this a bit inexplicable? But who knew what Zhou Jiejie was thinking? What did she think have to do with him? The most important thing was that Yang Ming was going to explode. Zhang Bin, your uncle, you come here. Yang Ming shouted. What? Zhang Bin walked over inexplicably. What? Look at it yourself. Who allowed you to use my name to chat with others? Yang Ming pointed at the computer screen and said angrily. Hey, it's nothing. Zhang Bin was a little embarrassed. F***ck, you are too filthy. Yang Ming wanted to vent his anger, but Zhang Bin was his buddy, so there was no need to fall out with him. I'm sorry, boss. I told her your name in a moment of desperation. Zhang Bin scratched his head. In fact, this was quite normal. Yang Ming remembered that he once met a dinosaur girl online. She kept asking for his name. Yang Ming casually typed Zhang Bin and got it over with. Yang Ming waved his hand and closed the chat history. Then, he blacklisted Charming Baby and said to Zhang Bin, don't contact this person in the future. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have contacted her. This bitch was so flirtatious yesterday afternoon. When I talked to her at night, she didn't care about me. Zhang Bin said angrily, I wanted to video call her again, but she scolded me. F***cku, bitch. Yang Ming didn't know what was going on. He was too lazy to think about it. Zhou Jiejie could do whatever she wanted. It had nothing to do with him. He just didn't want Zhang Bin to use his name to have anything to do with her. For today's lunch, Zhang Bin ordered 2 cold noodles, a plate of dried tofu in chili oil, and a plate of marinated beef. After Yang Ming took a bite, he praised. The taste was so authentic. Zhang Bin, the restaurant downstairs has good culinary skills. Yang Ming said while eating. Of course, we don't feel anything when we order. If you eat downstairs, there may not be a seat at lunchtime. Zhang Bin said, is there any delicious snack bar near your home? You also know that I don't have much spare money. How can I afford to eat in a restaurant? I will go back in 2 days. There should be some. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin didn't need to hide. They were classmates for 3 years. Who didn't know each other? Zhang Bin didn't mean to make fun of Yang Ming. This time you are rich. You will have to treat me in the future. Do you still need to say it? Oh yeah, you have to pay for the driving lessons first. I will take out my bank card and return it to you. After Yang Ming came back from his trip, he kept his bank card in the drawer. He didn't need it at the moment, so he didn't bring it with him. Of course, it's not a problem. How much money is that? I think my dad will pay for it. Zhang Bin said indifferently. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiefeng's driver came to pick them up. They went to Flying Fish Driving School together. The Flying Fish Driving School was not considered old. It was only established in 2000, but it was very famous in Songjiang City. Although it was a second-class driving school, the facilities inside were very complete. There was a sealed cement driving field and a simulated test environment. Zhang Bin already knew about it on the internet. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he was relieved. Some people said that driving school was just a way to get a license, but Yang Ming thought that it was good to learn more. Yang Ming felt that the environment here was good. After discussing with Zhang Bin, they went through the admission procedures. The tuition fee was 2,980 yuan. After they submitted their photo and ID, the staff helped them with the admission procedures. Just like what Zhang Bin said, Zhang Jiefeng had already prepared the learning fees. He asked the driver to pay for it. Since it was the elder's intention, Yang Ming couldn't reject it. Moreover, if he insisted on paying himself, it would be difficult for the driver. The first day of class was mainly to receive theoretical training. There were many instructors in Flying Fish driving school. Most of them were one-on-one. So for people like Yang Ming, they could learn as they pleased. Since there were many cars and a large space, they could only teach. Among the jade stones that Yang Ming brought back from Yunnan this time, many of them were of good quality. Jade stones were weird. Jade stones with poor quality could be sold for a good price through fine polishing and carving. But jade stones with good quality, if they were polished and carved, it would devalue its value. The reason was simple. If the sculptor's standard couldn't improve, the jade stone would be ruined. Therefore, jade of good quality would not need to be processed after it had been roughly polished. This way, the jade could be sold directly to those who truly understood jade, or the content of the engraving could be customized according to the wishes of the real buyer. In Yang Ming's batch of jade, there were at least 3 or 4 pieces of this kind of top-grade jade. Zhang Jiefeng's batch also had 1 or 2 pieces. As for these pieces of jade, Zhang Jiefeng only took pictures and deposited them in the bank. The rest of the jade stones weren't ideal, so they were processed into jade pendants, bracelets, and other handicrafts according to the plan. However, this kind of mid-quality, well-processed jewelry was also the most popular. Although the profit margin was not particularly high, the goods moved very quickly. In addition to the customization service, many people could pre-order their favorite patterns. So, when this batch of jade stones was on the shelves, half of them were sold. Zhang Jiefeng felt guilty because he lost Yang Ming's jadeite. So, he sold Yang Ming's jadeite first. Anyway, Yang Ming's jadeite wasn't a lot, so they were sold out quickly. Even these middle-quality jadeite were sold for more than 260,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng didn't plan to ask for the crafting fee and service fee. This time, he was helping Yang Ming. Moreover, Zhang Jiefeng didn't lack this money. Compared to Yang Ming's jadeite, Zhang Jiefeng's gambling pieces were inferior. Yang Ming's jadeite was sold for more than 200,000 yuan. Zhang Jiefeng's jadeite quantity was more than 10 times that of Yang Ming's, but it could only be sold for about 200,000 yuan. Because there were too many bad jadeite, even if it was processed, it wouldn't be of good quality. So, Zhang Jiefeng sold it to the small jade merchants at 10 yuan per piece. In other words, Zhang Jiefeng's trip to Liangjinya's, excluding the cost of 100,000 yuan, excluding the labor and transportation, he only earned 200,000 yuan. This was the result of Yang Ming giving him 2 good jadeite pieces. If he didn't give the 2 good jadeite pieces to the bank, this trip would only make a profit of 100,000 yuan. So, jade gambling wasn't easy to earn money. Most people couldn't earn much from jade gambling. At the same time, Zhang Jiefeng couldn't help but sigh at Yang Ming's good luck. He was so lucky. 10,000 yuan immediately increased by 26 times. This didn't include the best quality jadeite and the 4 good jadeite pieces. Yang Ming had been learning from Zhang Ben at the driving school these few days. He left early and returned late every day. He looked like a worker, so Yang Ming's parents didn't have any doubts. Especially when they saw Zhang Jiefeng's chauffeur driving him back, they didn't have any doubts. As for Lan Ling, Yang Ming tried his best to spend time with her. Although Lan Ling was very clingy, she knew that Yang Ming had his own things to do. Every time after they were together, she hoped that Yang Ming would stay, but she never said it out loud. Zhang Jiefeng transferred the money from the sale to Yang Ming's bank account. At this point, Yang Ming was considered to have a small fortune, at least among his peers. Who said that the university was full of rich kids? That was a fantasy novel. For someone like Yang Ming, having a few 100,000 yuan, he was considered rich. In a university, there were only a few rich kids. There might only be a dozen of them in the entire school. Most of them were children from working-class families. Like Zhang Ben, there might be a few who came from a well-off family, but there wouldn't be too many of them. Therefore, Yang Ming's personal savings of a few 100,000 was considered rich among the students. During the time when he was learning to drive with Zhang Ben, Yang Ming tried not to think about Chen Mingyan and himself. Half a month passed quickly. It was time for the college entrance exam results to be released. Although Yang Ming didn't really want to face it, he had to face it. When he arrived at school today, it was inevitable that he would have to interact with Chen Mingyan. However, Yang Ming gritted his teeth. I'm a man. What's there to be afraid of? If I'm afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, I won't have any future. On the morning of the 25th, Zhang Bin drove Zhang Jiefeng's Chrysler 300C to Yang Ming's house. After this period of learning, Zhang Bin was familiar with driving such a self-driving car. Although he was still driving without a license, as long as he didn't get into an accident, no one would notice. Although the price of the Chrysler wasn't very high, it was really cool to drive. It was even cooler than a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. The retro design of the old car and the big exhaust grid attracted the attention of others. Especially when it was parked at the side of the school, many students were envious. Zhang Bin enjoyed this feeling very much. When he was in school, Zhang Jiefeng never drove him to and from school. He also controlled his pocket money very much. Therefore, Zhang Bin didn't show off. But today, Zhang Bin actually drove himself to school. Many girls started to have ideas about Zhang Bin. They were going to university soon. There weren't so many taboos from high school. It was normal for university students to fall in love. Therefore, many people wanted to use this opportunity to contact their sweetheart and see if they could be together in the future. The thoughts of high school students and college students were obviously different. High school girls generally liked handsome boys who were good at studying and sports, but college girls considered more. They believed that a man's looks didn't matter. The most important thing was that he had money. Obviously, Zhang Bin met this condition. Of course, even though Zhang Bin wasn't as manly as Yang Ming, he was still considered decent. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Bin got out of the car, many girls began to inquire about Zhang Bin's background. Coincidentally, when Yang Ming got out of the car, another luxurious Mercedes-Benz stopped beside Zhang Bin's Chrysler. The person who got out of the car was Wang Jitao. When Wang Jitao saw Yang Ming, he was obviously stunned. It was the same for Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming had decided to take the initiative, so he reacted quickly. His face returned to normal. Wang Jitao, it's you. Why? You haven't seen me for half a month and you have already forgotten your brother? Wang Jitao was stunned. F***CK. What happened to Yang Ming? Did he take the wrong medicine? He has never been so warm to me before, right? Could it be that I am hallucinating? Wang Jitao really wanted to give himself a big slap to check if he was in a dream. Hehe, you also learned to drive? Yang Ming saw that Zhang Biao didn't come today, and Wang Jitao drove himself, so he asked. Wang Jitao pinched his arm fiercely. It was very painful. It seemed that he wasn't dreaming. Ugh. Wang Jitao's reaction was fast, but since Yang Ming didn't want to be hostile, then Wang Jitao didn't need to be hostile with him on the spot. Hehe, yeah, I already have a driver's license. My dad has already given me the car. I will take you for a ride when I am free. Hehe, that's good. Yang Ming nodded. How was it? How was the college entrance examination? Is there any problem with Tsinghua University? When this was mentioned, Wang Jitao felt aggrieved. Shouldn't I be admitted to Tsinghua University? At least I can get into Nankai University and Fudan University, but I didn't expect to be reduced to the point where I have to pay for a joint school. Don't mention it. I had a bad cold on the day of the exam. As a result, I didn't perform well. I only got around 200 points. Wang Jitao smiled bitterly. I can't even get into a third division university. When the results came out on the 25th, the score could be checked through the score inquiry system. Yang Ming knew that he could definitely get into Songjiang Industry University, so he didn't even bother to check. What a pity. Yang Ming said with regret. He scolded in his heart, "Ha. What do you mean by retribution? You are a typical example." It's nothing. But Yang Ming, your results must be good, right? Which university are you going to apply to? Wang Jitao wasn't happy in his heart. Isn't it because of you that I didn't perform well? I applied to Songjiang Industry University. Zhang Bin too. I am going to the joint school of Songjiang Industry University and XX College. Yang Ming said, what about you? Are you going to repeat a year? Hey, that's a coincidence. The three of us are schoolmates again. I am also going to the joint school of Songjiang Industry University and XX College. Wang Jitao said in his heart, I am going to the same school as you again. I am so *king unlucky. Your results are also going to the joint school? Isn't that a pity? You are different from Zhang Bin. You have the ability, but you didn't perform well. I believe that if you repeat next year, it won't be a problem for you to go to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Yang Ming's intention was to make fun of Wang Jitao. No matter how good the ability was, it was useless if the score couldn't go up. But these words were different in Wang Jitao's ears. This guy thought that Yang Ming was sincerely comforting him. Although it was somewhat inexplicable, he said very sincerely, thank you for your concern, but I will inherit my family's business in the future. It doesn't matter where I go to school. It's just a life experience. Hey, I was waiting for you to say that. Yang Ming smiled in his heart. If you really go to Beijing, I won't be willing. I am ready to take revenge on you. The closer you are to me, the easier it is for me to do it. If you were to run away, who would reimburse me for my travel expenses? That's right. You and Zhang Bin's family have the same idea. Zhang Bin's family also has the same idea. Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Bin, I didn't know that your family is also rich. Chrysler 300C. Although it's not as valuable as my Mercedes-Benz, it's not bad. Wang Jitao patted Zhang Bin's shoulder and smiled. Idiot, Zhang Bin scolded in his heart. Don't you just want to show off in front of me? However, Zhang Bin didn't say anything on the surface. Who asked Wang Jitao's family to be really rich? The three of them came to the long-lost classroom together. When they met their former classmates, everyone greeted each other. Those with good grades were everywhere to inquire about other people's grades. Those with bad grades could only sit in the corner and sigh. However, in general, the atmosphere in the classroom was quite harmonious because there was no tension before the college entrance examination. After the adjustment of the holidays, everyone looked refreshed. When they arrived at the classroom, Yang Ming and Wang Jitao separated. Wang Jitao belonged to the kind of person who had a good relationship with others. He was also a class cadre, so he became the focus of everyone when he entered the classroom. Yang Ming belonged to the ranks of the bad students. Although his grades improved quickly, his notoriety was spread far and wide. Few people were willing to talk to him. Yang Ming, Chen Mengyan is sitting there. Don't you want to interact with her? Zhang Bin pointed at Chen Mengyan who wasn't far away. Interact with what? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He really didn't know what to do, but his subconscious didn't intend to give up Chen Mengyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have applied to Songjiang Industry University. With Yang Ming's current grades, entering Beijing wasn't a big problem. I really don't understand you. Bro, are you doing this because of Lan Ling? Are you really that loyal? Zhang Bin asked with some disbelief, don't tell me you don't like Chen Mengyan? Don't think too much. It's not what you think. Actually, Yang Ming just finished his sentence when he saw Chen Mengyan standing behind Zhang Bin. Chen Mengyan saw Yang Ming coming to the classroom just now. She was very happy, so she sat there waiting for Yang Ming to talk to her. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Ming still didn't come. Chen Mengyan was anxious. Is he still angry with me? He won't be so petty, right? A girl is reserved, but that's only when her heart hasn't really fallen in love with someone. Once she had someone in her heart, her reserved exterior would be torn apart. Chen Mengyan hated Yang Ming very much. Why didn't I see you being such a male chauvinist before? When you were pursuing me, you were so obedient. Now that you got me, you didn't care about me at all. It's so annoying. But being angry was just being angry. Chen Mengyan's heart couldn't give up this feeling. After hesitating, she decided to take the initiative to find Yang Ming, just like the time when she asked him a question. So Chen Mengyan got up and walked to Yang Ming. When she heard Zhang Bin ask Yang Ming, do you not like Chen Mengyan? Chen Mengyan's heart immediately tightened. At this moment, she finally understood how important Yang Ming was to her. Yeah, I fell in love with Yang Ming long ago. It was just that I didn't know how to cherish him when he was by my side. Now that we were apart, Chen Mingyan felt how happy she was with Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming occasionally made some unreasonable requests, now that I think about it, normal couples should be like this. When Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming say, "It's not what you think," she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mingyan, are you looking for me?" Although Yang Ming was embarrassed, he couldn't let a girl stand in front of him, right? "Yang Ming, I heard that you and Zhongbin went to Yunnan. When did you come back?" Chen Mingyan tried to make her expression normal. "I have been back for more than half a month." Yang Ming scratched his head. When Zhongbin saw Chen Mingyan coming over, he quickly found a chair for Chen Mingyan and let her sit next to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was in the last row. He had a small independent table. There was no one next to him, so it was convenient for Chen Mingyan to sit here. "Then why didn't you contact me when you came back?" Chen Mingyan's heart tightened. "Didn't you know that I was looking for you?" "I didn't go online." Yang Ming smiled. "Eh? How did you know that I found you online?" Chen Mingyan deliberately pretended to smile and looked at Yang Ming casually. But her heart was very uncomfortable. Yang Ming obviously realized that he made a mistake. It wasn't easy to lie in front of a smart girl. Thus, he changed the topic and said, "I've been learning how to drive with Zhongbin at the driving school. I've been so busy." "Okay, I don't blame you." Chen Mingyan's tone was like that of a resentful wife. If it was before, he would have started to let his imagination run wild again, but now, his heart couldn't help but sink. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore." Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming's mood was not very good, so she took the initiative to change the topic. "Which university are you going to apply to?" "Don't you know which university I apply for?" Yang Ming gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. "Motherf asterisk cur, I've never been afraid of anyone since I was young. Wasn't it just a heart voodoo? To hell with his grandmother. Flirting with girls is a great pleasure in life. If this pleasure is gone, what's the point of life?" Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming had returned to his original glib tone. She couldn't help but be happy. "How would I know? You scored 697. 5 points in the college entrance exam. It's more than 10 points higher than me. Your score is enough to enter the capital." "You know my score?" Yang Ming was stunned. It seemed that Chen Mingyan was still silently paying attention to him. He was excited. "Your score is enough to enter the capital, right? I already said that I don't want to be too far away from home, so I definitely applied to Songjiang Industry University." Chen Mingyan shrugged and said, "But your score is considered to be one of the top in our school. I heard that the highest score in Songjiang City this year is 709 points. "Oh, you are just tricking me. Zhang Ben and I have already decided to go to Songjiang Industry University together." Yang Ming smiled and said, "We are schoolmates again." "Zhang Ben? He is going to Songjiang Industry University?" Chen Mingyan was stunned. She knew about Zhang Ben's score. He was always at the bottom of the class. He was on par with the original Yang Ming. "I didn't mean to be sarcastic. Don't misunderstand." Chen Mingyan was afraid that Zhang Ben would have some thoughts after hearing it, so she quickly added a sentence. Of course, he couldn't pass the normal exam, but he is in the joint school of Songjiang Industry University and XX College. We usually have classes together, but there are some differences in the graduation certificates." Yang Ming explained. "I know the one you are talking about." Chen Mingyan nodded. "That's great. We are classmates again." After a while, the people in the classroom were almost there. The class teacher, Teacher Li, also came. Today, most of the students' seats were mixed together. Among the students, there were their own small circles. Because today was no longer a high school life, there was no need to be so restrained. Chen Mingyan didn't return to her seat. She still sat next to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan had thought it through these days. Since she decided to be with Yang Ming, why did she have to be so secretive? Teacher Li glanced at the students who sat together in the classroom and didn't say anything. The college entrance examination was over. Teacher Li wouldn't ask for these small things. Presumably, everyone has known the college entrance examination results, right? It is now the information age. It is not like the past where you have to come to school to check your score. Teacher Lee smiled. There are many channels to know the results. You can check it by phone or online. I won't say much. First of all, I would like to congratulate those who have achieved ideal results. Also, for those who didn't do well, don't be discouraged. Education is very open now. There are many joint ventures between famous universities. If you can't do well, you can still repeat your studies. I just hope that you can find a suitable path for yourself. I have a recruitment brochure here. Not only are there public universities, but there are also some private universities and joint ventures. You can refer to it and fill in your application form. It will be sent to everyone together with the application form. Go back and discuss with your parents. Fill it in and send it to me. Teacher Lee divided the recruitment brochure, college entrance examination application guide, and the application form into several stacks and let the students in each group pass them down. Most of the students had already chosen the university they wanted to apply to. Most of them were those with good grades and those with bad grades. Those with good grades had a goal before the college entrance examination. Those with bad grades had basically found their own place during this period of time. Only those with average grades were wavering and hesitating. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan belonged to those with good grades. Zhang Ben belonged to those with good prospects. Therefore, when the recruitment brochure was given to the three of them, it was like a piece of scrap paper. Of course, this kind of thing was most valuable to those who were wavering. Teacher Lee also talked about some things to take note of when filling in the application form. These were things that everyone had to pay attention to. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan also took notes very carefully. When all the important matters were finished, Teacher Lee said, "The intense college entrance examination is over." A few teachers in the third year of high school have discussed in private and are preparing to organize a camping trip. Everyone is willing to participate. Wang Jitao will count the names in a while. Of course, we can't go too far. The specific camping location will be West Star Mountain in Lidong County of Songjiang City. The round-trip fare is 20 yuan. The other activities will be decided when we reach the destination. When Teacher Lee's voice fell, there was a burst of discussion in the classroom. In fact, everyone had long wanted to have such an activity. In the past, when they were in their first year of high school, there would be a camping trip in April or May every year. However, the third year of high school was busy studying. Everyone was preparing for the college entrance examination, so the camping trip plan had to be put on hold. Just before Teacher Lee came, some of the students who were close to each other were planning to go out and have fun. However, they lacked a unified person to organize it. Yes, Wang Jitao was a good choice as the class monitor. However, because he failed in the college entrance examination, he felt that he lost face and didn't have the interest to organize it. Now that Teacher Lee brought it up, it was exactly what everyone wanted. After all, they were students who lived and studied together for 3 years. They had some feelings for each other. Everyone attached great importance to this last group activity. Because soon, everyone would go their separate ways. A lot of people would go to other universities. In the future, it would be impossible to have such a group gathering with so many people. Although Wang Jitao wasn't in a good mood, at least he had a place to settle down, so he nodded and agreed. Yang Ming, are you going? Zhang Ben turned around and asked. Zhang Ben and Yang Ming belonged to the group of poor students. For a provincial key high school like Songjiang No. 4 High School, there weren't many students of this type. There were only 2 or 3 of them in a class. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't fit in with the others. Originally, Yang Ming didn't want to go. He didn't have any relationship with this group of people. However, when he saw Chen Mingyan's eager eyes, Yang Ming nodded and said, "I'm going." "Why wouldn't I go? I've been learning how to drive all day. Just treat it as a relaxing time." "Then I'm going too." Zhang Ben had always followed Yang Ming's lead. "Sister-in-law, are you going too?" Zhang Ben suddenly added another sentence. "Huh?" Chen Mengyan was stunned. This title hadn't been mentioned by Zhang Ben for a long time. The last time was when they were watching a movie. At that time, when Zhang Ben called her that, Chen Mengyan was quite dissatisfied. However, when she heard it now, there was a hint of sweetness in her heart. I'm a class committee member. Of course, I'm going. Chen Mingyan almost said, if Yang Ming is going, of course, I'm going too. Fortunately, her reaction was faster. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but secretly stare at Zhang Ben. It's all your fault. Why did you call me sister-in-law? You're messing with my thoughts. After explaining the official matters, Teacher Li asked Wang Jitao to start counting the list of people who were going to the camping trip. In the class, except for the students who had already booked a travel agency, the rest of the students signed up for the camping trip. Which student didn't have 20 yuan in their pocket now? Therefore, Wang Jitao directly collected the money for the bus. When he walked to Yang Ming's seat, he saw Chen Mingyan sitting next to Yang Ming. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship. He frowned slightly. He was very angry in his heart. The framing incident that he created didn't create any trouble. Instead, he almost got himself involved. However, on the surface, he still said very politely, Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, you two go too? Go. Yang Ming opened his wallet and took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Wang Jitao. He pointed to Zhang Ben and said, it's for the three of us. Now that Yang Ming had become a small amount, Zhang Ben didn't argue with him and let him spend money with peace of mind. However, Wang Jitao watched Yang Ming take out money and found it inconceivable. Hadn't this guy always been extremely poor? Why did he suddenly become generous? Yes, he must want to act cool in front of Chen Mingyan. Humph, don't you like to act cool? Then I'll give you a chance to act cool. When the time comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to act cool. Wang Jitao really had the talent of a young schemer. He instantly thought of an idea to mess with Yang Ming. Although his scheme was immature and flawed in the eyes of many adults, he was considered one of the best among his peers. Hey, what's wrong, Yang Ming, have you made a fortune recently? Wang Jitao flattered. On the surface, he was asking Yang Ming, but in fact, he was saying, why are you acting cool when you don't have money? What do you mean by rich? How can my small business compare to yours? How could Yang Ming not hear the sarcasm in Wang Jitao's words? He also replied indifferently. The meaning was obvious. My money was earned by myself. You rely on your family. But Wang Jitao didn't think so. He underestimated Yang Ming's IQ. He thought that Yang Ming was a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Was Yang Ming an idiot? The answer was no. The reason why Wang Jitao could succeed in framing him at the Heavenly World Hotel was mainly because Yang Ming wasn't cautious enough. To put it bluntly, Yang Ming regarded Wang Jitao as his classmate. He didn't think that Wang Jitao could violate the law to frame him. Yang Ming used to be at the bottom of society, but at that time, the way to solve problems was with fists, just like the first time Wang Jitao found Zhang Yuliang to teach him a lesson. The incident at the Heavenly World Hotel made Yang Ming understand that these rich young masters really dared to do anything. It was crazy to a certain extent, so he was really on guard against Wang Jitao. So Wang Jitao naturally took Yang Ming's words as a compliment, and said proudly, yes, but I have to wait until I graduate from university to inherit the family business. At that time, if you can't find a job, it's just a matter of a word from me. I can arrange a manager for you. Is that so? Then I have to thank President Wang. Yang Ming said lightly. He thought, wait for you to inherit the family business? At that time, whether your family's Xiongfeng group exists or not is still a matter. In 3 years, Yang Ming still couldn't do anything, then it would be a waste of the magical glasses that God gave him. Well said. Wang Jitao didn't know that Yang Ming was thinking about how to kill him, and thought that Yang Ming was sincerely loyal to him. Oh right, after school, let's go to the supermarket to buy some things, I have a car. Hee, no need, Zhang Ben also has a car, how can I trouble the class monitor? Yang Ming smiled and rejected Wang Jitao's good intentions. Although Yang Ming didn't think about how to deal with Chen Mingyan, but even if he didn't, he couldn't let Wang Jitao take advantage of it. In Yang Ming's subconscious, Chen Mingyan was already his private property. Wang Jitao was rejected, so naturally, he couldn't shamelessly follow. This was the difference between him and Yang Ming. If it was Yang Ming, he would definitely follow with a clear conscience. A tree without bark will definitely die, and a shameless person is invincible. On the way to the supermarket, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan sat in the back of the car. Zhang Ben, the third wheel, had a "I'm the driver, it's none of my business" look, which made Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan laugh. Although the car was spacious, Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan tacitly sat very close to each other. Smelling Chen Mengyan's refreshing body fragrance, Yang Ming's heart began to sway again. Most men were impulsive animals when it came to lust. Especially a hot-blooded young man like Yang Ming, his resistance to the opposite sex was very weak. At this moment, Yang Ming really forgot about Lan Ling and forgot about the damn voodoo. He also remembered a month ago, the time when he went to the supermarket with Chen Mengyan before the movie. It was also the time when they went to the supermarket and what happened in the movie theater that made a big breakthrough in their relationship. Yang Ming was sure that Chen Mengyan liked him. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe that a girl who didn't have feelings for him would help him hit the airplane in the movie theater. Even if there was the cause of the accidental injury, if their relationship didn't reach that point, there wouldn't be such a result. Moreover, looking at Chen Mengyan's concern for him, Yang Ming was even more convinced of this point. At this moment, Chen Mengyan was also a little restless, her body was stiff. The comfort of the Chrysler wasn't reflected in her body at all. Chen Mengyan was also nervous. "Yeah, I'm not a high school student anymore. I'm going to college soon. Logically, I can fall in love. Then, is Yang Ming and I considered to be in a relationship now?" Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan, who was a little blushing, very emotionally. He couldn't help but reach out his hand to hold Chen Mengyan's little hand. Chen Mengyan's palm was already sweaty. The moment Yang Ming touched it, Chen Mengyan's body trembled slightly. Although the car was inevitably bumpy on the road, it had to be said that the Chrysler, the model of a luxury business car, did a very good job in the aspect of shock absorption, so Chen Mengyan's reaction naturally didn't escape Yang Ming's discerning eyes. Chen Mengyan's reaction made Yang Ming more excited. If Chen Mengyan obediently let him take advantage of her, Yang Ming would feel that it was meaningless. Now, Chen Mengyan's shy attitude made Yang Ming feel the excitement of first love. The ultimate goal of love wasn't to sleep with a woman. This kind of ambiguous process in love was the most enjoyable. Surprise, joy, and stimulation of the soul were the supreme realm that men and women in love pursued. His union with Lan Ling was a coincidence that was barely satisfactory. Although the two of them developed feelings for each other later on, it was the standard case of sex first, then love. With Lan Ling, this little elf, Yang Ming was more of a sensory stimulation. Because the two people had already gone to bed, it was unlikely that they would go back and enjoy the feeling of love again. In front of Yang Ming, Lan Ling was not so shy. Lan Ling always cooperated with Yang Ming's caresses and kisses. Although Yang Ming also enjoyed it very much, there was still something missing between the two people. It was a big regret. Between Yang Ming and Lan Ling, it was more of a warm relationship. They made love crazily, just like a couple who had directly entered the state of passionate love. Chen Mengyan was different. Yang Ming felt his heart beat and a little bit of embarrassment when he was with her now. Holding Lan Ling's hand, Yang Ming only felt very warm. But holding Chen Mengyan's hand, Yang Ming felt a passion that he had never felt before. Chen Mengyan had the same feeling as Yang Ming at the moment. Curiosity, excitement, and a little bit of nervousness. The small hand that was held by Yang Ming was already soaked with sweat. Although the air conditioner was on in the car, Chen Mengyan felt very hot. Yes, very hot. It was so hot that her face was burning. Yang Ming put Chen Mengyan's small hand on his leg and gently played with it. He hooked his finger and scratched the palm of her hand, causing Chen Mengyan's beautiful eyes to turn slightly. But she couldn't help but cooperate with Yang Ming. This kind of little action behind Zhang Ben's back made the two of them very happy. For a while, Yang Ming pinched Chen Mengyan's little finger. For a while, Chen Mengyan tapped Yang Ming's palm with her index finger. However, on the surface, the two looked forward with tacit understanding. Zhang Ben was somewhat inexplicable. What happened to these two people? And this little secret between lovers made Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan's heart full of sweetness. Don't be like this, you two. At a traffic light, Zhang Ben stopped the car and looked back at the serious Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan with a wry smile. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were shocked at the same time. Could it be that Zhang Bin's eyes have the function of a periscope? Can he turn? We were discovered just because we held hands? Don't be like strangers who don't know each other. We're not outsiders. F***ck. Zhang Bin felt very uncomfortable, as if he was a light bulb. If you really can't do it, you can treat me as air. Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were relieved at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled tacitly. This was because only the two of them knew what they were doing. The two of them squeezed each other's hand at the same time, as if to encourage each other to continue this ambiguity. Don't talk nonsense. The light has changed. Aren't you afraid that the driver behind you will scold you? Yang Ming pointed at the signal light that had turned yellow. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Ming's voice fell, there was a beep 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 sound from behind. Zhang Bin was a novice after all. He was nervous and mistook the brake for the accelerator. The car extinguished. F***ck. An automatic car can extinguish a fire? Zhang Bin scolded as he restarted the engine. The sound of the horn behind him was continuous. The more you honked, the slower I got. Zhang Bin still started the car calmly. There was a taxi behind. It had no choice but to turn around and try to overtake Zhang Bin. But it didn't expect Zhang Bin's car to jump out and hit the back bumper of the taxi in front with a dong sound. Anyone who had ever driven a car knew how annoying it was for a taxi to cut in and merge with another lane. But on the other hand, taxis were racing against time to make a living. So, the general veteran driver could understand, but the novice hated it. Zhang Bin was like that. He was very unhappy. Would it kill you to wait a little longer? Now, not only was he driving without a license, but he had also caused a ruckus. Perhaps his car would be ruined just like that. Zhang Bin got out of the car, and so did the taxi driver in front. The two of them started to argue. Brother Kuan. When Yang Ming saw the taxi driver in front of him, he immediately knew what was going on. In Zhang Bin's current situation, he was basically fully responsible. The taxi driver had no responsibility at all. Therefore, Yang Ming was also worried that the other party would call the police. Eh? Brother Yang Ming? Sun Kuan was also stunned. He didn't expect that the person who came down from the car behind was actually Yang Ming. Brother Kuan, I'm sorry. My friend is a newbie. He just graduated from driving school. Yang Ming patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. Hey. It turns out that you all know each other. Sun Kuan smiled and nodded at Zhang Bin. What else is there to say? Newbies are all like this. I also started from that time. When Zhang Bin saw that Yang Ming knew the taxi driver, he was a little embarrassed. Although he was unhappy that the taxi overtook his car, he also learned about traffic law in driving school. He knew that it was his responsibility, so he scratched his head and said, Brother Kuan, my name is Zhang Bin. I'm Big Ming's brother. I'm sorry. Do you want to get your car fixed? What's there to fix? It's just some paint. My car is a Jetta, not a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. It won't affect it. Sun Kuan waved his hand and said, if there's nothing else, let's disperse first. We're blocking the traffic here. Hee, that's fine. How about I give you the money for the paint? Do you have time to do it yourself? Zhang Bin smiled. Didn't you say so? You and Yang Ming are brothers, and I have a good relationship with Yang Ming. Then we're friends. If that's the case, how can I ask you for the 30-50 yuan for the paint? Isn't this the same as slapping my face? Sun Kuan said, let's do this first. Let's find an opportunity to get together one day. Yang Ming knew that Sun Kuan was a forthright person. He pulled Zhang Bin and said, yeah, how can we push each other for a few dozen yuan between brothers? Hee, that's true. Then I'll treat you one day. Let's drink together. Zhang Bin smiled. That's great. Sun Kuan saw that Zhang Bin drove a high-end car, but he didn't look down on the taxi driver. He was very happy. Yang Ming, you bring your sister-in-law too. I'll bring your sister-in-law too. Chen Mengyan didn't know that Yang Ming knew Sun Kuan. She was a little worried in the car, so she followed. When she heard Sun Quan say to Yang Ming, "Bring your sister-in-law," she couldn't help but be suspicious. This is Zhang Bin's girlfriend, right? Not bad. You're not inferior to your sister-in-law at all. Sun Quan looked at Chen Mingyan and said to Zhang Bin. Huh? Zhang Bin was stunned. Chen Mingyan was stunned. Yang Ming was even more stunned. Seeing that Chen Mingyan frowned slightly and looked at him, Yang Ming thought, this is the end. Lan Ling's matter hasn't been solved yet, and Sun Quan brought Zhaoing into it. Yang Ming, what's wrong with you guys? Sun Quan saw that the three of them were looking at each other without saying a word. He was somewhat inexplicable. Have the two of them never seen your sister-in-law? Ugh. Zhang Bin reacted first. He thought that Sun Quan was talking about Lan Ling, so he quickly coughed twice and said, that. Brother Quan, let me introduce you. This is my sister-in-law, Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming's girlfriend. Huh? This time it was Sun Quan's turn to be stunned. What the hell is going on? Did Yang Ming change his girlfriend? And it seems that the current girlfriend doesn't seem to know the existence of the previous one. Or, is brother Yang Ming two-timing? Thinking of this, Sun Quan's back was sweating coldly. My broken mouth, why is it so broken? Why did I blabber so much? This is so annoying. It's almost like I'm in debt. That I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. I have to go first. Let's keep in touch by phone. Sun Quan knew that he was in trouble, so it was better to leave quickly. After Sun Quan left, Zhang Bin looked helpless, Yang Ming looked embarrassed, and Chen Mingyan got into the car with a gloomy face. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Yang Ming actually had no choice. Zhang Bin saw that the two of them didn't speak, so he kindly advised. But this wasn't persuasion, it was simply adding trouble. Yang Ming really wanted to give this guy a good kick. What do you mean by having no choice? This is getting worse. In order to prevent Zhang Bin from saying something idiotic, Yang Ming quickly spoke first. Mingyan, you are wrong. The person that Sun Quan said was sistering. Sistering? Chen Mingyan actually really hoped that Yang Ming would explain to her. So, although her face was gloomy and she pretended to be indifferent, her ears stood up like a little rabbit, paying attention to the movements on Yang Ming's side. So, when Yang Ming said that, Chen Mingyan subconsciously replied. But she immediately realized that something was wrong. Why did I act so impatient? I just fell in love and was eaten by him. What should I do in the future? It's Zhaoing, our math teacher. Yang Ming explained. F***ck, bro, you are too awesome? You even got Zhaoing? Like I said, Zhaoing is too good to you. Eh? Zhang Bin was focused on driving, so he subconsciously said the words in his heart. But, after he finished speaking, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Chen Mingyan was still sitting behind. Yang Ming was going crazy after listening to Zhang Bin's words. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't speak. Aren't you just looking for trouble for me? Do you think I am not messed up enough? It's over, it's messed up. Yang Ming glanced at Chen Mingyan, and he was slightly relieved. Chen Mingyan just looked at him with some suspicion, but she didn't get angry. This meant that Chen Mingyan didn't completely believe Zhang Bin's words. It was no wonder. The story of a teacher and a student getting together was more common only in YY novels. It wasn't that it didn't exist in real life, but it was too rare. Besides, Chen Mingyan also knew that many of the words of boys were exaggerated. So, it was just suspicion, but she didn't take it too seriously. This suspicion was only because Zhao Ying's age was about the same as theirs, and she was also beautiful. Otherwise, Chen Mingyan might not even think about it. Mingyan, in fact, I recognized Zhao Ying as my godsister. During this time, the improvement of my math grades couldn't be separated from her tutoring me every day. You know this matter. Yang Ming thought about it and said, in fact, it's very simple. One night, Sister Ying finished tutoring me, and we had some supper at a food stall. Then, when we were taking a taxi, we happened to meet brother Sun Quan, and he misunderstood us as a couple. Why are you explaining this to me? Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation, and her heart was immediately relieved. After all, what Yang Ming said was very reasonable. Hee, it seems that I am a busybody. Then, I won't explain next time. Yang Ming laughed. How could he not know Chen Mingyan's thoughts? You dare. Chen Mingyan blurted out, but her face turned red, and she changed her words. Whether you say it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Huh. That's what I said. Boss is such a loyal person. How can he do something bad behind his sister-in-law's back? Zhang Ben saw that the atmosphere had eased, so he interrupted. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were sweating in their hearts after they heard it. This guy really knows how to change the rudder according to the wind. Zhang Ben parked the car in the free parking space in front of the Songjiang Zinmart supermarket. Although Zhang Ben's skills weren't that good, with the guidance of the security guard, he was able to park the car smoothly. The three of them had 2 trolleys and started to shop crazily. Zhang Ben was a pure carnivore. His eyes were always on the spicy barbecue and canned food. Yang Ming accompanied Chen Mingyan to the preserved fruits, apricots, and melon seeds. Buy this. This is more delicious. Yang Ming pointed at the preserved plum that he had eaten in the movie last time. And, I also think that this tastes better. Chen Mingyan said as she picked up 2 bags and threw them into the trolley. Another couple who was shopping here passed by them. When they saw Chen Mingyan buying 2 bags of preserved plums, they couldn't help but ask, is this preserved plum delicious? It's okay. We both like it. Chen Mingyan nodded and looked at Yang Ming. Husband, let's buy a few bags too. The girl was a little moved when she heard Chen Mingyan's words. You buy your own food. I don't like to eat this. The boy said with some difficulty. Humph, look at how similar the taste of other couples are. Look at you. You don't like what I like to eat. How are you going to live in the future? The girl was a little angry. But you know, I really don't like to eat these sour things. The boy said helplessly, well, I will eat 2 pieces. That's more like it. The girl nodded happily. She also took 2 bags of preserved plums and put them in the trolley. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other and smiled. The feeling of being praised as a model couple was very heartwarming. You two are so close. Seeing Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan exchanging amorous glances, the girl said with envy. That's right, what lovers needed the most was tacit understanding. The girl felt that she lacked this tacit understanding with her lover, so she shook her head helplessly. Because it was mostly Chen Mingyan who was shopping, Chen Mingyan had been pushing the trolley. However, as more and more things were placed on the trolley, it became difficult for her to push it alone. The trolley in the supermarket was very narrow. If 2 people were to push it side by side, it would be very awkward. Therefore, Yang Ming simply stood behind Chen Mingyan and stretched out his hands to hold the trolley as if he was hugging Chen Mingyan. The ambiguous action of the 2 made Chen Mingyan blush. Especially when they walked like this, the 2 people's bodies would inevitably touch. In particular, Chen Mingyan's buttocks would always touch Yang Ming's lower body. The 2 private parts kept rubbing, which made both of them have an inexplicable excitement. Men were animals who thought with their lower body. When they encountered a stunning beauty, especially when they were in close contact with Yang Ming, they would always have a physiological reaction. But girls were different. Only when they were with the man they liked, they would have sexual urges. Otherwise, there would only be disgust. When they came to a shelf, Chen Mingyan stopped to buy some jelly. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's white nape and began to be restless. One of his hands quietly left the trolley and slowly climbed Chen Mingyan's lower abdomen. A flat abdomen without a trace of fat, which was envied by even women. Chen Mingyan's breathing obviously became rapid. Being touched by the opposite sex so intimately made Chen Mingyan somewhat at a loss. However, Chen Mingyan didn't refuse. This feeling was very strange. There was a feeling of wanting to refuse but also being shy. Yang Ming's hand seemed to have magic, making Chen Mingyan confused. However, this made Chen Mingyan unable to shop in peace. She couldn't help but grumble, okay, stop fooling around. I'm not fooling around. Yang Ming refused to admit it, but his hand moved little by little to the top of her breasts. Pa, Chen Mingyan reached out and slapped away Yang Ming's hand that was sneakily attacking her breasts. This is a supermarket. Do you think it's a movie theater? Yes, Chen Mingyan unconsciously remembered the incident in the movie theater, so she said it. But it seemed to be a bit inappropriate. The movie theater was not okay. So she added, the movie theater is not okay. Oh. Yang Ming felt a little funny. Then where is it okay? Anywhere is not okay. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming, but she was angry in her heart. You don't know where to go. How can I say it? Yang Ming didn't understand Chen Mingyan's thoughts. He smiled at her lecherously. The ambiguous atmosphere was very good, but at this time, Yang Ming's phone rang. Damn Zhang Ben, why is he so annoying? Yang Ming muttered as he picked up the phone. He glanced at the caller ID and was stunned. It turned out to be Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan also had the same idea as Yang Ming. She hated Zhang Ben. So, the innocent Zhang Ben suddenly shivered inexplicably. Hello, what's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone and said in a low voice. Yes, how could he not have a guilty conscience? Now he was dating Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, I have that today. Can you help me buy some sanitary napkins? I can't go out. A pile of toilet paper is stuffed down there. It's so uncomfortable. Lan Ling's voice came from the phone. Yang Ming subconsciously put the phone close to his ear. Ugh. Okay, then I will bring it to you after I buy it. Yang Ming quickly agreed and then hung up the phone. What's the matter? Chen Mingyan had some doubts about Yang Ming's current expression. Why was Zhang Ben so nervous when he called? No, nothing. Yang Ming shook his head. Zhang Ben asked where we are. The unique Nokia tune ringtone sounded again. This time it was Zhang Ben. Yang Ming had a cold sweat. Zhang Ben, what are you doing today? Do you want me to die? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Zhang Ben's loud voice sounded, Bro, where are you? I am coming to find you. We are, at the candy store. Yang Ming said. Then you wait for me. I will be there soon. Zhang Ben said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan nervously. He saw that this girl's face was gloomy and her eyes were staring at him. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming could only pretend to ask. Why did you lie to me? Chen Mingyan said with a sullen face. Well, actually the first call wasn't made by Zhang Ben. Yang Ming's mind was full of twists and turns. He was pondering how to get through this hurdle first. Then who made the call? Chen Mingyan pushed away Yang Ming's hand. It's one of my sisters. Yang Ming thought, love sisters are also considered sisters, right? Anyway, I didn't lie to you. If you really want to investigate in the future, I will tell the truth. Sister? Your sister called you. Why did you hide it from me? Chen Mingyan was obviously suspicious. It's just that she asked me to do her a favor. I was a little embarrassed, so I didn't tell you. Yang Ming had already thought of a countermeasure. What favor? Chen Mingyan asked. She asked me to help her buy a few packs of sanitary pads. Yang Ming pretended to be embarrassed. In fact, his face was thicker than anyone else's. Ah? Oh, so it's like this. Chen Mingyan nodded. If what Yang Ming said was true, then it was very possible. After all, Yang Ming was a guy. It was really embarrassing to say that he bought sanitary pads for his sister. Therefore, Chen Mingyan could also understand. Why can't you say it? Last time, didn't you accompany me to buy it? Huh, that's also true. Then you can help me think about what to buy. To be honest, Yang Ming really didn't understand this. He couldn't distinguish between day and night use. That's right. You're a big man and you don't understand this. You should have said it earlier. I can't laugh at you. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, You wait here for Zhang Ben. I will go and pick one for you. Okay. With Chen Mingyan's help, Yang Ming was naturally happy to be idle. However, the big wife helped the little wife buy sanitary pads, and the big wife was still in the dark. If this was known by Chen Mingyan, wouldn't the consequences be terrible? Shortly after Chen Mingyan left, Zhang Bin came over. Bro, where is Chen Mingyan? She was driven away by you. Yang Ming scared him. Driven away by me? What happened? Zhang Bin was stunned. Lan Ling called me before. Mingyan asked me. I said it was you who called and asked where we were. Yang Ming said, but then, your call came in. Damn? Then, you confessed? It can't be, right? Is this possible? You won't say that I forgot and called again? Zhang Bin said. If I were to say that, it's not that you're retarded, it's that you think Ming Yan is retarded. Yang Ming shook his head and patted Zhang Bin's shoulder. Okay, I've already taken care of it. Don't worry. Wow. Are you serious? So bad *SS? Chen Mingyan agreed to let you two women share a husband? Zhang Bin was shocked. Such a lewd thing was realized by you? How is that possible? Do you have a brain? I just temporarily hid it from Mingyan. Yang Ming shrugged. I said that Lan Ling is my sister and asked me to buy some sanitary pads for her. So that's the case. But boss, you can't drag it on like this. Zhang Bin nodded. What are you going to do? What else can I do? I'll take one step at a time. To be honest, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I can't give up on one of them, right? Yang Ming was helpless. I really don't know how to deal with this. Before I find a solution, I'll hide it for as long as I can. Okay, leave this secret job to me. I promise to complete the task. Zhang Bin patted his chest and said, for boss's plan of having two women share a husband, I, Zhang Bin, am duty-bound. What do you mean by having two women share a husband? Chen Mingyan threw 2 packs of sanitary pads into Yang Ming's cart and asked strangely. No, we're talking about the plot of a web novel. Yang Ming quickly signaled to Zhang Bin with his eyes. Oh, yes, yes. It's a novel called Very Evolved. *CK, that lewd author is purely a pervert. Zhang Bin cursed. You're not allowed to read unhealthy novels in the future. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. The 3 of them went to the cashier to settle the bill. Zhang Bin took out a Xianxia Mart prepaid card from his wallet and said, I'll pay for it. My dad saved a few extra cards for his employees and gave it to me. If I don't spend it, it will expire. Ah? That's not a good idea, is it? Chen Mingyan hesitated. If Yang Ming paid, she might accept it, but Zhang Bin was an outsider. It's okay. Let him give it to me. Yang Ming didn't care. Chen Mingyan didn't understand the friendship between men. That's right. Between brothers, apart from their wives, what else can't we share? Zhang Bin grinned and winked at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan blushed. Naturally, she knew that Zhang Bin was talking about her. She couldn't help but say, you're so annoying. After settling the bill, Yang Ming took out the sanitary pads and mixed the rest of the food together. Anyway, Zhang Bin had a car. He and Chen Mingyan didn't want to carry so many things around. Zhang Bin sent Chen Mingyan home first. Then, he drove Yang Ming to Songjiang Industry University. Isn't your life too carefree? Zhang Bin said to Yang Ming, who was in the passenger seat. Carefree? You'll know when you have such a day. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I still have the competence to deal with Lan Ling, but you know Chen Mingyan's character. So, there's still a long way to go. Hee, me? I'm not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. You know me. I like to have one-night stands. It's so exciting. There's no one to restrict me. I can do it whenever I want. Zhang Bin said lecherously. Yang Ming shook his head. He didn't comment on Zhang Bin's idea. To be honest, Yang Ming was still a very traditional man in his bones. Although he was a playboy and looked forward to having multiple wives, he cherished every woman around him. To put it bluntly, he belonged to the type who liked the new and didn't get tired of the old. If he had a woman, he would always have her. Even if he had a new one, he wouldn't throw away the old one. Therefore, now Yang Ming was in a dilemma. Was this considered betraying Lan Ling? What was the bottom line of the voodoo? This made Yang Ming very confused. These were the key to the problem. The car drove to the entrance of the community. Without a parking permit, Yang Ming let Zhang Bin go back first. He went to Lan Ling's residence. Lan Ling opened the door for Yang Ming. She turned around and walked into the house. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Lan Ling usually jumped on him when she saw him. "What happened today?" "I'm bleeding down there." Lan Ling smiled bitterly. "It's the first day. The volume is the biggest. I don't dare to move." Yang Ming understood. She didn't put on a sanitary pad. No wonder she didn't dare to do strenuous exercise. But this Lan Ling was too familiar with him. She could say this so naturally. "I bought the sanitary pad for you. You put it on. Why do I feel a bit awkward when you walk like this?" Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Okay, you help me put it on. I want you to carry me to the bathroom." Lan Ling turned around and extended her two hands. She looked at Yang Ming with her big watery eyes. "Just carry me. Why are you acting like a child?" With Yang Ming's strength, carrying the petite Lan Ling was a piece of cake. He easily carried her to the bathroom. Others said that women are like children for a few days. They need special care. Lan Ling said it like it was true. In fact, she made it up. Heh. Yang Ming didn't expose her. He liked Lan Ling's childishness. It gave him a different feeling. Yang Ming pulled down Lan Ling's underwear. He didn't think that changing the sanitary pad for his beloved girl was a shameful thing. Instead, it increased the fun between couples. "Yeah, okay. I'll do it myself." "You don't even know how to do it." Lan Ling looked at the clumsy Yang Ming and smiled. She grabbed the sanitary pad from Yang Ming's hand and stuck it on her underwear. Then, she pulled it up. "Don't you think that part of mine is dirty?" After doing all this, Lan Ling asked faintly. "Think that part of yours is dirty? How is that possible?" Yang Ming didn't think about this problem at all. "Heh, you are so good to me. Give me a kiss." Lan Ling returned to her usual lively self. She hugged Yang Ming and kissed him fiercely. "You are the first man to change my sanitary pad. Sweat, how many more do you want?" Yang Ming was a little embarrassed as he listened. "Ah?" Lan Ling was stunned. Then, she realized that her words were a little ambiguous. How could she ask another man to change such a private thing? So, she said, "Of course, there can only be one. But if you don't want to, then there won't be one." Yang Ming smiled. Then, he pointed to a plastic bag at the door and said, "There is oatmeal for you there. Don't eat any cold food these few days." The oatmeal was recommended by Chen Mingyan. It was said that when a girl was having her period, drinking a cup of hot oatmeal would make her feel much better. After chatting with Lan Ling for a while, Yang Ming was ready to go home. Yang Ming told Lan Ling about the camping trip tomorrow, but he didn't tell her about Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming hadn't thought about how to say it. Before he was sure that he had completely grasped Lan Ling's heart, he didn't dare to take this risk. Moreover, there was the voodoo problem. Yang Ming had to be careful. Lan Ling didn't have any opinion. "Don't worry and go have fun. My period is here, so we can't have sex." "Ling Ling, what are you thinking? I didn't come to find you just for that." Yang Ming knew that Lan Ling didn't mean anything else, but he still explained, "Actually, I'm already very satisfied to be able to see you and hug you. We don't have to do that. Aya, I just want you to relax and have fun. I don't mean anything else." As expected, Lan Ling quickly said. "Anne, it's good that you know my intentions." Yang Ming held Lan Ling's little head and kissed it fiercely. In fact, women who were on their period were the easiest to be aroused. Lan Ling, who was teased, had her eyes blurred. "I want." Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly let go of Lan Ling and said, "Don't mess around. Aren't you using your body as a joke?" Lan Ling was immediately sobered up by Yang Ming's shout. She stuck out her tongue. The more she was like this, the more Yang Ming loved Lan Ling. Lan Ling was very smart in some aspects, but she was cute in other aspects. This was obviously in line with the important characteristics of the best Lolita. When he returned home at night, Yang Ming felt a festive atmosphere. Yes, Yang Ming didn't care about his college entrance examination results, but someone did. Yang Ming was 100% sure that he could enter Songjiang Industry University, but Yang Ming's parents weren't very sure. Therefore, after Yang Ming went to school, Yang Dehai dialed the results hotline. When they learned that Yang Ming got 697.5 points, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang showed a knowing smile. This result was enough to enter Beijing. Therefore, that night, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang prepared a big table of good dishes to celebrate. Big Ming, which university are you going to enter? When Yang Ming entered the door, Mother Yang couldn't wait to ask, Tsinghua University or Peking University? Tsinghua University? Yang Ming said, Mom, I don't want to go to Beijing. What? Don't want to go to Beijing? Mother Yang frowned. Big Ming, your dad and I have asked around today. With your grades, you are guaranteed to enter Tsinghua University. Why don't you go to Beijing? Mother Yang frowned and looked at Yang Ming. Mom, I have thought about it. I am going to apply for Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said firmly. Apply for Songjiang Industry University? Why? Tsinghua University and Peking University are more famous than Songjiang Industry University. Don't be stupid. Mother Yang said anxiously. Yes, Tsinghua University and Peking University are famous. In the future, when you look for a job, it will be more convenient. Yang Dehai also came over. Dad, Mom, I have decided to apply for Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said, Zhang Ben and Chen Mengyan also applied for this university. Big Ming, are you talking about the study committee member in your class? You stayed in Songjiang for a woman? Mother Yang was a little angry. It is part of the reason, but not entirely. To be honest, if it was in the past, Yang Ming might have planned for his future. But now, he could choose not to go to university. With the ability he had now, he would not have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, Lam Ling also rented a house here. Big Ming, have you thought about it? Yang Dehai sighed and asked. Dad, I have thought about it. Yang Ming said solemnly, I have thought about it carefully. Moreover, I plan to work with Uncle Zhang during my time in university. After graduation, I will go to his company. This is a good opportunity. I don't want to lose it. Yang Ming said this as an excuse, but Yang's father and Mother Yang believed it. Nowadays, the job market was getting more and more tense. Even if you graduated from a famous university, you still couldn't find a job. Yang Ming saw that his parents were hesitating, so he decided to give them a strong dose of medicine. Dad, Mom, I am really talented in identifying jade. I have helped Uncle Zhang earn a lot of money. In addition to the first month's salary, I was also given a big bonus. It was just given out today. I am going to give it to you. Really? Yang Dehai also felt that what Yang Ming said made sense. Yang Dehai knew about the scale of Zhang Jiefeng's company. Now, Yang Ming had more than 20 million yuan of fixed assets. If Yang Ming could work there, it would be a good home. Okay, then show me and your mother. How much did you get in your first month? Yang Ming took out a bankbook that he had already prepared. When Zhang Jiefeng transferred the 200,000 yuan to Yang Ming went to the bank to open another account and deposited 8,000 yuan in it. It wasn't that he didn't want to save more, but he was afraid that his parents wouldn't accept it. After all, his parents had raised him for 18 years. Now that Yang Ming could earn money on his own, his first thought was to be filial to his parents. Ming can. Mother Yang happily took over the bankbook. But let's make it clear. The first month's salary will belong to me and your dad. We will spend our son's money. Mom, even if you didn't mention it, I was going to give this money to you. The first month's salary should be given to both of you. Yang Ming's words weren't unreasonable. In China, many families had this tradition. After the children started working, they would give their first month's salary to their parents. That's good. Your dad and I will accept it. As Mother Yang said this, she opened the bankbook. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She said in horror, Yang Ming, did I see wrongly? Is this your 1 month's salary? Yes. Yang Ming sighed slightly. Luckily, he only saved 8,000 yuan. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to give his parents 100,000 yuan. Old Yang, look. Did I count wrongly? 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. 8,000 yuan? Mother Yang passed the bankbook to Yang Dehai. Big Ming, didn't you say that the salary was 3,000 yuan? Why is this 8,000 yuan? Yang Dehai was surprised, but he was much calmer than Mother Yang. Dad, didn't I say it before? I have a very good talent in identifying jade, so Uncle Zhang gave me an extra 5,000 yuan as a bonus. Yang Ming explained. 5,000 yuan? This is a bonus? Yang Dehai had worked in the factory for most of his life. His monthly bonus was at most a few hundred yuan. It was hard to imagine that the bonus could be higher than the normal salary. In fact, this kind of thing was very common in enterprises, especially for a trading company like Xianxia. Yang Ming understood this, so he said this. Yeah, Dad, don't be surprised. In many big enterprises, commission and bonus are higher than the salary. Yang Ming explained. Big Ming is right. Our community's big sister son's son is working in a foreign company. He can get 5,000 yuan a month. His basic salary is 2,000 yuan, but he can get 3,000 yuan commission. Mother Yang nodded. At that time, we were very envious of her son. I didn't expect my son to be so much better than him. So, Dad, Mom, think about it. Since I have a talent in jewelry, it would be a pity if I don't work in this industry. Now, many white-collar workers can't get my high salary. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Yang Ming said while the iron was hot. I think what Big Ming said makes sense. Yang Dehai nodded. What was the most important thing in this era? Wasn't it money? What was the purpose of going to university? Wasn't it to have a good job and a good income in the future? Since Yang Ming had found a reliable job with a good income, how could he give it up so easily? Okay, as long as you two think it is feasible. Mother Yang actually agreed with Yang Ming's idea. Just like this, Yang Ming filled in the college application form without any objection from the family. After that, Yang Ming mentioned about going camping tomorrow. Yang's father and Mother Yang naturally agreed. However, they reminded Yang Ming to be careful. The next morning, Zhang Bin came to Yang Ming's house to pick him up. Because of the small accident yesterday, the Chrysler 300C was repainted by Yang Ming. Today, Zhang Bin drove his mother's Audi A4. Zhang Bin was a little showy for a man to drive a red A4, but he couldn't do anything about it. If Zhang Bin didn't call him, Yang Ming wouldn't have thought that this car was driven by Zhang Bin. It can't be? So showy? But I like it. Yang Ming used to like Audi a lot. When he saw this A4, his heart was itching. You can drive if you like it. Zhang Bin was looking for a scapegoat. He attracted a lot of attention just now. He couldn't help it. The red A4 was too eye-catching. Zhang Bin jumped down from the driver's seat. This was exactly what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming got into the car and tried to get a feel for the car. He reversed the car and drove out of the neighborhood. You drove well. Zhang Bin complimented. Of course. Yang Ming said in his heart. Are you kidding me? My eyes are better than the F*** King rearview mirror. It has a complete long-distance perspective function. I can see what is behind the car just by glancing behind. Yang Ming realized how useful his special ability was when he started driving. Not only could he see the road ahead, but he could also know if there was a traffic jam in front. When he reached Chen Mingyan's neighborhood, Yang Ming called Chen Mingyan. He told her yesterday that he would pick her up this morning to go to school together. Hello, how are you? I'm looking for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming said into the phone. Yang Ming? Wait for a moment. The man on the phone said. N? How did he know? That my name is Yang Ming? The voice is familiar. Could it be that Chen Mingyan told her father my name? When Yang Ming was thinking, Chen Mingyan's voice came over. Yang Ming, wait for me. I'll be downstairs soon. After about 10 minutes, Chen Mingyan appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Mingyan wore a white shirt with a small black vest and a pair of light blue jeans. She looked very pure. Here. Yang Ming stuck his head out of the window and waved at Chen Mingyan. Are you sure? You're driving? Chen Mingyan was stunned. She looked at the red Audi A4 in surprise. At this time, Zhang Bin had taken the initiative to give the passenger seat to Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan got in the car, and Yang Ming started the car. Zhang Bin's mother's car. I like Audi, so I'll test drive it. I didn't see it. Zhang Bin, you're really good at hiding. I didn't know that your family was so rich. Chen Mingyan smiled. She only heard Yang Ming mention Zhang Bin's family background after she saw the Chrysler 300C yesterday. Hee, the one who is really good at hiding is your family. Zhang Bin thought that Yang Ming was already worth millions. And? Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable. Nothing. He was talking about my exam results. Yang Ming didn't intend to tell Chen Mingyan that he was rich. He didn't want his relationship with Chen Mingyan to be mixed with money. When Yang Ming and the rest arrived at the school, all the third-year students had already arrived at the field and were chatting about something. Wang Jitao and Chen Afu had two underlings, Bai Yuntao and Quan Tao. These two were known as the invincible duo Tao of third-year class 5. Although they were not in the same class as Wang Jitao, because their parents were working in the Wang family's Xianxia group, the two of them were followers of Wang Jitao since they were young. In fact, when they were in elementary school, Wang Jitao was also a playboy. He was known as the Three Overlords along with the two of them. However, after they grew up, they restrained themselves. Bai Yuntao and Quan Tao were considered as ruthless people like Li Degong in school. However, facing a super ruthless person like Yang Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. Hence, they did not interact much with Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not know them either. Wang Jitao and his three followers were discussing how to teach Yang Ming a lesson. When they saw Yang Ming coming from afar, they immediately made a hand gesture to the three of them. They squeezed out a smile and waved to Yang Ming, over here. Yang Ming had already seen Wang Jitao and the others, and he saw the topic they were talking about just now. He really didn't learn lip reading for nothing. Yang Ming secretly laughed. Let's see who will be the one playing the game. Wang Jitao, you are here so early. These two are. Yang Ming pointed at Quan Tao and Bai Yuntao. Oh, these two are my elementary school classmates. They are now in class 5. Come, let me introduce them. This is Quan Tao, this is Bai Yuntao. Wang Jitao then said to the two of them, this is my good buddy, Yang Ming. Good buddy? Yang Ming sneered in his heart. Why did you tell those two just now? Did you think I wouldn't know? Yang Ming glanced at Quan Tao and Bai Yuntao from the corner of his eyes. These two were obviously not good people as well. They were obviously birds of the same feather as Wang Jitao. Condoms? Condoms? Yang Ming deliberately exaggerated, 2 condoms? Nickname? Quan Tao and Bai Yuntao's expressions changed when they heard that, but they didn't dare to do anything. Firstly, it was because he really couldn't beat Yang Ming. Secondly, Wang Jitao wouldn't allow him to fall out with Yang Ming now. It's not condoms and condoms. It's Quan Tao and Bai Yuntao. Wang Jitao explained. Oh, I thought it was a nickname. This nickname is too wretched. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Yeah. Who knows how they came up with a nickname? Wang Jitao agreed. Quan Tao and Bai Yuntao heard what Wang Jitao said. Although they were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. Who asked their parents to work for him? After Wang Jitao graduated from university, he would be the general manager of Xianxia Group. At that time, he would have the power to decide the life and death of his parents. Moreover, they might have to work for Wang Jitao in the future. The two of them didn't dare to have any objections. Very unique. Yang Ming nodded. He was on good terms with Wang Jitao on the surface, but he didn't want to talk too much with him. Therefore, after giving a perfunctory reply, he started chatting with Zhang Bing. Since they were at school, Chen Mingyan couldn't be too close to Yang Ming. She started to chat with the girls who were closer to her. Why isn't the bus here yet? Chen Afu was impatient. After a while, a Mercedes-Benz bus came. Xianxia immediately rushed over with a zing sound. He was ready to get on the bus first and grab a seat for Wang Jitao. In order to show his arrogance, Xianxia knocked on the door and said impatiently, "Open the door." "Idiot, F***ck your mom. This is the school bus. It is used to transport teachers. Your bus is behind." The driver stretched out his head and scolded him impatiently. This sentence made Xianxia's face turn red. He wanted to show that he understood, but he didn't. Yang Ming shook his head after seeing this. Only people with this kind of IQ could work under Wang Jitao. This Xianxia was like a fighter jet in a tiger. The last time he reported Yang Ming was because of his impulsive personality. Therefore, Yang Ming felt that Xianxia could be used. If he was used well, he could disgust Wang Jitao. After a while, a few shabby buses came over. These were the buses that the students of each class were on. Thinking about it, what kind of good bus could one sit on when it was 20 yuan per person? It was equivalent to 10 yuan for a one-way trip. The price of a bus could only be taken by a bus. The funny thing was that Xianxia thought that 20 yuan was enough to sit on a Mercedes-Benz. It was a bit unrealistic. The bus was relatively large. Everyone who got on had a seat. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin sat together. Chen Mingyan and a girl named Zhao Sisi sat together. Zhao Sisi and Chen Mingyan usually had a good relationship, so Chen Mingyan had to look at Yang Ming apologetically. She couldn't just leave Zhao Sisi alone. Zhao Sisi belonged to the kind of girl who wasn't very good-looking, but she was very delicate. If he found such a girl to be his wife, she could definitely be a good helper in the family, but Yang Ming didn't like this type. "What do you think of Zhao Sisi?" Zhang Bin suddenly asked Yang Ming. "Zhao Sisi?" Yang Ming was stunned. "Do you like Zhao Sisi?" "No." Zhang Bin quickly denied. "I just think that her and Chen Mingyan's personalities are so different." How did they become good friends? Who knows? Women can't understand the brotherhood between men. Men can't understand the sisterhood between women. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't take it seriously. "Hey, this is a classic." Zhang Bin thought deeply. "AI, right, do you think Xianxia likes Zhao Sisi?" Yang Ming looked up at Chen Mingyan's direction and saw Xianxia and Wang Jitao sitting behind them. "Wang Jitao is harassing my wife." "You didn't see it." "AI? Right, why are you so concerned about Zhao Sisi?" "No, I just think that Xianxia is too stupid. I feel annoyed when I see him." Zhang Bin laughed. West Star Mountain Reservoir is located in Lidong County, northwest of Songjiang City. It is 137 kilometers away from the city. It is located in the historical Chang'e Creek, so the reservoir area is also known as Chang'e Lake. As early as the Tang Dynasty, Li Bai, Du Fu, Bai Jui, and many other literati trekked thousands of miles to recite poems, sailboats and sightsee. Since then, it has become a tourist attraction in Songjiang. In recent years, West Star Mountain Reservoir has become a good place for people to travel, relax, and fish. Every holiday and weekend, a large number of tourists and fishermen would come here to play and fish. It is not only the joy of enjoying the scenery, but also the fun of fishing. 2 hours later, they arrived at West Star Mountain Reservoir. After the teachers of each class and the class monitor counted the number of people, they began to assign rooms. The accommodation fee was collected on the spot. That is to say, you can choose to live in a standard room for 2 people, or you can choose to live in an 8-person room. Anyway, it is your own money. Zhang Bin directly took out 400 yuan and booked 2 standard rooms next to each other. Chen Mingyan didn't care because of her relationship with Yang Ming, but Zhao Sisi was a little embarrassed and insisted on giving Zhang Bin 100 yuan. Yang Ming felt that Zhang Bin was not right in the car. Now, seeing Zhang Bin's refusal, he was even more aware of something. Yes, Zhang Bin is indeed generous to his friends, but it is only limited to friends. For other people who are not related, it is a different matter. It can be said that Zhang Bin has the initial potential of a successful businessman. But today, 100 yuan was handed to him, but Zhang Bin still didn't want it. Yang Ming saw some clues, so he gave Chen Mingyan a look. Chen Mingyan was smart. After a little hesitation, she understood Yang Ming's meaning. She smiled and pulled Zhao Cixi's hand and said, "Cici, don't be polite with them. You know my relationship with Yang Ming. You are my good friend, and Zhang Ben is Yang Ming's good friend. How can he want her money? Then, well, how about I treat you to something later?" Zhao Cici hesitated. She was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of small things. "Hee, let's talk about it later," Zhang Ben said with a smile. "Let's go. Let's put the things away first." In fact, when they came out to play, the thing that they brought the most was delicious food. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben each carried a big bag into the room. Wang Jitao looked at Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan together. He was angry, but his reason told him that it was best not to provoke Chen Mingyan in the near future. From Chen Mingyan's indifferent attitude in the car and her indirect questioning of him, Wang Jitao understood that the photo incident had been exposed. Chen Mingyan's impression of him also plummeted. But he was not reconciled. In terms of family background and talent, he was much better than Yang Ming. Why was Yang Ming so lucky? Sometimes, the reason for being jealous of a person was very simple. Wang Jitao was like this. There was a dining room in the hotel. At noon, there was a buffet. It was 10 yuan per person. They could choose to eat or not. But because they had just arrived, everyone was unwilling to go out, so most people chose to eat the buffet here. Yang Ming, Zhang Ben, and Chen Mingyan were some of these people. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll go get it," Zhang Ben said to Zhao Cici politely. "No need. I'll go with Chen Mingyan. I won't trouble you." Zhao Cici and Zhang Ben weren't very close, so she didn't want to trouble him. "Ugh. Zhao Cici, this is your fault." Zhang Ben pulled Zhao Cici to the side and said with a serious face. "Ah? What do you mean?" Zhao Cici was somewhat inexplicable. "If I don't trouble you, how is it my fault?" "Well, in fact, this is the case. You also know the relationship between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. You should let the two of them go get the food together. You alone are with Chen Mingyan. Isn't that a bit unkind? Wouldn't Yang Ming hate you behind your back?" Zhang Ben said with conviction. "Ah? Is that so?" Zhao Cici was a bit overwhelmed. "Am I really in the way? Then what do you say? Let's leave. Give them some space. Don't be a light bulb." Zhang Ben pretended to be casual. He pulled Zhao Cici's hand and walked quickly to the place where the food was placed. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Zhang Ben's reason sounded really noble. But Yang Ming didn't understand. Why did Zhang Ben like Zhao Cici? Why didn't I see it before? Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan took the plates and went to the other side to get the food. Chen Mingyan only picked up some vegetables, while Yang Ming picked up braised pork and fish. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of the staple food section. Yang Ming frowned because he heard Zhang Ben's voice. "Help me carry the plate back. I'll go and take a look," Yang Ming said to Chen Mingyan. "You want to go there? What are you doing? Don't cause trouble." Chen Mingyan was a little worried. Zhang Ben seems to be in trouble. "I have to go." Yang Ming put the plate in his hand on the table. "Then be careful. Don't get into trouble," Chen Mingyan instructed. She was not the kind of person who liked to interfere with others, but she was really worried about Yang Ming. Yang Ming walked over quickly and saw that Zhang Ben and Zhao Cici were surrounded by a few gangster-like people. "What happened?" Yang Ming asked a classmate who was watching the scene. "It's like this." The classmate roughly described what happened. After Yang Ming heard it, he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Zhao Cici wanted to eat the date cake, but there was only one piece left. The green-haired gangster next to her also wanted to eat the date cake, so when Zhang Ben just picked up the date cake, the green-haired gangster wanted to grab the date cake with a pair of tongs. As a result, Zhang Ben didn't want to do it and said, "What are you doing? Is there a first-come first-serve?" When the green-haired gangster saw that Zhang Ben still dared to talk to him, he was immediately angry. He grabbed the date cake and scolded, "You motherf***, quickly let go." If it was a normal time, Zhang Ben might not be willing to get into trouble, but now Xiaoxia was next to him. How could Zhangbin lose his share? So he straightened his neck and held the date cake. Who are you scolding? Quickly let go. Do you believe that I will find someone to kill you? Huh, find someone? The green-haired gangster laughed as if he heard a big joke. I didn't hear it wrong, right? You want to find someone to kill me? So what? If you know what's good for you, quickly let go. Although Zhangbin was always with Yang Ming, after all, he was a student who hadn't seen much of the world. He didn't have Yang Ming's ruthlessness, so his momentum was weaker. The green-haired gangster didn't put Zhangbin in his eyes. He used his strength, and the date cake came to his side. Zhangbin quickly snatched it back, and the date cake fell to the ground. The green-haired gangster was angry. You want to die? As he said this, he took the clip and greeted Zhangbin. Zhangbin was now hot-headed. He wasn't afraid of anything. He wanted to fight to the death with the green-haired gangster, but Xiaoxia was a little scared. She pulled Zhangbin's clothes and said, "Don't quarrel with him. We can't afford to offend them." Yo! You still have a little sister? She is quite pretty. How about it? Call me brother, and I will give you the date cake? The green-haired gangster said with a smile. Call your mom. Who are you? Another person rushed over, pointed at the green-haired gangster's nose and scolded him. This tiger wasn't Yang Ming, because Yang Ming was destined not to be a tiger. Only Xianxia was worthy of the term tiger. Tiger, this adjective was created for you. Yang Ming knew that there was something interesting to watch. It seemed that Zhangbin was right. This Xianxia was really interested in Xiaoxia. Huh. The green-haired gangster looked at Xianxia with interest. Who are you? Who didn't block his anus properly, and let you come out? Brother, which gang are you in? Give me some face. Bai Yuntao and Enquantao also walked over, and asked with a loyal look. Xianxia was Wang Jitao's underling. If his underling was in trouble, he couldn't just ignore it. Otherwise, who would follow him in the future? Wang Jitao understood this logic, so he nodded and sent Bai Yuntao and Enquantao to solve it. Give you some face? Who are the both of you? The green-haired gangster was amused. Little brat, you don't know what to do after seeing how bad guys are trained. Don't use the school's tricks to embarrass yourself. Go where you are supposed to be. This has nothing to do with you. This is my brother. Bai Yuntao pointed at Xianxia and said, give us some face. Let's just forget about this. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. F***CK. I gave you some face, but you don't want it. The green-haired gangster slapped him. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. You. And Xuantao's face changed. However, the three hooligans with the green-haired young man immediately surrounded them. Weren't you willing to help? The green-haired gangster said disdainfully, why don't you do it? Actually, even if Xianxia didn't help, Yang Ming would have helped. But with Xianxia, the tiger, joining in the fun, Yang Ming was happy to see him embarrass himself. After Bai Yuntao was slapped, Yang Ming finally arrived. After all, it was his own brother who got into trouble. Yang Ming couldn't just ignore it. Obviously, these few students who only knew how to show off in school weren't a match for the gangsters in society. There was a reason why Yang Ming was so sure that he could defeat the four hooligans in front of him. It was because the green-haired gangster in front of him was the one who fought with Feng Tian in the detention center. Yang Ming didn't understand why he liked to fight with others for food. Was he a reincarnation of a hungry ghost? But this wasn't what Yang Ming was concerned about. Yang Ming just wanted to get rid of this guy quickly. Chen Mengyan was still waiting for him over there. And it seemed that Chen Mengyan didn't want him to cause trouble. Then, he would let this guy get away with it. Yang Ming was prepared to beat him up until he couldn't get up for 3 days. Yang Ming walked over and picked up the date cake from the ground. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The green-haired gangster was stunned. Zhangbin was stunned. Xianxia and Bai Yuntao were stunned too. What is this Yang Ming doing? Because Yang Ming bent down to pick up the jujube cake, the green-haired gangster didn't see him clearly. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Ming suddenly stand up and stuff the jujube cake that fell to the ground into his mouth. Your mom. The date cake was stuffed into his mouth before he could finish his sentence. At this time, the green-haired gangster finally saw Yang Ming's face clearly. Oh my god. The green-haired gangster was shocked. He was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. Why did this lunatic come here? The scene of Yang Ming beating up Xianxia was still vivid in the green-haired gangster's mind. This guy was simply trying to kill him. Thinking of this, the green-haired gangster couldn't help but shiver. Do you like to snatch food from others? Yang Ming looked at the green-haired gangster mockingly. I heard that dogs are most willing to do this. What is your relationship with them? Kid, you are looking for death. One of the gangsters who was with the green-haired gangster was about to go crazy. However, the other bald gangster who had entered the detention center with the green-haired gangster was also present. At this moment, he also recognized Yang Ming. He quickly stopped the two gangsters who didn't recognize Yang Ming and wanted to make a scene. Don't fight with Brother Yang. After the bald gangster finished, he turned around and said to Yang Ming, Brother Yang, why are you here? Can't I come here for a vacation? Can't I come here for a vacation? What does it have to do with you? Yang Ming retorted. Then, he pointed at Zhang Ben and said, this is my buddy. He said that he wanted to find someone to kill you. Don't you believe him? I believe. How can I not believe? The bald man nodded twice and said, Brother Yang, you are a ruthless person. If you want to kill us, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? You are a magnanimous person. Don't argue with us. The green-haired punk was also terrified. He didn't expect that the person Zhang Ben was looking for was actually Yang Ming. What kind of person was Yang Ming? He was a person who fought without any regard for his life. Indeed, the green-haired punk could usually scare the students and bully the old man. But when he encountered someone like Yang Ming, he was really a little scared. Yang Ming originally wanted to teach them a lesson, but after thinking about it, I seem to have promised Chen Mingyan not to cause trouble. Forget it, I will let you go today. So, he let go of the green-haired punk and waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Zhang Ben, Chen Afu, and Wang Jitao all looked at Yang Ming in surprise. They didn't expect that the four punks who were so arrogant just now were instantly dealt with by Yang Ming. Especially the leader, he was actually stuffed with a date cake by Yang Ming, and he didn't even dare to fart. Although Zhang Ben and Yang Ming had a good relationship, it was only after they entered high school. They didn't know each other in junior high school. Although he knew that Yang Ming's words were very effective in the group of delinquent students in school, he didn't know that Yang Ming also had a deterrent effect on the punks in society. Zhang Ben was very glad that he made a friend like Yang Ming. Now that he thought about it, if it wasn't for Yang Ming, he really wouldn't be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. Being slapped by the green-haired punk was light, but losing face in front of Zhao Sisi wasn't good. Wang Jitao was even more shocked. Last time, Zhang Yuliang's incident could be said to be a coincidence. But this time, these punks were obviously very afraid of Yang Ming. What did this mean? It meant that Yang Ming still had some status in the underworld. In fact, Wang Jitao was overthinking it. But it was no wonder that he would think so. After all, it was such a coincidence. Wang Jitao knew that he couldn't fight Yang Ming head-on, so if he wanted to deal with Yang Ming, he had to play some dirty tricks. But playing dirty? Wang Jitao thought of Chen Mingyan's father, Chen Fei. He was afraid that he would be arrested before he could do anything to Yang Ming. Wang Jitao had no choice but to bear with it for now. However, this did not prevent him from making things difficult for Yang Ming. Although I can't do anything to you for the time being, I can play a little trick to annoy you. What Wang Jitao did not know was that Yang Ming had the same idea as him. If Yang Ming knew that Wang Jitao couldn't do anything to him, would he laugh? Maybe someone called Teacher Li. At this time, Teacher Li also rushed over. When she saw Yang Ming and Zhang Ben, she asked, "What happened? How did you get into a fight with an outsider?" "It's okay, Teacher Li. It's a misunderstanding," Yang Ming said faintly. Yes, it was a murder case caused by a date cake. Chen Afu was the only one who was beaten, so he was a little upset. "And? Teacher Li was stunned. What murder case? Wang Jitao glared at Xianxia and said, Xianxia was just joking. Teacher Li, it's really okay now. Those people are gone. Thanks to Yang Ming who convinced them in time. Wang Jitao was the class monitor, so his words were more convincing. Although Teacher Li didn't know how Yang Ming convinced them, she was only a teacher in name. The students had graduated, so she couldn't care too much. Yang Ming, are you okay? Chen Mingyan asked with concern. Sister-in-law, your words are unfair. I'm the victim. Why didn't you ask me? Zhang Ben said with a bitter smile. I should have appeared a little later. You would have felt better if you were slapped by that green-haired guy. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Ben with contempt. His meaning was obvious. Do you still need Chen Mingyan's concern? Don't you have Zhao Sisi? A few people chatted for a while. After lunch, they went to the reservoir together for a trip in the afternoon. The reservoir was a protected area, so they couldn't swim in the water. However, because the person in charge of the reservoir was Teacher Li's former student, an exception was made for everyone to fish in the water. The fish they caught could be eaten as dinner. In theory, the reservoir was privately contracted. Fishing was charged, and there was a special fishing area. Fishing in other places was not allowed. However, because of the relationship with Teacher Li, these students were not restricted. Of course, the premise was that the fish they caught couldn't be taken away. They could only be given to the reservoir restaurant to cook. If they caught too much, they had to put back the fish that couldn't be eaten. Yang Ming and the other three also took a fishing rod and found a place to fish. Fishing was a careful job. Many people lost their patience after fishing for a while. They sat on the grass beside the reservoir and played cards. Yang Ming, do you want to play cards? Wang Jitao came over and patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said, Did you catch a fish? No, this fish is very smart. It's not that easy to get hooked. Yang Ming was also bored. When he saw Wang Jitao calling him, he immediately showed a happy expression. What do you want to play? Do Diju, Jack, or Dongbei Tractor, small card stud. Anything is fine. Wang Jitao said, Do you want to play? Okay, then let's play for a while. Yang Ming wasn't interested in playing cards, but how could he let Wang Jitao down? So, he pretended to be very interested. Let's play Jack. It's faster. Wang Jitao suggested. Okay, how do we win poker? Asked Yang Ming. Whatever. Winning anything is fine. Anyway, it's just playing. Wang Jitao said. So, Wang Jitao found a deck of poker cards. He called Bayuntao, Wang Jitao, and Chen Afu. 5 people played. Jack's full name was Black Jack. It was also called Blackjack. It was a very common poker game. The gameplay was very simple. A few people took turns to take the cards. Whoever's cards were closest to blackjack or equal to blackjack would win. If it was more than blackjack, it would explode. A real black hero would have a dealer, but Yang Ming and the others ignored the dealer in their little game. Yang Ming knew Wang Jitao's idea before, so he started to take the cards silently. The first 2 rounds were actually won by Yang Ming. Wang Jitao and the others either exploded or didn't dare to continue to take cards because their cards were too small. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, Yang Ming saw the cards of the 4 people clearly. Wang Jitao took 2 tens. This was considered a big shot, but he continued to take cards. Of course, he wasn't lucky enough to get an A, so he exploded. Bayuntao was the same. He obviously took an 8 and a 3, but he didn't dare to continue to take cards. How could Yang Ming not see through such an obvious act? He just didn't say it out loud. Boring. And Quantel threw the cards on the floor and said, We lost again. Yeah, Yang Ming's luck is too good. Chen Afu quickly said, Why don't we play something with a bonus? This way, we can play a little more passionately with each other. That's right. I agree. What do you guys think? And Quantel casually agreed. I think it's okay too. Class monitor, Yang Ming, what do you think? Bayuntao also expressed his own opinion. This isn't too good, right? Yang Ming deliberately said weakly, aren't we gambling? It shouldn't matter, right? We are all adults. Wang Jitao deliberately hesitated and said, I think it's okay if we don't play too big. Yeah, Yang Ming, the class monitor has spoken. You should at least give him some face, right? Chen Afu said, are you afraid of losing money? If that's the case, then okay. How big should we play? Yang Ming pretended to be troubled and nodded reluctantly. One piece at a time, no cap. How about it? And Quan Tao said. One piece? Yang Ming thought, damn, can't you say more? But he still nodded nervously. Okay. Seeing that Yang Ming agreed, Wang Jitao and the three people were happy. Hee, which man can't gamble? Since you started, I'm not afraid that you won't play big later. After playing a few rounds, Yang Ming understood the intention of Wang Jitao and the other two people. They haven't started yet. They are still setting a trap for me. Yang Ming won a few more rounds. After a while, he earned more than 30 yuan. After Chen Afu exploded, he threw away his cards and complained, this one piece is too boring. I can't even get interested. Then how big do you think we should play? Bai Yintao continued. How about 10 yuan? What do you think? Chen Afu suggested. The current situation was obviously Yang Ming's family winning money. So, Chen Afu wasn't afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't agree. When gambling, who wouldn't want to win more money after winning? Unfortunately, the person in front of him was Yang Ming. Let me taste the sweetness, then give me a fatal blow? Yang Ming saw that they were increasing like this. He didn't know how long it would take to reach 100 yuan. He simply said boldly, 10 yuan is too little. How about 100 yuan? Wang Jitao and the others were stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words, but then they were delighted. It seemed that this guy had won too much. He thought that the god of fortune had arrived today. After winning a few rounds, he didn't know what was going on. However, this was exactly what Wang Jitao wanted. He originally wanted to increase it to 100 yuan after a few more rounds. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say it first. Okay, we will do as you say. 100 is 100. Chen Afu was afraid that Yang Ming would regret, so he said quickly. But after he finished speaking, he felt that it wasn't right. How could he represent the others? So he asked hypocritically, class monitor, you guys have no problem, right? I don't mind. Since everyone is in a good mood, then let's play to our heart's content. Wang Jitao smiled and nodded. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Chen Mingyan and Zhao Sisi fished for a long time, but they didn't have any harvest, so they didn't plan to fish anymore. Zhang Ben was also very bored, so the three of them came to find Yang Ming together. Chen Mingyan saw a stack of banknotes in front of Yang Ming. She was a little unhappy. Are you guys gambling? Just playing. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. After all, good girls didn't like men who liked to gamble. Especially the man she loved, she didn't want him to be tainted with gambling habits, so Chen Mingyan was unhappy. You can't win money if you play. Chen Mingyan said with concern, Teacher Li is over there. Wang Jitao, you are the class monitor. How can you lead the gambling? Chen Mingyan, it's rare for everyone to come out and play together. We are all very happy. It's normal to play some cards and have some fun. Wang Jitao was afraid that Chen Mingyan would ruin his good thing, so he quickly persuaded, everyone has finished the university entrance exam. It's normal to relax occasionally. Yeah, everyone's happiness is better than anything else, and we are willing to do it. Chen Afu also said. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming. She hesitated, but she didn't say anything in the end. As a woman, Chen Mingyan knew that a man's face was very important. She didn't want to make Yang Ming lose face, so she decided to wait for Yang Ming to finish playing for a while, then she would talk to him about the harm of gambling. Now she could only remind him in a low voice, just play for a while. If you lose, don't play anymore. I know. You can rest assured. Yang Ming smiled. I am winning. How can I lose? Yang Ming deliberately said this to let Wang Jitao think that he had been blinded by the excitement of winning money. Wang Jitao could hear it, so could Chen Mingyan. She couldn't help but frown slightly and sigh. Jack won and lost very quickly. The outcome could be decided in an instant. In order to make Yang Ming even more crazy, Wang Jitao didn't hesitate to lose a few hundred yuan. Although Yang Ming had been winning money, Yang Ming's technique and judgment were obviously very poor. He was like a rookie who didn't play cards often. In fact, Yang Ming was indeed a rookie. He didn't have to deliberately pretend. Yang Ming could control the overall situation because he was very clear about the other people's cards and the cards on the table. Wang Jitao and Chen Afu had already made an agreement. Whoever got a blackjack would give the others a look. Then, the others would fan the flames and keep increasing the stakes to achieve the purpose of trapping Yang Ming. But how could Yang Ming be so easy to trick? Not to mention that he knew the game like the back of his hand, Yang Ming also knew their thoughts before. Therefore, when Yang Ming saw that they had good cards and he didn't have any, he gave up. When there were similar cards, he would follow a few more rounds. This went back and forth for many rounds. Yang Ming won and lost small amounts of money. Wang Jitao was very anxious. Why didn't Yang Ming follow when he got similar cards? He didn't have any good cards, but Yang Ming bet. It made him very anxious, but he couldn't do anything. Finally, the opportunity that Yang Ming had been waiting for appeared. Wang Jitao also felt that this was his opportunity. It was just that his luck wasn't as good as Yang Ming's. Wang Jitao got a 10 of hearts and an ace of diamonds, while Yang Ming got a 10 of clubs and an ace of clubs. Yang Ming was slightly better, but Wang Jitao didn't know. Wang Jitao signaled to Chen Afu and Quantao with his eyes. Yang Ming pretended to be a noob and weakly threw in 100 yuan. Yang Ming, do you still want cards? When it was Yang Ming's turn, Wang Jitao asked. I want another one? Yang Ming shook his head. Forget it, I don't want it. That's it. Hearing Yang Ming say so, Wang Jitao was relieved. He naturally thought that Yang Ming had gotten 2 decent cards. He wanted to continue but was afraid that he would lose. I'll add 500 yuan. Chen Afu suddenly threw 500 yuan on the floor. Wang Jitao frowned. You just added 500 yuan. Wouldn't you scare Yang Ming away? He cursed in his heart. Why is this Chen Afu so stubborn? He wants to work in my family's company after graduation. What kind of position can he arrange? This is a difficult problem. 500 yuan? Sure enough, Yang Ming was stunned. He thought to himself, this kid is really willing. However, Yang Ming saw their nervous faces and deliberately wanted to whet their appetite. Yang Ming, are you going to follow? And Quantao couldn't help but ask. Oh my god, I saw the wrong cards. Chen Afu suddenly showed a regretful look. He was stared at by Wang Jitao just now. He regretted his impulsiveness, so he quickly made up for it. Sure enough, Yang Ming heard Chen Afu's words and his eyes lit up. He clenched his teeth and followed with 500 yuan. Chen Mingyan originally wanted to stop Yang Ming, but it was too late. Yang Ming had already thrown the money over. I'll add another 1,000. And Quantao pretended to see Chen Afu's bad luck. He wanted to beat a dog when it was down. I'll follow. Bai Yintao also threw in 1,000 yuan. I don't care. Since everyone is so excited, let's play. Wang Jitao pretended to be relaxed and said, Yang Ming, what about you? Yang Ming thought, of course, I'll follow you. However, he pretended to be hesitant. Yang Ming, don't follow. Isn't this going too far? Chen Mingyan dissuaded him uneasily. I'll follow. Yang Ming thought, little Mingyan, I can only let you be angry first. I'll explain to you later. Wang Jitao thought that Yang Ming decided to follow because he couldn't stand Chen Mingyan's provocation. He was very proud, but he said, Yang Ming, you have to consider carefully. I also think that this is going too far, but everyone is in the mood. I can't say anything. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. You can't say anything? This is your idea. What else do you have to say? Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming didn't listen. She was unhappy and frowned. Zhang Bin quickly whispered, sister-in-law, Yang Ming isn't a gambler. He definitely has his reasons. Zhang Ben's understanding of Yang Ming was much better than Chen Mingyan. Zhang Ben was very clear about what kind of person Yang Ming was. Yang Ming wasn't the kind of person who cared about petty profits, and he wasn't the kind of person who would be hot-headed for money. It could be seen when Yang Ming gambled on Jade and Tingchong. He won Jade on his first try. Logically, if it were someone else, they might continue to gamble day and night. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to care about it. Including the second Jade gambling, Yang Ming controlled the quantity very well. He stopped when it was appropriate and didn't gamble blindly. Therefore, even if you beat Zhang Ben to death, he wouldn't believe that Yang Ming would lose his mind for a few thousand yuan. Wang Jitao and Yang Ming didn't get along well. Zhang Ben also knew, so he also vaguely guessed that Wang Jitao and a few of them seemed to be suspected of cheating Yang Ming. He felt that it was impossible for Yang Ming not to see it, so Yang Ming must have a reason for doing this. Chen Mingyan listened to Zhang Ben's words. The association knew about Yang Ming's usual character. She felt that Yang Ming wasn't an impulsive person, but she still felt uneasy. She also knew Yang Ming's family background. Chen Mingyan was very clear about what a few thousand yuan meant to Yang Ming. Therefore, she didn't want Yang Ming to ruin the money. However, Yang Ming seemed to be crazy. The number of bets had risen to 5,000 in an instant. No one opened their cards, and no one gave up. Everyone was putting in more bets. Seeing that the bets were almost over 10,000 yuan, Chen Mingyan couldn't sit still. She pulled Yang Ming's clothes. Do you have so much money? Because the bets had increased, it was impossible to bet cash. No one could have so much money on them, so they added bets in the form of bookkeeping. Right now, the total bets of the entire gambling game had reached more than 50,000 yuan. It's already more than 50,000 yuan. It should be enough, right? After Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words, he also felt that it was better to stop this matter when it was appropriate. He didn't want to arouse Wang Jitao's vigilance and cause him to act in desperation. Wang Jitao thought that after Chen Mingyan's reminder, Yang Ming's enthusiasm had cooled down. He said regretfully, "All right, then let's reveal our cards." "I'm sorry, everyone. Thank you for letting us win." Wang Jitao showed the cards in his hand. Chen Afu and Bai Yuntao looked at them and folded. "Damn, this works too. I thought you didn't have any good cards. D*MN, you're pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. My 3 cards are exactly 21 points, but I didn't beat you." And Quantao also put down his cards unhappily. "Yang Ming, why aren't you revealing your cards?" Chen Afu saw that Yang Ming didn't dare to reveal his cards. He thought that he couldn't afford to lose, so he said sarcastically, "You're a real man. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. Why are you hesitating? That's right. You should be more responsible." And Quantao also agreed. I'm sorry. It seems that my cards are the biggest." Yang Ming revealed the cards in his hand. It was an identical 21 points. D*MN. Chen Afu was shocked. "You have such a big card? Are you playing with us?" Wang Jitao frowned. This Chen Afu didn't use his brain before speaking. What did he mean by playing with us? "You said us, and you said that everyone colluded to make deductions." I couldn't tell. The one who is the best at pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is actually you, Yang Ming. When Wang Jitao said this, his heart was bleeding. Out of the 50,000 yuan, apart from the 10,000 yuan that Yang Ming bet, he had to pay for the remaining 40,000 yuan. Although his family was rich, he didn't have a lot of pocket money. The 40,000 yuan was his pocket money for a summer vacation, and he just gave it away like that. "Yang Ming, you're wrong. You have such a good card. Why were you hesitating at the beginning?" And Quantao tried to regain some face. "I don't really play blackjack. At first, I thought that an ace was a 1, so my hand was an 11. It was very small. I only realized it later." What Yang Ming said seemed to be very reasonable. Many people who just started playing cards would make this mistake. Then why were you so hesitant? You really know how to act. Your cards are so big. What are you still worried about? Chen Afu also said with dissatisfaction. Wang Jitao's. If there was a spade flush with spades, then wouldn't it? Yang Ming said is. Wang Jitao sweated. What Yang Ming said makes sense, but isn't he being too careful? However, there was no other way. Wang Jitao had to suffer a loss and said, I don't have much cash on hand now. You can take the money on the ground. We will give you the rest later. Yang Ming didn't care about the 50,000 yuan. His purpose was to make Wang Jitao unhappy. So, he waved his hand and said, no problem. Don't worry. Wang Jitao knew that if he continued to stay, it would only make things more awkward. So, he left with his underlings. Yang Ming, what happened? After Wang Jitao left, Chen Mengyan sighed and asked coldly, why did you learn to gamble? Don't you know that this habit harms others and yourself? Zhang Bin saw the situation in front of him. He quickly pulled Zhao Sisi and signaled for her to leave with him. What are you doing? Zhao Sisi was dissatisfied with Zhang Bin touching her. She whispered. Didn't you see that the couple had something to talk about? What are we doing here? Zhang Bin said. Zhao Sisi looked at Chen Mengyan and Yang Ming. She felt that Zhang Bin was right, so she went to the side with Zhang Bin. Can't you see? It's obvious that Wang Jitao and that group of people are making deductions. They are going to cheat me. Yang Ming said faintly, Mengyan, don't you know me? To be honest, I was in junior high school for 2 years. What haven't I seen? If I wanted to be addicted to gambling, I would have been addicted a long time ago. I don't need to wait until now. Chen Mengyan listened to Yang Ming's explanation. She was slightly relieved. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be addicted to gambling. She wasn't stupid. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation and the attitude of Wang Jitao and the others, it wasn't difficult to guess what was going on. But she still reminded Yang Ming, I also understand the conflict between you and Wang Jitao. Chen Mengyan blushed. After all, the reason was too obvious. It was because of her. But, if you do this, aren't you intensifying the seriousness of the conflict between you two? Chen Mengyan continued, Wang Jitao will also go to Songjiang Industry University in the future. We are all classmates. It's not good to have such a tense relationship, right? Look at him. He's always thinking about harming me. For example, this time, did I provoke him first? Yang Ming didn't want Wang Jitao to let him go at all. But, he didn't want to let Wang Jitao go. How could Yang Ming let this guy go when he made him so embarrassed before? He won't do it in the future, right? Chen Mengyan whispered, he also knows that you and I are now. It doesn't make sense for him to do this. What's going on between you and me now? Yang Ming knew what Chen Mengyan meant, but he still asked deliberately. Stop it. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? I'm with you. Wang Jitao has no chance. Why would he bother you? Chen Mengyan said. Well, if he doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, then forget it. Yang Ming thought, is it possible that Wang Jitao will provoke me? The answer is no, so I can't be counted as not keeping my word. Yes, the contradiction between men can't be understood by women. Sometimes, it's just a matter of face. Now, Wang Jitao thought that he lost face. Why can Yang Ming get the beauty, but my condition is much better than Yang Ming's, but not as good as him? Chen Mengyan also understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words, but she felt that after going to university, she could watch Yang Ming every day to avoid some things from happening. Mengyan, let's walk around nearby? Yang Ming picked up the money on the ground and suggested. Okay. Chen Mengyan happily agreed to Yang Ming's request. If it was before the misunderstanding, Chen Mengyan might still hesitate. But now, Chen Mengyan had untied the knot in her heart and was ready to be with Yang Ming wholeheartedly, so she let go. The two people walked on the edge of the reservoir, feeling the burst of cool wind. There was a very comfortable feeling. The wind blew Chen Mengyan's long hair, and it also blew her heart. Every time Chen Mengyan was close to Yang Ming, she felt her heart beat very fast. She didn't know about Yang Ming, but she enjoyed this feeling. Especially when Yang Ming held her hand, this feeling became stronger. Yang Ming wanted to hold Chen Mengyan's hand now, but when he touched Chen Mingyan still refused. After all, Teacher Li was not far away. Chen Mingyan had always had the image of a good student. She didn't want Teacher Li to see it. Chen Mingyan was still shy since she hadn't officially entered university yet. Yang Ming also thought of the conflict, so he whispered, Mingyan, if Teacher Li knows that we are together, will she be happy? Ah? How would I know? Chen Mingyan blushed and shook her head. Probably she will feel sorry. I am a bad student, and you are the study committee member. Yang Ming deliberately sighed. Who said that you are a bad student? Okay, don't think so much. As Chen Mingyan said this, she took the initiative to hold Yang Ming's hand. Her pair of beautiful eyes glanced at him as if to say, are you satisfied now? I haven't finished my words yet. I am a bad student, and you are the study committee member. That was in the past. Later, I was one of the top few in the school year. I was admitted to university and won glory for Teacher Li. How could she still think of me as a bad student? Yang Ming saw that his plan of playing the pity card worked. He was happy to pinch Chen Mingyan's little hand. You are so annoying. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chen Mingyan shook her hand symbolically. She seemed to want to shake off Yang Ming's hand. In fact, her hand was firmly holding Yang Ming's hand. Yang Ming smiled. Suddenly, he pointed not far ahead and said, Mingyan, look over there. Eh? It's Zhao Cixi and Zhang Ben. How did the two of them? Chen Mingyan also widened her eyes. She said embarrassedly, the two of them are together? It was no wonder that Chen Mingyan was embarrassed. At this moment, Zhang Ben's hand was on Zhao Cixi's body. Yang Ming also widened his eyes. Isn't this kid too invincible? He got it done so quickly? Yang Ming thought about how this guy repeatedly ruined the good things between him and Chen Mingyan. He repeatedly said some thoughtless things in front of Chen Mingyan. Now it's my turn to ruin you. Cough cough. Yang Ming exaggeratedly coughed twice and walked over to Zhang Ben. Sure enough, Zhang Ben was shocked. He stood up suddenly and looked around vigilantly. When he saw that it was Yang Ming, he scolded, F***ck, bro, do you know that people can scare people to death? Is there anyone like you? What's wrong with me? Not bad. You're already hugging each other so quickly? Yang Ming said with a smirk. We. Without waiting for Zhang Ben to speak, Zhao Cixi blushed and waved her hand. There's really nothing between me and her. Zhang Ben said as he winked at Yang Ming. Congratulations, Zhang Ben. But this is also good. We are brothers. Mingyan and Zhao Cixi are good sisters. It will be more convenient for us to go out together in the future. Yang Ming naturally understood Zhang Ben's meaning. Zhang Ben was encouraging him to continue talking. In fact, with Yang Ming's eyesight, he saw what was going on from the beginning. Zhang Ben was actually massaging Zhao Cixi's ankle. Zhao Cixi probably sprained her ankle, and Zhang Ben was helping her to circulate the blood. But Yang Ming also wanted to use this incident to confirm the relationship between Zhao Cixi and Zhang Ben. Many girls were like this. Originally, there was nothing between them and a boy, but they were mistaken by everyone. Over time, they really had something with that boy. Rumors were especially useful in school. Zhao Cixi, you and Zhang Ben are really. Even Chen Mingyan had some doubts. But she also had the same idea as Yang Ming. If Zhao Cixi really had a relationship with Yang Ming's buddy, Zhang Ben, then it would be more convenient for everyone to go out together in the future. Mingyan, don't misunderstand. Actually, I sprained my ankle. Zhang Ben is massaging me. There's really nothing between the two of us. Zhao Cixi explained with a red face. Okay, Zhang Ben, Chen Mingyan and I also walked together like this. How would I not know? Yang Ming deliberately pretended to understand, it would be hypocritical to explain. Sure enough, Zhang Ben secretly gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Cixi couldn't say anything more. Zhao Cixi rested for a while and her ankle didn't hurt anymore, so the four people slowly walked to a crowded place. As for how Zhang Ben and Zhao Cixi would develop next, Yang Ming didn't worry about it. Anyway, he had done what he could, and the rest was up to him. Zhang Ben, do you really like Xiaoxia? In the evening, in the hotel room, Yang Ming lay on the bed and watched TV while chatting with Zhang Ben. Yang Ming, what do you think of Xiaoxia? Tell me the truth. Zhang Ben did not answer Yang Ming's question directly, but continued to ask his own question. Xiaoxia, this girl is not bad. At first glance, you can tell she's a good wife and mother type. Yang Ming commented, to be honest, Xiaoxia's character is much better than Chen Mingyin's, but I don't like girls who are too weak. Yes, but I like this kind of good wife and mother type. Zhang Ben sighed and said, I didn't tell you before, but I have a good impression of Xiaoxia. Now that the college entrance examination is over, this feeling is even stronger. I couldn't tell. I thought you were only interested in coquettish women. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Because he really didn't expect Zhang Ben to like Xiaoxia. Coquettish? You're talking about one-night stands. Yes, I admit, I do like that. Zhang Ben said, but you can't ask me to marry that kind of woman, right? If I marry a fickle wife, won't my dad kill me? That's true. Then Xiaoxia is very suitable for you. Yang Ming nodded sincerely and said, Xiaoxia's character is weak. If it was in ancient times, it would be the standard 3 obedience and 4 virtues. After you marry her, you can continue to have a one-night stand. As long as she doesn't catch you on the spot, she won't say anything. Yes, I think so too. Zhang Ben said as he slapped his thigh, Bro, do you think Xiaoxia and I are possible? Why is this impossible? Aren't you a Casanova? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This guy is really confused. When he helped me to analyze Chen Mingyan, his theory was a set of theories. When it came to me, it was stuck. Where did Xiaoxia enroll in college? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important question. If Xiaoxia's thinking went to other places, then what was the point of studying? Of course, I have inquired. Xiaoxia also enrolled in Songjiang Industry University, but she majored in advertising design. Zhang Ben said. That's just right. In the future, you don't have to worry about the publicity of your company. Yang Ming said with a smile, in this way, I think you are still very confident. You see today, you gave Xiaoxia an ankle massage. Didn't she not refuse? So you have a chance. What about Chen Afu? Zhang Ben was worried about his rival. Chen Afu? D***mn, you are still worried about such a rotten person. Then I have nothing to say. Yang Ming felt that Chen Afu had no competitiveness at all. Then I am relieved. Zhang Ben actually had a lot of confidence in his heart, but after listening to Yang Ming's comfort, his heart felt a little better. At this time, the phone in the room rang. Yang Ming picked it up. Hello? Sir, do you need a massage service? I guarantee that it will be very refreshing. There was a very charming female voice on the phone. We don't want it. Yang Ming hung up the phone directly. What's the matter? Asked Zhang Ben. Recommending a special service. Yang Ming said. Oh. Zhang Ben nodded. Although Zhang Ben didn't reject looking for a prostitute, Xiaoxia was in the opposite room now. At this time, looking for a prostitute was purely looking for death. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang again. Yang Ming picked up the phone helplessly. Hello, who are you looking for? Good evening, sir. Do you need a private escort? I guarantee that it will be a female student and a white-collar beauty. This time, it was a very coquettish voice on the phone. We don't need it. D***mn, stop calling. Yang Ming hung up the phone in a bad mood. Is it recommending a prostitute again? Zhang Ben smiled. Yeah, AI, staying in a hotel is not peaceful. Yang Ming scolded. Hee, you can unplug the phone line. Zhang Ben smiled. That's a good idea. Yang Ming was about to unplug the phone line, but the phone rang again. Mother Fasters Kerr, I already said that I don't want a prostitute. Are you Mother Fasters Kerr's done? Yang Ming angrily grabbed the phone and scolded, let me tell you, my girlfriend is gentle and beautiful. I don't need this. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan's weak voice came from the phone. N? Yang Ming was stunned, and then asked awkwardly, Mingyan, why is it you? That. I missed you, so I called you. What were you saying? Chen Mingyan just listened to Yang Ming's complaints, and her heart was as sweet as eating honey. Especially when he later said that his girlfriend was gentle and beautiful, it made Chen Mingyan even more happy. So her heart was tender, and she never said words of love to Yang Ming. In fact, there was a reason why Chen Mingyan called Yang Ming. She just received a call, and the other party recommended a massage service to her. Chen Mingyan was not a child, so she naturally knew what the massage service in the hotel meant. After she rejected it, the other party saw that Chen Mingyan was a woman, so they stopped calling. But Chen Mingyan's heart began to feel uneasy. Since the other party could call her, they would definitely call Yang Ming and the others. Chen Mingyan was more and more worried. Yang Ming and Zhang Ben were young men. What if they couldn't resist the temptation? So Chen Mingyan decided to call Yang Ming. At least warn him. The hotel's internal phone directly dialed the room number, so Chen Mingyan dialed it. Sorry, Mingyan. I didn't know it was you. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He blamed himself for not hearing clearly and scolded her. He didn't know that because of his scolding, Chen Mingyan's heart was filled with tenderness. There were 2 harassing calls before. It's okay, but don't scold people in the future. Chen Mingyan naturally knew what was going on. I know. What are you doing? Yang Ming asked casually. Xianxia is taking a shower. I'm lying in bed watching TV. What about you? Chen Mingyan asked. Zhang Ben and I are discussing his marriage. Yang Ming smiled and said, Mingyan, I guess Xianxia will also look for you to discuss Zhang Ben's problem in a while. And I was wondering why I felt that Xianxia was always hesitating. It turned out to be because of this. Chen Mingyan nodded. You can rest assured. I will tell you the situation tomorrow. Okay, Xianxia is out. I will take a shower first. And, goodbye. Yang Ming hung up the phone. Zhang Ben heard Yang Ming mention Xianxia, so he looked at Yang Ming with expectation. Yang Ming smiled and told the content of the phone call to Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben secretly thought that he was lucky that he didn't encourage Yang Ming to find a prostitute. Otherwise, if Xianxia knew about it, he would be finished. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan's relationship was already set. It would probably be fine after some coaxing. However, it was different for Yang Ming. He and Xianxia had not even started dating yet. If this happened, then he would be completely eliminated. Chen Afu was a psychopath. When he was young, on a stormy night, Chen Afu wore a white raincoat to deliver an umbrella to his mother's factory. Because of his small size, he ran fast. He was like a white shadow running around. As a result, an old lady who went to pick up her grandson saw Chen Afu. She thought she saw a ghost, so she shouted, "Ghost!" She was so scared that she sat on the ground. Later, Chen Afu heard from the neighbor that the old lady was so scared that she was delirious. After returning home, she fell ill. After Chen Afu heard it, he didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he felt excited. Yes, at that moment, the old lady's scream was simply the sound of nature. It made Chen Afu feel excited and ecstatic. Later, every time it rained, Chen Afu would wear a small white raincoat and run around, scaring a lot of people. Gradually, Chen Afu was no longer satisfied with this feeling of unintentionally scaring people. He wanted to go further and take the initiative to scare people. Create a more terrifying scene to scare people. He liked the helpless expression of others when they were frightened. This gave Chen Afu a sense of satisfaction. Why would he have such a feeling? Chen Afu couldn't explain it clearly. He only knew that when he was young, his grandmother always told him ghost stories to scare him. He was so scared that he trembled. Then, his grandmother opened her mouth full of yellow teeth and laughed. Finally, on a dark night, Chen Afu used a ghost face that he bought on the ground for 3 yuan to scare his grandmother to death. At this moment, Chen Afu laughed. It was also because of his personality that Chen Afu's mental state was somewhat abnormal. He was especially impulsive. 3 years ago, Chen Afu created a terrifying haunting case at West Star Mountain that shocked the entire country. Back then, he and his parents came to West Star Mountain for sightseeing. At night, Xianxia couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart. He put on a ghost mask and wandered in front of the windows of the tourists' rooms, scaring many tourists. One of the most serious cases was sent to a mental hospital the next day and was only discharged after more than a month. Fortunately, these people were all young people or adults. There were no old people or children. Otherwise, it was possible to scare one or two people to death. When Xianxia saw the panicked and helpless expressions of those people, he was excited. When he saw the next day's newspaper, he was even more excited. But at the same time of excitement, Xianxia was scared. Because West Star Mountain was a scenic tourist area, the local police were afraid that it would affect the local tourism revenue, so they started to investigate the case the next day. Xianxia also stopped for a while because of this. After entering high school, Xianxia spent all his time with Wang Jitao and gradually forgot his bad habit. But just yesterday, when he knew that all his classmates would come to West Star Mountain for sightseeing, the perverted feeling deep in Xianxia's heart couldn't be suppressed. He opened his cupboard and took out the devil face mask from the innermost box. He put it into his bag. Tonight, Xianxia wanted to restrain his bad habit, but he didn't expect that after Wang Jitao received a call, he was asked to go out for a walk. So, Xianxia took out the mask and went out of the room. Zhang Ben was immersed in his fantasies. Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he began to use his X-ray vision to scan the entire hotel. He wanted to see what everyone was doing. Of course, he actually wanted to see Chen Mingyan's room the most. Looking at other people's rooms was just an excuse. It was said that little Mingyan was taking a shower. Yang Ming began to use his X-ray vision to look at the opposite room. This white body is F***CK. It's actually Zhao Cici. Yang Ming quickly said. See no evil, see no evil. If it were another girl, Yang Ming might take a few more glances, but the person in front of him was Zhao Cici, his future sister-in-law. It didn't seem good to see her naked like this, right? Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't dare to continue to peek at this room. He quickly shifted his gaze. He didn't expect to see a very passionate scene. A man was lying on a woman's body madly doing the action of prostrating himself. F***CK, he's so bold? He's more bad *SS than me? Almost the entire floor of this hotel was booked by his classmates, so the person in front of him must be his classmate. Yang Ming didn't expect this pair of dogs to do it in the hotel. She's really bold. After taking a closer look, Yang Ming was suddenly happy. The man was actually Wang Jitao. Huh, little guy, you also have a time when I peeped on you. Looking at the woman again, from her dress and actions, it was obvious that she was a prostitute. Zhang Ben, do you have a camera? Yang Ming asked with a lewd smile. Camera, yes, it's in my bag. Didn't we buy it together before we went to Yunnan? You forgot. Zhang Ben pointed to his backpack and continued to fantasize. Yang Ming just remembered that they did buy a camera. It was quite high-end. It was a digital SLR camera, Canon 450D. How about going out with me? Yang Ming asked. No, you go by yourself. Why are you going out in the middle of the night? Zhang Ben shook his head. Obviously, his mind was on other things. Then I'll go out. It was better that Zhang Ben didn't go. Taking pictures secretly wasn't a good thing. Yang Ming took the camera out of the room and walked quickly to the outside of Wang Jitao's room. Outside was a grassy yard, so Wang Jitao didn't expect someone to peep in the middle of the night. He didn't even close the curtains. Yang Ming changed to a 50mm/f1. 2 portrait lens, then adjusted the ISO and shutter, turned off the flash, and took a close-up of Wang Jitao. Huh. This bro is really professional. This photo is comparable to the promotional posters of those Japanese movies. GAGA. Yang Ming took more than 30 high-definition photos with satisfaction, then he turned and left Wang Jitao's room. Hey! What is that? Yang Ming was stunned. He saw a white shadow that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws not far away. When Xianxia thought of Zhao Cici's indifference to him and her enthusiasm to Zhang Ben, he was very upset. From love to hate is often only a thin line. Now, Xianxia hated Zhao Cici. Chen Afu tiptoed to Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cici's room. Mother asterisk Kerr, that guy actually learned to peep like I did? And he even peeped under Chen Mingyan's window? Yang Ming was furious. How can my girlfriend be casually seen by others? You, kid, are dead for meeting me today. I just took a picture of Wang Jitao. I'm in a good mood, and you sent yourself to me for practice. You're really a good person. So, Yang Ming immediately walked over to the person. But when he came to the front, he couldn't help but be stunned. This guy was actually wearing a ghost mask. Yang Ming was famous for his courage. Of course, he wouldn't think that this guy was a ghost. He went up and patted the person's shoulder. Buddy, you come with me. Even if he wanted to be violent, he wouldn't be violent under Chen Mingyan's window. If Chen Mingyan saw him being so violent, she would scold him again. Chen Afu was also shocked. I'm so scary, but someone actually dared to pat my shoulder and talk to me? Chen Afu looked back. The person who came was actually Yang Ming. He was angry. Why did you specifically come to ruin my good thing? So, Chen Afu pretended to be a ghost. He made a horrible sound in his mouth. He wanted to scare Yang Ming away. Idiot, Yang Ming scolded in his heart. You still want to pretend in front of me? It's useless? He used his X-ray vision to look. It turned out to be Chen Afu. Yang Ming felt that it was ridiculous. It turns out that this guy is the type who is cold on the outside. However, Yang Ming immediately denied his own thoughts. This guy was definitely not here to peep. There was no need to wear a mask to peep. If you were caught, it would be useless to wear a mask. What's more, wearing such a scary mask? Could it be that this guy is here to scare people? After having this idea, and thinking about Chen Afu's previous actions and expressions, Yang Ming felt that it was very possible. Is he here to scare Chen Mingyan? You must be tired of living, right? Originally, Yang Ming wanted to beat this guy immediately, but a more vicious idea was still born. So, he pointed to Chen Afu and said, You, come with me. Woo-woo. Chen Afu saw that Yang Ming wasn't afraid and even pointed at him. He was a bit upset. People are afraid of ghosts. Why aren't you afraid? So, he increased the intensity of his wailing. F***ck. Don't F***king throw away your face. If you continue to poke me, I will kill you. As Yang Ming said this, he pulled Chen Afu's collar and dragged him in the direction of Wang Jitao. Chen Afu was petrified on the spot. It seems that this Yang Ming is really a ruthless person. I'm so scary, but Yang Ming isn't afraid. If it was a real ghost, Yang Ming would dare to do it. In fact, Chen Afu overestimated Yang Ming. If it was a real ghost, Yang Ming still had to hesitate. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to deceive. The little ghosts are hard to deal with. If he really provoked the little ghosts, if he attracted hundreds of little ghosts to come and bother Yang Ming, it would be enough for him to suffer. Now Yang Ming knew the identity of Chen Afu, so he was so violent to him. But Yang Ming had made up his mind, but he didn't reveal Chen Afu's identity. He completely treated him as a stranger and slipped to Wang Jitao's window. Let's start. Yang Ming said faintly. Start what? What are you going to do? Chen Afu deliberately lowered his voice, so that his voice was different from usual. You don't know what I'm going to do? Just do what you wanted to do just now. Yang Ming pointed to Wang Jitao's window and said. I don't understand what you mean. Chen Afu said hesitantly. Don't you know how to scare people? Hurry up. Don't waste time. If I'm in a bad mood, I will beat you until you are scarier than this mask. Yang Ming cracked his fingers and threatened. Chen Afu looked at the fierce Yang Ming. He knew that if he didn't do what he wanted, then a fat beating was inevitable. He had no choice but to pretend to be a ghost to scare people. However, this time, it didn't have the pleasure of the past. Woo-woo. Chen Afu knocked on the glass and put his ferocious big face on the window. Wang Jitao was feeling good. Who said that the mist was very loose? This one in front of him was very tight. Although Wang Jitao's family had shares in the Heavenly Earth Club, it was under his father's nose after all. Wang Jitao did not dare to look for Miss, so now he was so anxious and took the opportunity of camping to do something. What was that sound? Wang Jitao raised his head and looked in the direction of the glass. Suddenly, his pupils dilated countless times. Good Lord, the one outside the window is. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Wang Jitao screamed in horror. He was so scared that the lower half of his body immediately withered. What are you shouting for? What's wrong? The young lady frowned. Don't tell me you can't do it? What kind of excuse is that? Oh my God, what the hell is that? Wang Jitao opened his mouth wide and pointed out the window with one hand. The young lady looked out of the window unhappily. Then, she rolled her eyes. Of course, all of this, including Chen Afu who pretended to be a ghost, was recorded by Yang Ming with a camera. After doing all this, Yang Ming quietly left here. When Chen Afu saw that he scared the boss, he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and found that Yang Ming had already left. He also hurriedly fled the scene. The reason why Yang Ming didn't expose Chen Afu's identity was that he wanted Chen Afu and Wang Jitao to suffer in silence. He didn't want to start a feud with Wang Jitao so early. If Yang Ming exposed Chen Afu's identity and let him scare Wang Jitao, then it was hard to guarantee that this guy wouldn't confess to Wang Jitao afterward. Because even if he didn't say it, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Ming wouldn't say it afterward. Chen Afu would think that instead of letting Wang Jitao get the news from Yang Ming, it was better to say it himself. In any case, he was also coerced. But now, since Yang Ming didn't know his identity, then why did Chen Afu have to confess? He wasn't stupid. Not only did he bump into other people's good thing, but he also ruined other people's good thing. Wang Jitao would definitely hate him. No matter how stubborn Chen Afu was, he also understood this reason, so Chen Afu chose to be silent. The development of the matter was also as Yang Ming expected. Wang Jitao completely suffered in silence. He didn't dare to call the police, and he didn't dare to tell others. After waking the young lady up, he gave her 1,000 yuan and sent her away so that she wouldn't make a fuss. Although the matter was over, Wang Jitao couldn't get it up. Wang Lauer was like hibernating. No matter how much stimulation, he just couldn't get it up. Yang Ming was very comfortable lying on the bed in the hotel room, fiddling with the camera in his hand, but his eyes were looking at Wang Jitao's room. When he saw Wang Jitao abuse his soft little brother again and again in the bathroom, Yang Ming almost jumped up in joy. It can't be so magical, right? Wang Jitao, this guy, is actually impotent. This night, there were destined to be 4 people who couldn't sleep. They were Zhang Ben, Zhao Sisi, Chen Afu, and Wang Jitao. After Wang Jitao lay on the bed, he still kept playing with his little penis under the quilt, but the result was still helpless. Chen Afu saw Wang Jitao comforting himself under the quilt. At first, he was very puzzled. Isn't this guy too bold? But when he saw Wang Jitao kept sighing, Chen Afu also understood some of the key points. He knew that he scared Wang Jitao into impotence, so he didn't dare to say anything. If Wang Jitao knew that this was done by him, then he was dead. So, Chen Afu simply pretended not to know. The next day, Wang Jitao obviously didn't have the interest to play, and his face was gloomy all the time. The 3 followers behind him also didn't say a word. On the contrary, Zhang Ben and Yang Ming were very happy. Last night, Chen Mingyan had already discussed the problem of Zhang Ben with Zhao Sisi. Although Zhao Sisi didn't explicitly say whether she accepted Zhang Ben, from her attitude of not rejecting Zhang Ben today, it was estimated that there was a chance. Yang Ming was even happier. Wang Jitao, oh Wang Jitao, you can be a fake man in the future. You are impotent. Let's see how you can compete with me for a woman. Fight for a bird. Although Wang Jitao didn't call the police, he told his 3 confidants about his encounter with the ghost afterward and asked them to secretly help him investigate. Of course, the person that Wang Jitao suspected the most was Yang Ming, but it didn't seem to be the case. When they came, Yang Ming only brought a bag of food. He didn't bring anything else. Zhang Bing also brought a bag of food. He only carried a camera bag. It was possible that the ghost mask could be put into the camera bag, but the big leather raincoat of the person pretending to be a ghost couldn't be put in. Wang Jitao certainly didn't believe that what he saw was a real ghost. He was a highly educated person and didn't believe in ghosts. But not believing in it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid. The visual impact of that moment was enough to make him frightened. Since Wang Jitao didn't suspect Yang Ming, Xianxia didn't need to be nosy. Otherwise, if Wang Jitao asked him, how did he know that Yang Ming did it? Then he wouldn't be able to answer. As a result, this matter was put aside as a suspicious case. After Wang Jitao went home, he tried to search the keyword West Star Mountain is haunted on the internet. He actually found a lot of news. It was all about how West Star Mountain was haunted 3 years ago and scared people into mental illness. At this point, Wang Jitao really ruled out Yang Ming as a suspect. He treated this incident as a coincidence. Looking at the internet, the suspect from 3 years ago hadn't been caught. Maybe this time it was the same person who committed the crime. It was just that he was unlucky. As for Xianxia, he put away the raincoat and the ghost mask when he went home. At least for a long time, he didn't dare to have any perverted thoughts. After returning to the city, because both of them were tired, Yang Ming didn't ask them to stay. He called a taxi to send Chen Mingyan up. Then, he and Zhang Bin each took a taxi and left. After arriving home, Yang Ming took the photos from the memory card from Zhang Bin's camera and transferred them to the computer. Except for the normal photos with Chen Mingyan and Zhang Bin, all the photos about Wang Jitao and Xianxia were copied into a separate file. Then, the photos in the memory card were shredded with a file shredder. For these photos, Yang Ming first used the light and shadow magic hand to remove the EXIF information. Then, like the processing of the videos, he encrypted and compressed them. After that, he sent them to several mailboxes registered abroad. The reason why he removed the EXIF information was that if these photos were leaked one day, it would be impossible for people with bad intentions to find him based on the information of the photos. EXIF was the abbreviation for exchangeable image file. It was specially set for the photos of digital cameras. It could record the attribute information and shooting data of digital photos. In the EXIF of the photos, information such as the manufacturer of the camera, model, shooting time, aperture, exposure value, and so on could be recorded. When they went out to play this time, only Zhang Bin took a Canon 450D, so Yang Ming had to be careful. During the summer vacation, Yang Ming was busy between Lan Ling and Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan didn't come out often. Most of the time, they just chatted on the internet. Lan Ling could see him almost every day. Although they met so frequently, Lan Ling seemed to have found some problems. After all, women were very sensitive creatures. She just didn't say it out loud. But since it was like this, Yang Ming was happy to be idle and pretend that he didn't know. When he was online at home, Yang Ming often met Wild Female Teacher. They always talked for a while and then started to cheat by playing Dodiju. Now, many people in the Northeast Netcom server knew that Wild Female Teacher and There's No True Love in This World were in cahoots. As long as they appeared, they would leave. In desperation, Yang Ming had to open a side account and continue to help Wild Female Teacher cheat. Yang Ming advised Wild Female Teacher more than once to find a girlfriend quickly. She couldn't keep pestering him, but Wild Female Teacher obviously didn't like this topic. Every time, she would find an excuse to change the topic. Yang Ming also sighed. It seemed that this girl was very affectionate. He didn't persuade her anymore. Sometimes, Yang Ming even wanted to encourage her to pursue her own happiness. Yang Ming felt that it was inconceivable. How could I be so generous and push a woman into the arms of others? He didn't know if it was because Yang Ming was too busy with the two women or because he didn't see what Wild Female Teacher looked like. Yang Ming just treated her as an online friend. On the other hand, I'm a Superstar rarely bothered Yang Ming recently. It was as if he had disappeared. Yang Ming was worried. This girl couldn't be crazy about being a star and join some black culture company, right? It was said that those culture companies not only limited the freedom of girls, but also forced them to do some bad things. Yang Ming left her a message, Superstar, why did you disappear? Could something have happened to him? 3 days later, I'm a Superstar replied to Yang Ming, True love, are you cursing me? Didn't I leave you a message some time ago? I'm going to Korea to shoot an idol drama, so I don't have much time to go online. I'll send you a private message when I get back. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Go to Korea? Was it possible? Yang Ming naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He didn't believe that a real star would take the initiative to add his QQ and become friends with him. However, this "I'm a superstar" was also quite interesting. She even knew how to use the internet term secret. Secret means a secret message or a private chat. It can also be replaced by MMM. They mostly appear on the internet and in games. In the middle of August, Yang Ming received the admission notice from Songjiang University of Technology. According to the custom at home, Yang Dehai had to arrange a banquet and invite his relatives. Last year, Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Dashan's daughter, Yang Li, who was Yang Ming's cousin, was admitted to Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. They held a big banquet and invited all the relatives. Yang Ming also gave 500 yuan as a betrothal gift. This year, it was Yang Ming's turn. If he didn't do well in the exam, then there would be no banquet. Now that Yang Ming was also admitted to university, it was reasonable to hold a banquet. Not for other reasons, but it was time to collect the gifts that were given over the years. So on August 19th, Yang Dehai set up 5 tables in a high-end restaurant and invited his relatives and Mother Yang's relatives. Yang Ming's cousin, Yang Li, also came. She didn't think that Yang Ming could be admitted to university. When she invited Yang Ming last year, she deliberately said to him sarcastically, "If you work hard, you may be able to be admitted to a third-rate university. Don't be discouraged." As a result, this year, Yang Ming was admitted to Songjiang University of Technology. However, Yang Li still said sourly, "Songjiang University of Technology, ah. It's a university in the north. It's still worse than Beijing's university." After Yang Ming heard, his face changed slightly. Songjiang University of Technology also had many leading majors in the country. However, Yang Ming was too lazy to argue with Yang Li. She could say whatever she wanted. It had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't speak, Yang Li continued proudly, "If his score is enough, he still has to go to Beijing. The development space in Beijing is much bigger than Songjiang. However, if his score isn't enough, there's no other way." Hee, that's also true. Yang Dehai didn't hear his niece's sourness. He agreed and said, "Your second aunt and I also thought so. We wanted him to go to Beijing. Big Ming, this child, didn't listen. He wanted to stay in Songjiang. His choice is right. It's better to be the head than the tail of a snake. The local university's score is more lenient. The same score in Beijing may only be able to go to a normal university." Yang Li snorted, but she treated her second uncle's words as an excuse for Yang Ming. The score is enough. He should be able to go to Tsinghua University, but this child doesn't want to go. Yang Dehai said with a smile. Enough score? Yang Li obviously didn't believe it. How many points did he get? Let me see which university he can go to in Beijing. 697, 5 points. Yang Dehai said. 697, 5. Yang Li was stunned. This was more than 60 points higher than her score last year. However, she still said unconvinced, "I heard that this year's questions were simple, and the scores were generally high. Maybe this score isn't a high score in Beijing." No matter how magnanimous Yang Dehai was, he also heard the sourness in his niece's words. He sighed and said, "Then I don't know. Big Ming went to Songjiang Industry University. Your second aunt and I are already very satisfied. Yang Ming, if you have time, come to Beijing to play. Cousin's sister will entertain you." Yang Li smiled, but she was very unhappy. 697, 5? Did he plagiarize it? However, she also knew that cheating in the college entrance examination was almost impossible. What she didn't expect was that Yang Ming really cheated in the exam. Yang Ming's cousin, Yang Xiaobo, who had just entered high school this year, sincerely expressed his congratulations to his cousin. He had just participated in the high school entrance examination. This year, he was admitted to Songjiang No. 4 High School, which was Yang Ming's alma mater. There would be a banquet in a few days. Although Yang Ming and this cousin were 3 years apart, their relationship was much better than his cousin who was 1 year apart. When he was a child, Yang Xiaobo had always taken Yang Ming as his role model. Even if Yang Ming later fell, Yang Xiaobo still respected his cousin very much. This time, he applied to Songjiang No. 4 High School because of Yang Ming. "Cousin, when will you find a sister-in-law for me?" Yang Xiaobo joked with Yang Ming. "Hee, it's still early." At the dinner table, Yang Ming couldn't say too much. He had already found 2 sisters-in-law for Yang Xiaobo. However, Yang Xiaobo misunderstood and whispered, "Cousin, I know that you can't forget Sister Suya, but how many years has it been? You should be able to accept it, right?" Yang Xiaobo also knew some things about Yang Ming, but he could only remember Suya's name. As for what Suya looked like, he couldn't remember. He only remembered that she was a cute girl with big eyes. "Accept it? I have already accepted it." Yang Ming smiled bitterly and couldn't say much. He could only talk about it when they met privately. However, he didn't expect this topic to be heard by Yang Li again. "Big Ming, if you want to find a girlfriend, you have to be careful. You must find a college student. Don't find a delinquent girl in the society. When the time comes, you have to show your cousin. Cousin will check for you." Yang Ming was a little unhappy. What does she mean by only finding a college student? If there was no Lan Ling, Yang Ming might not be so angry. But now, Yang Li's words were obviously directed at Lan Ling. Although it was impossible for her to know about Lan Ling, Yang Ming was also very unhappy. "Moreover, it's my business to find a girlfriend. Why should I check for you? Do you need my permission to find a boyfriend?" "So," Yang Ming said indifferently, "I just went to college. I haven't thought about this yet. If you want to find someone, it should be you, cousin. How about it? Bring my future brother-in-law back and let me check for him?" Yang Ming's uncle, Yang Dashan, was also a person with some power. In these years, he had made some money by renting a sand factory by the sea. He looked down on his 2 poor brothers. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Yang Dashan said, "There is no need to check. I have already passed. Lily's boyfriend is good. After a while, let her bring him back and let everyone meet him." F***ck. If the person in front of him wasn't Yang Ming's elder, Yang Ming would already be angry. "My girlfriend needs to be checked by Yang Li. Her boyfriend can't be checked by me. Are you talking like a human?" Yang Dehai seemed to hear the explosive atmosphere in front of him. He quickly mediated, "Yeah, Lily is so beautiful and good at studying. Naturally, she needs to find an excellent boyfriend. It's good enough that my Big Ming can find a wife. Why are you still so picky?" Yang Ming was really at his wit's end. Since his dad said so, he didn't dare to have any opinions. However, it didn't seem to be good to boost the morale of others and destroy his own prestige, right? Your son is also a person with special abilities. In a YY novel, he is also a bad *SS male lead. It is possible to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, let alone finding a beautiful wife. Moreover, was Lan Ling considered pretty? Was Chen Mingyan considered pretty? However, he couldn't say it out loud. Forget it. Think whatever you want. I'll just pretend that I didn't hear it. Brother, sister has been like this since young. Don't be angry. Yang Xiaobo looked at Yang Ming's sullen face. It's nothing. Oh yeah, you can go to a better high school with your grades. Why did you enroll in No. 4 high school? Yang Ming smiled and said calmly. Brother, can't you go to a better university too? Why did you enroll in Songjiang Industry University? Yang Xiaobo asked. I like it. Yang Ming replied. I like it too. Yang Xiaobo replied. The 2 brothers looked at each other and smiled. For the next few days, Yang Dehai kept asking Yang Ming to ask his cousin, Yang Li, about the things that freshmen should pay attention to. Yang Ming was very reluctant, but he couldn't stand his father's nagging. He took the car to his uncle's house. Here, it was necessary to explain why Yang Ming called Yang Li cousin. In some places in the northeast, relatives from both the father's generation and the mother's generation were all called cousins. There was no such thing as a cousin. At home, everyone would call each other brother, sister, younger sister. to outsiders, they would call each other cousins. This was a very normal and common thing. Especially now that every family was an only child, the word cousin would be diluted. When introducing people, they would just say my brother or my sister. It wasn't anything urgent, so Yang Ming was too lazy to take a taxi. He went straight to the subway and slowly read the newspaper that he just bought. His uncle's house was very close to the old man Fang Tian's house. He had to admit that things in this world were very ironic sometimes. Not far from the shanty town was the new district, which was also the so-called luxury residential area. It was very close to the beach and the scenery was good. The only fly in the ointment was that it was far away from the shanty town. His uncle, Yang Dashan, bought a 2-story duplex house here in 2002. It cost 950,000. Now, it could be sold for at least 3 million and above. Yang Dashan was also a worker at the Songjiang bus factory in his early years. Just like Yang Ming's father, he received a fixed salary. However, the sea breeze in the 90s made Yang Dashan put down the machinery in his hands and contracted a sand factory by the sea. Over the years, he had accumulated a lot of wealth. The houses here were very good, which made Yang Ming envious. Yang Ming decided that when he had money in the future, he must buy a house here and bring his parents here to enjoy life. Yang Ming rarely came to his uncle's house. After his uncle's family became rich, he was neither cold nor warm to his relatives. In fact, Yang Ming could understand. His uncle saw that his 2 younger brothers were too poor and was afraid that they would ask to borrow money from him. After Yang Dahai won the prize, Yang Ming's first thought was to not tell his relatives and friends. So it was human nature, but Yang Dashan was a bit too much. If you have money, then you have money. We won't borrow money from you. You can't always look down on people, right? Especially Yang Li, she always regarded herself as a little princess. Whether it was Chinese New Year or the usual family gathering, Yang Li always thought that she was superior. When she spoke, she always showed a sense of superiority. This made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. Big Ming, you are here. Come in and sit. A middle-aged woman greeted Yang Ming warmly. This person was Yang Ming's aunt, a very kind woman. She was kind to everyone. In his uncle's house, only she didn't have any prejudice against the relatives of the Yang family. This was really rare. Hello, Auntie. I am looking for Sister Yang Li. Yang Ming smiled and greeted her. Oh, Yang Li is upstairs playing computer games with her friends. You go up and find her. The auntie found a pair of slippers for Yang Ming and said, Big Ming, if you are free, come and sit with us. We are not outsiders. Okay, Auntie. Yang Ming nodded perfunctorily. If there was nothing, he would never come. Yang Ming went upstairs and heard a girl's laughter from afar. Yang Ming frowned. Didn't we have an appointment to talk about something? Why are there other guests here? Yang Ming knocked on the door, then he pushed the door and went in. Yang Ming, who wasn't very happy, was polite enough. He wanted to turn around and leave. After entering the house, Yang Ming saw the person in the house. He couldn't help but be stunned. A girl who was about the same age as him only wore a tank top. Obviously, she didn't wear a bra inside. Yang Ming opened his mouth wide. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed and quickly turned around. I'm sorry. Big Ming, what happened to you? Did I allow you to come in? You can't just enter a girl's boudoir as you please. Yang Li couldn't stand it and scolded loudly. Li, this is the cousin you were talking about. He is quite handsome. He is not as bad as you said. The girl spoke. Him? Humph, didn't you see his eyes just now? His eyeballs were about to fall out of your body. Yang Li said coldly, Xianxia, don't bother with him. No, he is still shy. I think he is still a virgin, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming charmingly and giggled. Yang Ming was still feeling guilty for inadvertently looking at Xianxia. Now that he listened to Xianxia's words, he despised her in his heart. It turns out that she is a slut. I don't know how my cousin got together with her. Is my cousin also a slut? And, it is very possible. Yang Ming thought very evilly. Yang Ming simply didn't hide. He turned around directly and sat on Yang Li's bed. He looked at Xianxia up and down. It had to be said that this Xianxia was definitely a stunner. Her 2 breasts were as big as 2 big papayas. They were so swollen that it felt like they were going to explode. And this woman also revealed a kind of flirtatious charm. A look or a movement would seduce people to commit a crime. Based on Yang Ming's experience, this girl named Xianxia was definitely not a virgin. The charm that was inadvertently revealed was definitely a woman who had been with men for a long time. So Yang Ming simply stared at Xianxia unscrupulously. G? H. Maybe even bigger. F*ck, it wasn't that Yang Ming hadn't seen a beauty with big breasts. Zhaoying was one, but she was only around F. But he had never seen a woman with such a big breasts. If he could grab a handful, it would be very cool, right? What are you looking at? Xianxia didn't have the slightest avoidance and shyness. She bit her lips and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. Why? You still don't want me to look? Do you think you can pretend to be a virgin with your legs between your legs? If it was another person, Yang Ming might not be so explicit. But this Xianxia was Yang Li's friend. Yang Ming naturally didn't have a good impression of her. Legs between my legs? Xianxia was stunned. Then she looked at Yang Ming charmingly. I'm not wearing underwear. Do you want to see? Yang Ming obviously didn't believe Xianxia's words. He snorted and didn't want to say anything to her. If it was another occasion, Yang Ming might still be able to tease Xianxia. After all, a big-breasted beauty still had a certain temptation. But today, Yang Li was present. Yang Ming wasn't in the mood. Yang Ming, what did you say to my friend? Yang Li was very unhappy. She pointed at Yang Ming and said, why are you such a hooligan? Be careful, I will tell second uncle. I'm a hooligan? There is a female hooligan beside you. Maybe you are also a hooligan who pretends to be pure. How dare you talk about me? Yang Ming said faintly, whatever. You. Yang Li stared at him angrily. Do you still want me to talk to you about the precautions of a college freshman? You go ahead. Yang Ming said lazily. If his father didn't ask him to come, Yang Ming wouldn't be bothered with this. Yang Li originally wanted to use the opportunity to mock Yang Ming. Of course, the most important thing was to let Yang Ming see her upper-class life and show off to this country bumpkin. Brother. Yang Li was the kind of person who liked to show off. She liked to see the envious expression of others. However, this cousin Yang Ming always had an indifferent expression. The more Yang Li thought about it, the angrier she got. She always wanted to find an opportunity to show off her wealth to Yang Ming. It was unknown when it started. Showing off one's wealth had become a social trend. On the internet, the Lady Elegant, Sister Lan, and the famous Xianxia boss's daughter in the United States were all representatives of showing off one's wealth. Of course, these were only on the internet. It was also very common in reality. Some rich second generations who relied on their family's wealth began to show off to their classmates and relatives, comparing with each other. Yang Li was obviously one of these people. Although Yang Ming didn't understand this behavior, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. It might be cool to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but it was annoying to show off every day. At this moment, Yang Ming still didn't know Yang Li's thoughts. He just thought that she was just going to mock him. Yang Ming, first of all, your attitude is wrong. When you enter the university, you will be so lazy when you meet people. How are you going to get along well with people? Yang Li was dissatisfied. Do you think you are still at home? When you enter society, you have to learn to lower your head. If others are stronger than you, you have to have a good relationship with them. It will be good for your future development. Oh, I know. Yang Ming said mechanically. At that time, there should be a lot of rich people in your class, right? You have to have a good relationship with them. In the future, it will be good for your career development. Yang Li said, today, I will take you to see the upper-class life of the rich so that you won't be at a loss when you go out with your classmates. You want to take me out? Yang Ming asked curiously. Yeah, I have an appointment with Xianxia. We will go to a friend's party later. You should come with me. Yang Li ordered, Xianxia doesn't have a male companion. You will temporarily pretend to be her boyfriend. Yang Ming was very unhappy with Yang Li's attitude. If it weren't for the blood relationship, Yang Ming would have slammed the door and left on the spot. So, you are here to ask for my help? You are so arrogant to ask for my help. Not only did you mock me, but you also brought me to see the upper-class life. Obviously, you are using me as a shield. To be honest, Yang Ming didn't object to being Sun Jia's temporary boyfriend. Although Yang Ming had a serious virginity problem, there wasn't much to say about temporary play. Especially, this was the temptation of bursting breasts. Why? Can't you say something? What do you mean? Yang Li saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and was very unhappy. Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia playfully. Can a temporary boyfriend also enjoy the treatment of a normal boyfriend? You. Yang Li just wanted to throw a tantrum, but Sun Jia smiled and said, what kind of treatment do you want? As long as it's okay. Hee, this is what you said. Yang Ming didn't know what was okay, but at least this Sun Jia's words weren't as bad as Yang Li's. Although it was a bit too flirtatious. Yang Ming, do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, I'm just letting you be a shield today. There are many people who are chasing after Sun Jia. Today, the person who is treating is the vice president of Xianxia Group. When the time comes, you better be a shield and don't cause trouble for me. Yang Li warned. Is it Xianxia Group again? When Yang Ming heard these 4 words, he was furious. What's more, a vice president? So, he would be Wang Jitao's future lackey? Even if Yang Li didn't say it, Yang Ming was too lazy to deal with such people. Then, don't look for me. I'll just be like this. Yang Ming said coldly. You. Okay, Yang Ming. You were asked to come today by second uncle. He told me on the phone before that he handed you over to me. If you don't listen to me, do you believe that I will complain to second uncle? Yang Li pointed at Yang Ming and said angrily. Although Yang Ming hated his cousin, his father, Yang Dehai, was very superstitious about Yang Li. It was no wonder that Yang Li's grades were outstanding since young. It was probably because his father wanted his own good that he called his cousin to tell him about university. If Yang Li said something unpleasant to his father would be very disappointed. Yang Ming was a filial son and didn't want to put his father in a difficult position. After all, it wasn't a good feeling to let his niece criticize his son. Li, your cousin has quite a personality. Sun Jia wasn't angry. She squinted at Yang Ming. He has a personality? Huh. Yang Li laughed disdainfully. Yang Ming ignored her and leaned on the bed leisurely. Yang Ming, Sun Jia and I will play on the computer for a while. You can do whatever you want. Yang Li saw Yang Ming's sour face and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Anyway, the main purpose of looking for him had been achieved. In this way, Yang Ming was happy to be idle. He saw an MP4 on the bedside table, so he picked it up, put on the headphones, and looked at it casually. NN. Ah. Oh yeah. Fuck my pussy. A burst of crazy screams came from the headphones. No way, I didn't expect Yang Li's MP4 to have this kind of thing. Sure enough, this Yang Li was really a woman who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside. Waha, it was actually a lesbian film. 2 foreign women were using a fake penis to XX each other. For lesbians, Yang Ming didn't reject them. On the contrary, Yang Ming also felt that lesbians had certain benefits. If he had more wives in the future, he didn't mind having lesbians with his wives. In this way, he didn't have to worry about being cuckolded one day. Moreover, no matter what, if one of them got pregnant, it would be his child, Yang Ming's child. It was just that these 2 foreign women were a bit too fierce. After penetrating OO, they actually started to penetrate the chrysanthemum. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. He quickly changed to the next program. The result was still an adult AV, but this time it was from Japan, and it was also a lesbian film. Back to the main directory, Yang Ming roughly looked at the name of the film. It was either Red Hot, Kamikaze Girls, or Private. Yang Ming was also a senior in adult AV, so he naturally understood what this meant. After flipping through these, there were a few foreign series at the back. Yang Ming picked a film called The Imposter and watched it. This was an American-style YY series. It was easy to make people feel excited and resonate with it. Yang Li and Xianxia were chatting in front of the computer about some women's topics, such as beauty, breast enlargement, and so on. Yang Ming was very skeptical about whether Xianxia's breasts still needed to be enlarged. They were going to explode. If they were to be enlarged, it would be a bit of a burden. Later, Yang Ming was too lazy to listen to what they were talking about. The MP4 was more interesting than their topic. However, The Imposter was too short. There were only 2 episodes. Yang Ming finished this kind of short drama quickly. Sister Yang Li, is there any more imposter? Help me copy 2 more episodes. Yang Ming took off the headphones and said to Yang Li casually. What imposter? You mean that MP4? That's Xianxia's. How can you simply touch other people's things? Yang Li frowned. When Xianxia came, she was listening to music with the MP4 headphones. She took it off when she entered the room and threw it on the bedside table. Both of them didn't notice it just now. Now, they saw Yang Ming playing with the MP4. It's Xianxia again. Yang Ming looked at this woman with a deep meaning. Xianxia didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she met Yang Ming's gaze and smiled at him. This smile made Yang Ming feel a little embarrassed. He quickly lowered his head and didn't look at her. He continued to play with the MP4. Xianxia continued to chat with Yang Li. At 4:00 in the afternoon, Xianxia received a phone call. Then, she said a few words to Yang Li. Both of them began to change their clothes. Hey, we have to change our clothes. You go out first. Yang Li said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming picked up the MP4 and left the room. Do you think I want to look at you? If I want to look, even if you wear an iron plate, I can still see your naked body. After more than half an hour, Yang Ming was getting impatient. Only then did Yang Li and Xianxia push open the door and walk out. Yang Li was still dressed like a little pepper, but Xianxia. Yang Ming almost didn't recognize her. Is this the little slut just now? She's simply a lady who can't be more ladylike. A set of beautiful princess dress not only set off the exquisite figure, but also made the charm on Xianxia disappear without a trace. Instead, it faintly revealed a noble temperament. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Xianxia looked at Yang Ming, who was staring at her funnily. No. Yang Ming shook his head. He felt that Xianxia was a bit mysterious. He originally planned to have a one-night stand with her. Now, Yang Ming directly dispelled this idea. Intuition told him that this was a person who ate people without spitting out the bones. Only Yang Li, this self-righteous person, still treated her as a good friend. Pervert. Yang Li glared at Yang Ming. Be more natural later. Don't expose yourself. Yang Ming frowned. From the phone call that Xianxia just received, the person who was treating tonight was mainly Xianxia, and Yang Li was just accompanying the guest. This person was probably the vice president of Xianxia Group. Then, was it necessary for him to get involved in this mess? That Xianxia was obviously suspicious, and that vice president was Xianxia's pursuer. The relationship between these two could be easily sorted out. However, it was only a slight hesitation. Yang Ming decided to go with them. Wang Jitao couldn't deal with him now, but if he was afraid of his lackey, then he shouldn't do anything in the future. Isn't he just a vice president? So what if he's a general manager? He's just an employee. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was relieved. At this moment, he and Wang Jitao were in a semi-honeymoon period. No one was sure that they could kill each other, so on the surface, their relationship was still very good. It was fine if the vice president didn't find trouble with him. Once he found trouble with him, not only would he have a reason to mess with him, but he could also complain to Wang Jitao afterwards. With Wang Jitao's arrogant character, he would definitely stand up for Yang Ming. In this way, not only would the vice president be messed with, but Wang Jitao would also suffer a loss. What's more, in the end, even if they shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Ming still had little Wang's naked photo as his trump card. This guy wouldn't want to become brother, she's number 2, right? Yang Ming really felt that he was a little bit of a schemer. Yes, ever since he was tricked, Yang Ming no longer stubbornly believed that fists were the only way to solve things. Sometimes, he could use a little conspiracy to beat the enemy to a pulp. If he used both at the same time, he would be invincible. It had to be said that Yang Ming was growing and becoming more stable. He knew how to plan before acting. He had considered the matter more thoroughly than before. It was also after thinking about this point that Yang Ming made up his mind to wade in this pool of muddy water. Otherwise, even if Xianxia agreed to sleep with Yang Ming afterwards, Yang Ming wouldn't be stupid enough to agree to this kind of thing that would start a feud for no reason. However, Yang Ming also decided. Aren't you using me as a tool? Don't you want to show off to me with the upper class? Well, I'll just do it my way. Anyway, I'm thick-skinned. Even a machine gun can't penetrate my skin. Let's see who will be embarrassed first. Huh. It's decided. If the people present knew that Sun Jia found a gangster boyfriend, and this gangster was Yang Li's cousin, it would definitely be an interesting thing. Yang Li still didn't know that her cousin had begun to scheme against her. She was still proud of her cleverness. This way, he could humiliate Yang Ming. Secondly, he would have achieved his goal. The vice president of the Xianxia group, Xianxia, was crazily pursuing Sun Jia. This was not a secret in the circle, but Sun Jia always ignored him. Not only did she reject Xianxia, but she also told Xianxia that she had a boyfriend. Of course, Xianxia was not reconciled, so he decided to bribe Sun Jia's good friend, Yang Li. He gave Yang Li a few bottles of French perfume and a limited edition LV handbag. Yang Li couldn't resist the temptation and finally agreed to try to help Xianxia. It was true that Yang Li's family was relatively rich, but sometimes having money didn't mean that you could buy what you wanted. Take the LV limited edition handbag as an example. It wasn't listed in China at all. Yang Li couldn't buy it even if she had the money. As for Xianxia, because of his business, he knew a lot of people, so he directly got them from overseas. Although Yang Li promised Xianxia to help Sun Jia was her good friend, and she also knew about Sun Jia. It was almost impossible for Sun Jia and Xianxia to be together. However, for the bottles of perfume and handbags, Yang Li decided to help Xianxia once without harming Sun Jia's interests. It was considered as returning a favor to him. And this time, it was a good opportunity. Tonight, Xianxia was treating Sun Jia naturally knew his purpose. It wasn't good to not go. After all, his reason was dignified. They were business partners. It was also necessary to get together. In desperation, she found Yang Li to discuss and decided to find a shield to deal with it first. Yang Li also immediately thought of her cousin, Yang Ming. She thought that Yang Ming was a person who had not seen much of the world. It was impossible for him to have the opportunity to contact these senior white-collar workers and rich kids. So, when the time came, he would definitely behave like a yes-man and have stage fright like a noob. In this way, it could be considered as an explanation to Xianxia. No matter how stupid Xianxia was, he could see that Yang Ming was temporarily caught to join in the fun. This also told Xianxia that Sun Jia didn't have a boyfriend. Yes, if she really had a boyfriend, she didn't need to make a temporary one. Such a good thing that could kill two birds with one stone. Why not? Because Yang Li originally had the idea of exposing Yang Ming, she didn't dress him up. Yang Ming's clothes were a pile of street goods. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it at a glance. Sun Jia couldn't ignore this. She also saw it. However, she didn't think that Yang Ming was a noob, although Yang Ming's performance was very noob. Sun Jia felt that Yang Ming was a person that she couldn't understand. You said that he was lustful, right? It didn't seem to be the case. The moment before, he was looking at her chest unscrupulously. His eyes were full of desire. The next moment, he became lazy and indifferent. Therefore, Sun Jia thought that Yang Ming was a person who was very shrewd and hidden. How would she know that Yang Ming was weighing the pros and cons? The most important point was that since that incident, Yang Ming was the only man she didn't hate in the past 5 years. Therefore, Sun Jia would tease this boy. Out of Yang Li's house, the two women took Yang Ming to the underground parking lot. It had to be said that this place was like a small car show. Most of the good cars in Songjiang City could be seen here. It was indeed a place where the rich people gathered. Yang Li was driving a modern sports car. This car was very cool when it was taken out, but it was much inferior here. In contrast, Sun Jia's car was much more arrogant. It was actually the Audi R8 TDI Le Mans V12 that had just been released. A while ago, Yang Ming was learning in a driving school, so he knew more about cars during this time. This was a car that hadn't been sold publicly in the country. Now, the R8 in the country was generally the V8 version. He didn't know how this woman named Sun Jia got this car, but he couldn't help but sigh at her wide range of connections. Especially the red appearance, the woman looked more wild when she drove it. Indeed, the R8 couldn't be considered the best sports car, but it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the most charming sports car. The big mouth design was more flamboyant than the V8 version. Especially the pair of driving lights, it was absolutely enchanting and dreamy. Get in the car. Yang Li saw that Yang Ming only stared at the R8 but didn't look at her cool. She was very angry. There was a better car, but I didn't want to sit in yours? Yang Ming snorted and went straight to Sun Jia's R8. He reached out and opened the door. Hey, how can you be so shameless? Did she let you sit? Yang Li saw that Yang Ming ignored her, and she was even angrier. You asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend, and now you want me to sit in the same car with you. Do you think this is reasonable? Yang Ming shrugged. This? Yang Li listened to Yang Ming's explanation. She was really speechless. What he said seemed to be reasonable. Yang Ming didn't care about Yang Li, who was stunned and got into Sun Jia's R8. Sun Jia looked at Yang Ming with interest. She felt that Yang Ming was different. This man seems to be very arrogant. She also knew about Yang Ming's family background from Yang Li. It was reasonable to say that Yang Ming wouldn't be so arrogant. But now, Yang Ming's character was definitely not a pretense, but a natural one. There was a saying that heroes weren't afraid of being born in a poor family. Those with high aspirations would also be proud. In other words, as long as you were in a superior position, no matter what your family background was, there would always be a day when you stood out. Therefore, Sun Jia suddenly had some expectations. She wanted to see how Yang Ming would behave in a while. If it was the previous Yang Ming, he would definitely be arrogant, but he definitely wouldn't have the sense of indifference. It was also because of the special ability that Yang Ming had the capital to look down on the heroes. Of course, this kind of change in temperament was difficult for the person involved to notice. Yang Ming sat comfortably on the R8's leather chair and looked at the interior of the car. It was luxurious but not cumbersome. The knobs on the operating panel were orderly and had good maneuverability. Your relationship with Yang Li seems to be very tense. Sun Jia glanced at Yang Ming and smiled as she started the car. The roar of the powerful engine was full of unspeakable pleasure. Don't you know that it's impolite to comment on other people's family matters? Yang Ming said faintly. You are now my boyfriend. This is what you said. You have the right to exercise your boyfriend's rights. Similarly, I also have the right to exercise my girlfriend's rights. So, I am asking about my boyfriend's family matters. It's not a busybody, right? Sun Jia was slightly stunned and calmly responded. Is it? Yang Ming didn't expect this woman to be quite smart. However, when it came to arguing, Yang Ming had never lost to others. You are exercising your rights? Well, then I will also exercise my rights. Little guy, do you think I can't win against you? Yang Ming stretched out his hand and put it directly on Sun Jia's thigh. My cousin is a bit snobbish. Don't you know? Sun Jia's brow slightly frowned. What are you doing? I'm exercising my right. Are you going back on your words? Yang Ming looked at Sun Jia provocatively. Sun Jia hesitated a little, then she relaxed her eyebrows. She was a very strong woman who meant what she said. Although Yang Ming caressed her thigh wantonly made her feel a little uncomfortable, she still resisted and didn't refuse. Originally, Yang Ming was also teasing her. Seeing that she didn't respond and let him touch her, he lost the intention to continue. It wasn't that he was pretending to be serious. It would be a waste not to touch such a good thing. The key problem was that Xianxia was now driving. He was harassing her right leg that controlled the accelerator and brake. If there was an accident, it would be F***ket up. Even if he died under a peony, he would still be a romantic ghost. Yang Ming would never do such a thing. Although he sometimes used this sentence as a catchphrase, saying it and doing it were two different things. Why aren't you touching? Yang Ming let go of his hand. Xianxia felt a little annoyed. Am I not attractive? I can't even handle a young boy? Xianxia took it for granted that Yang Ming was still a virgin, which was thanks to Yang Li's previous misdirection. Yang Li described Yang Ming as a backward student who was hated by everyone in the class. Drive your car. I don't want to die yet. Yang Ming thought, a slut is a slut. Are you addicted to my touch? Xianxia snorted. Obviously, she thought that Yang Ming was just being stubborn. The real reason was that he was shy. Therefore, two people who misunderstood each other sat in a car with ulterior motives. It was relatively balanced. Except for some words that didn't hurt or itch, there was no key point. Yang Ming tried to find out about Xianxia's life experience, but she pretended to be stupid and interrupted. The R8 TDI Le Mans used a 5.5-liter V12 TDI diesel engine with a maximum power of 500 horsepower and a torque of 1010 Nm. The top speed was 298 km per hour and it took 4.2 seconds to accelerate from 100 km per hour. This speed was absolutely impossible for a modern cool car to keep up, so Xianxia deliberately slowed down. When they entered the main road of the city, they couldn't go faster even if they wanted to. In the country, other than the appearance of a sports car, there were very few places where it could display its strengths. Xianxia's R8 TDI Le Mans was even more eye-catching. Walking on the street, more than 90% of the people turned their heads. The reason was very simple, because there was a ruthless person called Iron Man who drove this car. How is it? The power is good, right? Xianxia was very proud of her small car. It's not bad, but it can't run well in China. Yang Ming shook his head. It's a waste of this engine. That's right. When I saw Iron Man driving this car, I liked it very much. Only after I bought it did I realize that it was not suitable for the domestic conditions. Xianxia shook her head. But it is a fact that it is cool enough. Do you know why? Yang Ming asked. Why? Isn't it because that's what Iron Man drives? Xianxia wondered. Iron Man driving it is one of the reasons, because this car looks like Iron Man. Yang Ming didn't stop until he was shocked. Looks like Iron Man? Xianxia broke into a sweat. But now that she thought about it, the front of the car did look like that. She couldn't help but admire Yang Ming. He was really imaginative. Originally, Yang Ming thought that the vice president of the Xiongfeng group, Xianxia, would arrange to treat in his own territory, Heavenly Earth. He didn't expect Xianxia to park the car in front of a nightclub. The Nightless Club was one of the 3 major nightclubs in Songjiang. Not only was it large, but the facilities were good. The most important thing was that it was safe to play here. Those who could afford to come here to play had some social connections. Naturally, they weren't afraid of the law enforcement. At most, they would be fined. But they were afraid of provoking the underworld people here. These people didn't care who you were. They would beat you up until your mother couldn't recognize you. The reason why the Nightless Club was popular was that there were people guarding the place. These people were also people who really mingled with the underworld. They were different from the general security. In the nightclub, no matter how big the conflict was, they would be able to arrive in the first place. Unlike the security guards, they would hide far away when there was a fight. With people guarding the place, naturally, there were a lot fewer troublemakers. So, this place was loved by many senior white-collar workers. The Nightless Club was a large place with a bath, massage, dining bar, disco bar, KTV, and other leisure entertainment. Yang Ming was dressed very ordinarily, but he came down from an R8. So, the receptionist didn't dare to underestimate his identity. In this year, there were a lot of rich people with eccentricities. What was wrong with wearing clothes from a street stall? He had even seen someone riding a tricycle here. At that time, he wanted to drive away this ugly guy. Fortunately, an experienced receptionist stopped him in time and told him the identity of this person. This tricycle man was actually the owner of the largest furniture store. But, he rode a tricycle to deliver furniture to people all day long. It was said that at first, it was because of his leg problem that the doctor asked him to exercise. Later, after his leg was healed, he fell in love with this business and couldn't let it go. "Sir, madam, do you have an appointment?" the receptionist asked. "The restaurant's lilac room," Xianxia said to the receptionist. "Okay, this way please." As he said this, he led the way for Yang Ming and the others. Although the decoration here was very luxurious, it was different from Celestial World. Celestial World was elegant and noble, but here was magnificent and luxurious. "It's here." The receptionist stopped at the door of a room with lilac written on it. After making a pleased gesture, he knocked on the door and then opened the door. He said to the inside, "Sorry to disturb. There are 3 guests." After the receptionist left, Xianxia, Yang Ming and Yang Li entered the private room. "Xianxia, you are here. Welcome, welcome." A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up from the sofa and walked over. "Xianxia, what you said is wrong. Sister Xianxia and I came on time. Why do you sound like we are late?" Yang Li said with dissatisfaction. "Who said you're late? I'm just anxious to see our great beauty." Xianxia noticed Yang Ming next to Xianxia at this time. He asked with surprise, This is my boyfriend, Yang Ming." Xianxia generously pulled Yang Ming's hand and said, "Boyfriend? Xianxia, he is your boyfriend?" Xianxia was stunned. Although Xianxia always said that she had a boyfriend, Xianxia still had a fluke mentality. He thought that Xianxia was perfunctory. He didn't expect that he would appear in front of him today. "Yes, Yang Ming. Let me introduce you. This is Xianxia, the vice president of Songjiang City's Xiongfeng Group. He is only 29 years old this year. It can be said that he has a promising future," Xianxia said. "Hello." Yang Ming reached out his hand. He still had to do a good job on the surface. However, Xianxia looked at Xianxia in a daze. He didn't mean to shake hands with Yang Ming. "Mother ***, what do you mean? I gave you face, but you don't want it. Then, don't blame me for thinking of ways to mess with you." Yang Ming was furious. "Do you treat me like air? Xianxia is also my temporary girlfriend. How can you stare at her like that?" Yang Ming put down his hand and said faintly, "Little Jia, Mr. Gua seems to be very hostile to me." Xianxia recovered. He awkwardly reached out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Yang Ming. However, this time, Yang Ming didn't care about him at all. Xianxia had to put down his hand bitterly. It was reasonable to say that as an elite in the business world, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Even if there was hostility, he wouldn't show it immediately. This was a big taboo in the business world. However, because he liked Xianxia too much, there was a moment of absent-mindedness. However, he was unlucky. Now, Yang Ming had directly listed him in the list of people who deserved a beating. "Mr. Yang, you misunderstood. I do have a good impression of Miss Sunday. I lost my composure just now. I don't have any opinion of you," Xianxia quickly explained. "Pretend, keep pretending. Wang Jitao used this trick, and you used it again. You are indeed jackals of the same tribe. You don't have an opinion of me? Only a ghost would believe it." "Well said." Yang Ming nodded, but he thought in his heart, "Who doesn't know how to hide a knife in a smile?" Xianxia was very satisfied with Yang Ming's performance, but Yang Li didn't think so. She pulled Yang Ming to make a fool of himself. She didn't expect Yang Ming to not have stage fright. As she was about to say something, she heard Xianxia speak. "Mr. Yang, let me introduce you to a few people here. This is Songjiang Airport's Vice President Liao." Xianxia pointed to a short fat man. Yang Ming nodded at him, and the short fat man smiled back at him. "This is Hua's Jewelry Company's President Hua." Xianxia pointed to the remaining thin man. Yang Ming still nodded, but President Hua looked at Yang Ming with some disdain. Humph, which was considered a greeting. What is Mr. Yang's occupation? Gu Jianchao raised his glass and asked. Me? Yang Ming smiled and said, hee, I'm unemployed. Yang Ming had read some web novels. Many protagonists would say they were unemployed when others asked them what they were doing. Not only did it make them seem unfathomable, but once the lie was exposed, there wouldn't be any awkwardness. Because I am unemployed, I didn't lie to you. My cousin just entered university this year. Hee, how many of you have such a successful career? Yang Li suddenly interrupted. Yang Li saw that Yang Ming's performance was very calm. She was a little angry. She pulled him here to create a negative effect. How could she let him pretend to be Xianxia's boyfriend and deceive everyone? So, Yang Li couldn't help but reveal the secret. Yang Ming frowned. He thought, you are too impatient. I still want to pretend to be a big bad wolf. If this is the case, then I won't serve you. Xianxia also looked at Yang Li with confusion. If you said so, wouldn't everything be exposed? Gu Jianchao's face was full of joy. He looked like he was enlightened. Ah? Hee, I was just joking. I saw that Mr. Yang's surname is also Yang, so I just called him cousin. Yang Li pretended to say something wrong and quickly explained herself. In fact, the more she explained, the worse it got. Yang Ming snorted coldly and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his strong chest muscles. He leaned back casually, lit a cigarette, and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked like a ruffian in the underworld. Okay, cousin, I know you look down on people like us who mix in the underworld, but Xianxia and I are really in love. She didn't say anything, so you don't have to worry too much, right? As Yang Ming said this, he held the cigarette in one hand and hugged Xianxia's shoulder with the other hand. Thanks to the scene of Yang Ming touching her thigh in the car, Xianxia wasn't so repulsed by Yang Ming's physical harassment. She didn't reveal any flaws. She smiled charmingly at everyone and looked very happy. Yang Li was dumbfounded. Gu Jianchao was dumbfounded. President Hua and Vice President Liao were also dumbfounded. They were usually people of a higher class. When had they ever met such a rough little gangster like Yang Ming? Seeing him like a gangster, everyone felt strange in their hearts. In any case, these people were considered cultured and cultured people. They were very disdainful of Yang Ming's identity. However, because Xianxia was present, it wasn't good to say anything sarcastic. The contempt in President Hua's eyes became heavier. What kind of people were hooligans? They thought that they were gang leaders after a few days of watching gangsters, but in reality, they were just trash at the bottom of society. Originally, Gu Jianchao thought that Yang Ming was just a temporary replacement. But now, seeing Yang Ming's ruffian face and his strong muscles, it was clear that he was a real gangster. Even if he wanted to pretend to be her boyfriend, he should have at least caught a decent one, right? So maybe this Yang Ming is really Xianxia's boyfriend. Gu Jianchao's heart that still had hope was instantly beaten back to the bottom. Yang Li didn't know that she was originally trying to sabotage. She didn't succeed in sabotaging, but there were some signs that the fake became real. Yang Ming was originally a little gangster, so he had a way of speaking. Although Gu Jianchao didn't dare to say anything on the surface, he was angry in his heart. He was the vice president of the Xiongfeng group, but he couldn't compare to a little gangster. Looking at Yang Ming's face, Gu Jianchao was furious. If it wasn't for President Hua giving him a look, Gu Jianchao would have already ridiculed him. Although Vice President Liao had been maintaining the atmosphere at the table, Gu Jianchao wasn't very interested, so the banquet didn't reach the climax. As for Yang Ming, he didn't care about that. He ate whatever there was and filled his stomach like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Anyway, he wasn't throwing his face. Others could think whatever they wanted. I'm going to the bathroom. President Hua stood up and secretly gave Gu Jianchao a look. Gu Jianchao immediately understood. He stood up and said, I'm going too. Let's go together. Yang Ming's mouth slightly sneered. Their little actions had already raised Yang Ming's vigilance, so Yang Ming always looked in one direction. In the bathroom. I'm so pissed off. Brother Hua, do you think that little gangster is really Xianxia's boyfriend? Gu Jianchao said while gritting his teeth. It's hard to say. Maybe, maybe not. But the possibility of not being him is higher. President Hua analyzed, what is Sun Jia's identity? How could she find a little gangster to be her boyfriend? That person is Yang Li's cousin, which means he is 3 years younger than Sun Jia. Do you think this is possible? Not bad. I don't think it is possible either. Gu Jianchao listened to President Hua's analysis. He had a little idea in his heart. Right, the plan we talked about before, are we still doing it? Why, little brother? Are you scared? President Hua smiled. Scared? What am I scared of? Am I scared of that little gangster? Gu Jianchao sneered. Of course, I'm not talking about that little gangster. I'm talking about Sun Jia's family background. President Hua shook his head. These words touched Gu Jianchao's heart. He immediately became silent. But then he became fierce again. Isn't a woman just like that? As long as you make her feel good in bed, you don't have to be afraid that she won't listen to you. Hee, that's right. President Hua smiled and said, then I congratulate you, little brother, for becoming the son-in-law of the Sun family. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hua, don't worry. If there is such a day, I won't forget President Hua's kindness. Gu Jianchao wasn't an arrogant person usually, but today's matter was his weakness. So, he didn't notice President Hua's expression. Why are we still talking? About this between us brothers? Big brother thinks highly of you. Although President Hua was smiling, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. That drug, won't it be found out? After laughing, Gu Jianchao suddenly asked with some worry. Of course not. The latest technology in the United States. Even the FBI can't find out. President Hua said with certainty. Oh. Let's do this. I will go back first. You can come back later. Otherwise, they will be suspicious. Gu Jianchao said happily. Looking at Gu Jianchao's back, President Hua sneered, the latest technology in the United States? I spent 50 yuan to buy it at the roadside sex shop. It would be weird if the FBI couldn't find it out. Not to mention the FBI, any hospital can test it out. Little brat, I have something on you in the future. Do you think I will be afraid that you won't listen to me? In the lilac private room. Yang Ming, what kind of attitude is this? Did you forget what I told you before? Yang Li reminded him softly. I am like this now. Isn't it what you want? Yang Ming sneered. See if I don't complain to uncle. Yang Li threatened. Okay, then I will tell uncle that you forced me to pretend to be Sun Jia's boyfriend. Yang Ming smiled. You. Yang Li wanted to say something, but the door of the private room was pushed open. Gu Jianchao walked in with a smile. Yang Li and Sun Jia were puzzled. This guy had a sad face when he went out. Why was he smiling when he came back? They saw Gu Jianchao take a bottle of red wine from the wine rack behind him. Then he said, the atmosphere of today's banquet isn't good. Sun Jia, do you want to change to some red wine? It's best not to drink if you don't want to die. Yang Ming reminded Sun Jia faintly. Die? What do you mean? Sun Jia was stunned. Yang Ming frowned. Why is this woman's understanding ability so bad? But Yang Ming couldn't say what he saw just now, right? But fortunately, he was smarter. He said casually, you drove here. Why are you drinking wine? Seeing Yang Ming frown, Sun Jia's competitive mentality began to play tricks again. She whispered, it's okay. A glass of red wine is not a problem. Her tone was somewhat sarcastic. It meant that she was saying, are you afraid of death? Yang Ming saw that Sun Jia treated his kindness as malice. He was furious. Mother asterisk cur, I'm doing it for your own good. If you want to drink, then drink. If anything happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. Gu Jianchao took 2 new goblets from the cabinet. He handed one to Yang Li and the other to Sun Jia. However, at the bottom of Sun Jia's cup, Gu Jianchao sprinkled a transparent powder on it inadvertently. The lights in the private room were already dim. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't see it. Not to mention that Xianxia directly filled the wine, so Xianxia didn't find out about it. However, Yang Ming looked at all this coldly. He was thinking about the last sentence that President Hua said to herself. A glass of red wine was really nothing for Xianxia. Her alcohol tolerance was very high. Which woman in the business world couldn't drink? Xianxia saw that Xianxia put the empty wine glass on the table. He was very happy. Let's stop here today. We will go to karaoke later. President Hua has already booked a private room. We will go when he comes back. Here. President Hua is back. Everyone, I'm sorry. I smoked a cigarette. President Hua smiled. Is everyone done eating? Not bad. Not bad. Vice President Liao smiled and nodded. Yang Li and Xianxia didn't speak, but they nodded. Well, let's stop here. I booked a big KTV room upstairs. Let's sing and relax. President Hua said. Looking at Xianxia's slightly red face, Yang Ming shook his head. Obviously, the drug had taken effect, but he didn't know when it would take effect. It was no wonder that Xianxia didn't take precautions. The people who usually ate with her had a certain identity. They were either officials or the bosses of various companies. Who would be so shameless to do such a dirty thing? Besides, Xianxia's identity and background were there. Who dared to bully her? Unless they didn't want to live. However, there was someone who didn't want to live. This person was Xianxiao. Xianxiao was still young and impetuous. He was a vice president of a big company at the age of 29. It was inevitable that he would be proud. Also, he was instigated by President Hua, so he used the trick of drugging regardless of the consequences. He thought too simply. He thought that as long as he ked Xianxia until she screamed, this woman would be obedient. Xianxiao was very confident in his own bed skills. He was very precocious. He was a frequent customer of some bath centers in high school. He also practiced his bed skills. When he was in university, Xianxiao tricked the prettiest girl in his school to go to the hotel and forced himself on her. At first, this little girl was crying. Xianxiao played with her for 3 days. In the end, this little girl's attitude toward him changed 180 degrees. Therefore, Xianxiao was extremely confident in himself. Indeed, this trick was effective on some women, but it didn't represent all. Xianxiao was a bit overboard. The nightless club's KTV was luxuriously decorated. It was said that the sound system was all imported from Korea. The TV was also the most popular 52-inch HD LCD. President Hua booked a big room with 2 separate lounges and bathrooms. In other words, people who were tired from singing could go in to rest. Of course, the price wasn't cheap. It was almost the price of a suite in a 5-star hotel. Yang Ming was not interested in pop songs. Instead, he liked classic songs. Luo Dao, Fei Xiang, and Jing Jihua were his favorites. Looking at Xianxiao and Yang Li singing pop songs, Yang Ming felt that it was a bit unpleasant. He picked up the Zhong Nanhai on the table and held one in his mouth. If you want to smoke, go outside. Do you want to suffocate us to death? Yang Li was a little unhappy. I'm singing. It's suffocating. Yang Ming really wanted to slap her. Others didn't say anything, but she was the only one who was so troublesome. Do you think I'm willing to stay here? Your wails and howls are worse than a cat's meow. Yang Ming stood up and walked out of the door. However, halfway through, he turned back. There was a washroom here. Why would he go outside? Yang Ming didn't turn on the lights. He pushed the door open and walked in. He opened the bathroom window and stared outside. At this moment, the outside was already brightly lit. Yang Ming looked at the city that never sleeps, known as Hong Kong in the north, and sighed with emotion. Since I inadvertently helped an old man, I obtained a special ability. Then, I was really like the male protagonists in those YY novels. I had a lot of romantic encounters, but the corresponding troubles also increased. Is this the so-called chance to change one's life? My own encounters have changed, and the trajectory of my life has also changed. If it was before he obtained the special ability, Yang Ming would definitely not pursue Chen Mingyan. After all, he didn't have the confidence. If he didn't pursue Chen Mingyan, then he wouldn't have a feud with Wang Jitao. Then, he wouldn't have met Lin Jiyun. Correspondingly, without the special ability, Yang Ming couldn't copy Zhang Bin's paper without a single mistake. Zhaoing wouldn't ask him to go to the office, and there wouldn't be the later tutoring. All of this was thanks to the special ability. Including this time when he came out with his cousin, Yang Li, it was the same. If he didn't have the special ability, then he definitely wouldn't be able to get into university. Yang Li wouldn't let him come to her house. After Yang Li sang 2 songs, the alcohol kicked in. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Vice President Liao left first because he had something to do. Before he left, he apologized to Sun Jia. Because Yang Ming wasn't present, he asked her to talk to Yang Ming. President Hua and Guo Jianchao were very contemptuous of Vice President Liao's move. He was just a little punk. Was there a need to pay so much attention to him? When the two saw that Vice President Liao left and Yang Li fell asleep, they were delighted. Now that Yang Ming wasn't here, then if Sun Jia's drug took effect, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Guo Jianchao. Sun Jia felt that her whole body was getting hotter and hotter, and there was a strange feeling. Sun Jia was very clear about this feeling. It was sexual desire. She wasn't the kind of girl who abstained from sexual desires. She could usually vent from time to time. Therefore, Sun Jia felt that it was strange to have sexual desire at this time. In this situation, it was impossible to have such a feeling. Sun Jia frowned and clamped her legs tightly. She tried not to think in that direction, but the more she tried not to think about it, the more she thought about it. Sun Jia licked her somewhat dry lips and couldn't help but alternate her legs left and right. Guo Jianchao naturally saw Sun Jia's uneasiness. He looked at President Hua, and both of them were delighted. Seeing that Sun Jia's breathing was getting more and more rapid, Guo Jianchao asked kindly, "Sun Jia, what's wrong with you?" Sun Jia clenched her teeth and shook her head. She tried to suppress her desire, but it didn't work. In the past, when Sun Jia had desires, she would be restrained by herself. But this time, this desire was not only uncontrollable, but it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. "There is a restroom here. Why don't you take a rest?" Guo Jianchao continued to kindly suggest. Sun Jia couldn't stand it. If she didn't solve it, she would die. Sun Jia glanced at the restroom. She hesitated, but she still walked in the direction of the bathroom. After all, it was more convenient in the bathroom than in the restroom. She wouldn't have her secretions everywhere and be seen by others. Sun Jia turned on the light. After entering the bathroom, she directly locked the door. Then, she couldn't wait to lift up her skirt and take off her underwear. She pulled the skirt with one hand and quickly stroked her private part with the other hand. Yang Ming was almost shocked. Isn't this woman Sun Jia too fierce? In the restroom of a KTV, he actually touched himself as if no one was around. Didn't she see that there was another person next to her? In fact, Sun Jia couldn't be blamed. When Yang Ming entered the bathroom, he didn't turn on the light, so no one noticed him. Now, Sun Jia had been blinded by her desire. She just wanted to vent it quickly. Her eyes were half closed. She didn't think that there was someone next to her. F***ck. He actually went into the bathroom. Guo Jianchao was very upset. Did he go in and touch himself? If so, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Hee, younger brother Guo, aren't you anxious? President Hua shook his head calmly. This drug can't be solved by herself. The more she touches, the stronger her desire is. Maybe she will take the initiative to come out and ask for sex with you, younger brother. Really? Guo Jianchao was overjoyed. Then I'm relieved. Of course, the things in the United States aren't just for show. President Hua nodded. He was right. Although this drug was only 50 yuan, it was a banned strong aphrodisiac called even women can be lascivious. The woman who took this drug had a clear mind, but her body was out of control. President Hua was right. Sun Jia was feeling this way now. She felt that the liquid in her lower body flowed out like tap water. No matter how she stroked it, there was always a feeling of not being able to quench her thirst. It made her very uncomfortable to go up and down. I really want to find a man and do it with him. A thought flashed in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. Although I often have desires, I have never thought of doing it with a man. What happened to me today? However, this kind of reason was immediately covered by boundless desire. Xianxia's mind couldn't help but flash a bunch of men's images. Xianxia didn't have a good impression of men, especially a suitor like Xianxia. Therefore, these people just flashed in her mind and didn't stay for long. Yes, Xianxia hated all the other men except for her own family. These men weren't good people. What they coveted was her family background. But in the end, when the image of Yang Ming flashed, Xianxia unexpectedly found that this image didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it was like it was imprinted in her mind. In fact, Xianxia was pitiful enough. So far, except for Yang Ming, she found that she didn't even have a partner to fantasize about. Originally, she only focused on solving the physical desire, but now it seemed that simply solving the physical desire wasn't feasible. Women are crazy too had a feature. It could cause people to have slight sexual fantasies to a certain extent. Of course, the object of this fantasy must be a man. This was also why President Hua wasn't worried, because the boss who sold the drug had already told him. You can rest assured that even a lesbian can think of a man. In this way, he wasn't afraid that Xianxia would call the police. After all, this drug only stimulated people's sexual desire, but they were still conscious. In the end, it was Xianxia who took the initiative to seduce Xianxia. This matter couldn't be explained clearly. However, Xianxia was very worried. After all, this was his first time doing this kind of thing. Drugging. If this matter wasn't handled well, he would have to answer for the rest of his life. Brother Hua, do you think Xianxia really won't report me? Xianxia said with concern. He was a standard grassroots. His parents were workers. His position today was entirely based on his own shameless flattery. Of course, as a finance graduate from a university, he still had a certain ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. And it was precisely because of his despicable and shameless character that he got the appreciation of Wang Jitao's father, Wang Shifan, and was regarded as his confidant. If Xianxia reported him and he went to jail, he would lose everything he had now and reach a point of no return. Yes, after he was released from prison, there probably wouldn't be any company that would dare to hire him. Now, although he wasn't living the life of the top, he belonged to the category of the upper class. Was it necessary to take this risk? Brother Jianchao, this is what you don't understand, right? President Hua laughed. The Sun family is also a famous family. With such a scandal, would they choose to report it to the police? Now, the media is everywhere. But, even if Xianxia didn't report it to the police, what if she retaliated against me afterward? Jianchao was still worried. You are stupid. President Hua pointed in the direction of the lounge and said, I have already installed a pinhole camera for you. When you have the video in hand, are you still afraid that she won't obey? That's right. Ha ha ha, I guess she doesn't want to be the next focus of the porn scene. Jianchao laughed. Brother Hua, you are so thoughtful. That's right. With our relationship, how can I not help you? President Hua nodded generously and thought, with this, not only do I have Xianxia's weakness, but I also have your weakness. Humph, at that time, do you still need to listen to me? President Hua, Jianchao, am truly fortunate to have met you. You really are the guiding light in my life. Jianchao said sincerely. These were his heartfelt words. After meeting President Hua at a cocktail party, the two of them chatted happily and became very good friends. After that, President Hua not only introduced him to a lot of big shots, but also often gave him advice on his work, giving him a lot of help. This was very rare for a college student who had just entered society. Thus, the two of them each had their own ulterior motives, each dreaming their own grand dreams, waiting for something good to happen. However, they never dreamed that there was another man in the bathroom. This man was the little punk he hated so much, Yang Ming. Perhaps it was because Yang Ming and she just met, and she didn't hate Yang Ming, so this man who had no interest with her quickly occupied her heart that was full of desire. Yes, over the years, there was no lack of outstanding men around Xianxia, but these people all valued her family background. Even if it wasn't, Xianxia would subconsciously think so. However, the Yang Ming she saw today was different. The calm and indifferent attitude on Yang Ming's face made Xianxia look at the man with a proper eye again. Perhaps it was because Yang Ming was Yang Li's cousin and was younger than her, so she subconsciously treated him as a younger brother. That was why she didn't have any conflict when they first met. Facing her own family, Xianxia didn't have any hostility. It was because of this mentality that Xianxia made an exception to tease Yang Ming, like a big sister teasing her younger brother. Even later, when Yang Ming touched her thigh, Xianxia also thought that it was just a rebellious action of a little kid who had never experienced women. If it were other men who pursued Xianxia, who would dare to touch her thigh so casually? It was also because of this psychological barrier that Xianxia thought of Yang Ming at this moment. Yang Ming. Harder. Xianxia muttered softly as she solved it herself. As soon as this was said, Jia suddenly had a sense of extreme excitement. Am I a little perverted? Yang Ming is younger than me. However, the feeling of fantasizing that my hand was Yang Ming's was really exciting. Yang Ming heard Xianxia's unintentional moan and suddenly sweated. No way? Am I so charming? Your sexual fantasy object is actually me? Yang Ming didn't feel that he had any domineering aura. Could it be that they were interested in each other? Yang Ming didn't know Xianxia's real thoughts. He was still complacent here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel itchy. I am going to do her now. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Motherf asterisk cur, isn't Xianxia's posture too much? Her body leaned back against the bathroom door. Her lower body was slightly forward. She pulled the skirt with one hand and did simple regular exercises with the other. Her charming face was flushed. Her eyes were closed, and her mouth was still calling Yang Ming's name. So far, the only woman that Yang Ming had an impression of seeing naked was Lan Ling. Although Lan Ling was also very open in sex and was very wild, it was the wildness and innocence. Xianxia was the wildness and maturity. One was a lowly, and the other was a royal sister. The two were completely different concepts. Therefore, Yang Ming was dumbfounded at the moment. Yang Ming. Xianxia kept accelerating the speed and strength of her hands, but there was no sign of reaching the peak. Although the happiness was strong, it was still missing something. Suddenly, a cell phone ringtone sounded. Yang Ming was shocked. My God, why didn't I set the vibration mode just now? Xianxia was also stunned. Then, she took out the cell phone from her pocket. Just as she wanted to cut it off, she realized that this wasn't her cell phone ringtone. I am using Motorola. How can the Nokia tune that is exclusive to Nokia appear? Xianxia was shocked and quickly looked in the direction of Yang Ming. When she saw Yang Ming, her face was full of shock. Her eyes and mouth were wide open. She just wanted to ask why Yang Ming was here, but the endless desire in her body attacked her again. Just now, because she was holding the phone, Xianxia had to stop the movement of her hands. Therefore, Xianxia's body began to protest. Xianxia had to close her eyes and continue to move her hands quickly. Her eyes are wide open? She didn't see me? When Yang Ming saw that Xianxia actually continued to touch herself in front of him, he almost fell over. Yang Ming. Xianxia knew that Yang Ming was in front of her, but her mouth still couldn't help but call out his name. Right, isn't Yang Ming in front of me? Suddenly, a bold idea came into Xianxia's mind. No, but how can this be? The remaining poor consciousness in Xianxia's heart was once again drowned by the desire of her body. Xianxia stumbled toward Yang Ming and hugged Yang Ming's body. Kiss me. Yang Ming wasn't a gentleman. Although he disdained to do something vulgar and despicable to force a woman to sleep with him, there was no reason not to do something that was delivered to him, right? What's more, Yang Ming thought, you took the initiative to ask for sex with me. What does it have to do with me? What? You said that you were drugged? Well, I have already reminded you not to drink, but you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Although Xianxia said that she wanted Yang Ming to kiss her, in fact, she was kissing Yang Ming. Yang Ming was naturally unwilling to fall behind. He immediately responded enthusiastically. Xianxia's two small hands quickly pulled down Yang Ming's shorts. It was also a coincidence that Yang Ming wore elastic shorts today. There was no belt, so Xianxia easily succeeded. If he changed to trousers, Xianxia would have to spend some effort. Wait. Yang Ming pushed Xianxia away. Don't. Xianxia didn't let go of Yang Xiao'er. Although Yang Ming wasn't against one-night stands, he couldn't not consider safety. In this era of AIDS and STDs, Yang Ming didn't want to be impulsive. Besides, Yang Ming was a bit of a male chauvinist. In his opinion, a woman's past wasn't important. Even if she wasn't a virgin, Yang Ming wouldn't look down on her. But once he had a relationship with her, he would want to be the woman's last man. He couldn't tolerate that this woman would cheat on him in the future. Therefore, Yang Ming had to be prepared in advance to avoid this situation. For example, Xianxia. Yang Ming couldn't understand this woman at all. Even someone as strong as Yang Ming couldn't guarantee that he could take Xianxia down in the future. That was because this woman was too mysterious and too strange. The only solution Yang Ming could think of was to wear a condom. In this way, Yang Ming could say that he was just doing it with a condom. This condom couldn't cheat on him, right? In fact, this idea was a bit of self-deception. However, Yang Ming's extreme male chauvinism was also an idea. High-end KTV was good. Otherwise, Yang Ming really couldn't get off. When he entered the bathroom, Yang Ming saw 2 condoms and a few bags of shampoo for men and women on the shelf next to the bathtub. Yang Ming reached for a condom and tore open the wrapping paper. Xianxia saw that Yang Ming was going to use a condom. She frowned slightly and said softly, "Don't use that. I'm very clean." With Xianxia's intelligence, she naturally thought of Yang Ming's concerns. Xianxia was a bit bitter. Who asked her to be so lustful? This kid probably thought that she was a slut who couldn't be choosy. Yang Ming was stunned. Very clean? Sweat, which woman would say that she was sick? Yang Ming didn't listen to her. With his experience with Lan Ling, Yang Ming put on the condom with ease. Ai. Xianxia sighed faintly. Yang Ming was taller than Xianxia by a head. The two people stood face to face. This posture was difficult enough. Yang Ming had to squat and pick Xianxia up with his hands. Even though Yang Ming's body was very strong, he couldn't hold on for long. Yang Ming looked around and directly carried Xianxia to the platform of the sink. Half an hour later, Yang Ming was exhausted. Doing it in the bathroom, although it brought a different sense of excitement and novelty, it was really tiring. It was no wonder that those who tried it once gave up on the second try. Xianxia, who had vented, had a refreshing feeling all over her body. She really wanted to sleep, but she knew that she couldn't. There were still people waiting outside. Xianxia, who regained her calmness, quietly glanced at the man who hugged her and breathed heavily. He was a very handsome man with a lot of personality. It was just that he was a little young. Otherwise, he seemed to be a good candidate for a boyfriend. Women were like this. They always had a very complicated feeling for men who had sex with them. Of course, rape was an exception. Xianxia shook her head. She was still very realistic. She didn't regret this kind of thing. Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who valued chastity very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken the membrane early. Although Xianxia wouldn't deliberately keep her chastity for the illusory husband in the future, she was the kind of person who would keep her chastity for her lover. It sounded very contradictory, but in fact, it wasn't. In other words, once Xianxia really fell in love with someone, then she would keep her chastity for that person forever. Therefore, Xianxia was still very open-minded about what happened now. She felt that if she really fell in love with someone one day in the future, she wouldn't hide anything. After all, today's matter was a bit strange. If that person couldn't even understand this, then this person wasn't worthy of Xianxia's love. Now, Xianxia could also seriously consider the whole story of this matter. She wasn't stupid. Her situation today was definitely not a normal physiological reaction. This feeling was something she had never felt before. Therefore, the only possibility was that she fell into a trap. Xianxia calmly made a general analysis of today's series of events in the association. The first was Yang Ming, who had sex with her. From a common-sense point of view, he was the most suspicious, but Xianxia ruled him out first. Why? There were many reasons. First of all, Yang Ming just met today. In other words, coming here with her was completely spontaneous. There was no preparation in advance. Yang Ming couldn't always carry an aphrodisiac with him all the time, right? Secondly, Yang Ming didn't know that she would go to the bathroom before. It seemed unreasonable for him to wait for her in the bathroom, right? There were 2 lounges here. Why did she have to go to the bathroom? The most important point was that Xianxia recalled Yang Ming's words at the wine table. That was, if you don't want to die, it's best not to drink. At that time, Yang Ming must have seen something. He was reminding me. However, this guy is really too much. Can't he speak more clearly? He made me. AI. However, it also led to an important person, and that was Xianxia. That meant that Xianxia handed it to her, and that glass of wine was also poured by Xianxia. Xianxia was more certain of this when she noticed Xianxia's attitude toward her in the past in the association. Well, it turned out that it was you who did it. You dare to drug me. You really want to die too slowly. With this clear thought, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. However, it also made Yang Ming's position in her heart go one step further. This man seems to have a very keen insight. Xianxia looked at Yang Ming with a deep meaning and shook her head. Now it was time to deal with the matter in front of her. Xianxia gently broke away from Yang Ming's arms. Hurry up and clean up. There are still people outside. Yang Ming was enjoying Xianxia's huge chest. He was a little reluctant to be pushed away. You hugged me tightly when you wanted it. Now that you're done, you're pushing me away? This made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. However, what Xianxia said was also a fact. Yang Li was still outside. If she found out something and ran to my parents, then I would be in deep trouble. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming felt that although it was very tiring, it was the most refreshing. He didn't know if it was because of the excitement of having an affair, or because of Xianxia's hot body and huge chest, or because there were people waiting outside in the bathroom. In short, this kind of excitement made Yang Ming unforgettable. The 2 people quickly cleaned up the battlefield and put on their clothes. After wrapping the toilet paper and condoms full of that, they put it in the sewer and washed it away. Xianxia was a woman, so it was more troublesome. She had to touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. Yang Ming was simple. He just washed his face and it was done. Seeing that there were no flaws, the 2 were ready to go out. Xianxia. Yang Ming felt that he should say something. Don't say anything. Xianxia said faintly, don't we all need each other? After we go out, just pretend that nothing happened. Although Xianxia couldn't forget the feeling of ecstasy, she was a very rational person. Once she wasn't driven by the drug, she also recovered her usual calmness. She knew that there was almost no possibility between her and Yang Ming. Not to mention the age gap, the gap between their identities was too big. Yang Ming was still a student. I know. Yang Ming frowned after listening. He was very uncomfortable in his heart. You are still arrogant? It was no wonder that Yang Ming would be angry. These words were really hurtful coming from a woman's mouth. Yang Ming felt that he was a failure. Mother ***, am I a tool for you to vent your anger? How could Xianxia not hear the dissatisfaction in Yang Ming's words? She smiled faintly at him. This isn't the first time, right? It seems that I really underestimated you. Aren't you the same? We're the same. Yang Ming said sarcastically. Xianxia listened to Yang Ming's words, and her face sank. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. She sighed, opened the door of the bathroom and walked out. Yang Ming was a bit inexplicable. You did it, but you don't let me say it. In the private room, Xianxia and President Hua saw that the door of the bathroom was finally opened. They were very happy. In their heart, they thought, this Xianxia can really hold it in. But she finally couldn't hold it in, right? But when they saw Yang Ming behind Xianxia, they were suddenly dumbfounded. Guo Jianchao's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Why is that little punk in the bathroom? End of chapter 160. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.